I am the brightest one on this whole street. This street. 20-year-old Tang Yue, a lollipop clamped between her lips, was riding a kick scooter. She wore the uniform of D University, humming a cheerful little tune as she sped toward home. Her phone suddenly rang with a chime, and when she pulled it out, the screen displayed Old Mentor. She had just pressed the answer button when her master's excited voice burst through the receiver. My good disciple, I heard you'll be graduating from university in 2 months. It's about time you came back to our mountain to inherit the family property, isn't it? No, she replied, my life goal is to be a salted fish, a total slacker. Then what about all the gold mines, silver mines, iron mines, coal mines, and diamond mines of our sect? You know your 4 senior brothers are all useless. Only you are truly gifted. Stop. Tang Yue really could not listen any longer. In her heart, every one of her senior brothers was outstanding. My signal's not very good, we'll talk another day. Hello? Master, what did you say? I can't hear you, can't hear a thing. After hanging up, she let out a long sigh of relief. She knew that taken together those mines were worth trillions. Just thinking of carrying assets worth trillions on her back made it hard for her to breathe. At such a blossoming age, she refused to exhaust herself. She only wanted to live an ordinary life as a carefree salted fish. Splash! All of a sudden, a black Rolls-Royce sped past, and muddy water from a pothole on the uneven road splashed all over her, covering her in filth. The people in the car showed not the slightest intention of stopping to apologize. Though Tang Yue never picked fights, she was never afraid of trouble. She pulled a throwing dart from her hand, and aiming at the rapidly spinning car, hurled it with a sharp flick. There was a loud bang as the imposing Rolls-Royce right rear tire exploded. The car jolted like a ship in rough waters, sliding for dozens of meters before it finally came to a stop. Inside the car, Qin Zhan sat expressionless, his icy face not even creasing with the slightest frown. Staring at the document on his laptop, he said indifferently, Xiaodong, go see why this supposedly explosion-proof tire suddenly blew out. If it's a quality issue, have the 4S shop compensate us with a new car. Yes, President. Shendong got out of the car and immediately saw a deflated tire with a dart stuck in it. A Hello Kitty branded dart, no less. There was no way this dart had simply been standing upright on the ground, and no matter how skilled his driving, he could not have pressed a lying dart straight into the wheel. It had clearly been thrust in by someone. Glancing around, he spotted behind him an extraordinarily pure-looking, super-cute young girl. She was smiling and waving at him rhythmically. Did you throw this dart? Shendong had only asked casually. In his heart, he absolutely did not believe a seemingly delicate girl could blow out a tire. It was me, she said. You drove through a puddle and splashed mud all over me. You owe me an apology and compensation for my clothes. Shendong saw that her sky-blue school uniform looked as though it had been washed in muddy water. He did feel genuinely apologetic, yet a hint of anger still simmered within him. It was wrong of me to dirty your clothes, he conceded. But you can't just blow out our tire like that. Do you have any idea how much this tire costs? Can a little girl like you afford to pay for it? Tang Yue took the lollipop from her mouth, her eyes full of disdain. Who exactly are you looking down on? You don't need to worry about whether I can afford it or not. If you take responsibility for the loss and harm you caused me, I will naturally take responsibility for the loss and harm I caused you. Shendong was in a hurry to get his president to the company for a meeting and did not want to waste time. He could only say, fine. I'm sorry, it was my fault. He then took out 1,000 yuan in cash from his wallet and handed it to Tang Yue. Here, this is for you to buy a new uniform. The extra is compensation for emotional distress. Is that enough? Having followed Qin Zhan for so many years, he considered this a perfectly handled situation. But Tang Yue gave a sweet smile, her sly eyes curving like crescent moons. Sorry, but this is D University's uniform. A single set costs 4,500 yuan. What? Shendong squinted at her right shoulder again and again until he finally made out the school emblem that clearly read, Dida University. It was common knowledge that although half of Dida University's shares were privately held, it was still the best university in the country. Among its countless merits, the most dazzling was arguably its uniform. Its cuffs were lined with gold trim that could blind onlookers when sunlight hit it directly. 4,500 yuan was basically just the cost price. Fiven, please wait a moment, he stammered. All his salary had been handed over to his girlfriend, and he simply could not take out 4,500 yuan. So Chundong gently tapped on the rear window of the Rolls-Royce, revealing Qin Zhan's incomparably handsome face. What's going on? Why is it taking so long? His voice, deep as a bass note, carried 3 parts laziness, 3 parts coldness, and 3 parts impatience. President, it's all my fault for driving carelessly and dirtying a young lady's clothes. She used a dart to blow out our tire and insists we compensate her uniform first before she'll compensate our tire. As he spoke, he could not help breaking into a sweat for that slightly wild little girl. The last burly man who had tried to scam his president in front of the car was still sitting in jail. Qin Zhan said nothing, snapped his laptop shut, and strode out of the car. Upon seeing him, Tang Yue was slightly stunned. This man was far too handsome. His brows, like distant mountains, exuded an imposing aura, while his eyes, like a cold pool, drew one in irresistibly. Every contour of his face was as if sculpted by a divine hand, perfect, like a celestial being. Yet the chill emanating from him was bone-piercing, instinctively making people step back. Though she was a fan of good looks, she wouldn't let her heart follow her eyes. So every penny must be paid. Qin Zhan walked slowly over to Tang Yue, sizing her up imperceptibly. This girl was quite pretty, fresh and refined, innocent and harmless. But Qin Zhan knew this was only the surface. In reality, the power she could unleash was no less than that of a bomb. Not to mention the disdain and nonchalance hiding deep in her eyes. Just the fact that she could blow out a moving Rolls-Royce tire with a single dart was enough to outshine the world's top sniper, carrying an M82A8. Qin Zhan took a stack of red bills from his wallet and offered them to her. Is this enough? Tang Yue took at her fingers, flickering rapidly. In just 3 seconds, she counted out 45 bills. She then returned the rest to him. I only take what I deserve. Though Qin Zhan's expression remained unchanged, a hint of appreciation stirred within him. Well, little girl, shouldn't you be paying for my tire now? He wanted to see how this girl would compensate for a tire worth hundreds of thousands. Yes. Don't worry, you'll fix it perfectly. As she spoke, Tang Yue made a phone call. Hey, Uncle Zhang, a friend's tire is flat. Could you come and patch it up? It's a big job. $100. It's on the road west of my place. After hanging up, she dialed another number. Tang Yuqin, don't you sell universal tire pumps? Can it pump air for a Rolls-Royce? Great, hurry up and send one over. Dong was puzzled. Boss, what is this girl up to? Qin Zhan leaned against the car, arms crossed, watching Tang Yue without blinking. A faint roguish smile played at the corner of his mouth. Just stand aside and watch. But you have an important meeting. If you miss it, it could cost you billions. Qin Zhan couldn't take his eyes off Tang Yue. A mere few billion, how could that compare to this girl? What? Dong felt as if a flock of crows was flying over his head. Caw. Had he heard that right? Boss, do you know this girl? I just met her now. Qin Zhan finally turned and shot him a glare. You talk too much. Oh. Though Dong was scolded, he was inexplicably excited inside. Regardless of whether the boss knew this girl, it was the first time he had shown interest in the opposite sex. The old iron tree was finally showing signs of blooming. After hanging up, Tang Yue sat down on a bench by the roadside, took out a new lollipop from her bag, and began unwrapping it. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, she suddenly noticed the stunningly handsome man staring at her. Feeling a bit awkward. Would you like one? She held out the lollipop towards Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow, taking 2 steps to stand before her. To Dong's utter astonishment, he took the lollipop and put it in his mouth. Very sweet. As he spoke, he naturally sat down beside Tang Yue. Dong rubbed his eyes vigorously. Holy cow. His boss was definitely coming out of his shell. He never ate sweets, let alone allowed females within 3 meters of him. But now he not only ate the candy, but also voluntarily sat down beside the girl. If he said he had no intentions, nobody would believe it. Tang Yue was merely being polite, never expecting that a grown man would actually eat a lollipop. She had no choice but to unwrap another one and shift a little to the side. Qin Zhan observed her small action with an inexplicable sense of annoyance. Other women would exert all their efforts to win him over. This girl, however, seemed to disdain him. Tang Yue was unaware of his thoughts. She only felt a sudden chill under the blazing sun. Fortunately, Grandpa Zhang arrived quickly. He rode a sturdy bicycle carrying a wooden toolbox. Pointing at the Rolls-Royce, he asked Yue, are you here to fix the tire of this car? Yes, can it not be fixed? Grandpa Zhang parked his bicycle and appeared troubled. I've been repairing tires on this street for over 30 years. There's no tire I can't fix. It's just that I can't remove this wheel. It's a small matter, I'll handle it. Tang Yu stood up and walked to the car, asking Chundong, brother, could you pass me the spare jack and wrench from your car? Sure. Chundong opened the trunk and took out the toolbox. He was just about to ask if he should help when he saw Tang Yu perform a series of swift movements, removing the wheel in no time. Wow. The students of Emperor University are truly extraordinary, so capable. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan lounged in his chair, having swapped his lollipop for a cigarette. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened, and his eyes sparkled with interest. He had never encountered such an intriguing person, who just watching her lifted his spirits. As Grandpa Zhang was halfway through fixing the tire, Chundong couldn't help but exclaim, Grandpa, your skills are impressive. No wonder you're an expert after 30 years of repairing car tires. Grandpa Zhang didn't even look up, chuckling, young man, for the past 30 years, I've only repaired bicycle tires. This is my first time with a car tire. How does it look? Not bad, right? What? Chundong felt as though his heart had jumped, nearly fainting. Grandpa, you truly are my dear grandpa. But this car is worth millions. Grandpa Zhang glanced at him. So what if it's worth millions? If it's worth that much, then the tire shouldn't have blown. Tang Yu chimed in, exactly. I'm just a weak girl, and with no strength at all, I managed to puncture your tire, which means there must be an issue with its quality. Alright, you should move aside and cool off. Don't disturb Grandpa while he works. Chundong felt like crying, but could only rush to Qin Zhan, exclaiming, President, are you just going to let them treat our car as a toy? Having a bicycle repairman fix a Rolls-Royce is pure nonsense. Qin Zhan merely displayed a meaningful smile. What harm is there in letting her have some fun? He's gone mad. Our president is infatuated with that girl. Before long, another boy on a mountain bike. He was also wearing the Emperor University uniform, exuding sunshine and vitality. He took out a pump from his backpack and looked incredulously at Tang Yu. Sis, you can't be planning to inflate that big car, right? Tang Yu blinked her innocent eyes. Why not? Let's see. Though the manufacturer claims this is a universal pump, none of his customers have ever bought it to inflate a car tire. After Grandpa Zhang finished repairing the tire, Tang Yu Chun began to inflate the tire. But his pump had a rather low capacity. After several minutes of effort, he barely filled half the tire. Qin Zhan walked over and asked Tang Yu, is this your brother? Yes, what about it? Nothing. Then Qin Zhan patted Tang Yu Chin's shoulder. Brother, you should take a break. He then glanced at Chundong, who understood immediately. Right, inflating is quite tiring. Little brother, take a break. Oh sure, thank you. Tang Yu Chin stepped aside, racking his brain. Something was deeply amiss. He whispered to his elder sister, do you know this car owner? No, I don't, she replied. But I'm the one who punctured his tire. Tang Yu Chun was even more startled. Then is he mentally unsound? Tang Yu rolled her eyes. Does he strike you as unhinged? He shook his head. One must never judge by appearances. Only someone truly unbalanced would let a luxury Rolls-Royce will be ruined so recklessly. Let me tell you, sister, this wheel alone costs no less than 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Even if you sold everything you own, it wouldn't cover the damage. Don't worry, I've got it under control. After all, it's just a single wheel. She can afford to replace the entire car. As the two chatted, they had no idea their entire conversation had been overheard by Qin Zhan standing nearby. It wasn't eavesdropping, it was sheer auditory acuity. Since childhood, he could hear a needle drop clearly within 10 meters. So this young man thought him deranged. How naive. Yet the youth had hit upon a telling point. They seemed impoverished. Even 40 or 50,000 yuan was beyond their reach. A bicycle tire patch would certainly not hold on an automobile wheel. Should he then seize the moment and ask the girl to compensate him directly? But would that make him appear utterly graceless? Just as he hesitated, Elder Zhang suddenly spoke up. The tire's patched. Go ahead and mount the wheel. Got it, Elder? Qin Zhan. 3 minutes later, after lowering the jack and packing away his toolkit, Tang Yu smiled brightly. Flawless. Goodbye. She turned to leave on her skateboard when a voice called out, hey, young lady, wait a moment. Chundong hurriedly stopped her. Anything else? Huh. Han Qin Yu eyed him warily. The car's already repaired. Do you intend to stage a scam? Chundong replied gravely, what if the repair fails? Here's my suggestion, give me your phone number. Should anything arise, I'll know how to reach you. This young woman had quite unexpectedly caught the attention of his CEO. Though young, she was an opportunity not to be missed. Fine, I understand. Tang Yu, ever responsible, jotted down her number on a scrap of paper and handed it over. Chundong asked, and your name? I'm Tang Yu. My family lives at No. 28, on this street. Understood. Goodbye. Once inside the car, Chundong passed the slip to Qin Zhan. Sir, since the vehicle belongs to you, perhaps you should handle any follow-up contact. That girl is merely a student. Why keep her number? Even if the tire does fail, she couldn't possibly afford compensation. Yes. Chundong nodded with a smile, then caught in the rearview mirror his CEO fumbling awkwardly with his phone, jabbing at the keypad like a novice. As Tang Yu and Tang Yu Chun entered their modest courtyard, a sharp, disdainful voice pierced through the living room. Our Yin family ranks among the world's top 500 conglomerates, and my son Shu Hao is a brilliant overseas educated gentleman. Look at your shabby two-story house, and that humble pancake stand right by your gate. Tisk tisk tsk. Truly poverty clings to you like beggar's rags. How could a daughter raised in such squalor possibly match my son? So be sensible, sign the annulment agreement, and let our families part ways forever. Without even glancing, she knew instantly this was Qin Xianglin, matriarch of the Yin family. Though she'd never dated in her 20 years, her grandmother and the Yin family's matriarch had betrothed her at birth to the Yin heir. Yet 3 years ago, both grandmothers passed away, making the Yin family's withdrawal from the engagement, and now the agreement is signed. From this moment forth, my daughter Tang Yue and your son Yin Shihao are released from their engagement. Marriage and courtship shall be entirely independent of one another. And her father Tang Qinghua's voice echoed once more from within the room. Father. And Tang Yue stepped inside and gently slipped her arm through his. In her sweet smile conveyed boundless comfort. Her father had once been a scion of aristocratic wealth. To suffer such public humiliation must have pierced his heart with profound anguish. Tang Qinghua patted her hand and smiled. From now on, Yue may freely pursue a young man who captures her heart, unfettered by any obligation. The elite families, glittering on the surface yet rotten at their core. And all he desired was for his daughter to live a life of peace and joy. That the Yin family sought to dissolve the engagement suited him perfectly. Mother, I think we shouldn't withdraw from this engagement after all. And suddenly Yin Shihao spoke up from where he sat. And though his words were addressed to Qin Xianglin, his gaze remained fixed upon Tang Yue. This girl possessed porcelain-fair skin and exquisite features. So pure and ethereal, she seemed a celestial maiden descended from heaven itself. And even in her school uniform, her graceful figure shone unmistakably, truly breathtaking. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than his mother, and Qin Xianglin understood precisely what Yin Shihao was thinking. She said, Shihao, with your pedigree, you could have any woman you desire. But the Tang family has fallen into destitution. If you marry a daughter born into such circumstances, you'll be mocked endlessly. Haven't I told you before? You may choose whomever you please for fleeting romance, but the woman you formally wed must hail from a prestigious, powerful household. Do you understand? Before Yin Shihao could reply, Tang Yuqin seized a broom and began driving them out. And get out. All of you, get out now. Don't even think your son, a toad gazing at the moon, deserves to so much as hold my sister's shoes. The annulment contract is signed. What business do you have lingering here? Just leave, immediately, and oh, what are you doing? No manners whatsoever. Qin Xianglin stumbled backward in alarm. And Pa, you call yourself scion of the Qin clan, the so-called foremost aristocratic house, yet you hurl insults without restraint. Where lies your cultivation? Where your upbringing? Tang Yuqin sneered. And, you little brat, who are you calling names? Qin Xianglin, eldest daughter of the Qin family, had been raised in opulence and adulation. Never before had she endured such contempt. Her eyes flared crimson with fury. Bai Yolan, Tang Yue's mother, strode forward brandishing an iron shovel, her face flushed with indignation, and pointed it squarely at Qin Xianglin. Madam Yan, you've achieved your purpose. Our Tang family may not aspire to your heights, but neither are we easy prey. I have nothing left to lose, and this tool in my hand sees no master. If you don't depart immediately, I may well slash your face open, and when the constables arrive, they'll charge you with unlawful trespassing. Oomph. Qin Xianglin gritted her teeth, powerless to retaliate. Riffraff. Utter riffraff. Shihao, let's go. And after they departed, the door clicked shut behind them. Bai Yulan dropped the shovel with a clang and exhaled deeply. Ha ha ha. At last that long-standing burden is lifted. My precious daughter is finally free to love as she chooses. And Tang Qinghua burst into laughter. Tonight calls for celebration. I'll go buy some hairy crabs. My darling daughter loves dumplings. Pick up some pork belly too. And of course, and with that Tang Qinghua hopped onto his electric scooter and rode off. The abrupt shift in tone left Tang Yue and Tang Yuqin momentarily stunned. In that evening, Tang Qinghua took charge of cooking. Bai Yulan minced the filling and Tang Yuqin wrapped the dumplings. Tang Yue's sole responsibility, playing video games. And the dinner was sumptuous hairy crabs, spicy shrimp, crispy fried fish, glutinous rice, chicken, sweet and sour spare ribs, lettuce, cabbage, and of course dumplings and red wine. Tang Yue couldn't help but whistle softly. This truly was a celebration in every sense. After dinner, Tang Yuqin took a wad of cash from his backpack and placed it before Bai Yulan. Mom, this is what I earned this month. Just over 5,000 yuan. It's all for you. Oh my son is amazing. Bai Yulan beamed, unable to contain her smile. Tang Yue also produced a stack from her bag. This is mine. Tang Qinghua exclaimed in surprise. Daughter, is this tens of thousands? He sipped his tea, his heart swelling with happiness. Although his current life lacked the splendor he once enjoyed with the Tang family, their family's unity and warm affection were the greatest treasures of his life. Tang Yue smiled. Heh, my comics sold well this month. She did draw comics part-time, but only for the love of it. Sporadic work that yielded only a few thousand a month. These days, she made most of her income from live streaming. If one asked why she took to live streaming, perhaps it was to rob the rich and aid the poor. She donated 90% of what she earned. He'll work harder. He'll become President Tang someday. Tang Yuqin said as he arranged newly arrived goods preparing for his street stall. At Daida University, there were no compulsory evening classes, and from the very first day Tang Yuqin had been scheming how to use the nights to make money. His classmates washed dishes, scrubbed pans, and took part in promotions, but those jobs could not satisfy his ambitions. After much thought, he decided that true wealth would come only from starting a business. A penniless student, he began with a stall. In his 4th month vending, he was already bringing in 10,000 yuan a month. After paying living expenses and reinvesting in the enterprise, he sent the remainder home. He planned to proceed step by step, found a company, build factories. Are nobles born so? He mused. To a decade hence the top chair in commerce might well belong not to Qin Zhan but to him. With his goods loaded onto an electric tricycle, Tang Yuqin rode through the streets hawking mops, brooms, air pumps, socks, hair ties, oversized boxers. Watching his proud, energetic figure recede, Tang Yue longed to lend a hand. Yet she knew that to become someone of stature, she must climb to the summit by her own effort. Anything handed to her would be an unstable foundation that might crumble at the slightest gust. Afterward, she bade her parents farewell and returned to the apartment she had bought. The apartment was near the university, within walking distance. Best of all, it had been soundproofed, so her screams would not disturb the neighbors. She applied a Lala-style makeup, donned a ruffled Lolita dress, so transformed that even her mother might not recognize her, and began a live stream. Within 3 seconds, the viewer count surged past 10,000. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Yi. Welcome Tangs to my live stream. The chat erupted. Wow, our little star is so adorably cute today. I want to pinch those cheeks. I'm your mama fan. Love you so much. What sort of person could give birth to such an adorable girl? Ma. Meanwhile, at the Qin family, Mrs. Qin Su Shumi, dining at the table, cried out into her phone. My darling is live. I'm going to send her Huazi. Whoosh. 10 Huazi gifts floated across Tang Yu's public chat feed. Thank you Tang Mama for the Huazi. Workers, office staff, and students. If you truly have no means, please do not send gifts or you'll be kicked out. Su Shumi's saccharine voice coming from the phone made Qin Zhan, who had always found live streaming vulgar, steal a glance. The young live streamer possessed delicate features and a sweet smile. So charming she resembled a yet something about her seemed strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite recall where he'd seen her before. Seeing her son's interest, Su Shumi smiled and placed the phone before him. 4th son, take a look. My daughter-in-law is utterly adorable and stunning. How about I introduce her to you as your future wife? Your wife has completely lost herself in fantasy, Qin Zhan remarked, glancing at his father Qin Lianjing. Don't you intend to rein her in? Is she truly longing for a daughter? Or has she gone mad over finding you a daughter-in-law? Now she's even introducing internet celebrities to me. My wife only chooses the finest, Qin Lianjing replied, without looking up from his soup. Perhaps in her eyes you're not even worthy of that popular streamer, Tang Yi. My husband truly understands me, Su Shumi declared. My daughter-in-law is no ordinary influencer. Her live streams radiate positivity or offer light-hearted humor to relieve stress, and whenever she sells goods, they're all authentic, high-quality items. Even during live stream duels, she challenges opponents to perform charitable acts upon defeat, delivering water to sanitation workers, donating rice and flour to orphanages, or bringing warmth to lonely elders. Our Yi is a celestial fairy descended from heaven. 4th son truly falls short of her grace. Qin Zhan set down his chopsticks. One must descend into madness to attain enlightenment. Whether she's divine remains uncertain, but you mother are already ascending. Su Shumi huffed. Why am I nearing ascension? Blame it entirely on you. If only you'd give me a precious granddaughter, would I need to scour the internet for a daughter-in-law? She had borne 4 sons in her lifetime. Her eldest devoted himself to scientific research, the second pursued medicine, the third lived as a carefree bachelor staunchly opposed to marriage. Her sole hope rested on her 4th son, handsome, tall, wealthy, and his timely marriage and offspring. Yet rumors swirled that his sexual orientation was unconventional. Sigh, what sins had she committed in her past life that heaven would send these 4 sons to torment her? At the mention of children, Tang Yue's exquisite playful face unexpectedly surfaced in Qin Zhan's mind. That girl was so beautiful. Any daughter she bore would surely be enchanting. But then he recoiled, chiding himself for such absurdity. She was still a student. Her radiant life barely begun. Oh, how could she possibly bear a child so soon? Damn it. He found himself inexplicably yearning to see her. Irresistibly, uncontrollably. I have matters to attend to. I'll return to my residence now. With that he rose and strode out the door. Behind him Su Shumi's anxious voice trailed after him, husband, look at fourth son. He flees the moment marriage or children are mentioned. Could it be? He truly prefers men. Wife, set your heart at ease. I believe fourth son is simply too exceptional. He hasn't yet met the one who will stir his heart. Halfway there in his Rolls-Royce, Qin Zhan suddenly pulled over to the roadside. He dialed an auto repair service. 10 minutes later a tow truck arrived and 2 mechanics stepped out. Hello, did you call to report a flat tire? Qin Zhan stepped out of the car and handed each man a thick wad of red bills. The right rear tire has a fresh patch. Puncture it discreetly, ensuring the deflation appears perfectly natural and leaves no trace. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Though baffled by the eccentric request, they knew one truth: when payment was generous, dismantling the car would pose no hesitation. Once the tire was fully deflated, Qin Zhan snapped a photograph, then opened his contacts and sent it to the name labeled obedient little girl. While streaming, Tang Yue had to halt the broadcast after seeing the photo. She placed a call. Hello. The line was answered almost immediately by a voice that was deep and pleasing. She had assumed it would be the driver, but to her surprise it was the car owner himself. Oh, the tire's flat again, right? Normally a repaired tire should last months. Could a Rolls-Royce really be so delicate? Yes. Tang Yue had punctured his tire to humble the owner, and to vent her own anger, she had no intention of wasting more time on the matter. How much for a new tire? In the darkness, Qin Zhan's lips quirked upward. The little brat was taking the bait. 600,000 yuan. Before Tang Yue could reply, he continued, if you don't have the money, come to my house and work as my servant for a month, then, well, consider it settled. A month would be long enough for the girl to fall hopelessly for him. Well, thanks for the offer. Give me an account, and he'll transfer 610,000 yuan. Now the extra 10,000 is compensation for emotional distress. You have money. Qin Zhan frowned in disbelief. Do you take me for a pushover? If I couldn't afford it, would I have dared slash your tire? I'm simply teaching wealthy people like you a lesson with a few 100,000. There are always greater heights and greater people. Even an ant must not be disregarded. Yes, you're right. Tang Yue's boldness only heightened Qin Zhan's interest in her. His tone softened and faltered. Well, little girl, it's not about the money now. I'm halfway up the mountain, there's no one around, and I can't get a car. Someone of your means surely has many friends. You just call one to fetch you, can't you? Wrong. Heights are cold. The more successful one is, the lonelier one becomes. I have no friends. My parents are old and go to bed early. My staff have finished work, so I suppose I'll have to trouble you to come pick me up. Tang Yue sighed in exasperation. Fine, send me your location. All right, thank you. After hanging up, Qin Zhan lit a cigarette. The thought of soon seeing that girl filled him with an inexplicable lightness. On a whim, he opened the streaming app. By chance it showed the lowly idol Tang Yi, whom his mother followed. To figure out whom the girl resembled, he entered her livestream. To his surprise, she was very popular. 1.2 million viewers watching, topping the popularity charts. Pink square gifs drifted across the screen without pause. At that moment, a male streamer named Wang Zai was connected to her live feed. Wang Zai: Tang Yi, what is that hideous makeup today? Tang Yi shot back, if it's a PK, then do it. Stop complaining, I'm not playing along with any script. Wang Zai gave an awkward laugh. Oh, as the app's top streamer, he understood the mechanics of PK battles well. When two streamers linked their feeds, they trade insults to stoke animosity and drive each other's fans to send gifts. The greater the hatred, the bigger the spectacle, the higher the viewership, and the more money flows in. But Tang Yi was an exception, wildly capricious. Her streaming times were unpredictable. She went live whenever she pleased, and sometimes vanished for 3 days straight. Her style shifted constantly. Lowly ancient costume, imperious beauty, cultured genius. She performed alone. Forget a team, she didn't even have an assistant. And yet she was blazing hot. Wang Zai: fine, what are the stakes? Tang Yi, the loser, must go to the hospital, find 5 critically ill impoverished patients, and donate 30,000 yuan to each. That amounted to a total of 150,000 yuan. This wasn't trivial even for a superstar like Wang Zai. After accounting for the money funneled back to the big spenders who buy gifts, a single PK could net tens of thousands at best, and only a few thousand at worst. In other words, if Wang Zai accepted Tang Yi's penalty, he might well lose out financially today. Still, he agreed. At once, fine, well, donate to the patients. Such a punishment attracted followers. Even in defeat, it was effectively a win. The livestream duel began. Wang Zai bellowed at the top of his lungs. Brothers, charge. I refuse to lose to a mere girl. Elders, lend me your support. Even a single heart emoji. Give it all you've got. Meanwhile, Tang Yi smiled sweetly. Let me sing a song for my Tang Tang fans. Tang Tang was her affectionate name for her followers. Ahem. Today I'll sing the simpler the happier. You speak of the road home, where trees burst with blossoms, where autumn winds set flowers dancing, where sunlight shatters upon the lake like scattered glass. In an unfamiliar city that makes one want to weep. Her voice rang clear and pure, like orioles trilling, like mountain springs striking stone, like celestial melodies echoing across a mist-shrouded valley. The screen flooded with praise. Wow, E is incredible. What a stunning voice. E is the most beautiful and talented streamer online, no debate. Radiant in appearance, kind and heart brimming with positivity. She's no ordinary mortal. She's surely a fairy descended from heaven. Qin stood momentarily stunned. The melody had stilled his restless worldly heart, as if by divine grace. Without thinking, he tapped follow on Tang Yi's profile. The duel ended, and Wang's eye lost unequivocally. The more Qin watched Tang Yi, the more familiar she seemed. Yet he was certain among all those he knew no such person existed. Where had he seen her before? Unable to recall, he dismissed the thought entirely. Just as he reached for his phone to call Tang Yue and ask when she'd arrive, a tow truck bearing the insignia of a rescue team pulled up beside him. For people disembarked. Sir, a young lady phoned us, saying you were stranded halfway up the mountain. We've come to assist you. It's chilly tonight. Please get in the vehicle. We'll tow your car as well. Qin froze. Icy fury surged through his veins, blazing hot at his temples. All of you, get out of here now. The rescuers hesitated, baffled. Was this man unhinged? But his aura was terrifying, cold, lethal, like Satan himself, unblinking after slaughter. Not a word dared escape their lips. Under the pitch-black sky and howling wind, who knew what fate awaited them? They scrambled back into the truck, revved the engine, and sped away in a blur. Qin gripped his phone so tightly he could crush it. That little girl, truly something else. He paced back and forth several times before calming himself, then dialed Tang Yue. Feigning ignorance, "Hey, where are you?" "I'm not coming," Tang Yue replied matter-of-factly. "It's late at night. A young woman shouldn't go out, especially up a mountain. What if she encounters wild beasts, or worse, ill-intentioned men? So I summoned a rescue team for you. They should be there by now. I'll give them another nudge. Just wait patiently. Bye." She hung up without another word. Qin lit a cigarette, frustration tightening his jaw. Why had he chosen such a wretched place? It was already past 9 o'clock. No sensible young woman would climb halfway up a mountain to meet a stranger. He abandoned his car and walked down the mountain alone. As he strode, he texted Tang Yue, "I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. It's well lit there. You won't need to worry." Tang Yue was utterly exasperated. "What I fear isn't the dark. I fear you. I fear entanglement with wealthy elites like you. Don't you understand?" She called the rescue team again, only to be abruptly disconnected. Then came a text, "Miss, we're unable to fulfill this request." Tang Yue sighed, washed her face, changed clothes, and headed out. She drove her petite convertible, navigated to the coordinates Qin had sent, and found it wasn't far at all. In just over 10 minutes she arrived. He stood under the streetlight, dressed in a sleek black suit with one hand tucked into his pants pocket, exuding an allure that took one's breath away. Qin, initially filled with anger, felt his mood uplifted significantly when he saw her face, resembling a water lily, emerging from the water. As he settled into the passenger seat, he looked at her and flashed a captivating smile. "Xiao Yue, I truly appreciate you coming out to pick me up at this hour. Let me treat you to a late-night snack." Tang Yu crossed her arms. "We aren't that familiar, are we? Calling me by such an endearing name, do you have ulterior motives?" The question was too direct, catching Qin off guard for a moment. "What could a poor student like me possibly offer you? Are you implying that I'm young? I've heard that wealthy uncles like you have peculiar preferences, and pedophilia is one of..." Qin was truly. In ancient times, someone your age would already have several children. You hardly qualify as a child. Was she referring to him as the immoral person she mentioned on the phone? Yet she seemed to have a point. He had gone to such lengths to call a girl out in the dead of night. If he claimed to have no intentions, he would not believe it himself. But what intentions could he possibly have? He merely wished to see her. Tang, you didn't want to engage in too much conversation with him. "Give me a bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. From now on, we'll be even." Being even meant they would no longer see each other. Qin was unwilling. "A bank account number that long? I can't remember that. Can't you just take out your bank card and read it out?" Tang Yu now felt her brother was right. This man was quite clueless. "I didn't bring my bank card." "Forget it. I'll take you back. I haven't had dinner yet. Can you take me to eat first?" She tried to remain calm, thinking to herself, one must send the Buddha all the way to the west. "What do you want to eat?" Qin let out a heavy sigh, looking troubled. "I've been under too much pressure lately. It doesn't matter whether I eat or not. I just want to drink something." Tang Yu glanced at the time. "Then I'll take you to a place, but you mustn't complain. Don't worry, I'll only express gratitude." Qin fastened his seatbelt, struggling to contain his smile. Fortunately, Tang Yu focused on the road and didn't look at him. After a while, the car stopped outside a large outdoor barbecue stall. Qin looked at the boisterous men at the tables, inwardly resisting. But Tang Yu seemed to be a regular here. She familiarized herself with the owner, 2 gene of crayfish, 1 gene of lamb skewers, and a case of beer. Qin found it hard to swallow anything here. but beer was enough. Tang Yu opened a bottle and placed it in front of him. It's all yours, drink up. Thank you. Qin Zhan poured the beer into a disposable cup and swirled it slightly. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile watching him drink the barbecue stall's beer as if it were fine wine from a five-star hotel. She didn't want to associate with the wealthy, but this handsome man was indeed quite pleasant to the eyes. By the time the dishes arrived, Qin Zhan had already downed 2 bottles of beer. Tang Yu couldn't help but click her tongue, realizing he was genuinely troubled. She handed him a lamb skewer. Don't just drink. Eat something, or it will hurt your stomach. Qin Zhan refused. 1,000 thoughts of refusal. But looking into her clear eyes, he couldn't help but take it, and took a bite. To his surprise, it tasted quite good. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Suddenly, 2 rough-looking men approached. One of them, a bald man, stared at Han Qing Yuan, nearly drooling. Get lost. Qin Zhan uttered a single cold word, yet his eyes bore the intimidating aura of 1,000 soldiers. The 2 men were taken aback, instinctively wanting to retreat. However, the bald man had been around for years and had a bit of money in his hands, considering himself quite formidable. He steadied his nerves and dismissed Qin Zhan. Cursing under his breath, he said, "How dare you speak to your grandfather like that?" Bang! Before he could finish, a wine bottle in Qin Zhan's hand struck him on the head. Blood streamed down his face as the bald man let out a sharp scream, consumed by rage. Grabbing a chair, he hurled it at Qin Zhan. Dare to hit your grandfather. I will take your life. Qin Zhan didn't even rise from his seat. He lifted his leg and kicked him far away. The bald man wasn't foolish either. Seeing that Qin Zhan was a martial artist, he got up from the ground and said fiercely, "If you have the guts, wait here. I'm calling for backup." Qin Zhan gave a faint smile, charmingly wicked. "Sure'll wait. If you don't come, you're the loser." Although the fight lasted only a minute, the surrounding guests felt a chill at the sight of Qin Zhan. This man, though every gesture was filled with nobility, appeared far more terrifying than the tattooed thugs. They instinctively moved the dining table 10 meters away. Some timid ones directly settled the bill and left. Qin Zhan looked at Tang Yue, his expression instantly softening. "Yue, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can make you frown." Tang Yue, while peeling a shrimp, paused at his words. "You haven't drunk too much, have you?" Qin Zhan smiled, but did not respond, opening another bottle of wine. By the time he finished the 6th bottle, Tang Yue was already full. Most of the surrounding guests had dispersed. "Stop drinking and let me take you home." Qin Zhan's eyes were slightly red, his gaze dreamy and heavy. Completely intoxicated, he said, "I can still drink. Bring me another bottle." "No more drinking, let's go." Tang Yue reached out to pull him, and Qin Zhan casually draped his arm over her shoulder. The faint scent of gardenia filled his nostrils, refreshing and delightful. He felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his embrace. But today was only their first day of acquaintance. He didn't want to overstep, fearing it would leave a bad impression on her. As Tang Yue helped him to the car, just before getting in, she saw the bald man really leading a group of people, over exuding a murderous aura. "Brothers, charge. Maim the men and capture the women alive." The bald man lit a cigar, fully embracing the role of a big boss. Tang Yue brushed her hair away from her forehead, feeling a bit irritable. "Is this never ending?" "Stand still and don't move," she said to Qin Zhan before turning her icy gaze toward the bald man. She leaped over the thugs and kicked the bald man to the ground. It hurts. I'm going to die. Brothers, help me. Beat this little BTCH." Bang! Tang Yue stepped on the bald man's chest, saying, "Isn't what you just received enough? Coming again to deliver your own head? With you being such a bully, do you believe I'll just chop off your little brother? You dare?" The bald man trembled in fear, feeling utterly out of control, and unexpectedly wet himself. Brothers, what are you all standing there for? Beat her up." Everyone looked at each other, eventually deciding to charge. Tang Yue turned her head, her cold gaze sweeping over them. "I dare you to move. If anyone dares to take a step, I'll chop off a finger." In the dim light, she looked like a dream. Yet she was also as fierce as a devil from hell. Qin Zhan found himself leaning against the car, arms crossed, gazing at Tang Yue, whose eyes reflected not a trace of drunkenness, only endless surprise and fervor. This little girl had completely reshaped his perception of women numerous times in just one day. Each encounter struck deeply at his soul, leaving him unable to resist. In the depths of his being, he felt that fate had left him heartless and loveless all these years, solely to await her arrival. "Little girl, I've fallen for you. You cannot escape. This woman is not human. She's a ghost." "Everyone run!" someone shouted, and the bald man's lackeys scattered in all directions. "Please, my lady, spare me, woo-woo. I beg you to spare me." The bald man trembled in fear, terrified that Tang Yue might crush his neck with a single step. "I never want to see you on this street again. If I do, I will strike you every time, understand?" The bald man nodded vigorously. Understood. "I promise to stay indoors. Thank you for sparing my life, my lady." "Get lost." Tang Yue turned to walk back to the car, and Qin Zhan resumed his drunken appearance. "Little Yue, You're amazing. Don't let them escape, hit them again. Alright, I'll take you home. Tang Yu coaxed him like a child, pushing him into the car. Where do you live? I live by the sea. Where by the sea? Um. Before he could finish, Qin Zhan leaned back in his seat and fell asleep. Hey, no sleeping, where is your home? Tang Yu was annoyed and slapped him on the shoulder, but he didn't even flutter an eyelid. Damn, where should she take him? She really felt like she could die from her own foolishness. She should have asked for his address while they were eating. At this point, it wasn't just that she didn't know where he lived, as she didn't even know his name. Bringing him back to her house was definitely out of the question, or it would raise too many eyebrows. Suddenly, Tang Yu had a flash of inspiration. After driving back to the parking lot, she got out of the car, and Qin Zhan finally opened his eyes, somewhat bewildered. Did this little girl really intend to leave him in the car? Just as he was pondering what to do next, Tang Yu returned, cradling a blanket. Qin Zhan instantly understood her intention. She was indeed planning to let him spend the night in the car. This little girl definitely did not read romance novels or idol dramas. Otherwise, she wouldn't be unaware that the best ensuing scenario would be to take him the male lead home and deepen their relationship. But given the situation, he could only continue pretending to sleep. Tang Yu opened the car door, adjusted his seat back to the lowest position to make him more comfortable. She slightly opened the window for ventilation and then draped her pink blanket embroidered with jasmine flowers. Gazing at the man's unparalleled beauty before her, Tang Yu couldn't help but say, "In truth, we are strangers. Lending you the car and the blanket for a night is already a great kindness. Good night, sweet dreams." With that, she closed the car door without a second thought and turned to leave. To be honest, Tang Yu's petite frame couldn't accommodate Qin Zhan's long legs at all. Given his temperament, he would never willingly subject himself to sleeping in a car overnight. Yet feeling her soft blanket and inhaling the faint jasmine scent, he surprisingly felt a sense of happiness in this confined space. He closed his eyes and soon fell asleep, truly experiencing a night of good dreams in which Tang Yu constantly smiled sweetly at him. He had not expected that when Tang Yu arrived that morning, she would pull him out of the car and press a small travel bag into his hands. "There is 610,000 yuan in cash inside. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Goodbye." With that, she locked the car, hugged her books, and headed to class. Tang Yu. Qin Zhan instinctively seized her arm, sorrow that would not be dispelled staining his deep eyes. "Do you loathe me so completely? So eager to sever all ties with me?" Tang Chuyi was left stunned by his words. "It is only right that I repay you. What has that to do with whether I like you or not? I thought that after we ate together last night, and even fought together, we would be friends. I never imagined you would be holding money so early in the morning and speak to me with such cruelty." Qin Zhan hurled the travel bag onto the ground. "I will not accept this money." With that, he strode away, and if Tang Yu was speechless. There must be something wrong with his head, she thought. As she shoved the bag into the car, she cursed inwardly. "What kind of so-called friend are you? I don't even know your name." Yet for some reason, watching his solitary retreat stirred an inexplicable irritation within her. She arrived at school just as the bell for class rang. Fortunately, her 10-year confidant Mu Zichuan had saved her a seat, sparing her from having to sit against the wall. Before long, their pot-bellied counselor walked in. "I hereby announce that from today, our marketing major will have no more classes. The next 2 months are your internship period and time to write your theses. Each student's internship placement has been arranged. If the supervisors at your assigned company give you a failing grade during the internship, you will not be awarded your diploma and must repeat the year." The counselor's announcement set the class alight. Hooray! After nearly 20 years of study, it's finally come. Internships even pay. They'll start earning money, how wonderful. But what if we encounter a terrible supervisor who deliberately sabotages our scores? What if I can't graduate? That won't happen. We are as students the pride of the school. We'll excel wherever we go. Tang Yu had originally paid little heed to her classmates' chatter, but she never imagined that in the end, she would become the one deliberately marked down by a supervisor. That, of course, is a story for later. After the internship rosters were distributed, those assigned to major companies celebrated like it was New Year. Those sent to small firms wore faces as mournful as if attending a funeral. "Bauer, I got Dingfan Entertainment. Where were you placed?" Tang Yu looked on the verge of tears. "Zhongjue Group." Mu Zichuan curled his lip. "It can't possibly be Zhongjue headquarters, can it? It really is Zhongjue headquarters home appliance marketing department." He cast her a sympathetic glance. "What rotten luck have you drawn? Only about 10 students from our school intern at Zhongjue each year, and 8 of them fail. But don't be afraid if you become one of the 2 who pass and are fortunate enough to stay at Zhongjue, your prospects will. Zhongjue Group is the nation's largest conglomerate, ranking as high as 3rd globally. It encompasses real estate, home appliances, catering, touching virtually every industry. Because of their young CEO's iron-fisted management, interns face only 2 outcomes: outstanding or unqualified. The outstanding are retained, the unqualified are sent back to school. Thus Zhongjue is both heaven and hell for their graduating students. Being assigned to Zhongjue leaves them torn between elation and dread. Tang Yue was no exception. She had no desire to work, no ambition to strive, she merely wanted to laze through life and scrape together a diploma. Why must it be so difficult? I'm so overwhelmed. Mu Zichuan could not stand seeing her frown. He gently patted her head, comforting her. It's all right, it's all right. Although Zhongjue is currently under the control of Qin Si Xiao, my grandfather has a good relationship with Mr. Qin. When the time comes, I'll have my grandfather make an introduction, and this matter will be 99% assured. Okay, it's all up to you. Although Tang Yue said so, she still felt quite worried. It is said that the new president of Zhongjue is cold-blooded and ruthless, strict and unpredictable, and the employees he brings out are all efficient and capable. The chance of her encountering a reasonable boss is zero. Most importantly, Zhongjue belongs to the Qin family, the most prominent family in Huadu, and the Qin family is also the family of Qin Xiangli. Sigh, let's take it one step at a time. From now on, she will go to work on time and work diligently. Chuaner, the 2 months of hard times are coming. Let's go have some fun tonight. After filling up and having fun, it's time to work hard. Mu Zichuan put his arm around her shoulders, saying, no problem tonight, they'll treat you to Guhuang. Guhuang is the largest entertainment venue in the capital where the wealthy gather. Spending $1 million in a night is both easy and enjoyable. But for Mu Zichuan, that is just a drop in the bucket. Guhuang has various restaurants. French pigeon meat pie, pan-seared foie gras with blueberry sauce, roast salmon with caviar, pan-fried turbot, St. Jacques scallops, onion soup, and a bottle of red wine from 82. Come on, my dear, cheers. Cheers, my Chuaner. Just as the two set down their wine glasses and prepared to use their knives and forks, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Oh, aren't these two my classmates? A girl dressed in a striking red dress approached, followed by 3 seemingly cheap socialites. Mu Zichuan glanced at her sarcastically, saying, what a downer. Even when going out for a meal, I run into a wild hen making noise. Wang Ruoqi, can't you have a little self-awareness? Wang Ruoqi was completely unconcerned about Mu Zichuan and of course knew that Mu Zichuan's family was wealthy and that she could not provoke her. Thus, no matter how harshly Mu Zichuan spoke, she acted as if she couldn't hear. What she truly despised was Tang Yue, because among the entire class, only Tang Yue was more beautiful than her. With Tang Yue around, her own beauty would forever be overshadowed. Even the senior she liked was particularly fond of Tang Yue, and she had the audacity to reject him. As a result, every time she saw Tang Yue's aloof demeanor, she couldn't help but want to trample her underfoot. This time was no exception. She looked at Tang Yue, arms crossed and chin held high, saying, Tang Yue, I heard your family runs a pancake shop. Your parents work hard from dawn till dusk, and their entire year's earnings wouldn't be enough for you to eat here once, right? Oh, I forgot you wouldn't even pay for your own meals. You always mooch off Mu Zichuan, tsk. You eat Mu Zichuan's food, and the Cartier bracelet on your wrist is also from her, right? Tang Yue couldn't be bothered to respond to her. This foie gras was simply too delicious. Mu Zichuan snorted coldly, saying, sorry to disappoint you, but the bracelet on my wrist is a pair with my dears. We bought them to commemorate our 10th anniversary, and she gave it to me. Not expensive, just over 200,000 for one. I believe classmate Wang, you could buy 10 of them in one go. Her words struck a nerve with Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi's family is from a third-tier city, and they are reasonably well off. They live in a row house worth several million, and she has always excelled in school since childhood, which made her rather conceited. However, after she enrolled at the Imperial University, she discovered that the rich heirs here were as numerous as cows in a pasture. Whenever they spent money, it was in the hundreds of thousands or millions, while her parents only gave her 5,000 yuan in pocket money each month. She would have to go without food and drink for 4 years in college just to afford a 200,000 yuan bracelet. The reason she came here today was merely to share a table and take pictures with others. But she absolutely did not believe that the bracelet was a gift from Tang Yue. Without waiting for Wang Ruoqi to finish, Tang Yue disdainfully glanced at her. If your best friend is willing to support you, why don't you find a wealthy friend to support you too? Mu Zichuan chuckled. How could she find one? Her character is lacking. After saying that, she looked at the 3 people behind Wang Ruoqi, her mockery more pronounced. Babe, we were wrong, look at all her friends here. One will treat her to dinner, another will buy her an Hermes, and one will gift her a Ferrari. Our classmate Wang will soon transform into a true socialite. Yes, a true socialite. We can't compare to such classmates. Come on, Chuaner, let's drink to that, and continue our meal. Mu Zichuan raised her wine glass, and the air of wealth was vividly displayed. Cheers. Wang Ruoqi ignored, raised her head, and smiled. You don't need to mock me. Let me tell you, I got an internship at Zhongjue Group. My cousin is a high-ranking official there, so I'm sure to stay. Soon enough you won't be able to reach my level, haha. With that she turned proudly like a peacock and left. Tang Yue instantly lost her appetite. I wouldn't be so unlucky as to be in the same department as her, would I? Since we are marketing majors, naturally the internship will be in the marketing department. You're likely to be colleagues with her in the future. Sighed. Tang Yue sighed heavily, feeling despondent. I think this year I might not graduate. Don't worry, I will definitely ensure you graduate. If Dijue dares to hold you back, he'll have my grandfather block the door of the Qin family every day. Ha ha. Tang Yue was amused by her feeling much better and continued to eat. It was a pity that just as the meal finished, Mu Zichuan was called home by her mother with a phone call. Tang Yue thought she shouldn't have come for nothing and decided to go to the bar on the first floor for a few drinks. The colorful lights flashed and the booming music was deafening. Tang Yue's mood lifted and she even whistled at the DJ on stage. She ordered a bottle of whiskey and quickly drank several glasses, reaching a tipsy state. Just as she was about to leave, a man's voice suddenly came from beside her. Tang Yue. She turned her head and saw a person she loathed immensely. Her ex-fiancé Yin Shuhua. What do you want? Her tone was far from pleasant. Under the dazzling lights, Tang Yue's delicate face was as beautiful as a fairy. Just looking at her made Yin Shuhua's breath quicken. Why are you drinking here alone? The prices here are quite high. Why don't we drink together? They'll treat you. Throughout his life he had traveled to many countries and met countless beautiful women, but none could compare to Tang Yue, who took his breath away at first sight. Sorry, I've had enough to drink. Tang Yue set down her glass and stood up to leave. However, Yin Shuhua grabbed her arm, revealing a sarcastic smile. There's no need to pretend like that. Get lost. Tang Yue shook him off. Your dirty hands are unworthy to touch me. She regretted not checking the calendar before going out today, as she kept running into unpleasant people. Oh, I see you're still angry about me calling off our engagement. I know you wanted to marry me. Ooh, I like you too. But darling, marriage requires matching social standings, and our statuses differ too greatly. A girl from a village in the city simply can't match up to a wealthy young master like me. How about this? You can be my mistress, and he'll give you a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. What do you— Tang Yue couldn't help but smile, her laughter more refreshing and captivating than the blooming flowers. Indeed, there is no woman who cannot be swayed by money. Tang Yue poured another glass of wine, and the once aloof girl, who seemed like a celestial being, now willingly toasted to him at the mention of being supported. However, he did not expect that the next moment the wine would be splashed all over his face. Pak! Tang Yue even spat at him. She scolded. Yin Shuheo, do you even know what you are? A filthy person like you is not worthy to speak to me, do you understand? You immoral scoundrel. Yin Shuheo was the heir of the Yin family, and his mother Qin Xianglin was the eldest daughter of the head of the prestigious Qin family in Huadu Qin Lianjing. He had been pampered since birth and had never been treated this way, especially not by a girl he looked down upon. Instantly furious, he wiped his face and reached for Tang Yue's shoulder, saying, You audacious girl, how dare you humiliate me like this? You are asking for death. He had to capture that audacious girl, tie her up, and torment her severely. Get the hell away. Tang Yue kicked him in the chest. Yin Shuheo shouted, stepping back several times. His eyes glinted with malice as he yelled at the 4 bodyguards he brought. What are you all standing there for? All of you go together, just leave him breathing. I wonder who dares to move. Suddenly 2 men approached. One of them, dressed in a black suit, was extraordinarily handsome and as cold as ice. It was Qin Zhan. Yin Shuheo was stunned into incoherence. Four. Shut up. Before he could finish, he was scolded by Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan pulled Tang Yue behind him, looking at Yin Shuheo like the king of hell, determining life and death, saying, You can play as you like in the imperial capital, find any woman you want, but this girl is mine, you cannot touch her. Yin Shuheo wanted to say something, but was silenced by a glare from Qin Zhan. Let's go. After saying that, Qin Zhan naturally took Tang Yue's hand and strode towards the door. Yin Shuheo was stunned by the scene. No wonder this little vixen looked down on him. She had climbed up to his 4th uncle. But so what? Whoever he set his eyes on, he must have. Once outside the bar, Tang Yue shook off Qin Zhan's hand, saying, Big brother, why are you so persistent? Is this how you treat your savior? He was overjoyed to see her here, but she was so cold towards him. What business is it of yours? Since you don't want the money for the tire, I'll donate it for you another day, and we'll be even by. As she turned to leave, Qin Zhan instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Their gazes met, and both were stunned. Qin Zhan's deep eyes held an unusual seriousness. You owe me the debt of saving your life. A debt of life should be repaid with your body. You're insane. Tang Yue pushed him away in a panic. I can take on a whole squad by myself. You are nothing but a dog chasing a rat. Qin Zhan was left speechless. In his 26 years of life, she was the first to call him a dog. Yet he strangely found her angry expression quite adorable. All right, consider it my overstepping. How about I treat you to a late-night snack to make it up to you? I want to go home and sleep. The effects of the alcohol hit her. Tang Yue felt dizzy. She took a couple of steps forward, unsure if it was due to the steps or the alcohol, and stumbled, almost falling. Fortunately, Qin Zhan was quick-witted and caught her in his arms. What are you doing? Let go of me. Tang Yu's speech was slightly slowed, her breath faintly smelling of alcohol. You're drunk. It's unsafe for you to go home alone. I'll take you. Qin Zhan ignored her directly, picking her up and placing her in his newly acquired Maybach. Hey, what exactly do you want? Don't think that just because you have some money you can do whatever you want. I'll report you for forcefully taking a girl. Tang Yu felt angry and wanted to hit him, but her body was limp, and before her hand could reach the car door, it was pressed down by Qin Zhan. Stop causing trouble, just take a nap. We'll be home soon. He gently fastened her seatbelt and pressed the car's ignition button. Just as he was about to release the handbrake and step on the accelerator, Tang Yu grabbed his collar and leaned her face close to his. We don't even know each other yet, you're being so friendly. You definitely have ulterior motives. Tell me, what exactly do you want from me? I just think you're attractive. Is it wrong to want to make friends with you? You don't even introduce yourself. How can we be friends? Tang Yu felt drowsy, her eyelids starting. My name is Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan. Ha ha. Tang Yu chuckled with her eyes closed, muttering to herself, what a nice name, it's the same as the president of Zhongjue Group. I am. Halfway through his sentence, Qin Zhan saw that she had already fallen asleep, so he stopped talking. He took off his jacket and covered her, then drove towards her apartment. It took just over 20 minutes to arrive. We're home. Don't wake me up, I want to sleep. Tang Yu showed no signs of wanting to open her eyes, and Qin Zhan couldn't bear to let her sleep in the car. He asked, what's your apartment number? Key. Tang Yu mumbled in a daze before falling back asleep. Qin Zhan found the key in her bag, which was labeled 3701. He then picked her up again and carried her back home. Tang Yu's apartment wasn't large, only about 40 square meters. It was decorated in a light luxury style, simple, yet elegant, warm, and comfortable. Ugh. Suddenly Tang Yu vomited. Even though Qin Zhan quickly carried her to the bathroom, she still managed to vomit quite a bit on his shirt. However, he who had some cleanliness issues didn't notice at all, and carefully patted Tang Yu's back. Ugh. After Tang Yu finished vomiting, she had no strength left. If it weren't for Qin Zhan catching her, she would have collapsed onto the floor. Qin Zhan had never taken care of anyone before, but he meticulously helped her rinse her mouth, wipe her face, and clean up the vomit on the floor. He then took off her jacket and shoes, gently placed her on the bed, and tucked her in. Finally, he took off his soiled shirt, still worried about leaving Tang Yu alone at home in case she needed to vomit again. So he decided to spend the night on her sofa. He called Chen Dong to bring him a set of pajamas and a suit. After taking a shower and lying on the sofa, he couldn't help but find the situation amusing. It was no wonder Tang Yu suspected he had ulterior motives. Even he found it unbelievable. In the past, women had always been troublesome creatures in his eyes, yet now, having only known this girl for 2 days, it felt as if she had been lodged in his heart for millennia. Perhaps it was the excitement that kept him awake until 2 or 3 in the morning. By 5 in the morning, Tang Yu was awakened by the urge to urinate. Exhausted, she could barely open her eyes and relied on her instincts to find the bathroom. But when she came out, she stumbled over the corner of the coffee table and fell onto the sofa. Soft and squishy. This sofa feels strange. Struggling to open her eyes a little, she was instantly startled awake. What the? This isn't that handsome guy from the luxury car, is it? How did he end up in my house? After stealthily getting up from beside him, she downed a large glass of water and finally recalled what had happened last night. She encountered him at the bar after getting into a fight. Did he hug her? And even cleaned up her vomit? Damn. Tang Yu felt annoyed as she rubbed her forehead, truly embarrassed to face anyone. Sitting on the bed, she could see Qin Zhan's extraordinary features as she lowered her head. Such a handsome man, and quite gentle and considerate too. It's just a pity that he comes from a poor background. He definitely looked like a rich kid destined to be on a different path from her. Qin Zhan. Suddenly the name popped into Tang Yu's mind. Didn't he say last night that his name was Qin Zhan? Could it really be the Qin Zhan of the Diju? She quickly went online to search. But the result disappointed her. There wasn't even a photo of the president of Zhongjue Group. However, gossip columns claimed that the president of Zhongjue was a good man with a bad reputation. A woman would feel nauseous if they were within 3 meters of him. The Qin Zhan in front of her definitely wasn't the one from Zhongjue. Since she couldn't sleep anyway, she took a shower, went out for a run, and bought some breakfast on the way. Beef pies, fried dough sticks, pan-fried dumplings, soy milk, and egg drop soup. When she returned, Qin Zhan had just opened his eyes. Did you go out? He awkwardly sat up, saying, yesterday you drank too much and I was worried about leaving you alone, so I stayed. It's fine, thank you. Tang Yu said, not one to be ungrateful. Go wash up and have breakfast. Saying this, she went to get some dishes and also brought Qin Zhan a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste. Watching her busy figure, Qin Zhan felt an unusual warmth in this small room. He usually never ate breakfast outside, but today, he found himself eating much more than usual. "I'll help you wash the dishes," Qin volunteered, taking the dishes to the kitchen. Tang Yue didn't stop him. She bought the food, so him washing the dishes was only right. Today was Saturday, no classes, and she would report to Zhongjue directly on Monday. Tang Yue planned to lounge at home, rest while play some games and stream. Just as she took out her phone, she heard a loud crash from the kitchen. She hurried over to find that two of her favorite bowls had shattered. "Let me handle this," Tang Yue said, feeling a pang of regret as she pulled the somewhat dazed Qin out of the kitchen and swept the pieces into the trash. "I'm really sorry, he'll pay you back for the bowls," he said. Though it was his first time washing dishes, he had really tried hard only to find it so difficult. Tang Yue casually replied, "No need, you can go now. I hope we won't meet again in the future." She felt they were from entirely different worlds. Qin frowned, leaning against the wall to corner her. His voice was low and tinged with melancholy. "Do you really have to stab my heart like this when you speak?" Tang Yue pushed him away. "Are you really sick in the head? Do I know you well? Stay away from me." He must have watched too many dramas playing the domineering CEO card. Qin was also angry. "Yes, we don't know each other." He slammed the door shut and turned to leave. This girl had a knack for making his emotions explode in an instant. After serving her all night, he only got a remark about not being familiar. That brat was really something. After Qin left, Tang Yue curled up on the sofa playing a game, but couldn't focus at all. She was constantly being berated. "Is that Xiao an idiot? Can you stop throwing your head into the fray? Elementary school students should focus on their studies, not come online to mess things up." Damn. Tang Yue was so angry that she logged off feeling vexed. She drank a glass of juice, touched up her makeup, and started her live stream. Opening Douyin, her popularity soared above 100,000 in no time. "Hello my sweeties, I'm live now, welcome to my stream." Wow. The little master actually started streaming at this hour. "My girl is so adorably soft and cute." The comments section is as explosive as ever. Coincidentally, Qin upon arriving at the office was still angry, too upset to focus on work. Fortunately, the weekend was less busy, and he casually opened Douyin. Even more coincidentally, he first came across Tang Yi again. Today she was wearing a sky blue organza dress, her hair styled in small curls adorned with a cat ear headband. She looked just like a princess escaping from Disney. Qin couldn't help but frown. He not only recognized Tang Yi, but even felt a strange familiarity with the cat ear headband. Where have I seen this before? On the other hand, Tang Yi had accepted a guest call from someone named King of Singers Lin Gu. "Hey little sister, you're online. What do you think about what I mentioned last time?" "Tang Yi, what matter?" King of Singers Lin Gu. "About us being a couple for publicity." "Tang Yi, look at the wrinkles on your old face. If you can stream, go ahead. If not, find some job to do. You still want to be a couple with me." King of Singers Lin Gu. "Sister E saying that hurts my feelings. This year I'm 38, the prime of a man's life. Among male streamers on Douyin, no one dares to claim they're better than me. Besides, everyone else is just playing a script. I'm the only one who is sincere with you." "Tang Yi, you're nothing in front of Wang Zai." King of Singers Lin Gu. "Wang Zai doesn't like you, he prefers dumplings." "Sister, let's be a couple for publicity." "Tang Yi, don't try that with me, I'm not in a good mood today. If we're going to battle, let's do it. If not, I'm hanging up and looking for the next one." King of Singers Lin Gu. "Let's battle. If you lose, make a video saying among all male streamers online, King of Singers Lin Gu is the handsomest, and I like him." "Tang Yi, no problem. If you lose, you also have to make a video saying I am not worthy of Tang Yi. I am a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Additionally, add one more thing, deliver 20,000 bottles of mineral water to the sanitation workers. If I lose, I will do the same." King of Singers Lin Gu. "Deal. Let's hang up and get started." King of Singers Lin Gu had undoubtedly stirred up a hornet's nest. Fans bombarded him with comments. "King, kneel before me. This old man still wants to team up for publicity with our little master. He should take a look in the mirror at his own worth. Let's defeat him so thoroughly he won't even see his health bar." Not only were the fans excited, but even Qin felt an inexplicable anger. He inexplicably recharged his account and changed his Douyin username to E. The PK began. King of Singers Lin Gu started shouting frantically. "Brothers, let's go. Take down Douyin's #1 sister and make a name for ourselves. Those with conditions get in. Those without help me crowdsource a little heart." Meanwhile, Tang Yi remained calm and composed, stating, "They'll sing a song for everyone, Liang Liang. The cool night is filled with your missing thoughts." Qin's fingers kept tapping on the gifts without stopping. "Thank you to my #1 supporter. My #1 is called E. Oh, well, please give her a little attention." Listening to Tang Yi's sweet and clear voice, Qin's finger tapping on the gifts became even faster. In the end, King of Singers Lin Gu's health bar was less than a tenth of Tang Yi's, truly negligible. After shutting down the live stream, Tang Yi felt much better. With the end of the month approaching, she decided to donate 90% of this month's income to the Third People's Hospital for research on cardiovascular and cerebrovascular projects. I hope for breakthroughs in future medicine so that no one has to suffer from illness. Monday, Tang Yu changed into formal attire and put on her uncomfortable high heels as she arrived at the Zhongjue building, which has 88 floors. The marketing department is located on the 26th floor. At this moment, Wang Ruoqi was already standing in the office of the marketing department. She wore a white shirt, a super short skirt, and black pantyhose paired with 10-centimeter high heels. She could be described as fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs, alluring and captivating, attracting the attention of everyone in the office. This in turn looks really impressive. Another one who relies on her looks to gain an advantage. That is her skill. Just based on her appearance, she will definitely be on the list of interns retained this year. Wang Ruoqi listened to everyone's discussions, proudly raising her head. However, as soon as Tang Yu entered, the atmosphere shifted. Wow, is this little sister also a new intern? So beautiful and pure. A little fairy indeed. She has the face of a perfect first love. Compared to the previous one, she looks so much more innocent. Tang Yu smiled and bowed to the staff in the Hello everyone. My name is Tang Yu and I am the new intern. I look forward to your guidance. Wow, her voice is so sweet, soft, and tender. I love it. No need to be polite, little Tang. We will all be colleagues from now on. Here, little Tang, I just bought an extra cup of milk tea. Please have it. I also have some cookies. Please have some. Tang Yu initially thought she would face a group of cold people, but she did not expect them to be so warm. For a moment, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Thank you all. But Wang Ruoqi was completely neglected. She stood on the sidelines waiting with her fists clenched, her long nails almost digging into her flesh. Damn, that little brat stealing her spotlight wherever she goes. But it's fine. The manager of the marketing department. Before long, two more boys arrived, one simple and honest named Zhu Feng, and the other sunny and handsome named Jiang Yu. Manager Tian Kai Bin was a man in his 30s. His first words to the four interns were, the marketing department is a place where performance speaks. The way for you four to stay is not based on who has the highest performance, but on who meets the performance requirement. If all meet it, you can all stay. If all fail, then all leave. Wang Ruoqi, full of ambition, asked, then manager, how much performance do we need to achieve to meet the requirement? Regardless of what methods you use or what channels you take, as long as the total sales of household appliances reach 20 million within 2 months, it's good enough. After speaking, he glanced at Wang Ruoqi and gave her a reassuring look. As the marketing department manager, he knew countless salespeople, and simply introducing a few to his cousin would help her complete the task. Of course, the president hates nepotism the most, and he must not let his relationship with his beautiful cousin be exposed. Thinking of beauty, his gaze turned towards Tang Yu. This in turn is even more beautiful than a star. If she behaves well, he might keep her. If she doesn't, then he won't. At this moment, Qin Zhan had just returned from inspecting the factory. When the car reached the underground garage, he casually glanced out the window, and his whole being jolted. Xiaodong, stop the car. Chen Dong immediately stopped the car and asked confusedly, what's wrong, President? Qin Zhan remained silent and quickly pressed down the car window. His eyes were fixed on the nearby parked car, a Mini adorned with Hello Kitty stickers. Tang Yu's car. While the colors and patterns on cars might collide, the license plate number would not be wrong. What is that girl doing here? Xiaodong immediately checked the company's surveillance and find out where the owner of that mini car went and what she did. Yes, he didn't need to understand his boss orders, just execute them. Also switch my car for me, just a regular vehicle under $1 million will do. His intuition told him that this girl was not friendly towards him. She probably viewed him as a wealthy playboy. So he decided not to reveal his identity for now, and when their relationship progressed further, he would confess. Back in the office, he sat in his chair appearing calm, but internally, he was anxious and excited. What was that little girl really here for? Diju has his own intelligence organization, and in just 3 minutes, Chun Dong found the results. He rushed over with his laptop in hand. President, this car owner is actually the little girl who punctured our tires. Qin Zhan leaned lazily against the back of his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. He shot Chen Dong a look that said, you idiot. Where did she go? She went to the household appliance marketing department on the 26th floor. Is she looking for someone? No, she is an intern assigned to our company by the university and will be interning in the marketing department for 2 months. Internate. Qin Zhan sat up straight, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. This is a providential encounter indeed. The little girl cannot escape his grasp. Seeing him like this, Chun Dong understood in his heart. President, shouldn't we give the marketing department a heads up to take special care of her? No need. The girl I like shouldn't be cared for by others, as she can only take care of herself. Recently, the marketing department's performance has not been good. Put the surveillance footage of the marketing department in my office. I want to see what they are doing every day. Yes. Chun Dong could hardly contain his laughter. You want to see what that little girl is up to, don't you? Throughout the next day, Qin Zhan did nothing but watch the surveillance footage, frowning at times, angry at others, and then laughing. If another person were to see this, they would definitely exclaim President Qin is truly capricious. When it was time to get off work, it unexpectedly started to rain. Tang Yue, who had been training all day, felt both tired and hungry, not to mention cold. She hurried to her car, eager to go home, to eat delicious food and lie in bed. But unfortunately, the car wouldn't start for some inexplicable reason. To make matters worse, when she called for repairs, the customer service representative said it was currently peak hours after work, the road conditions were poor, and they had many repair customers. Her request would be queued until tomorrow morning. Damn! Cursing under her breath, she dragged her weary body to catch a taxi home. Screech! Suddenly the sound of urgent brakes echoed as a dazzling purple Lamborghini stopped in front of her. Looking up, she saw Jiang Yu's sunny face. Hey Tang Yue, your car broke down. I'll give you a ride home. Tang Yue smiled politely. It's raining outside, you know. Jiang Yu wanted to persuade her further. He felt delighted the first time he saw this girl and was determined to win her over. It's fine, I'll take a taxi. Saying this, Tang Yue lifted her foot to leave. However, once she exited the parking lot, she felt helpless. The rain poured down like a curtain of beads, and not only did she have no umbrella, but her feet also ached terribly. No matter what, she vowed never to wear high heels again. She jogged to the taxi stand, but unfortunately, after waiting for half an hour, she still couldn't hail a cab. Just as she was contemplating whether to call Mu Zichuan to come pick her up, a black Audi stopped in front of her. Qin Zhan stepped out of the car with an umbrella. Without saying a word, he directly pulled Tang Yue and shoved her into the car. What are you doing? Why are you everywhere? Tang Yue looked at him with annoyance. Qin Zhan lowered his head, furrowing his brows, appearing quite sorrowful. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke in a steady voice. My family went bankrupt. The creditors took my car and house. The car I'm currently driving belongs to a friend, and the house I'm living in is also a friend's. That house just happens to be across from your house, so I can conveniently drop you off. You just need to treat me to dinner tonight. Tang Yue was about to refuse, but seeing the flicker of hope and sadness in his eyes, she oddly found herself nodding uncontrollably. With a hint of pride, she said, I just happen to want to eat hot pot. I'll go home to change my clothes and shoes, and then we can go together. Qin Zhan smiled charmingly. All right, thank you. Upon reaching the apartment's parking lot, Qin Zhan retrieved 2 suitcases from the trunk. The unit adjacent to Tang Yue's was one he had just acquired, through Chundong, at a premium price. Chundong had already arranged for thorough cleaning, and the furniture had been urgently transferred from his villa. For the foreseeable future, this would be his home. Yet seeing him in such down-and-out circumstances, Tang Yue's heart churned like a vessel brimming with 5 conflicting flavors. Though she had once disliked him intensely, she now felt a pang of sympathy. A scion who drove a Rolls-Royce had plummeted overnight into dependence on others' hospitality. Surely it must have wounded him deeply. Tonight, she would ensure he ate well. A reputable chain hot pot restaurant stood at the commercial plaza beside the residential complex. They entered and chose a cozy booth by the window. Tang Yue handed the menu to Qin Zhan. You choose the dishes. He stared blankly at the options: tomato broth, spicy beef tallow broth, wild mushroom broth, pork belly, and chicken broth. What on earth were these? He had never tasted hot pot before. Utterly at a loss, he could not even begin. Tang Yue, ever perceptive, seemed to sense his bewilderment. Let me handle it instead. She ordered both the spicy beef tallow broth and the pork belly and chicken broth. Beef slices, lamb slices, shrimp, paste, imitation crab stick, sole, fillets, beef balls, fish balls. Once the broths and ingredients arrived, all the day's fatigue and lingering vexation melted away from Tang Yue's heart. She loved hot pot, not merely for its taste, but for that warm, earthly aroma of simmering fire and sizzling steam, which made life feel vivid, tangible, and profoundly joyful. Meanwhile, after polishing their bowls and chopsticks, Qin Zhan stood perplexed, unsure how to proceed. Tang Yue chuckled softly. They say a country girl enters the city, but you're a scion of high society stepping into the countryside to eat meat. She dipped several lamb slices into the broth and placed them gently into his bowl. Thank you. This girl truly held preconceptions against the wealthy. She'd never once smiled at him before, yet now she served him food. Why else if not because he'd fallen from grace? After a pause, he asked, by the way, you're a student at Tycoon University, aren't you? What brought you near Zhongjue Group? I'm interning there, just for 2 months. Zhongjue is our nation's largest enterprise. If you secure a permanent position there, your future would be assured. Please spare me, Tang Yue retorted with a dismissive pout. Staying on board would be the real cause for worry. I'm only doing this to fulfill my internship requirements and earn my diploma. The moment I receive it, I'll resign without hesitation. Why? Qin Zhan asked, genuinely puzzled. Because I don't want to work. I find it exhausting. All I aspire to be is a carefree, idle fish drifting through life. An admirable ideal. He paused thoughtfully. How else could a mere student casually produce 600,000 yuan? Even if her family wasn't affluent, she clearly possessed other unspoken avenues of income. Besides, rumors paint Zhongjue's CEO as volatile, cold-blooded, ruthless. and openly averse to members of the opposite sex. Working under such a person, that would be courting disaster. Qin Zhan offered an awkward chuckle, suddenly finding the meat in his bowl far less appetizing. Those are likely just rumors. Perhaps the CEO is tall, handsome, and unfailingly gentle and considerate. That's none of my concern, Tang Yue replied between bites. All I wish is to graduate smoothly, and then spend the rest of my life waking each morning naturally without alarm. Qin Zhan smiled faintly. This young woman embodied true Zen-like serenity. By the time they finished their meal, the rain had intensified, flooding the streets with shimmering pools. Qin Zhan extended his umbrella toward Tang Yue. Here, you take it. Me holding the umbrella. Do you really think that's appropriate? It wasn't that Tang Yue assumed men should bear the burden simply because she was female, but standing at 165 centimeters attempting to hold an umbrella over someone 185 centimeters tall, she doubted she could even clear his crown. Qin Zhan unceremoniously thrust the umbrella into her hands. You of all people. Tang Yue was about to get angry, but Qin Zhan suddenly picked her up by the waist. The water on the road is too much. Getting your shoes wet would be uncomfortable. In Qin Zhan's warm embrace, there was a palpable scent of masculine pheromones. The young women on the street began to gossip. Wow, that girl is so lucky to have such a handsome boyfriend who is also so considerate. Not only is her boyfriend handsome, but his temperament is also remarkable. He's charming and domineering. I'm utterly captivated. This is the kind of overbearing CEO I've always dreamed of. A dream come true. Tang Yue's heart, which had been calm for 20 years, suddenly stirred uncontrollably. Feeling shy, she lowered her eyes and said with displeasure, You can't be so forward. Men and women shouldn't be too close. Put me down, please. But Qin Zhan only held his head high and continued walking, saying, Be good and don't talk, otherwise I might just kiss you right here. You scoundrel. Rogue. Tang Yue had never dated before, and hearing such words made her face turn red. She struggled to escape Qin Zhan's embrace, but he only tightened his grip. Then with a wicked smile, Qin Zhan leaned down and whispered in her ear, I know Yue is exceptional, but you're no match for me. If you keep squirming, I might just follow through with that kiss. Tang Yue shot him a furious glance, saying, You despicable scoundrel. I even felt sorry for you, thinking you were pitiful because you went bankrupt, but now it seems you deserve it. Her naturally pure and sweet face became even cuter when she was angry. Her cherry-red lips seemed to invite a kiss, making Qin Zhan's throat tighten as he nearly couldn't resist. In the end, he feigned a pitiful expression and said, Little girl, you're being too harsh on me. I only worried about you getting your shoes wet, yet you think I'm trying to take advantage of you and call me a lecher. I've been so good to you. Why do you always have to stab me in the heart with your words? Listening to his deep voice and seeing his melancholic hurt expression, Tang Yue suddenly had doubts in her heart. Was she ungrateful? Had she made a mistake? Had she hurt the young heart of the bankrupt handsome man? Upon arriving at the apartment, Qin Zhan's pants and back were soaked. Tang Yue let out a small sigh. Alas, she truly was an exceedingly kind-hearted little darling. Clearly this dog of a man had taken advantage of her, yet now she felt bad. She lowered her head and softly said 3 words, Thank you. Qin Zhan felt warmth in his heart and instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. This girl was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. No need to be polite, but I just moved in today and the water heater isn't working. Can I borrow your bathroom to take a shower? Tang Yue rolled her eyes while opening the door, saying, What's the problem? You've showered at my place before. Just bring some clean clothes. All right. After Qin Zhan entered the bathroom, Tang Yue settled onto the sofa to play a game. After all, she was a silver-ranked player. She played her character flawlessly. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. But the kills. She was racking them up. It's often said that a person's intelligence is inversely proportional to their physical coordination. With a sharp mind, her limbs seemed to move simply. She felt this might be an unproven truth. Otherwise, why was it that such a clever person like her couldn't match others' speed in gaming? Even her dancing looked robotic. I'm done washing up. The sudden voice startled Tang Yue, who was immersed in her game. She looked up and saw Qin Zhan freshly bathed. He was wearing a white bathrobe, his features exquisite and his figure tall and upright. His damp hair and exposed sexy collarbone stirred a flutter of unease in her heart. Tang Yue couldn't help but swallow. Observing her dazed expression, Qin Zhan slowly approached her. He reached out and gently tapped her forehead, chuckling. You're drooling, aren't you? You think I'm handsome? At this moment, his mood was more joyous than signing 100 billion project contracts. Tang Yue instinctively raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, only to realize she had been tricked. She shot him a glare. You can't be serious for even 3 seconds. Qin Zhan lowered his head, the corners of his lips curling up as he gazed into her eyes with a hint of teasing. Perhaps it's because you don't look very serious. Otherwise, how could a man known for his icy demeanor change like this in front of you? To be fair, he was speaking the truth. For others, he wouldn't even spare them a glance. Get lost. Tang Yue kicked him lightly on the thigh with her bare foot. Don't interrupt my game. Qin Zhan laughed heartily, leaning down to glance at her phone. The colorful screen displayed a barrage of messages. What a fool is Xiao Qiao, a spy sent by the opponent. Begging Xiao Qiao not to throw herself away. Okay. Should Xiao Qiao be nursing or babysitting? A person of any normal age shouldn't be this bad, right? Qin Zhan's expression darkened, and without a word, he took the phone from Tang Yue's hand. What are you doing? Tang Yue was ready to throw a punch, but she saw Qin Zhan typing a few lines. She should be feeding you turtle grandson. Shit, is it fun to bully a little girl? I'm her boyfriend, you fools better not move. Watch how I take on the entire opposing team by myself. If I win this round, you all apologize to my girlfriend. You're all just bragging. Alright, as long as you can single-handedly defeat the opponent, you can say whatever you want. Brothers don't move, sit tight, and watch the show. Tang Yue pinched Qin Zhan's arm. What are you babbling about? Don't ruin my reputation, okay? Brother is just helping you understand. Be good, don't cause trouble, just sit still and watch the show. Tang Yue wanted to say something, but she saw Qin Zhan's fingers already flying across the screen. In less than 2 minutes, he annihilated the opposing team. Tang Yue's mouth dropped open in astonishment, her eyes sparkling. Wow, Brother Zhan, you're amazing. She had never seen anyone play a game so skillfully impressive. The teammates' tone shifted as well. Wow, Xiao Qiao's boyfriend is awesome. No need to wait to win against the opponent, I'm going to give it back right now. I was wrong, Xiao Qiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have criticized you, please let your boyfriend carry you a few more times. Ha ha ha. Seeing their excited antics, Tang Yue's mood lifted instantly. Caught up in the moment, her arm unconsciously draped over Qin Zhan's shoulder, sharing a camaraderie. Qin Zhan felt warmth in his heart and began to type even faster. Within 5 minutes, he single-handedly pushed down the enemy's tower and then exited the game. Looking at Tang Yue's adoring gaze, he smiled and said, how about this, you treat me to a late-night snack, your favorite skewers, and I'll take you to play games in the future. Another day, not today, I have to get up early for work tomorrow. The thought of work drained her spirit, leaving her with an expression of disillusionment. Qin Zhan watched her frown, and his heart tightened involuntarily. It's just an internship. What difference does skipping it make? Life, however, brings you joy. Were his employees to hear those words, their eyes would surely drop to the floor in disbelief. After all, it was Qin Zhan himself who instituted the rule. At Diju Corporation, a 1-minute tardiness incurred a 300 yuan salary deduction. His oft-repeated maxim was, I may tolerate incompetence, but never indifference. And yet here he was subtly encouraging a fresh intern not to report for work. A glaring contradiction. Tang Yue sighed deeply. She grabbed 2 bottles of orange juice, one for herself, the other extended to Qin Zhan. We work to live better, but my savings are more than enough to sustain me through a lifetime of simple, joyful contentment. I'd be utterly mad to take a job. I'm only doing this for my graduation certificate. And frankly, it's all that wretched Qin Zhan's fault, the one who shares your name, who grades us interns with ruthless binary verdicts, outstanding or unqualified. Only the outstanding remain, the rest must return to university for an entire year of remedial study. Who knows what celestial prodigy he is? Perhaps he recited the multiplication table moments after birth, utterly oblivious to the grueling struggles of ordinary students like us. Everyone has unique strengths. Just because we don't fit within Diju doesn't mean we lack excellence elsewhere. His system strikes us all down with a single blow, crushing our youthful fervor, reducing our burning aspirations to dust. It's devoid of humanity and profoundly unjust. Utter nonsense. Tang Yue grew increasingly incensed, her grip on the bottle cap tightening with each word. Qin Zhan's heart shattered inwardly at her tirade, yet outwardly he remained perfectly composed, offering her his own bottle of orange juice. Drink this. No need. With a sharp pop, Tang Yue twisted the cap off. She'd begun martial arts training under her master at age 5. Granted, her discipline had been sporadic, 3 days of practice followed by 2 of neglect, but even so she could effortlessly floor a line of national-level Sanda champions. Twisting a bottle cap, a trivial matter, merely an outlet for her simmering fury. Qin Zhan smiled faintly and asked deliberately, which department are you interning in at Diju? Home Appliance Marketing Department. Then haven't you heard of the unwritten rule in Zhongju Marketing Department? Exceptional performance exempts you from rigid clock-in and clock-out schedules. Every regulation he enacted served one purpose: maximizing corporate profitability. Marketing staff had but a single mandate: to sell the product. So long as methods remained lawful and ethical, whoever achieved higher sales became the undisputed star and earned the privilege to transcend formal rules. Of course, such transcendence operated strictly within the boundaries he permitted. Tang Yue's eyes lit up. Truly, a friend told me as much. I suggest you confirm with your department head tomorrow. Agreed. If the rule proved genuine, her joy would know no bounds. Truth be told, as a top-tier livestream influencer commanding over 20 million followers driving 2 million yuan in sales should pose no challenge whatsoever. Xinjiang gently ruffled her hair. Rest well tonight. You've had a long day. Don't fret. Your brilliance guarantees you'll earn that diploma without question. Good night. The next morning Tang Yue opened her door, and there stood Xinjiang once more. Though his family's fortune had crumbled, he still wore bespoke tailoring, every gesture exuding aristocratic grace. He arched a brow, lips curving into a smile that captivated all who beheld it. Off to work. I happen to be going the same way. Allow me to give you a ride. Tang Yue looked at him with confusion. Are you also on the way? Do you work at Zhongjue as well? No, I work at Hongmai Group, which is right across from Zhongjue. Xinjiang had already informed him to arrange a virtual position for himself. The main advantage was that the underground parking lot of Hongmai was connected to that of Zhongjue, allowing him to drive to Hongmai and still access the executive elevator of Zhongjue. Due to the tight schedule, the two did not stop by a breakfast shop. Tang Yue bought 2 cups of milk and 2 pieces of bread from a roadside stall. While eating her own, she also fed Xinjiang, who was driving. Although this was the simplest breakfast Xinjiang had ever eaten, it made him feel the happiest. After arriving at the company and finishing the meeting, Tang Yue went to the manager's office to find Tian Kaibin alone. Manager Tian, I have something to ask you. What is it? Go ahead, Tian Kaibin said, looking at her beautiful face, his expression warm, but hiding an imperceptible malice in his eyes. I want to ask if our interns can skip clocking in and out if we exceed our sales targets. Tian Kaibin paused for a moment, then scoffed. Yes, but it's basically impossible for you interns to do. Then could you tell me the sales target? We'll give it a try. Tian Kaibin casually replied. The total sales target for interns is 20 million in 3 months. If you achieve 10 million in the first month, you won't need to clock in the second month. So if I complete the 20 million sales today, do I not have to clock in anymore, and can I still get a bonus? Tian Kaibin was taken aback, thinking, is this person delusional? In principle, yes, but you still have to come to the weekly meeting on Mondays. He paused and asked, do you have any sales channels? Tang Yue shook her head. How could a newcomer like me have any sales channels? I just have a friend who is a popular streamer on Douyin. Oh, I can try reaching out to her. Upon hearing this, Tian Kaibin relaxed. Alright, give it a try. If it were some other product, influencer marketing would yield immediate results, but their products were home appliances. Air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines all cost over 2,000 or 3,000. Influencers simply cannot sell them. Okay, thank you, manager. They'll go get the product images and price list right away. Tang Yue wasn't just selling blindly for performance. She selected a few models with the best cost-performance ratio, only taking sample images without moving any physical samples, and briefly memorized the product functions. She planned to try selling them live in the evening. If the results were good, she would officially launch sales next time, aiming to sell enough to reach 20 million at once. Meanwhile, Xinjiang sat in the office lost in thought. Xiaodong, do you think our company's rules are a bit inhumane? Xindong thought to himself, I really want to nod, but I can't bring myself to say yes. Your decisions, President, are always in the best interest of the group's development. Xinjiang leaned lazily against the back of his chair and frowned. Yes, every decision I make is for the group. Am I lacking in compassion for society? Compassion? Xindong's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the phrase that their president often repeated, his world was only about interests, he had no heart. Xindong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying, President, you're just one step away from carving Tang Yue's name on your forehead. Indeed, the interns at their company are graded solely on pass or excellence, but the policy of requiring failing students to retake the course for a year only exists at Imperial University. No other schools have such a system. So this is not their problem, but rather Imperial University's issue. Would their president really take on the problems of others and reflect on them? It's simply more astonishing than the red rain of the world. One doesn't need to think hard to know he must be doing this for that little girl from Imperial University. Congratulations to him. Not only is he infatuated with her, but he has also taken her to heart. It's probably not long before he makes his move. A perfect assistant must first solve the troubles of their leader, ensuring his spirits are lifted. Thus, Xindong followed up with, President, I believe your consideration is correct. Take the little girl who punctured our tires last time, for instance. She has been first in every exam since kindergarten. In elementary school, her grades were so outstanding that she skipped 2 grades. During the college entrance exams, she was the top arts student in the entire city, and throughout her 4 years in university, she won the special scholarship every year and has already been recommended for graduate studies at Imperial University. Even if such a student is somewhat lacking in work capabilities, her academic prowess is absolutely top-notch. If she were to fail her internship evaluation due to our company's grading, her fiery temper could lead to public outrage, which would certainly impact our company's reputation. Of course, with the influence of Zhongjue Group, any negative comments against them would never see the light of day. Xindong said this merely to give his president a way out. Sure enough, Qin Zhan nodded repeatedly after hearing his words. That little girl from his family is truly a genius. Xiao Dong, you're right. That little girl is too exceptional. She absolutely cannot fail to graduate. Thus, let the Human Resources Department be informed that in the future intern evaluations will be categorized into 3 types: excellent, pass, and fail, with a passing rate of 60%, yet still only those achieving excellence will be retained. Understood, President. Once out of the office, Qin Dong decided that he would treat Tang Yue with utmost respect whenever he saw her in the future. The president changing the rules for her, what does that imply? It shows she is more important to the president than the company itself. When the interns heard this news, they were all so delighted they jumped up. Jiang Yu sat down at Tang Yu's desk and said, Yue, you can relax this time. With a passing rate of 60%, you should at least get a pass. Jiang Yu had returned from studying abroad and is a super rich second generation. Even if his internship score is 0, he can still graduate. As for Tang Yue, Zhu Feng, and Wang Ruoqi, the 3 of them are from Imperial University. Statistically speaking, one of them should fail. However, in the marketing department, it's all about sales. Tang Yue remained confident, smiling. Once I get my diploma, I'll treat you to a meal. Yesterday, she felt indifferent towards Jiang Yu, but today she discovered that although this guy is a rich second generation, he is pure-hearted and willing to help others. This morning, she saw him help an injured cleaning lady up and even bandaged her wounds. It wouldn't hurt to be friends with someone like him. All right, it's a promise. Wang Ruoqi felt a surge of jealousy seeing the 2 of them chatting so happily. She sarcastically remarked, Tang Yue, the training isn't over yet. I heard you're about to shamelessly run to the e-commerce side, claiming you won't come to clock in after completing your tasks. Tang Yu's eyes darkened. Only her manager Tian Kaibin, the marketing department's archivist, and the warehouse staff knew about this matter. How had Wang Ruoqi found out? It wasn't exactly a secret, but Wang Ruoqi had learned of it far too quickly. The archivist was not one to gossip, thus the information must have leaked either from manager Tian Kaibin or from the warehouse. She recalled Wang Ruoqi mentioning that her cousin held a senior executive position at Zhongjue Corporation. Could he be the warehouse manager? Or perhaps Tian Kaibin himself? Distrust was prudent. Whoever it was, Tang Yue resolved to proceed with caution. Tang Yue glanced coolly at Wang Ruoqi and said with a faint, icy smile, top performers don't need to clock in. That's an unwritten rule across the entire marketing department. If you excel, you're exempt too. Instead of sniping at me, why not focus on selling a few more units? Wang Ruoqi bristled, ready to erupt, then paused. This was the office and dozens of eyes were watching. She swallowed her fury and fell silent. Gritting her teeth, she muttered under her breath, Tang, just wait. We'll see who wins in the end. Wang Ruoqi will never lose to you. Tang Yue didn't deign to reply. She packed her things and prepared to leave for the day. Her car had been towed to the 4S shop for repairs. No one knew how many days it would take. With rush hour gridlock making taxis impossible to hail, she decided to buy an electric scooter. Back in his office after the meeting, Qin Zhan casually scanned the marketing department's surveillance feed and caught Tang Yue stepping out the main door. He immediately sent her a message, are you off work yet? I'm done. Want a ride home? Tang Yue replied, no thanks. I have something to attend to. Qin Zhan sighed inwardly, pausing for a long moment before reluctantly typing 2 words, fine then. Fortunately, a store selling electric scooters stood right beside Zhongjue Tower. Tang Yue purchased a dainty pink model for 3,000 yuan. Helmet secured, throttle twisted fully. She reached home in under 15 minutes, faster than any car. She cooked herself a simple noodle soup with shredded pork and greens, ate heartily, then played a few rounds of her favorite game. After applying makeup and changing clothes, Tang Yue went live precisely at 8 o'clock. Wow, Yue is live. Celebrations all around. Share to your moments. Yue has gone live. The kitten-themed makeup today is utterly adorable. Your Highness, let's roast Wang Zai tonight. He badmouthed you yesterday. Tang Yue smiled gently, no roasting today. We're here to sell goods. Everything Yue sells is top tier. Must buy. I'd pawn my walk to support our beloved streamer. She smiled again. Thank you, my dear sugar sweet fans, for your overwhelming love. But please remember, buy only what you truly need. Never feel pressured to purchase anything unnecessary. Today's featured products are household appliances, Zhongjue Group's line. You're all familiar with this brand. Its quality speaks for itself. Now regarding pricing, Zhongjue Group enforces strict nationwide uniform retail pricing. No retailer may adjust prices without authorization, so no discounts are available here. However, as a personal gesture, I'm including a KT Cat plush pillow with every purchase. I'll list the items now. Please order according to your needs. As a Zhongjue sales representative, Tang Yue could sell wholesale to distributors at factory cost, but selling directly to consumers via Douyin meant she had to adhere strictly to retail pricing. Deviating would disrupt market stability and all proceeds had to be remitted to the company lest management discover that Sugar One, the livestream host, was none other than Tang Yue herself, accusing her of self-dealing or worse, embezzlement. Thus, this livestream yielded no profit. Indeed, she incurred losses on each sale due to the complimentary plush pillows. The more she sold, the deeper the loss. Yet she didn't mind. It was her way of giving back to her fans. Moreover, she still earned a modest commission through Zhongjue. She listed 100 units each of air conditioners, washing machines, and refrigerators. Large ticket items she assumed would move slowly. To her astonishment, they sold out within minutes. Missed it. Completely missed it. Zhongjue appliances are premium, absolutely worth buying. Your Highness, restock hundreds more air. I want a washing machine. I want a refrigerator. I'll buy one for both my mother-in-law and my own mother. Tang Yue bit her lip and generously put up 500 units for sale. Yet within minutes they were all snatched up and her live stream's popularity reached 2 million. At this moment, Wang Zai joined the conversation. Wang Zai, Tang Yue, what's going on? The chat room in my stream is filled with comments saying you are selling appliances. Tang Yue, yeah, I'm selling Zhongjue's appliances tonight. Do you want to buy some? Wang Zai, initially coming in angry, couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Only you could boost your popularity just by selling a product. Alright, I'll buy some, and I'll have my apprentices buy them too. Tang Yue, thank you. Let me know next time you need something, and I'll definitely help you out. Half an hour later, Tang Yue had already achieved 30 million in sales, exceeding her target. After singing 2 songs for her fans, she gracefully ended her stream. At that moment, Qin Zhan was contemplating whether to invite Tang Yue downstairs for a stroll when he received a call from his mother, Sushumi. Sushumi, hello son, can you help me look up someone? Qin Zhan, who? Sushumi, do you remember the streamer I like named Tang Yue? She was just selling Zhongjue's appliances. Can you find out where she got her stock from? I want that person to introduce me to Qin Zhan. You give her so many gifts every day. If you want to meet her, why not just ask her out directly? Sushumi, she doesn't meet fans as she keeps her work and life distinctly separate. Qin Zhan, you really like her that much? Sushumi, of course. You wouldn't understand since you don't chase stars. No matter what, you have to help me find out tomorrow. Qin Zhan, okay, fine. After hanging up, he checked the time. It was still not yet 9 o'clock. Unable to resist, he sent a message to Tang Yue, are you home? Do you want to go for a walk? Tang Yue, no, play a couple of games with me instead. Qin Zhan, sure. After logging into the game, Tang Yue quickly received a friend request from someone named Dahai with a note, Qin Zhan. The name Dahai was changed by Qin Zhan after he saw Tang Yue call him Xingchen. Although Dahai sounds a bit foolish, as long as he could use a couple's game name with Tang Yue, that was enough. After they teamed up, Tang Yue was taken aback. This guy is actually a king. With a king leading a silver, they would be invincible. She didn't have to do anything but follow Qin Zhan and collect the kills. The more they played, the more excited they became, and they only logged off the game to sleep at 2 in the morning. The next day, Qin Zhan and Tang Yue both opened their doors simultaneously, and upon seeing each other, they couldn't help but laugh. Is the car fixed? Do you want to ride with me? Qin Zhan spoke first. Tang Yue waved the electric scooter key in front of him. No thanks, I bought a little electric scooter, it's faster. Bye. After saying that, she pressed the elevator button. Today she needed to personally supervise the warehouse shipping as time was tight and the task was heavy. After the morning meeting at the company, Tang Yue went to Tian Kaibin's office. Manager Tian, last night, I sold 820 units of appliances on the e-commerce platform, achieving a total sales of 30 million. I exceeded my internship task, so does that mean I don't need to clock in anymore? What? 30 million? Tian Kaibin sat up straight, his eyes filled with disbelief. Yes. After a moment of shock, he burst into laughter. Great, great. What a talented young person. Go to the finance department to get the payment processed and then deliver the orders to the warehouse. From now on, you only need to come for meetings every Monday. You won't need to clock in, but you still have to keep selling products. The more you sell, the higher your salary will be. He knew that Tang Yue was a thorn in his cousin's side, but selling 30 million in one night meant he couldn't afford to make her his enemy. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He would wait and see. Okay, thank you, Manager Tian. Tang Yue was in a great mood. Tang Yue, an intern in the marketing department, sold 30 million in goods in a single evening, and the news spread through Zhongjue Group like wildfire. Chen Dong said excitedly to Qin Zhan, President, your eye for talent is truly admirable. Miss Tang is extraordinary, as she partnered with a major e-commerce platform and sold 8,000 appliances in one night. Qin Zhan, half amused, half exasperated, said, she used an e-commerce platform to sell. Is that girl really so intent on avoiding the office? E-commerce. There are only Douyin, Taobao, and JD. Zhongjue already had fixed partnerships with Taobao and JD, leaving only Douyin on Douyin. It was Tang Yi who had sold Zhongjue's appliances the previous night. Could Tang Yue be the woman his mother wanted to look into? Puzzled, Qindong added, yes. Miss Tang must have engaged Diyin's top streamer Tang Yi. I watched Douyin last night. Tang Yi was promoting our Zhongjue appliances, and the sales amounted to exactly 30 million. Qin Zhan lit a cigarette and gave a lazy smile. That settled it. The girl was precisely the person his mother sought. But if his mother recognized Tang Yi, she might try to make introductions, so under no circumstances could they meet. What Qin Zhan did not know was that his mother impatient had already learned the result from Tian Kaibin and had specially instructed him to mark Tang Yi's internship report as excellent. With the president's mother personally arranging matters, Tian Kaibin's manner toward Tang Yue had become respectfully deferential. Tang Yue was completely unaware of any of this as she remained in the warehouse watching the workers dispatch goods with meticulous care, determined that not a single mistake be made. She could not betray the trust of her fans. By 4 in the afternoon, all 8,000 appliances had been sent out. Tang Yue greeted Tian Kaibin, packed her things, and prepared to leave for home. The moment she stepped out of the Zhongjue building, the head of security phoned Su Shumi. Madam Miss Tang has left the company. She rode a pink electric scooter eastward. The license plate is. Good, you did well, Su Shumi replied. Before coming, she had changed into ordinary clothes. After alighting from the Maybach, she walked a short distance on foot. She looked up and saw a young woman riding a pink electric scooter toward her, clad in a blue shirt, black, wide-legged trousers, and white sneakers. The girl wore a pink Hello Kitty helmet, ethereal as a fairy and sweet as a sprite. Su Shumi thought, wow, this friend of Yi is stunning, just as endearing as Yi herself. Without wasting a moment, Su Shumi pulled out her phone, feigned making a call, and strode briskly toward Tang Yi. Hello, Auntie, please move. Tang Yue shouted, unable to break in time. But the woman, head bowed over her call, did not hear. Even as Tang Yue summoned all her strength to control the scooter, it still brushed against the woman's body. Ouch! Su Shumi cried, falling to the ground. Auntie, are you all right? Tang Yue hurriedly dismounted to help her up. Child, don't be afraid. I'm fine, it's just my foot aches a little. Tang Yue rolled up her trouser and saw the ankle swollen and streaked with blood. Auntie, you'll take you to the hospital. Whatever the fault in the accident, treating the injury was the immediate concern. Su Shumi hastily shook her head. No, child, it's my fault. I was distracted by a call and didn't watch where I was going. It's not your fault. Despite her initial annoyance at the aunt who walked without watching her step, Tang Yue felt relieved seeing her good attitude. And I was also at fault. I was riding too fast, and it is only right for me to take you to the hospital. Then Tang Yue supported Su Shumi and brought her to the electric bike. Are we taking this? Su Shumi exclaimed, pointing at her little pink bike. Tang Yue smiled apologetically. I truly apologize, aunt. My car is in for repairs, and it's hard to get a taxi in this area. To get to the hospital quickly, I can only trouble you to ride the electric bike. Don't worry, I will ride slowly. No trouble at all. I love riding electric bikes, they're like a natural convertible. Though Su Shumi held the esteemed position of the top lady in the wealthy circle, she was inherently a carefree person with a hint of girlish innocence. In her youth, she enjoyed riding electric bikes for their convenience and speed. However, one day, she accidentally fell into a river while riding, and since then her husband never let her touch an electric bike again. Falling into the river wasn't a big deal. She could swim, so it was just like having a free bath. Speaking of swimming, she considered herself quite self-aware as a mother-in-law. After giving birth to Qin Zhan, upon seeing her 4 sons, she realized the gravity of the situation. To avoid the embarrassment of her sons saving their wives instead of her if they both fell into the river, she enrolled in a swimming class as soon as her confinement ended. Unfortunately, though she had learned all the necessary skills to be a mother-in-law over the years, she still hadn't. This time she was quite determined to meet her future daughter-in-law, Xiao Yi. She had intentionally twisted her ankle when she fell earlier. The pain was excruciating. After arriving at the hospital, Tang Yue asked Su Shumi, "And should we notify your family?" Su Shumi's eyes turned red as she lowered her head and replied, "At my age, I am alone in this vast capital. My children are abroad, and my husband. He left me for another woman, thinking I am old and unattractive. It's fine, dear. You go about your business. I just need some medicine." Tang Yue quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant, aunt. I'm just worried your family might be concerned about you. Rest assured, it was my fault that you got injured, and I will take full responsibility for you. I will take good care of you so you can focus on your recovery." Having trained in martial arts with her master for so long, she could tell, just by examining the aunt's ankle, that there might be a ligament injury requiring a few days of hospitalization. Luckily, she didn't need to go to the office anymore and had time to care for the aunt. Su Shumi held Tang Yu's hand. Her heart moved. "Dear, you are such a good child." Having met countless people, she found the girl in front of her to have clear eyes and genuine words resembling a little fairy. If she hadn't already set her sights on Tang Yi, she would have thought this girl would make an excellent daughter-in-law. After seeing the doctor and getting an X-ray, it turned out to be a ligament strain with a slight fracture requiring hospitalization. Tang Yue arranged for Su Shumi to have a VIP ward, and by the time she settled in and received her 4, it was already 7 p.m. "And what would you like to eat?" "I can order takeout," Tang Yue asked. "Anything is fine. Oh, I'm not picky," Sushumi replied. Sushumi thought to herself that this girl had spent quite a bit on treating her injury, and she must have her son give her a bonus when payday came. "All right, I'll keep an eye on it." The two of them began to chat casually. Despite their age difference of 30 to 40 years, there was no sense of distance between them. Eventually, the conversation finally transitioned to the main topic. Sushumi asked Tang Yue, "So you wear aside from playing games and traveling, do you have any other hobbies or pastimes?" Recently, many young people are into Douyin, and I enjoy watching it sometimes. Some streamers are quite entertaining. Tang Yue chuckled and shook her head saying, "I don't play." "Not playing?" Sushumi was taken aback. Didn't those two words just kill the conversation? No way, she absolutely couldn't let her sprained ankle go to waste. "By the way, aren't you working at Zhongjue? I saw a streamer selling your Zhongjue appliances yesterday." Saying this, Sushumi took out her phone, opened Douyin, found Tang Yi's profile, and handed it to Tang Yue. "Look, this is the streamer. I'm quite fond of her." Tang Yu's eyes twitched. This aunt was actually her fan. She glanced at her Douyin username, Tang Mama. "Oh my, isn't this the mom fan who always tops the charts whenever she goes live? Super wealthy." Tang Yue forced a smile, as she would never admit that Tang Yi was indeed her. After all, aside from Mu Zichuan, no one knew she was a streamer. Once she applied her makeup and activated her beauty filter, even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. This little old lady definitely wouldn't discover her true identity. But Sushumi had already got the inside scoop. The products Tang Yi sold were indeed Tang Yi's. With both of them sharing the surname Tang, it was obvious there was a connection, and she wouldn't easily give up. Half-jokingly, she remarked, "I think he looks quite like you. Ah, could she be your relative?" "How is that possible? I'm just a poor girl. How could I possibly know such a big internet celebrity?" Sushumi was also a smart person. Tang Yi's response made it clear this girl was intentionally trying to hide her connection to Tang Yi. So she couldn't ask further. Probing any more would reveal the truth. She could only focus on building a relationship with her to earn her trust and find opportunities to hint at it later. Fortunately, at that moment, the meal delivery arrived, breaking the awkwardness. After the nurse removed the four from Sushumi's hand, Tang Yue handed her a towel soaked in warm water. "Annie, wash your hands, it's time to eat." Sushumi looked at Tang Yue appreciatively, thinking this girl was really something. She was not only beautiful, but also well-mannered and considerate. Why not introduce her to my third son as a daughter-in-law? That way both she and Tang Yi could be my daughters-in-law. No, I can't introduce Yue to the third son. That would be like putting flowers in cow dung. Tang Yue arranged the dishes: braised pig trotter, braised lamb trotters, spicy chicken feet, clear beef bone soup, sweet and sour duck feet. Sushumi swallowed. These were all her favorites. But all of them were feet. Tang Yue smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. It's a form of complimenting form. Ah, let's dig in. All right, let's eat." Sushumi put on gloves and was the first to grab a piece of pig trotter, soft and fragrant. So satisfying. "If only I had a can of beer with this." Tang Yue chuckled. "Annie, you truly are a straightforward person. After you get discharged, I'll treat you to a grand meal, and there will be plenty of drinks." No, you've spent money and gone through all this trouble today. After I get discharged, I must treat you to a full banquet. "It's fine, it doesn't matter who treats who. By the way, it's already quite late. You should eat and head home quickly." It was almost 9 o'clock. She was worried about Tang Yue riding home alone at night. "Auntie, I can't leave. I have to stay and take care of you tonight. After all, you've injured your foot, and it's inconvenient to be alone. A single caregiver has to attend to many patients. What if you urgently need to go to the bathroom? It would be too late. Besides, I will take full responsibility for the person I hurt." "Really, it's fine. I can find a couple of caregivers." Under Tang Yu's insistence, Sushumi finally relented and agreed to let her stay. After all, this VIP ward has a companion bed, and she doesn't wake up at night, so she can sleep well. They chatted until midnight, and Tang Yu didn't even realize when she fell asleep. By the time she opened her eyes again, dawn was breaking. Knowing that Qin Zhan has a habit of running in the morning, she took out her phone and sent him a message. "Morning. If you have time today, could you bring me a few changes of clothes to the hospital?" "Qin Zhan, what happened? Which hospital are you in?" "I'm on my way." Tang Yue, "I'm fine. I accidentally bumped into an ant while riding my bike, and I'm here to keep her company." "Qin Zhan, oh, can't you just pay for it? Why do you have to keep her company?" Tang Yue, her son is abroad, and her husband ran off with his mistress. She has no family around her. It's really pitiful. "Qin Zhan, all right, then send me your location, and he'll bring clothes and breakfast." Tang Yue, "Okay, thank you. My home's fingerprint lock code is 123,321. Taking advantage of Su Mei still being asleep, Tang Yu went down to the hospital's supermarket to buy some daily necessities. When she returned, Su Mei had just woken up. "Andy, let me help you get up and brush your teeth and wash your face." "Sure." Su Mei smiled and patted her hand. You really are hardworking." "It's all right, Annie. I hurt you, so taking care of you is the least I can do." When Tang Yue saw Qin Zhan carrying a large bag and a small bag, she flashed him a sweet smile and said, "Thank you so much. You don't have to be so polite with me. By the way, how is the injured person? How many days will she have to stay in the hospital? Can't you just hire a caregiver for her? The caregiver won't be attentive enough, and she isn't seriously injured. She'll be able to leave the hospital in 3 or 4 days. Anyway, now that I've completed my work, I don't have to go to the office, so I can take care of her completely. You'd better hurry up and leave. Pay attention to safety on the road." By Tang Yue took the items from him and turned to leave. Qin Zhan was left with a headache. No way, he absolutely cannot let that girl be alone with his mother for 3 or 4 days, otherwise everything would be exposed. After getting in the car, he called Chen Dong. "Yesterday afternoon, Tang Yue hit my mom with her electric scooter near the Imperial Duke. Please check the surveillance footage from that area and send it to my phone." "Okay, CEO." 10 minutes later, Qin Zhan received 2 video clips. One was of his mother getting out of a Maybach, and the other showed her pulling out her phone and walking towards Tang Yue's scooter with her head down as soon as she saw it. He clenched his fist, his anger rising. The little old lady was indeed impressive. She must have learned from others in the company that the goods sold by Tang Yue were from his family and was deliberately trying to approach her. "You play nice and I won't hold back." Qin Zhan angrily drove to the Qin family villa. His father Qin Lianjing was in the yard playing with birds and looked surprised to see him. "Why are you here instead of at work on a fine morning?" Qin Zhan replied impatiently, "Right, I'm working hard to earn money to support the family, while you leisurely tend to flowers and play with birds. I'm here to have you keep an eye on your wife." "What's wrong with my wife? She went abroad for a trip yesterday. How does that concern you?" "Trip? I can't believe it," Qin Zhan replied, speechless. "Your wife went out to scam people on the street." His mother had really gone to great lengths to meet Tang Yue. She even tricked his dad into going on a trip to set everything up clearly. "What do you mean?" Qin Zhan didn't say anything and just played the video on his phone in front of Qin Lianjing. "Oh my god, my wife is injured. Where is she now? Get the car ready, I need to go." Qin Lianjing hurriedly put down the birdcage. "Calm down, can't you see your wife is scamming?" "I saw it, but even if she is scamming, she got hurt. I care for my wife. How does it matter if she was scamming? You single dog can't understand my feelings." "Why wouldn't I understand? The one scamming is my wife," Qin Zhan said in frustration, blurting it out. Qin Lianjing finally looked seriously at his daughter-in-law. "Who is your wife? Where did you get a wife?" This was a great event, and he had no idea about it. "The girl riding the electric scooter is called Tang Yue. She is my wife." After a pause, Qin Zhan lit a cigarette and reluctantly added the future one. Qin Zhan exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling quite helpless. "If only she would help me pursue. Do you know her?" And she believes that Tang Yue knows Tang Yi and wants her to introduce Tang Yi to her. Right now, Tang Yue is unaware of my identity. If they continue to interact, I might never have a chance to pursue my wife. By the way, she also told Tang Yue that you ran off with a mistress. What? Qin Lian immediately understood. This must be his wife's ploy for sympathy. He said, "So what do you suggest we do?" Although he didn't care whom his son married as long as they had a good moral compass and a respectable background. However, he certainly hoped his son would marry someone he liked. After all, a youthful couple grows old together, and no matter how good the wife's conditions are, it's more comforting to be with someone one loves. Thus, compared to Tang Yi, whom his wife favored, he preferred Tang Yi to become his daughter-in-law. Another major reason is that Tang Yi is too favored by his wife. If she comes into the house, his status in his wife's eyes will plummet. You go attend to your wife and free mine. Also make sure not to reveal your identities, especially mine. Qin Lian patted his shoulder earnestly and said, "Sir, heed the advice of someone who has been through it. The most important thing in a relationship is honesty. Concealing identities will only lead you to a graveyard of pursuit." Qin Zhan was unconcerned, saying, "I must first establish a relationship before thinking about pursuing. That girl is not fond of wealthy people. If I reveal my identity, I will directly end up on her blacklist. To pursue her, I even changed my car and house. If I fail, I might end up like Sangun, never marrying." "You changed your car and house?" Qin Lian glanced at the Audi at the entrance and scoffed. "You've even gotten a grocery shopping car. Looks like, sir, you are serious. Don't worry, I'll head to the hospital and take care of your mother right away." Half an hour later, as the nurse was administering the 4 to Su Shumi, the door to the ward swung open. Qin Lian rushed in and grabbed Su Shumi's hand. "Wife, how could you not tell me about such a serious matter? You made me worry sick. How is your foot?" Su Shumi was perplexed, thinking, why is this old man here? Isn't he trying to ruin my life? Her eyes reddened as she said, "We have nothing to do with each other anymore. You should leave. I don't want to see you. Wife, even if I have 1,000 faults, we are still married. I must take care of you while your foot is injured, or otherwise I would be heartless and unworthy of being a man." As Qin Lian spoke, he turned to Tang Yue. "Girl, thank you for taking care of my wife. You should head home now while handle things here." His son indeed has good taste. This girl looks like a fairy, her eyes clear like stars, clearly from a good. But unexpectedly Tang Yue shot him a disdainful glance. "Uncle, stop pretending. Aunt has told me that you found a 30-year-old young mistress behind her back, and you can't wait for her to pass on so you can inherit her $1 million estate. I see you're not here to take care of her, but to torment her instead. This. Qin Lian gritted his teeth, glancing at Su Shumi, silently saying, to slander me in front of my future daughter-in-law, you really are something. Su Shumi wasn't afraid of him staring back. Yue is right, you have ulterior motives, so leave. Qin Lian had no choice but to pull her into an embrace and whisper in her ear, wife, stop the act. This is truly Seer's beloved. If you keep this up, you will really never hold your granddaughter in your arms. Oh. Su Shumi was utterly shocked. Lower your voice, quickly, let her go. He'll explain everything to you in a moment. Oh, all right. Coughing lightly, Su Shumi looked at Tang Yue with some apology. Yue, I think I may have misunderstood your uncle. I need him to stay and explain things properly. You've taken care of me for so long, go back and rest now. Tang Yue thought. Is the love of the elderly like a tornado? So intense. One moment crying and blaming, the next ready to reconcile. All right, Annie, you and uncle have a good chat. He'll head back first and come to see you again tomorrow. Okay, Yue. As soon as Tang Yue left the hospital room, Su Shumi hurriedly asked, husband, tell me quickly, how did this girl you become Seer's beloved? Qin Lianjing sat down beside the bed and said, I don't know how she became Seer's beloved, but this morning Seer came to deliver clothes and just happened to see you together. She didn't know Seer's identity and he was afraid you would expose him, so he went home to call me to intervene. Su Shumi's eyes turned red at this point. So the things that you girl has were given by Seer. This ungrateful son, seeing his mother lying on the hospital bed, didn't even bother to ask how she was. I always said sons are ungrateful wolves while daughters are the warmest little quilts. It's all your fault for saying I'm too old to have more children. Woe is me. I want a daughter, I want a daughter. Qin Lianjing patted her back and comforted her. Seer asked the doctor, and he said your foot isn't serious, so Seer thinks there's no rush and wants to wait until Tang Yue leaves before coming to see you. Enough, don't speak for him. He clearly came to report me to you. If you girl is the one he likes, why not just say it outright instead of circling back home to find you? The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had raised her sons in vain. Isn't it because you always say to let Tang Yi be his wife? He's afraid you would be dissatisfied with Tang Yue and give her a hard time. But he knows that his wife isn't that open-minded, as she's not that kind of person. Su Shumi rolled her eyes. Having Tang Yi as my daughter-in-law is my greatest dream. In fact, as long as he likes a decent girl who can give me a granddaughter, that's enough for me. Moreover, this you girl rather suits my taste. Speaking of Tang Yue, she made me smile again. Although I couldn't meet Tang Yi, this encounter was not in vain, as it introduced me to my future daughter-in-law. Ha ha. I'm going to have a granddaughter, I'm so happy. Wife, don't be too hasty. Seer said they are still in the pursuit stage. Got it. If you do anything that harms yourself again, I'll lock you at home. Understood. On the other side, Tang Yue returned home, took a shower, and then had a nice long sleep. When she woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and she found that Qin Zhan had sent her many messages. Are you still at the hospital? Is there anything you need? Have you been busy for so long without replying? Is something wrong? I happened to pass by the hospital, let's have lunch together. Where are you, all right? The last message was just sent, and Tang Yue replied, I'm at home, just woke up from a nap, sorry. Qin Zhan, who had been waiting in the hospital parking lot, finally breathed a sigh of relief. You must be hungry. I'm coming to find you now, let's have dinner together tonight. Tang Yue, okay. When Tang Yue arrived downstairs, Qin Zhan was already waiting. Clad in a white shirt and black suit, he presented a stern and serious image, yet paired with his extraordinarily handsome face, it was enough to make one feel a flutter of panic. With one hand in his pocket, his eyes slightly squinted, his powerful aura and innate nobility remained undiminished despite leaning against a car that had been switched from a large labor vehicle to an Audi. Tang Yue wore a white knit top denim miniskirt and white sneakers, her loose braids giving her the quintessential junior student look. Her youthful beauty was striking with delicate features that drew the eye even without makeup. The moment Qin Zhan saw her, he strode over and instinctively opened his arms to embrace her, holding her as if cradling the entire world with utmost care. He didn't know how he had spent that afternoon, fearing for her safety, worrying that she would be angry upon discovering his true identity, and fearing. For the first time in his life, after so many years of fearlessness, he experienced what it meant to be afraid. Tang Yue was taken aback. She intended to push him away, but halfway through she sensed something was off with his emotions, and gently asked, Qin Zhan, what's wrong? After a brief pause, Qin Zhan let her go and smiled lightly, saying, it's nothing. I'm just a bit worried since I couldn't get in touch with you all afternoon. Let's go, what do you want to eat? It's on me. Tang Yu's heart softened, but she found it hard to bear his serious gaze, fearing she might fall for him. Since you're treating, I won't be polite. Just get in the car, and I'll give directions. With that, she opened the car door and got in. Eventually, Tang Yue brought Qin Zhan to the largest night market in Huadu. You're not trying to save money on me, are you? Qin Zhan teased. Tang Yue replied playfully, No, I'm saving money for myself. Buy whatever you want, it's on me. Aren't I treating you? Your family is bankrupt. How could I let you treat me to a meal? Qin Zhan's deep gaze turned serious again. No, it has to be me treating you. Even if one day he were truly down and out sleeping on the streets, he would keep his distance from her rather than spend her money. All right, you treat. Suddenly Tang Yue seemed to realize something and said, oh, by the way, I said I would help you donate the 6100, but haven't done it yet. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit. You should thank me for blowing your tire, otherwise how could I leave you with such a large sum? In truth, that 61000 had already been donated. She said this purely out of concern for Qin Zhan's financial situation, wanting to spare his pride. Of course she was acting, and so was Qin Zhan. He straightened his face and said displeased, I already told you I wouldn't take that money. I absolutely won't take it. You want to treat me to a meal and give me money, is it because my family is bankrupt that you look down on me? He didn't want to say this, but he felt it was necessary given Tang Yu's personality. She might actually give him the 6100 again. How could that be? Tang Yu was genuinely frustrated. He was afraid Qin Zhan thought that way, and yet he was still sensitive. That money was originally yours. If you don't want it, I still donated it for you, so why are you angry? Seeing Tang Yu's displeasure, Qin Zhan's expression softened significantly, and his eyes grew sorrowful. I'm not angry, I'm just afraid you might look down on me. Tang Yu rolled her eyes at him. Am I that kind of person? Rest assured, in my heart your image will always be that of a tall and handsome figure. Even though your family is bankrupt, you still have a job. Tonight you treat me to a good meal. Ooh, I won't hold back. Only then did Qin Zhan smile. All right, eat as much as you want. Tang Yu was never a shy or reserved girl. Just moments ago, her well-intentioned gesture had inadvertently injured Qin Zhan. So now, without the slightest hesitation or pretense, she freely selected her favorite skewers, grabbing handfuls with unapologetic enthusiasm, utterly unconcerned about sparing Qin Zhan's wallet. Seated across from her, Qin Zhan watched the young girl's joyful expression with soft, tender eyes, affection shimmering wordlessly in the depths of his gaze. Unaware of his silent adoration, Tang Yue returned to the table laden with dishes, lightly tapped his shoulder, and declared with feigned haughtiness, Qin Zhan, I certainly didn't skimp. I'm going to bankrupt you today. I'm not afraid. Being impoverished by you would be my greatest honor. Tang Yue gave an awkward chuckle. How on earth was she supposed to respond to that? She strongly suspected Qin Zhan was flirting with her, though she had no proof. Meanwhile, the spicy broth bubbled vigorously, skewers plunged into the churning crimson liquid, and after a short wait, fragrant steam rose from the simmering pot. Eager and energized, Tang Yue rubbed her hands together and announced brightly, let's dig in, Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan smiled gently and nodded. Watching the girl across from him devour her meal with unrestrained delight, his lips curved upward instinctively, enhancing his already breathtakingly handsome features, drawing lingering glances from numerous young women strolling through the night market. Oh my goodness, that man in the black pinstriped suit is absolutely stunning. He's exactly the kind of man I've dreamed of. I'd give anything for his contact information. Save your energy. Didn't you see the radiant youthful woman sitting right across from him? Don't go embarrass yourself. That man clearly commands immense wealth. The suit he's wearing is bespoke tailoring. Even money can't guarantee access to such craftsmanship. In the imperial capital, it's a symbol of status and prestige. And he treats his girlfriend so gently. Murmurs rippled softly among the crowd, unintended yet unmistakable, and Tang Yue caught every word between bites. During a brief pause, she stole a glance at Qin Zhan, the very embodiment of magnetic charm. Truly mesmerizing. She couldn't look away. Having someone like him as a boyfriend wouldn't be so bad. Then abruptly she shook her head. We're just friends. What am I even thinking? Qin Zhan, naturally pleased by the whispers around him, silently affirmed one day, soon this little girl would be his girlfriend. You eat more, he said, placing a tender morsel of meat onto her plate. Thank you, she replied politely before popping it into her mouth. Qin Zhan watched her, her porcelain cheeks puffing adorably as she chewed, like a delightfully mischievous squirrel. His gaze darkened, quietly intense. This little girl truly tempted him, unceasingly. It seemed he'd need to accelerate his plans. I'm full. I feel utterly blissful. Tang Yue half closed her almond-shaped eyes, savoring the contentment. Qin Zhan's expression softened with affection, and without hesitation he murmured, if you love it this much, I'll treat you again next time. Let's not. She hastily waved her hands as if desperately trying to distance herself from him. Qin Zhan's finely arched brows furrowed slightly. Hurt flickered in his eyes as he asked softly, Yue, do you still look down on me? Her heart skipped a beat. A sudden absurd sense of guilt washed over her, as though she were some bandit queen bullying a destitute, yet devastatingly handsome man. She hurried to clarify, Qin Zhan, don't misunderstand. I meant reciprocity. Next time I'll treat you. Agreed. Though of course he had no intention of letting his little girl foot the bill. After resting at their table for a quarter, Qin Zhan suggested gently, Yue, shall we stroll around? I'm and perhaps aid our digestion. Tang Yue had been hoping for just that. She nodded cheerfully, yes, let's. As they wandered, Qin bought her a candied hawthorn skewer. Just as she took a bite, a scar-faced thug stormed forward with a gang of ruffians converging menacingly upon a nearby stall, arrogance radiating from every stride. You wretched street vendor, do you even know whose territory this is? What gives you the right to demand money from me? This night market isn't yours to own. Do you have any regard for the law? Retorted the stall owner, a handsome youth clad in a white hoodie and blue jeans, fury blazing in his eyes. The law? Huh. Kid, you won't believe it until you're staring at your own coffin. Think this is still a Rulio-Flaw society? Think you'll walk away unscathed? The scar-faced man spat casually onto the ground, sneering with contempt, while his cronies laughed openly, mocking the youth without restraint. Exactly. Do you even know who Brother Dao is? Daring to speak back to him. You're clearly out of your depth. Pay up now, or suffer the consequences. We won't go easy on you, not even a little. Sure, you're fair-skinned and pretty, but rest assured our tastes run perfectly conventional. Though, we might indulge in a bit of tender care if you beg nicely. Amid crude taunts and venomous jibes, several thugs began rummaging carelessly through the youth's stall, handling his wares with blatant disrespect. Stop right there. I've already called the police. You'll regret this. The scar-faced man roared. You dared call the police? Who gave you the gall? Brothers, smash his stall. Hold it right there. Tang Yue's eyes turned icy as she strode forward decisively. How dare these scum bully her younger brother? Qin raised an eyebrow. Though Tang Yue possessed great compassion, she rarely intervened in others' affairs. Yet as he studied the beleaguered youth more closely, something stirred in his memory. Wasn't this the younger brother of his beloved Yue, the future brother-in-law he'd someday welcome into his family? A chill swept through him, and he stepped forward without delay. The gang barely glanced at Tang Yue. Her ivory knit top, denim miniskirt, crisp white sneakers, and two loose braids framing her face made her appear nothing more than a breathtakingly beautiful girl, utterly insignificant in their eyes. The scar-faced man sneered, his gaze laced with malice as he drawled lazily, little miss. Big talk for someone so young. Let's see how you fare once I get my hands on you. Huh. His underlings echoed his laughter, crude and derisive. Qin's deep frost-laced gaze swept dismissively over the gang. Without uttering a word, he swiftly pulled Tang Yue behind him, then delivered a single precise kick, sending the scar-faced man crashing to the ground. Dao the Scar had long ruled this district unchallenged. Everyone granted him deference. To be felled so publicly before his entire crew shattered his pride completely. Enraged, he surged to his feet. Staggering upright, he snarled venomously, who the hell are you? Don't think dressing like a gentleman gives you license to defy me, boy. Brothers, take him down. Break his arms. And tonight's feast is on me. Yes, boss. In unison, the thugs lunged toward Qin. He exhaled a cold, disdainful breath, then seized Dao's arm, twisted sharply, and snapped it with a sharp, sickening crack. Dao screamed, a raw, agonized shriek. Ah. My arm, it's broken. Qin seized his throat in a vice-like grip and commanded, voice low and lethal, move again, and I end you. Cough. Cough. Scarface gasped for breath, his trousers soaked with fear. Brother, you're my elder brother. Please spare us. We'll never dare again. Get out. Qin kicked him hard once more, sending him tumbling several times across the ground. Scarface scrambled upright and fled with his underlings, their panic unmistakable. Tang Yue stood nearby, gazing at Qin thoughtfully while holding a candied hawthorn skewer. She was certain he had employed ancient martial arts, and he possessed inner energy. This man was extraordinary, but such matters were his private domain, none of her concern. Tang Yuchen approached her quietly and whispered, Sister, who is this handsome man? When did you meet him? His fighting style is absolutely dazzling. I found my new idol. Tang Yue shot Tang Yuchen a wry glance. Look closely. Does he seem familiar? Tang Yuchen scratched the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, then squinted and recoiled in startled disbelief. Sister, isn't he the owner of that luxury sedan whose tire you punctured? Unwilling to elaborate, Tang Yue gave Tang Yuchen a cool, dismissive glance. Brother, perhaps it's time you began training in martial arts. If you're ever bullied, mother and father would weep for half a day. Tang Yuchen clicked his tongue. No, they wouldn't. The Tang family doted on their daughters beyond measure. Compared to Tang Yue's cherished status, his own treatment felt like a free bonus thrown in with a phone recharge. Yet beneath Tang Yue's bright, knowing smile, Tang Yuchen could only nod stiffly. Yes. Good boy, she praised warmly. Sister, I'll find you an excellent master, Tang Yue declared, delighted by her own decision. Tang Yuchen then stepped forward to Qin and said earnestly, Big brother. Thank you. No need for thanks, little brother, Qin smiled gently. Little brother. Tang Yuchen blinked in surprise. They weren't even acquainted. How had this title appeared so effortlessly? Could it be his sister and this luxury car owner were dating? No, absolutely not. After all, his sister had never favored the wealthy. He must have overthought it. Noticing both Tang Yue's and Tang Yuchen's eyes fixed upon him, and fearing his earlier thoughts had been too transparent, Qin Zhan swiftly smoothed things over with quiet composure. Your sister and I are close friends. Her younger brother is naturally mine as well. Protecting family is only natural, so please think nothing of it. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Qin Zhan. Ah, so that was it. Relief washed over Tang Yuchen, and he offered a polite, respectful bow. Thank you, elder brother Qin. Qin Zhan smiled, faintly standing beside Tang Yue and Tang Yuchen. His presence alone radiated unwavering security. With the incident resolved, Tang Yuchen felt lightened and decided not to set up his stall that night. Sister, elder brother Qin, I'll treat you both to Hot Pot. A new hot pot restaurant just opened in the night market. The flavors are authentic. You'll love it. Hot Pot. Tang Yue puffed her cheeks playfully, her eyes crinkling into mischievous crescents, like a sly little fox utterly entranced. Seeing her thus, Qin Zhan would gladly surrender his very life to her. A single meal of hot pot. He would never let Tang Yue down. And truth be told, he longed to linger longer in her company. With a soft, tender smile, he murmured, I'll follow Yue's lead. Tang Yuchen frowned faintly. Something felt subtly off. Of course we're going. Little brother, lead the way. Seeing Tang Yue's radiant delight, Tang Yuchen dismissed his lingering doubts and guided Qin Zhan and Tang Yue toward the restaurant. The three walked side by side. Tang Yue in the center, Qin Zhan to her left, Tang Yuchen to her right. Striking and elegant, they drew admiring glances from every direction. Wow, those two over there. Their looks are unreal. Those faces, those figures, those legs, absolutely breathtaking. I used to think beauty whets the appetite was mere poetic exaggeration, but seeing them I feel a profound soul-deep satisfaction. Indeed, the ancients spoke no falsehood. They're truly stunning, and that tallest man, he's formidable. Just now he single-handedly subdued Scarface and his gang, knocking every one of them down without breaking a sweat. But the young woman, that's true perfection. In all my years I've never seen such beauty, the innocence of youth blended with a figure worthy of legend. Nation-toppling, city-shaking falls short of describing her. Whispers swirled around them as they walked. Yet the trio bore the attention with practiced ease, unfazed, unbothered. Here we are, sister. Elder brother Qin, this is it. Tang Yuchen pointed excitedly at a vermilion wooden signboard. They reserved a private room. Tang Yuchen handed the menu straight to Tang Yue and declared magnanimously, sister, you order whatever you fancy. With her own brother, Tang Yue didn't hold back. She rattled off dish after dish with brisk efficiency. Qin Zhan sat beside her, watching the girl confidently order over a dozen items, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Her appetite seemed astonishingly vast. But no matter, appetite was a blessing. Even if she ate endlessly, he would gladly provide. Besides, he'd held her once. Her figure was exquisite. A little extra softness would suit her perfectly. Still, he worried. Would her stomach bear it? At the thought, his deep dark eyes dimmed slightly with quiet concern. Gently he asked, Yue, will you really manage all this? Didn't you just finish skewers? Tang Yue grinned mysteriously, adopting the poised air of a sage, imparting wisdom. Qin Zhan, you clearly don't know this yet. Girls possess multiple stomachs, one for delicacies, one for ice cream, one for snacks. I was full earlier, but after walking so far I'm hungry again. Such a notion. Qin Zhan filed it away silently. Henceforth he would ensure Yue ate even more. Watching Qin Zhan blink, utterly beguiled by his sister's whimsy, Tang Yuchen seriously questioned the man's mental clarity. Had the tire truly been the only thing punctured last time? Or had his sister somehow pierced Qin Zhan's skull instead? If so, his family's fortune might not suffice for compensation. No, he needed calm. He'd stay silent, observe, and wait. Soon, however, he saw Qin Zhan and Tang Yue conversing easily. No signs of deception or distress. His tension eased, and he relaxed accordingly. Clinking glasses, familiarity blossomed between Tang Yuchen and Qin Zhan. Tang Yuchen raised his glass, voice earnest. Elder brother Qin, tonight thank you truly. From now on you're my sworn brother. When I become a renowned entrepreneur, I'll never forget your kindness today. Agreed. I'll celebrate your success. Qin Zhan tapped glasses and drank deeply. Hurry, let's eat the beef. It's perfectly cooked. Tang Yue urged them on, deftly serving each a generous portion with communal chopsticks. Thank you, sister, Tang Yuchen said happily. Fortunately, Tang Yue was unaware of Qin Zhan's inner thoughts. If she knew, she would undoubtedly shatter his fantasies without mercy. In Tang Yue's dictionary, there was only a life of mediocrity with no plans for the presence of a man. As the drinks flowed, Tang Yuchen and Qin Zhan grew more familiar with each other. They discussed entrepreneurship, finance, stocks, and real estate, and Tang Yuchen found that Qin Zhan could speak eloquently on all these subjects. Not only that, but the insights he provided were also incredibly practical, filled with solid experience. By the end of the meal, Tang Yuchan had clearly become an admirer of Qin Zhan. Indeed, the owner of a luxury car like Qin Zhan must have a considerable business empire. Moreover, in his demeanor and conversation, Tang Yuchan was certain that Qin Zhan was not the type of debauched rich young master. He was undoubtedly a breath of fresh air in high society. Brother Qin, you are truly exceptional. I admire. Tang Yuchan sincerely raised a toast to Qin Zhan, casually remarking, however, Brother Qin, you are so familiar with those industries and share the same name as the president of Zhongjue Group. Could it be that you are? Qin Zhan felt something was off, but did not show it. Instead, he gave a self-deprecating smile and took a swig of his drink. Tang Yue keenly noticed the change in Qin Zhan's mood and shot Tang Yuchan a reproachful look. What a blunder. She huffed. Qin Zhan is not the president of Zhongjue Group. It's merely a coincidence of. The president of Zhongjue is a tyrant, a living demon. The company policies he has set are problematic, and Qin Zhan is not that kind of person. You young man shouldn't speak carelessly. I'll quickly apologize to Qin Zhan. Tang Yu's words sent Qin Zhan's emotions on a roller coaster ride, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He was pleased that Tang Yue defended him, yet felt sorrowful that his identity as Qin Zhan made her unhappy. He was increasingly worried about her reaction upon discovering the truth. Tang Yuchan was a bit confused. He wasn't much younger than his sister. How had he become a mere child? Wanting to argue back, he saw Qin Zhan wave his hand, saying, no need. To share the same name as President Qin is an honor. It's just that my family has fallen on hard times and went bankrupt recently. Bankrupt? Tang Yuchan felt a deep sympathy. However, at that moment, he also understood why his sister had become friends with Qin Zhan. Because Qin Zhan was poor, his sister had shown him a bit more patience. I'm sorry, Brother Qin, I didn't know. The three of them ate until they were full and parted ways at the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. Upon returning home, Qin Zhan instructed Qin Dong to pay a visit to the police station. Those thugs dared to insult his little girl and harm his brother-in-law, and they deserved some serious punishment. After washing up, Tang Yue called her third senior brother by Yutong. Junior sister, what made you think to call your senior? Are you planning to inherit the mine and other assets left by the old man? Third senior brother, don't joke around. I need your help to teach a few people a lesson. Bai Yutong jumped out of bed in alarm and asked nervously, who dares to lay a hand on our junior sister? They are simply asking for trouble. Don't worry, junior sister, your third senior brother will handle it beautifully. Tang Yue achieved her goal and softly said, thank you, third senior brother, I'll hang up now. Bai Yutong hadn't finished his sentence before he heard the dial tone chuckling softly. Little ungrateful one, when you need something, I'm your third senior brother, and once you've given your orders you hang up directly. Such a mischievous one. With the call ended, Tang Yue went to bed. She wasn't the least bit worried that Bai Yutong would find out about what happened today. It was well known that Bai Yutong was the heir of a family that had connections in both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Investigating what happened tonight would take no time at all. Therefore, Tang Yue was entirely untroubled, doing whatever she pleased. The next day, her third senior brother would surely inform her of the outcome. The following day greeted with bright sunshine, a perfect day to go out. However, Tang Yue, being a lazy person, exceeded the sales targets of Zhongjue Group, and with no need to go to work, she slept in until 1 in the afternoon. Tang Yue casually ate a bit of food and lazily leaned on the sofa while playing with her phone. Bai Yutong had called her 11 times. Tang Yue returned the call. After 3 rings, the other party quickly answered. Junior sister, you finally picked up the phone. The matters you entrusted to me have already been taken over by someone else. Taken over by someone else? Tang Yue lazily asked, do you know who did it? My people found nothing. Found nothing. Tang Yue frowned, realizing that anyone whom her third senior brother couldn't find must have a powerful background. Tang Yue had a vague feeling that it might be Qin Zhan behind this. But now that Qin Zhan was bankrupt, did he still have such power? Tang Yue was somewhat doubtful and uncertain as she said, third senior brother, I understand. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal someday. Bai Yutong, worried that his little junior sister would hang up again, hurriedly said, all right, junior sister. If you encounter any problems, don't resist. Just call me directly. In Huadu, no one dares to touch you. Okay, I know my limits. You go ahead and busy yourself, third senior brother. I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yue fell into deep thought. This situation felt too unusual. Tang Yue had a strong intuition that this matter might be related to Qin Zhan. And she had always been very perceptive, and now that she had a suspect, she naturally wanted to verify it. She casually wore a pure white long dress, paired with a pair of white shoes, her hair parted in the middle, flowing down, looking stunningly beautiful, perfectly embodying the essence of a first love goddess. Wearing a dress made it inconvenient to ride a bike, so Tang Yue directly took a taxi to the commercial street near Hongmai Group. Tang Yue casually chose an elegantly decorated cafe, ordered a cappuccino along with red velvet cake, cheese, pudding, and other desserts, and leisurely sat in a cozy spot, enjoying the beautiful music in the cafe, feeling immense joy. It was afternoon, and the cafe was not crowded. A few scattered customers were all captivated by the pure and beautiful Tang Yue. That beauty is truly stunning, with a face reminiscent of first love, making one feel that she is to be gazed at from afar, but not to be desecrated. She is eating cake and desserts with a blissful expression, truly melting my heart. Such discussions caught the attention of Wang Ruoqi, who was discussing sales contracts. She glanced over at the group of people talking, and her expression instantly changed. Tang Yue, she truly is persistent. Tang Yue sipped her cappuccino in small mouthfuls and finished the last bite of red velvet cake. Just as she was about to order another, a shadow fell before her, faintly scented with rose perfume. Among everyone, Tang Yue knew only Wang Ruoqi would wear such perfume, like a flamboyant peacock. She lifted her head slightly and cast a cool glance at Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi wore a form-fitting sleeveless dress today. Her skin was fair and her bearing pleasant. Before Tang Yue arrived, many in the cafe had admired her. But since Tang Yue had come, Wang Ruoqi's beauty no longer seemed so striking. Wang Ruoqi, you are blocking my light, Tang Yue said. Tang Yue spoke with calm indifference. Her remark enraged Wang Ruoqi. Wasn't Tang Yue in effect implying she was fat? The remark infuriated her. Wang Ruoqi swallowed her anger and after a moment forced a smile. She said to Tang Yue, I'm discussing a sales order here. Jiang Yu and the others told me you have already exceeded your targets. I'm truly happy for you. Happy for me. Tang Yue curled her lip. Wang Ruoqi, happy for her. Not in a million years. One does not strike at a smiling face. Since Wang Ruoqi was putting on a show, Tang Yue board decided to watch and see what her motives were. Thank you. Honestly, it's nothing special. I simply have many friends who helped, so I exceeded the target. Is that so? That is impressive. Tang Yue, and no wonder you are the campus belle. You have so many friends. Wang Ruoqi raised her voice as she spoke. The cafe was quiet and sparsely populated, so Wang Ruoqi's sudden volume drew attention. The person who had earlier praised Tang Yue's looks now regarded her differently. The smile on Tang Yue's face did not change, yet it did not reach her eyes. Habits die hard. Wang Ruoqi always liked to make trouble for her. Hearing the praise for Tang Yue turned sour. Wang Ruoqi dropped her pretense. A triumphant smile played on her lips as she shot Tang Yue a provocative look. Tang Yue rose slowly and with deliberate calm asked Wang Ruoqi. Wang Ruoqi, where are you discussing the sales order with the client? Wang Ruoqi, eager to show off, replied directly, come with me. You sold appliances with friends' help and probably haven't formally negotiated a sales order. We're classmates. You can watch how I handle it and learn a thing or two. Tang Yue gave no rebuttal. Seeing she had gained the upper hand, Wang Ruoqi felt an immediate sense of. She led Tang Yue to their table. Tang Yue sat and listened quietly as Wang Ruoqi chatted at length with the client. The client listened with apparent seriousness, yet his gaze kept drifting between Tang Yue and Wang Ruoqi, occasionally turning leering. The client had been introduced by Wang Ruoqi's cousin Tian Kaibin. He ran an e-commerce business and intended to increase his inventory. As the saying goes, generous opportunities should not flow to outsiders. Tian Kaibin had therefore sent Wang Ruoqi to negotiate. It was also meant to help Wang Ruoqi reach her sales target of 20 million as soon as possible. Originally, the order seemed almost certain, but Wang Ruoqi's constant display of marketing tricks ultimately made the client suspicious of Zhongjue Group's products. An hour passed. Wang Ruoqi had still not closed the deal. Watching Tang Yue sitting beside her, so composed, Wang Ruoqi seethed. She smiled sweetly at the client. Mr. Li, I have something to attend to. May my colleague continue the discussion with you? Mr. Li, who had been quietly taken with Tang Yue's fresh beauty and had wanted to speak with her, replied politely, sure. I'm quite easy to talk to. With Mr. Li's assent, Wang Ruoqi pulled Tang Yue aside. Yue, I'm going to the restroom. Can you handle this order for me? Feigning helplessness, Tang Yue waved her hand. It's your order. What business is it of mine to negotiate it? Are you going to split the credit with me later? Wang Ruoqi was unwilling, but she reasoned that since it was her cousin's client, he would certainly not sign with Tang, so she was untroubled and smiled sweetly. Oh, Yue, we're in the same company. Why be so particular? You lack sales skills. If you somehow close this deal, the revenue will be credited entirely to you. Really? Tang Yue agreed reluctantly. All right. Since you say so, and manager Tian wants me to keep selling when I have time, I'll give it a try. Wang Ruoqi nodded with a smile. Go on, go on. She hurried away. 5 minutes later, Wang Ruoqi touched up her makeup and sashayed back to the table only to find Tang Yue alone. She asked in confusion, Tang Yue, where is Mr. Li? He's already gone. Gone. Wang Ruoqi was startled and dropped the pretense. Tang Yue, you didn't talk him into staying. Mr. Li was a major client, and you actually drove him away. That's outrageous. I'll report this to the manager right now. Tang Yue shrugged indifferently. Do as you like. After all, you asked me to handle this order. Her words left Wang Ruoqi speechless, for it was the truth. Tang Yue's almond-shaped eyes fixed on her. Wang Ruoqi, I'll wait for you to complain. Now go as far away as you can. Tang Yue. Tang Yue returned to her seat and resumed watching the scene. At 6 in the evening, Zhongjue Group and Hongmai Group finished work. Many employees were already slowly leaving the first-floor lobby. Among the crowd, Tang Yue did not spot Qin Zhan. She sent him a message. Qin Zhan, I'm near Hongmai Group. When do you finish work? I'm hungry and would like to invite you to dinner. Meanwhile, at Zhongjue Group, an emergency meeting had been called in the conference room. Many department managers sat trembling as Qin Zhan rebuked them. Planning department, is this month's promotional plan what you produced? Was it done by schoolchildren? Even schoolchildren would be more creative than this. Finance department, you misplaced decimal points on a report. How could you make such a basic mistake? Qin Zhan proceeded to enumerate a dozen or so problems in rapid succession. The department managers were all being reprimanded obedient like elementary school students. Suddenly, the large conference room was filled with the sound of a vibrating message alert. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The department managers couldn't help but hold their breath, inwardly grumbling. Wow, this is too bold. How dare someone not silence their phone during the president's meeting? They're definitely doomed. Oh, just wait to be fired. Who is this person? So daring to make a noise during the president's meeting. The air pressure in the conference room was low and a chill surrounded Qin Zhan. He glanced at the department managers who were as anxious as if they were sitting on pins and needles, and then slowly took out his phone. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the person whose phone was ringing was the president. But it was strange. Why was the president being so gentle? Were their eyes deceiving them? In the astonished gazes of those around, Qin Zhan not only looked at his phone, but also happily chatted with Tang Yu. Qin Zhan, all right, Yuen, wait for me. He'll pack up and come down right away. Tang Yu chuckled. Qin Zhan was truly a good friend. Since they were friends, Tang Yu naturally wouldn't do anything to put her friend in a difficult position. Tang Yu, it's fine if you're busy, I can wait for you. Don't rush. Qin Zhan responded immediately. My current position is quite relaxed, not busy at all. Wait for me for 10 minutes, send me your location, and he'll come find you. All right. Tang Yu replied to Qin Zhan's message and sent her location. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan, upon seeing Tang Yu's invitation for dinner, couldn't hide the smile on his face. The managers from various departments of Zhongjue Group looked curiously at Qin Zhan, some even casting inquisitive glances at assistant Shindong, who stood behind Qin Zhan. Only Miss Tang Yu could make their cold and ruthless president appear so vibrant and cheerful. Because he was going to have dinner with Tang Yu, Qin Zhan issued the final directive for this emergency meeting. The issues I pointed out earlier must be resolved by 3 p.m. tomorrow. If you commit such low-level mistakes again, you can resign in disgrace, and the company will provide compensation. The meeting is dismissed. The department managers receiving the order fled the conference room one by one. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan returned to his lounge, tidied up, and left the office in the best possible condition. Shindong followed closely behind, trailing Qin Zhan. Until they exited the elevator, Qin Zhan furrowed his brow slightly and coldly asked, Shindong, what are you following me for? Shindong answered without hesitation, to drive the president, of course. Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly, his meaning clear. Shindong immediately straightened his back and quickly added, then I'll head back first. President, I wish you a pleasant date with Miss Tang. With that, Shindong left while Qin Zhan headed to the underground parking lot, taking the elevator straight to the 6th floor of Hongmai Group. Then Qin Zhan took the safety passage and switched to the elevator that led to the lobby of Hongmai Group. By chance, he encountered his friend Mu Xiubai along with his secretary Zhang Yu. Oh, fourth brother, I didn't expect to run into you here. Mu Xiubai teased, his fox-like eyes scrutinizing Qin Zhan thoughtfully. President Qin, good afternoon. Mu Xiaobai's assistant Zhang Yue also greeted Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan calmly nodded, giving Mu Xiubai a warning glance, having no intention of explaining to him why. The more Qin Zhan remained silent, the more curious Mu Xiubai became. When Qin Zhan suddenly asked him to arrange a virtual position at Hongmai Group, Mu Xiaobai's intuition told him that something unusual was happening. And today at just 6:15 p.m., the workaholic Qin Zhan was actually not working overtime, which was enough to indicate that something was seriously wrong. Fourth brother, are you in such a hurry to get off work because you have a date? Mu Xiubai suggested the least likely scenario for Qin Zhan. However, Qin Zhan's expression remained normal, though a hint of redness appeared at the back of his ears. The cunning Mu Xiubai remained unfazed, pretending to part ways with Qin Zhan at the entrance of Hongmai Group. After watching Mu Xiaobai's car drive away, Qin Zhan made his way to the cafe where Tang Yu was sitting. The window seat where Tang Yu was seated allowed a clear view of the comings and goings at the entrances of Zhongjue Group and Hongmai Group. Since Qin Zhan appeared, Tang Yu's gaze had been locked on him. Seeing Qin Zhan emerge from Hongmai Group, she felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed she had overthought it. Qin Zhan was not the Qin Zhan from the First Family's elite Qin family in Huagua. As Qin Zhan entered the cafe, Tang Yu stood up and waved enthusiastically at him. Qin Zhan, over here. When Qin Zhan saw his little girl in a white dress as pure and beautiful as a fairy, he wished he could hide her away. Such a beautiful girl should be kept in a castle. But he knew very well that although Tang Yu was laid back, she yearned for freedom and would definitely not want to be treated this way. He composed himself and approached Tang Yu quietly, asking, what do you want to eat tonight? Today I'm treating, so whatever you want to eat, I'll eat too. Tang Yu's beautiful apricot eyes sparkled, and in those lovely eyes there was only Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan's heart raced. He tried to steady his emotions and quickly made a decision. Yesterday we had hot pot and skewers which were quite spicy. How about we go for Cantonese cuisine today? Something lighter to soothe our stomachs. Tang Yu loved her spicy food. As soon as she heard Cantonese cuisine, her instinct was to refuse. But thinking of what she had just said, she didn't hesitate long before agreeing. Okay, you lead the way. It's nice to switch things up occasionally. Cantonese cuisine is known for its health benefits, something every foodie understands. Tang Yu didn't dislike Cantonese cuisine. Rather, in comparison to its light and healthy nature, she preferred the colorful and flavorful dishes of Sichuan and Hunan cuisine, with hot pot being her absolute favorite. However, she recalled that when Qin Zhan, as a bankrupt handsome man, had dined with her for the first time, he didn't handle spicy food very well. Since she was treating naturally, she had to prioritize Qin Zhan's taste. The Cantonese restaurant I'm taking you to requires a drive. Please wait by the roadside for a moment while I go to the underground parking garage to get the car. Tang Yu nodded obediently and followed Qin Zhan out of the cafe. Just as Qin Zhan and Tang Yu exited the cafe, they spotted Mu Xiubai standing at the door, grinning as he watched them. Brother C, are you on a date? Mu Xiubai asked with a teasing smile, then turned to Tang Yu. Lovely young lady, I am Qin Zhan's esteemed. Before he could finish, Qin Zhan hastily interrupted. This is Mu Xiubai, CEO of Hongmai Group, and in a sense my benefactor. Mr. Mu, please stop calling me Brother C. Though I am older, we remain superior and subordinate. Such fraternal address undermines professional decorum. Qin Zhan spoke twice in rapid succession, then shot Mu Xiubai a sharp warning glare, hidden from Tang Yu's sight. Though Mu Xiubai did not grasp Qin Zhan's motive, he well knew his friend's formidable nature, and complied without hesitation. Very well. If you insist, Qin Zhan, I shall spare you the dilemma. May I ask your name, beautiful lady? Tang Yu. Since the man's warmth verged on excess, she stepped back courteously. Hello, I'm Tang Yu. Then without delay she took Qin Zhan's hand and led him toward the underground garage. Mu Xiubai chuckled softly, watching Qin Zhan's retreating back without a glance, and shook his head faintly. Impressive Qin Zhan, placing beauty above brotherhood. That debt he would remember. As Tang Yu guided him, Qin Zhan felt her slender, delicate fingers enveloping his broad palm, a sensation like downy feathers brushing his heart, sending a quiet thrill through his entire being. Only when he registered it did Tang Yu flush faintly, withdrawing her hand at once. Qin Zhan, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to. Qin Zhan gazed at her, his eyes holding an unfathomable depth, joy flickering beneath restraint, as if trembling on the edge of revelation. Tang Yu could not decipher his intent, yet inexplicably her pulse quickened just half a beat beneath that gaze. Qin Zhan leaned in, slowly drawing nearer until his lips grazed her ear. Was it affection that made you unconsciously take my hand? His voice, low and resonant, like a cello's rich, lingering melody, unfolded softly. Tang Yu instinctively ran her tongue over her molars, anchoring herself back to awareness. Goodness, Qin Zhan, you're far too charming. Had her self-control been weaker, she might have succumbed utterly to that allure, though admittedly his handsome features aligned perfectly with her aesthetic ideal. Yet for Tang Yu, now only one thing mattered: her graduation certificate. Men were distractions, detracting from her resolve to embrace idleness and slowing her descent into serene, untroubled sloth. She steadied herself, then playfully slapped his shoulder. Nonsense. I'd never fancy a man like you, a middle-aged gentleman no less. Unless you harbor improper intentions. Seeing her shift into guarded reserve, Qin Zhan knew better than to press further. With a gentle smile he asked, did you find me rather dashing just now? Dashing? He wasn't merely dashing. He was a bewitching, ethereal enchantress in male form. That was her silent reply, though aloud she offered only what he wouldn't deem satisfactory. Passable perhaps. Let's eat. I'm starving. Qin Zhan, ever attentive to her needs, drove for over 20 minutes before arriving at an elegant Cantonese restaurant nestled in tranquil seclusion. As they alighted, a valet smoothly whisked away Qin Zhan's car. Tang Yu voiced no objection. The choice of such an upscale Cantonese establishment suited her perfectly. She lacked neither means nor inclination to spare expense. If Qin Zhan cherished this cuisine, even a 7-star hotel would be hers to offer. To those she claimed as her own, Tang Yu granted generous indulgence. Come on, I adore their steamed pork ribs here. Absolutely peerless. And their black chicken soup is exquisite too. She urged Qinzhan forward, and together they entered the restaurant side by side. The moment they stepped inside, the maitre d' spotted Qinzhan and approached with deferential poise. Mr. Qin, shall we prepare your usual? Qinzhan nodded wordlessly. Tang Yue too withheld questions. Out of courtesy, though curiosity stirred quietly within her. Hadn't Qinzhan declared bankruptcy? Why then did someone still address him as President Qin? Was the news simply unknown, or deliberately obscured? En route to the private dining room, Qinzhan remained quietly composed, his expression steady, betraying no trace of inner turbulence. Go ahead, Yue. Order whatever pleases you. This Cantonese restaurant belongs to me personally. After our family's bankruptcy, it remains my sole hidden equity, a modest remnant of former fortune. As he spoke, his head bowed slightly, his demeanor heavy with quiet desolation. Hearing his explanation, Tang Yue's earlier doubts softened, receding like mist at dawn. She had overthought it. Indeed, wealthy men possessed resources beyond reckoning. 3 burrows for a cunning hare scarcely captured their preparedness. Even this modest remnant placed him squarely behind the scenes of a prestigious dining institution. No wonder financial ruin rarely felled them so easily. Tang Yue nodded gently. Qinzhan, you needn't justify every detail to me. We're friends now. I only wish you well. If money is scarce and this restaurant is your last lifeline, your willingness to bring me here speaks volumes. I trust you implicitly. Relief eased through Qinzhan's chest, but on his face sorrow lingered. I fear I cannot restore our family's former glory. Even now debts burden us. Every cent this restaurant earns flows straight into filling those gaps. Tang Yue pressed her lips together, an idea blooming, then swiftly dismissed. His pride ran deep. He would likely refuse her aid outright. Tang Yue and Qinzhan, having satisfied their hunger and thirst, prepared to leave after a brief rest. However, as soon as they stepped out of the private room, Tang Yue suddenly turned around, ran behind Qinzhan, rested her head on his shoulder, and softly said, Qinzhan, cover for me. An annoying person has appeared, and make sure she doesn't see me. The warmth of the girl's breath brushed against Qinzhan's long neck, causing a ticklish sensation, stirring a long-forgotten excitement within him. He tried to relax, took a gentle deep breath, and replied softly, MHM. Then Qinzhan suddenly turned back to confirm with Tang Yue, is it that you don't want to be seen? Tang Yue hurriedly nodded. Excuse me. As Qinzhan spoke, he casually unfastened the button of his suit jacket, and amidst Tang Yue's astonished gaze, he lifted her into a princess carry while reminding the bewildered Tang Yue, bury your head in my chest, this way no one will be able to see you. Tang Yue felt her body heat up, but at this point she could only accept it. The person Tang Yue found annoying was none other than Tang Shuyan, the cherished princess of the Tang family, who had never gotten along with her since childhood. She was also Tang Yue's cousin. Tang Yue disliked all members of the Tang family aside from her immediate family. Seeing Tang Shuyan did not mean that Tang Yue was afraid of her, rather she simply wanted to avoid trouble and did not wish to have any conflict with Tang Shuyan. After all, whenever Tang Shuyan encountered Tang Yue, she often acted like a rabid dog. Qinzhan, being handsome, carrying Tang Yue, attracted the attention of many in the Cantonese restaurant. They couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Oh my, this man is too handsome with that figure, those legs, that waist, or I dare say, he must have an 8-pack. How fortunate is the girl in his arms, this handsome guy must make her incredibly happy. Why is it that all the handsome men in this world are taken while I remain single? I also want to be in a relationship, or I wish I could find a boyfriend who could carry me like that too. I want that too, darling. Can you carry me like that later? The man being questioned by his girlfriend glanced at his slightly overweight partner and chuckled, baby, how about we lose some weight first? At this moment, as Qinzhan passed by this table, while carrying Tang Yue, he heard this conversation, and the giggling Tang Yue couldn't help but laugh aloud. But soon she buried her small face deeper into Qinzhan's chest, stifling her laughter, her heartbeat harmonizing with his in a melodious symphony. Meanwhile, Tang Xian, who had been standing in the corridor, momentarily thought she saw Tang Yue, but turned around after failing to find her preparing to attend to her own matters when she suddenly heard Tang Yue's laughter. She suddenly turned back, fixating on Qinzhan's silhouette and the girl in his arms, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze behind him, Qinzhan did not linger, but continued walking steadily towards the exit of the restaurant. With Qinzhan's cover, Tang Yue successfully avoided Tang Shuyan. Once outside the restaurant, Tang Yue struggled to free herself from Qinzhan's embrace. Though reluctant, Qinzhan did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and asked, now that I've helped you, how do you plan to thank me? What kind of reward do you want? Tang Yue steadied her heartbeat and asked with a sweet smile. Qinzhan did not answer, but instead asked back, can I ask for anything? Of course, but let me make it clear in advance that I won't do anything illegal or immoral, Tang Yue said sternly and seriously. Qin Zhan looked at the adorable expression of his little girl, feeling a warmth in his heart. He could never let his little girl do anything illegal or immoral. He cared for and pampered her too much. However, since the little girl had given him such a good opportunity, Qin Zhan naturally intended to seize it. I hope that one day if you find out I've deceived you, you won't be angry and will still stay by my side. Tang Yue frowned, scrutinizing Qin Zhan, and jokingly asked, Qin Zhan, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? I absolutely wouldn't deceive you. I'm just saying if it happens, it's just hypothetical. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhan, you really can't take a joke. I'm kidding, as since you helped me this time, I will agree to your I just casually mentioned a request. Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow, pretending to say, when I Tang Yue speak, I always keep my word. Oh, any promise I make will be fulfilled. Hearing this, Qin Zhan felt relieved. Little girl, I hope one day you truly understand my intentions. Regardless, Qin Zhan would never let Tang Yue leave him. At this moment, Tang Yue was completely unaware that with her current promise, Qin Zhan had no worries left in pursuing her. Tang Yue sat in the passenger seat of Qin Zhan's car, and he asked her, where are you going, back to the apartment tonight, or to your home in the city village? To the apartment, let's go. Throughout the journey, Tang Yue and Qin Zhan remained quiet, both unusually calm. After driving for more than 40 minutes, they got out of the car and entered the elevator side by side. Both stood at the door of their respective apartments, pausing for a moment without moving. Perhaps due to the tacit understanding between them, they turned back simultaneously, each wearing a look of hesitation as they stared at one another. You go first. Tang Yue and Qin Zhan spoke in unison. Eventually, Qin Zhan said first, Yue is a girl, you should go first. Tang Yue, not one to be shy, immediately asked, Qin Zhan, did you give special treatment to those thugs? Qin Zhan maintained a calm demeanor, but understood her well. So that's why this little girl called him out tonight, as she was testing him. How adorable. He was surprised and asked back, those thugs received special treatment. Did you arrange that, Yue? How do you know about the situation at the police station? Tang Yue did not get a definitive answer to her question, and just as she was about to press further, Qin Zhan turned the tables on her, causing her expression to shift slightly. At this moment, she found herself speechless. But in order to maintain her image, Tang Yue waved her hand, laughing, ha. Not really, I just mentioned this matter to a friend, and he told me about it. I thought it was you. Qin Zhan smiled slightly, his deep-set eyes revealing no emotions, only saying vaguely, I also wish it were me, but just. After a moment, he continued, I'm very glad that you still see me as strong in your heart, Yue. Rest assured, I will definitely work hard to become someone who can shield you from the storm. Tang Yue's stunning face twitched slightly. She didn't mean it that way. Qin Zhan's reaction felt strange to her. If she had known, she wouldn't have asked directly. Her actions seemed to have hurt the pride of the bankrupt handsome man. Tang Yue felt an immense sense of guilt and hurriedly comforted him, saying, Qin Zhan, as long as you're happy, it's fine. I didn't mean to. Qin Zhan's deep gaze remained fixed on Tang Yue as he asked softly, Yue, do you not believe that I No, Qin Zhan, I believe in you. I believe that one day you will definitely be the one to shield me from the storm. Keep it up. You worked hard all day today, so hurry back and rest. I'm a bit tired too, so we'll head inside first. Bye-bye. Good night. Yue, little girl. Tang Yue just wanted to quickly go inside. If she didn't, she would feel like a heinous sinner having poked at Qin Zhan's sore spot. So Tang Yue replied without looking back, Good night, Qin Zhan. The door closed, cutting off Qin Zhan's deep gaze like cold pond water. Qin Zhan felt elated, believing that through tonight the relationship between him and Tang Yue had progressed further. Meanwhile, after returning to her apartment, Tang Yue took some clean clothes and enjoyed a relaxing bath. After washing up, Tang Yue applied heavy makeup and donned her adorable bunny pajamas. At 9:30 in the evening, she quietly started a live stream. In the live stream room of Tang Yue, initially, there wasn't much traffic. However, in less than 5 minutes, her live stream began to heat up. Wow. Today is really my lucky day, though I encountered my beautiful as soon as I went online. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Wow. IE still looks so beautiful today, dressed in cute pajamas and sporting a queen-like makeup, looks simply flawless. Oh my girl, you're online, you look so beautiful, mommy loves you so much. Mwah mwah mwah. The comments were plentiful. Tang Yue spoke directly to the camera, saying, Hello everyone, good evening. I am Tang Yi. Welcome my fans to my live stream. This stream is very casual, without any theme, mainly to thank my fans, chat with you, and sing you some songs. Wow, is the most beautiful, is the best. Spinning around wanting to give the goddess a loving hug. Tang Yue fulfilled all reasonable requests from her fans and patiently answered their questions. At the end of the live stream, Tang Yue concluded the night with a song, Chasing Light. The fans in the live stream room were reluctant to leave. Tang Yue smiled helplessly and said, My dear fans, make sure to sleep early and rise early. It's already 11:30. Good night, looking forward to seeing you next time, bye. After saying this, Tang Iyue closed the live stream. In the hospital room, Su Shumi shouted excitedly, "Hubby, did you hear that? My girl is just too cute, simply adorable. I really want her to be my daughter-in-law. Look at her, how she cares for us fans, even asking us not to send gifts and to take care of our health. She's such a good kid, but unfortunately our son doesn't like her. He prefers that girl Iyue. Iyue is also quite nice, a good girl, pretty and lively. She seems to match well with our son." Qin Lianjing pursed his lips, unable to say anything for a long time. He truly had no way to handle his wife. At her age, still fervently chasing stars, even coming to the hospital for it. To gain sympathy, his good husband image had turned into that of a scumbag who abandoned his wife. This was one thing, but even after being injured, she was not behaving, ignoring his words to watch the live stream. Qin Lianjing knew that his wife was soft-hearted, and after a long while he finally replied, "Wife, then just listen to Tang Yi and rest. Think about it, you're so eager to bring them together, but our son likes that girl Tang Yue. Perhaps this is fate. Once our son succeeds, you will be the future mother-in-law, and it won't be long before you have a grandson. You need to take care of your health to take them out to play." "Oh." Su Shumi perked up instantly. "Yes, old man, you're absolutely right. I can definitely see Yi. I feel that the girl Yue must know who Yi is. As long as I get closer to Yue, I will surely meet Yi." After saying that, Su Shumi almost fell asleep instantly. Qin Lianjing looked at his wife lovingly and gradually drifted off to sleep. Time flew by quickly, and 2 days passed in a flash. On Monday morning, there was a regular meeting that everyone in the marketing department had to attend. So Tang Yue dragged her heavy body out of bed with difficulty and left at 8 in the morning. By coincidence, she ran into Qinzhan again. Seeing the delicate face of the little girl he hadn't seen for 2 days, Qinzhan's eyes darkened, but he did not reveal any unusualness in his words and politely greeted her. "Yue, what a coincidence." Yes, such a coincidence." Tang Yue replied perfunctorily, half closing her eyes. The two sat quietly in the elevator with nothing to say. Qinzhan's Audi was parked across from Tang Yue's car. He got into his car and saw Tang Yue frowning, standing still, and asked curiously, Why aren't you leaving?" "Oh, my little electric scooter tire seems to have blown out." Qinzhan remained composed, lowering his gaze to conceal the emotions in his eyes. He took the initiative to invite Tang Yue, saying, Why not take my car? It's on the way anyway. You can call the repair shop to pick up your car later." With no other choice, Tang Yue had to get into Qinzhan's car. But in her heart, she was thinking that her tire wouldn't have blown out for no reason. Although she only glanced at it, she clearly saw a bullet hole from a toy sniper gun on the rear tire of her scooter. Her tire was intentionally punctured. She had to take revenge for this. Whoever dared to damage her car must pay the price. Meanwhile, sitting in the driver's seat, Qinzhan suddenly felt a chill at his back and glanced at Han Xinyue with a guilty conscience. Han Xinyue was currently in a fit of anger and didn't notice. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhongjue Group, Tang Yue expressed her thanks and waved goodbye to Qinzhan, saying, "Qinzhan, I'm going in first." "Why, thank you. No need to thank me. If you encounter any problems, feel free to find me." "Okay." Tang Yue waved goodbye to Qinzhan, her youthful and vibrant back, causing Qinzhan in the car to be unable to take his eyes off her. At this time in the marketing department of Zhongjue Group, many people were comforting the tearful Wang Ruoqi. "Ruoqi, please stop crying. If EU truly bullied you, manager Tian would never stand idly by." "Exactly. Honestly, I don't think EU is the type to bully others. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding between. You're probably just dazzled by Tang EU's appearance, and thus instinctively take her side. But you must open your eyes wide and look carefully. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face, yet never fathom their heart. If she hadn't bullied Ruoqi, why would Ruoqi be in tears?" A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone chattered at once. Just as Tang Yu entered the marketing department, she was intercepted by Jiang Yu and Zhu Feng, flanking her left and right, recounting the department's swirling rumors about her. Jiang Yu spoke with quiet concern. "Iyue, be cautious during this morning's routine meeting. Wang Ruoqi has already harbored deep resentment toward you, and many in marketing now believe you bullied her." "Yes, Yu, be careful. Because of Ruoqi, everyone assumes you'd resort to any underhanded means to close deals and earn commissions." Zhu Feng nodded in agreement, articulating the stark pragmatic reality faced by marketing personnel. Tang Yu didn't pause at their warning. Instead, she smiled faintly and countered, "Did Wang Ruoqi tell others I drove away her client?" Zhu Feng nodded, his gaze heavy with worry. Yu merely chuckled, dismissing Ruoqi's petty machinations as beneath her notice. She had already surpassed her sales target. So long as Ruoqi left her alone, Yu planned to retreat to her apartment after Monday's meeting, content to live life as a carefree idle fish. But should Ruoqi dare provoke her, Tang Yu was no soft peach to be squeezed at will, and she would not hesitate to strike back. "Thank you both, but rest assured integrity casts no shadow. Let's go in together." Yu strode ahead, Jiangyu and Zhu Feng followed half a step behind, one to her left, one to her right, like celestial guardians flanking a sovereign. To Wang Ruoqi's eyes, this deference only confirmed Yu's supposed promiscuity. She thinks beauty grants her license to do as she pleases. This time I'll make sure she regrets it. The routine meeting began promptly at 9 o'clock. After delivering an uplifting address, marketing manager Tian Kaibin outlined 3 key agenda items. First, he commended intern Tang Yu, whose overnight performance had not only exceeded her sales quota, but also placed her atop the department's leaderboard. Second, he praised interns Jiangyu Zhu Feng and Wang Ruoqi for their week-long progress. Though Zhu Feng had sold only a single wok priced at 259 yuan, even that modest transaction warranted recognition. Third, and most pivotal, was the meeting's focal point. Tian Kaibin's gaze lingered on Tang Yu, charged with unspoken implication. Yu met it calmly, her expression serene as mist over still water. Meanwhile, those who'd heard Ruoqi's tearful accusations cast disdainful glances at Yu, as if she were a blight infecting the marketing department itself. Manager Tian spoke sternly. In marketing, results speak loudest, but closing deals and selling products must rely solely on merit and personal networks. Underhanded tactics, sabotaging colleagues' deals, disrespecting clients, or poaching accounts are strictly forbidden. He paused briefly before continuing. Such practices do occur among rival firms, and not infrequently. Yet competition between companies differs fundamentally from conduct among colleagues. We must support one another, foster camaraderie, not seize each other's hard-won opportunities, let alone destroy them. Understood. His voice suddenly sharpened. The room echoed in unison, understood. Then Tian Kaibin fixed Yu with a glare. Tang Yu, you sabotaged Wang Ruoqi's deal. How do you explain yourself? Manager Tian, Tang Yu drove my client away, deliberately. Her sales target is already fulfilled. Her performance guarantees excellence, even graduation. But me. At these words, glances toward Yu fractured, shifting between suspicion, pity, and veiled judgment. Yet Yu remained unmoved, calm, unshaken, amid the accusatory stares. With a gentle smile she countered, Wang Ruoqi, do you truly assert I drove your client away? Wasn't it you? Tang Yu, you've done wrong. Apologize directly to me. We're alumni. I'd forgive you instantly. But treating me like this, it's despicable. Wang Ruoqi, I ask once more, are you certain I drove away Director Li? Upon hearing Yu name, Director Li Ruoqi's eyes flickered with triumph. This time, not even Heaven's sovereign could save Tang Yu. She'd brought it upon herself. Ruoqi had spoken only vaguely, yet Yu herself named Director Li. Foolish beyond measure. Tang Yu, you feigned ignorance just moments ago. Now you invoke Director Li. Yes, you know him. You venomous woman. Find me another client of equal stature, or I'll ensure you suffer dearly. Colleagues who'd long favored Ruoqi now joined the chorus, urging Yu to confess and apologize. Yu, show some self-awareness. We all work for the same company. Ruoqi's even offered you a private resolution. Why not simply find her a replacement client? Indeed, deliberately sabotaging another's deal, if reported to our CEO, could render your internship evaluation unsatisfactory. He despises liars above all. When their reproaches peaked, and even Manager Tian declared Yu's sales record would be reduced by 5 million yuan transferred to Ruoqi, Yu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a masterful farce. Truly exquisite. So this is how you pilfer others' commissions, and then claim them as your own with such serene conscience. I never claimed them. Tang Yu, you slander without proof. Yu tilted her lips upward, a subtle, elegant curve that heightened the delicate beauty of her features. From her small cloth bag, she withdrew a sleek black voice recorder and pressed play before the stunned assembly. Director Li, something urgent has come up. I'll have my colleague assist you instead. Yu, I'm stepping out to the restroom. Please handle this deal for me. This account belongs to you. Why should I negotiate it? Would you then split the commission with me? Oh, Yu, we're colleagues in the same firm. Must we haggle over details? You lack sales finesse. If you close this deal, the full commission is yours. As the recording played, every gaze in the room shifted, no longer accusing Yu, but piercing Wang Ruoqi with dawning disbelief and quiet revulsion. When Wang Ruoqi saw Tang Yu pull out the voice recorder, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet upon hearing the recording, she burned with murderous rage toward Tang Yu. For in the audio, she had explicitly agreed to certain terms with Tang Yu, authorizing her to negotiate, and even declaring that all sales performance would belong solely to Tang Yu, with none allocated to herself. Moreover, Tang Yu had repeatedly confirmed each point, and Wang Ruoqi had affirmed them without hesitation. Beneath the weight of accusatory, distrustful glances from everyone present, Wang Ruoqi lowered her head, clenched her teeth, and forced out an explanation. I'm truly sorry, Yu. We parted on bitter terms that day. I genuinely believed you had driven Director Li away. Later when I tried calling him, he didn't answer. That's why I misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry, Tang Yue. We misunderstood you just now and spoke unjustly. Amidst this routine meeting, Tian Kaibin found himself utterly superfluous. Only after the apologies had been offered did Tang Yue respond calm and composed. I've never been one to hold grudges. Your apologies are accepted. You were misled after all. And as this is a critical departmental meeting, I have an announcement to make. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yue produced a prepared document folder and passed it directly toward Tian Kaibin. Opened the folder slowly, and there on the final page of the sales contract was the official seal of Director Li's company, the very firm he had originally introduced to his cousin Wang Ruoqi. This meant Tang Yue had secured yet another 8 million yuan deal, bringing her total sales volume to 38 million yuan. Employees seated near Tian Kaibin caught sight of the contract, and their eyes lit up with awe. Yue, you're absolutely extraordinary. We never imagined that deal would be salvaged, yet you not only retained it, but sealed it. Is it true? It's simply unbelievable. In the recording I'd assumed you lacked sales acumen, but you've clearly mastered it beyond measure. 8 million yuan. Yue, you're the undisputed sales queen of our marketing department. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, you possess peerless professional prowess. Praise rained down upon Tang Yue like a torrent, while Wang Ruoqi seethed inwardly powerless to act. The earlier misunderstanding had stripped her of any credibility. Even if she now sought to claim credit, no one would believe her. With over 2 months remaining in her internship, she could not afford to alienate everyone here. So this time Wang Ruoqi fell silent, only glaring venomously at Tang Yue from where no one could see. Their gazes locked, fierce and unyielding, until Tang Yue offered Wang Ruoqi a sweet, radiant smile that made her fury boil over. That wretched Tang Yue, she would not let this pass. She was certain this humiliation had been deliberate, meticulously orchestrated. Seeing Wang Ruoqi's flushed, incensed face, Tang Yue's spirits soared, and her smile grew even sweeter than usual. Through this incident, Tang Yue ascended to legendary status within the marketing department, a position secure enough to shield her from trouble, at least for now. Watching Tang Yue bask in relentless praise, Tian Kaibin's gaze darkened with quiet contemplation. No wonder his cousin Wang Ruoqi had stood no chance against her. Indeed, Tang Yue's capabilities were extraordinary. With Wang Ruoqi thoroughly eclipsed, Tang Yue felt lighthearted and perfectly content to lounge in blissful idleness for a while longer. Perfect. After the meeting concluded, with Tang Yue ranked first in sales, Jiang Yu declared cheerfully, Yue, congratulations on hitting your target. I'm treating you to dinner, to celebrate properly. Wonderful. Let's invite Zhu Feng too. I'll share some sales insights with you both. Next week's meeting will shine with your brilliance. That's splendid. Jiang Yu laughed warmly. My parents might just wake up laughing, even in their sleep. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng, earnest and unassuming, smiled quietly beside them, saying little. Since Tang Yue, Jiang Yu, and Zhu Feng had yet to leave the marketing department's premises, their animated, laughter-filled exchange was captured precisely on the surveillance feed watched by Qin Zhan. Chen Dong, standing behind Qin Zhan, instinctively sensed a chilling drop in atmospheric pressure emanating from his CEO. He glanced up at the monitor, just in time to see Tang Yue laughing brightly alongside the two men. This was unforgivable. Miss Tang had just plucked a whisker from the tiger's muzzle and struck the most sensitive spot imaginable. Chen Dong, who is that man? Sir, he is Jiang Fan, the sole heir of the Jiang family. Like Miss Tang, he's a senior intern at our company. He's cheerful, outgoing, and a close friend of hers. Qin Zhan watched Jiang Fan and Tang Yue converse with evident ease, and a surge of possessive instinct flared anew within him. Fierce and primal, he wanted nothing more than to lock the little girl away. Elsewhere, Jiang Yu, walking beside Tang Yue, suddenly shivered, chilled to the spine by an uncanny sensation of being watched. He turned back, but saw nothing. What's wrong? Tang Yue asked, puzzled. Jiang Yu scratched the back of his head sheepishly and grinned. Nothing. Must have been my imagination. Jiang Yu, a scion of extraordinary wealth, naturally chose an upscale restaurant for their celebration. Tang Yue remained unfazed. His affluence was irrelevant, but what mattered was his genuine warmth, sincerity, and kindness. He was unquestionably a friend worth cultivating. Zhu Feng too was upright and benevolent. To Tang Yue, dining with true friends held meaning far beyond cuisine. It resided entirely in sincerity and shared affection. Thus, when Jiang Yu led them to the fine dining establishment, Tang Yue raised no objection. Courtesy dictated that ladies be honored first, and since Tang Yue consented, Zhu Feng naturally followed suit. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Yu guided Tang Yue and Zhu Feng smoothly toward a private room. Yet along the way, curious glances and hushed whispers began to follow them. That young woman is breathtakingly beautiful, truly exceptional. Though her attire seems rather plain, almost like a gold digger, yet her bearing is refined. She doesn't strike me as one. Still, her clothing is remarkably simple. To dine here dressed so casually. How unconventional. Honestly, this place admits anyone now. Disgusting. I'm lodging a formal complaint with the manager. A wealthy heiress delivered this remark with exaggerated affectation, her gaze disdainful, her nose tilted upward as she scrutinized Tang Yu. Tang Yu blinked, bewildered. What had she done to warrant such veiled contempt? Was the heiress mentally unbalanced? They'd never met. What authority did she possess to pass judgment? Or was it simply her beauty that magnetized these self-appointed critics? Zhu Feifei, you will apologize to my friend Jiang Yu commanded, his expression stern and voice ice cold. Zhu Feifei's eyes flickered with wounded pain as she met Jiang Yu's gaze, then hardened into furious daggers aimed squarely at Tang Yu. Jiang Yu, you truly know how to choose friends. Will your grandfather ever approve? Another troublemaker has come looking for a fight. Fight Tang Yu, I'm not a soft persimmon. The handsome Jiang Yu, rarely showing a cold expression, spoke with a serious tone. Zhu Feifei, my grandfather is not like your family, who favors wealth over character. Go ahead and tell my grandfather I am not afraid at all. You are simply unreasonable. Jiang Yu, are you really willing to degrade yourself and dine with such women and men? Does your family really face bankruptcy? If you truly go bankrupt, considering your decent looks, I might even let you come to my house as a son-in-law. After Zhu Feifei said this, the onlookers burst into laughter. Ha ha. Jiang Yu's gentle gaze turned cold as he disdainfully replied, you want me to marry into your... With someone like you, even if you offered $1 billion in assets, you can forget about stepping into my family's door. The crowd's malicious laughter drew more attention, leaving Zhu Feifei's face flushed and speechless. Zhu Feifei then glared at Tang Yu with a predatory gaze. Throughout it all, Tang Yu remained indifferent, her face adorned with a faint smile like a pure angel. The more angelic Tang Yu appeared, the more irate Zhu Feifei became, viewing it as a provocation. Thus Zhu Feifei snidely remarked, what? Jiang Yu, does your family teach you gentlemanly manners? Using foul language towards a lady. With your demeanor, do you expect me to apologize? In your next life, perhaps. And the woman beside you is clearly not a good person. Who are you calling not a good person? A lazy, melodious female voice chimed in as Tang Yu walked slowly to Jiang Yu's side. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, they were indeed eye-catching. Zhu Feifei glared at Tang Yu, losing her rationality, and hysterically shouted, I'm referring to you. Oh, so you're not a good person. Tang Yu feigned ignorance in her retort. You. The dialogue between Tang Yu and Zhu Feifei reached the ears of the onlookers, who erupted in laughter, showing no mercy. This disparity made Zhu Feifei's face redden with anger towards Tang Yu. She grit her teeth and warned, as long as I'm here, don't even think about dining here. With that, the rich girl named Zhu turned to leave, her high heels clacking loudly against the floor in her fury. Tang Yu chuckled softly and called out to the departing figure, I send you the same message. After saying this, Tang Yu slightly turned her head and said to Jiang Yu, let's go, young Master Jiang, I'm so hungry. While speaking, Tang Yu also signaled to Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng understood and immediately said, yes, I'm hungry too. Jiang Yu, you must treat us to something delicious. Jiang Yu smiled, his eyes filled with emotion. He knew this was Tang Yu and Zhu Feng showing their understanding of him. Thus he no longer hesitated and took Tang Yu and Zhu Feng to the private room, ordering a variety of delectable dishes. During the meal, the three laughed and chatted merrily. Halfway through, the door to their private room was suddenly knocked upon loudly from outside. Who is it? We're enjoying our meal, how rude to knock like that, Tang Yu murmured softly. Zhu Feng nodded in agreement, his chopsticks busy as he picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling and placed it in his mouth. Jiang Yu, seeing that the dishes he ordered suited Tang Yu and Zhu Feng's tastes, was in a good mood. However, the person knocking outside was quite ill-mannered. This was a high-end restaurant, and such a low-level mistake should not happen here. Jiang Yu said in a deep voice, come in. Outside stood Zhu Feifei, the troublemaker from before, accompanied by 4 bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses, their strong builds indicating they were skilled fighters. At this moment, an apologetic staff member hurriedly approached Jiang Yu and the others, saying, 3 guests, I'm very sorry. Miss Zhu insisted on coming to find you all, and we couldn't stop her. We will cover your bill this time, truly sorry. Then the restaurant staff sternly addressed Zhu Feifei, saying, Miss Zhu, please leave with us. Our establishment does not welcome you. Who do you think you are? Just a server. Whatever I want to do, no one can stop me. Zhu Feifei said disdainfully to the restaurant staff while signaling to her 4 bodyguards. Soon the bothersome staff member was taken away by Zhu Feifei's bodyguards. Zhu Feifei walked into the private room with a smile and directly overturned the exquisite dishes on the table where Tang Yu and the others sat. Her actions were grand, but upon closer inspection one would find that most of the dishes she overturned were in front of Tang Yu. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick-witted and avoided the splattering soup from the overturned dishes. Her smile faded and she looked at the self-destructive Zhu Feifei expressionlessly. What's wrong, Miss Good Person? You came looking for trouble. Tang Yu spoke casually. Her words directly infuriated Zhu Feifei, who glared in anger and said fiercely, "You're clearly a vixen. I won't be fooled. I've said it before, as long as I'm here you cannot dine here." "Is that so?" Tang Yu chuckled lightly and replied slowly, "But doesn't Miss Good Person know that disturbing others during their meal is impolite? I never hold back against impolite people." With that, Tang Yu made her move, her right hand swinging out sideways. Jiang Yu and Zhu Feng only heard 2 slaps before they looked over to see clear 5-finger marks on Zhu Feifei's face. "Oh, how dare you strike me, you vixen!" Before Tang Yu could speak, Jiang Yu frowned and coldly said, "Zhu Feifei, there should be a limit to your unreasonable behavior. Do you really think this restaurant belongs to your family? Your actions are no different from that of a shrew. You were the one looking for trouble first, and you deserve this." Zhu Feifei, already arrogant, was even more enraged by Jiang Yu's words. "Jiang Yu, I heard you were a gentleman before, but it seems you are nothing special. If you think I will let this go easily, you're mistaken. You all won't leave this restaurant unscathed. You have no chance." Tang Yu said, lightly smiling as she continued, "This restaurant does not welcome you." Jiang Yu and Zhu Feng looked at Tang Yu in surprise. Zhu Feifei, however, looked disdainful and contemptuously said, "Vixen, don't boast." Tang Yu smiled and countered, "Miss Zhu, thank you for your compliment. If you call me a vixen, it means I am beautiful. Compared to you, I am indeed uniquely beautiful. Thank you for your praise. Since I say this restaurant does not welcome you, then it does not welcome you. Moreover, you have been the troublemaker. If you are not satisfied, just call the police. I believe the surveillance footage in the corridor and at the door will capture everything clearly." While speaking, Tang Yu's smile grew more enchanting. At this moment, the restaurant manager hurriedly arrived with a group of staff and bowed at a 90-degree angle towards Tang Yu, saying in unison, "Miss Tang, we apologize. I will personally arrange for you to have another private room. Order whatever you like, we will cover the bill. And take Miss Zhu away immediately. Our restaurant does not welcome such guests, and in the future, do not serve anyone from the Zhu family." Jiang Yu, Tang Yu, and Zhu Feng all remained silent. Tang Yu didn't mind. After all, it was Jiang Yu who was treating so naturally. It was up to him. However, Jiang Yu was currently looking at Tang Yu, wanting her to make the decision. Zhu Feifei came from a respectable family and was on par with the Jiang family's wealth and power. Previously, when they visited this restaurant, it had always treated them as honored guests. The Jiang family had business dealings with the Zhu family, and Jiang Yu was not familiar with Zhu Feifei, having only met her a few times. He had heard that Zhu Feifei was a somewhat arrogant person, but now he had actually suffered a loss because of Tang Yu. What exactly was her identity? Seeing that Jiang Yu was silent for a long time, Tang Yu directly replied, "All right, let's change to another private room. Let's go and continue eating." The manager of the hall breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving Tang Yu's affirmative answer. Thankfully, Miss Tang agreed, otherwise he wouldn't know how to explain it to the young master. This upscale restaurant was owned by the Bai family. When Tang Yu entered the restaurant and saw the special logo on the sign, she already knew it was the property of her third senior brother, Bai Yutang. If her own senior brother's establishment was being bullied, if this news spread back to their sect, she would probably be ridiculed to death by her master and 4 senior brothers for wanting to be a slacker. Therefore, Tang Yu naturally made use of the available resources. When Zhu Feifei caused trouble for Jiang Yu, Tang Yu had already quietly sent a message to Bai Yutang. Thus, Zhu Feifei and even her family had been added to the blacklist of this upscale restaurant. After switching to a private room, the 3 of them continued to eat happily. After filling their stomachs, the 3 of them parted ways. The slacker Tang Yu simply took a taxi back to her. Tang Yu took a refreshing shower and then flopped onto her soft mattress covered with a blanket, deeply falling into a dream. She slept soundly until 8 in the evening. She casually stretched and left the bedroom, picking up her phone from the coffee table to order takeout. She noticed there were several unread messages. "Qinjian, where are you home? I just got off work and plan to cook for myself today. I bought lobsters and spare ribs. Do you want to come eat? Where I'm waiting for you. Where the food is ready. Do you want to come eat?" Tang Yu scrolled down and saw that Qinjian had also sent her a multimedia message. The dishes in the picture looked delicious and appetizing. Looking at the time, it had been sent 10 minutes ago. Tang Yu licked her lips and smiled mischievously. It wasn't because Qinjian's food looked delicious that she wanted to go eat. She considered it a way to care for and recognize the bankrupt handsome guy as a friend and neighbor. After strong psychological preparation, Tang Yu donned a cute outfit and rabbit pajamas and knocked on Qin. Inside the apartment, Qinjian heard the knock and quickly walked to the door in a few strides. Looking through the peephole, he saw Tang Yu and a smile spread across his face, clearly in a good mood. As soon as the door opened, what greeted him was a girl in a cute rabbit pajama. Gazing at Tang Yu's fair and slender neck, Qinjian's eyes darkened, and he swallowed hard before quietly saying, "You come in. The food is ready." Tang Yu nodded and walked straight into Qinjian's apartment. Qinjian looked at the girl who had come to his place in pajamas, feeling warm inside and wanting to hold her in his arms. But now was not the time. Qin Zhan suppressed the urge in his heart, staring at Tang Yiyu's back, having thought about it 1,000 times already. Qin Zhan's apartment had the same layout as Tang Yiyu's. Thus she walked directly to the dining table, her eyes widening at the sight of the oil-braised lobsters, seaweed stewed spare ribs, pan-fried, cod-boiled fish, mapo tofu, and stir-fried greens. These dishes looked really good. Tang Yiyu did not expect that Qin Zhan's cooking would be so appetizing. You better hurry and sit down to eat. Tang Yiyu and Qin Zhan sat down, and under Qin Zhan's eager gaze Tang Yiyu picked up a piece of boiled fish. It was spicy and fragrant, truly delicious. Tang Yiyu generously praised, "Oh my, this is too delicious. Qin Zhan, your cooking is surprisingly good." She clearly remembered that he previously couldn't even wash a bowl. Hee, if you like it, eat more. Qin Zhan wore a charming smile filled with affection as he served Tang Yiyu more food, knowing that he had practiced hard with a cookbook and hired a chef for many days. Tang Yiyu was focused on eating. When she casually glanced at Qin Zhan, she coincidentally caught him looking at her with affection. Her heart instantly raced and her cheeks flushed. What kind of expression was Qin Zhan making? It was too charming. As a beauty enthusiast, Tang Yiyu felt that she was captivated by Qin Zhan's expression. Qin Zhan had looked exceptionally handsome just now. Tang Yiyu took several deep breaths, eating a few bites of mapo tofu to calm her unusual feelings. However, in her haste, Tang Yiyu ended up choking, coughing repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Qin Zhan, anxious, immediately stood up and walked to Tang Yiyu's side, gently patting her back while handing her a glass of drink. Tang Yiyu gulped down a drink and finally stopped coughing. She slowly looked up at Qin Zhan, just in time to see his handsome face filled with concern, causing her heart to race uncontrollably again. This feeling was both strange and familiar. Tang Yiyu forced herself to calm down and said to Qin Zhan, "I'm fine now. You should go back and eat. Alright, but be careful when eating. If you like, it'll cook for you in the future. Cook for her." Tang Yiyu felt happy, but a strange feeling swept over her as she stared at Qin Zhan in a daze. Seeing Tang Yiyu's delicate little face flush, Qin Zhan felt a bit worried and naturally touched her forehead, quietly saying, "You're fine. I noticed you has been blushing since earlier. I thought you had a cold, but thankfully you don't have a fever." Mentioning blushing, Tang Yiyu's blood boiled. She shot Qin Zhan an annoyed glance. She wouldn't have become so strange if it weren't for him. If it weren't for him, would she be blushing? Tang Yiyu thought, turning her embarrassment into appetite, and kept eating. They finished about 6 dishes together. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, looking at Tang Yiyu's happy and satisfied expression, Qin Zhan felt that it was all worth it. How wonderful it would be if he could feed his little girl like this every day. He had to work hard. At this moment, sitting on the sofa, Tang Yiyu was unaware that she had long been targeted by a lurking big gray wolf. Tang Yiyu only knew that she was conquered by Qin Zhan's culinary skills. It was so delicious, completely matching her taste. Tang Yiyu was not the kind of person who lacked awareness. After a brief rest, she joined Qin Zhan in tidying up the dishes. While cleaning, Tang Yiyu curiously asked Qin Zhan, "How come you can cook? And your cooking skills are so good?" Qin Zhan could only tell a small lie. "It's all because of my mom. She always believed that as her son, I must know how to cook so that my future wife can enjoy a comfortable life." His mother indeed had that idea. Tang Yiyu was quite surprised to hear Qin Zhan's answer. Before his family went bankrupt, they were also wealthy. The luxury car he drove before was a limited edition model from around the world. Most wealthy mothers-in-law, like Yin Shaheya's mother, preferred to elevate their own status while belittling others, wishing to treat their future daughters-in-law as stepping stones. This was the first time Tang Yiyu heard that a wealthy mother-in-law would actually have her son learn to cook to win a woman's heart. How interesting. Although she had never met Qin Zhan's mother, at this moment Tang Yiyu felt an inexplicable fondness for her. Seeing that Tang Yiyu hadn't spoken for a while, Qin Zhan continued, "Do you find my mom interesting? She always has a lot of strange ideas." Previously, she was a fan of an online streamer named Tang Yi, and she used to watch her live broadcasts. Before our family went bankrupt, she even wanted to meet her. Tang Yiyu stiffened at this remark, suddenly unsure of how to respond. The streamer Tang Yi was right in front of Qin Zhan. Fortunately, Qin Zhan didn't know she was Tang Yi. However, being able to enjoy such delicious food was largely thanks to Qin Zhan's mother, so Tang Yiyu decided to secretly give her a benefit. "Qin Zhan, the streamer Tang Yi is a friend of mine. If your mom likes her, I can have Tang Yi send her an autographed photo along with a Hello Kitty pillow." Qin Zhan smirked, finding the little girl truly kind. Even though they hadn't formally met, yet she was already thinking of being considerate to her future mother-in-law. Qin Zhan felt a bit uncomfortable. Without his little girl knowing that Mrs. Sushumi was his mother, she was already thinking of ways to provide her. Qin Zhan had heard from his mother that the streamer Tang Yi loved Hello Kitty the most. He would have to limit the number of times his little girl met his mom in the future. Of course, that was a matter for later. Qin Zhan gently said to Tang Yiyu, "Then I'll write to my mom on your behalf. She really likes Tang Yi, and even wanted her to be my girlfriend before." "What?" Tang Yiyu's heart raced. Every time she streamed, she wore heavy makeup, making it hard to see her true. So Qin mom had her eye on her like that. Tang Yue held her breath and looked at Qin, who handed her his phone, pointing to a photo on the screen. Look, this is a photo of Tang Yi. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. Tang Yu's lips twitched. Of course, she recognized her. Wasn't that her Tang Yu? But in front of Qin, Tang Yue naturally wouldn't reveal her identity. Pretending to examine the photo closely, she said objectively, Qin, of course I recognize her. Don't all internet celebrity streamers look like this? This look clearly seems to be groomed. I think your mom might like Tang Yi too much, which is why she wants you to date her. Qin observed the little girl without revealing his thoughts. Seeing her nervousness, he looked at Tang Yue with suspicion. Qin frowned and said, in my heart you are the most beautiful you are. But didn't you just say Tang Yi is your friend? Tang Yu's heart raced, and she hurriedly made up an excuse. Haha. Because we are friends, I just spoke the truth. Haha. So that's how it is. Our Yue is indeed a straightforward person. As Qin spoke, he couldn't help but caress Tang Yu's hair. At this moment, Tang Yue felt a small sense of relief for successfully deceiving Qin, and she didn't pay much attention to the implications of Qin's words or his actions of touching her hair. Tang Yue was unaware that her relieved expression was fully noticed by Qin, who felt a sense of confusion in his heart. However, this did not affect Qin's feelings for Tang Yue. The man's lips curled up slightly, and when he looked at Tang Yue's eyes were filled with an undeniable affection. Feeling too full, they decided to go for a walk at Qin's suggestion. Tang Yue didn't want to go home, so Qin took off his suit jacket and draped it over her. I'm not cold. Be good, listen. As he spoke, the man carefully put the jacket on the girl. His serious demeanor only made him more attractive. Tang Yue lowered her eyes, concealing the emotions in her gaze. As they walked through the community, occasionally chatting and laughing, they caught the eyes of others who were also out for a stroll, appearing to be a perfect couple. They look so well matched, they're simply stunning. The man is so gentle, always walking on the outer side, worried that his girlfriend might get bumped into. It really is a feast for the eyes. Ooh, I also want to fall in love. Amidst the praises, a sarcastic voice suddenly cut in. Oh my, isn't this our campus belle from Daijing University? What are you doing here? Didn't you always drive your BMW Mini convertible? Why are you living here? Oh, is this your new sugar daddy? He looks quite handsome, but he doesn't seem rich. Is this the kind of person you're willing to be with? The newcomer threw out a couple of sharp remarks. Moreover, she deliberately raised her voice, immediately attracting the attention of many onlookers. Tang Yue shot a cold glance at the newcomer Lin Shuer, Wang Ruiqi's close friend. Indeed, like attracts like. Wang Ruiqi's good friend was equally disgusting. Slandering and defaming others constitutes a crime. Your slander against my girlfriend has already caused serious personal attacks on her, and my lawyer will be sending you a letter. After a brief pause, Qin calmly addressed the onlookers. When the police come to gather evidence, I hope everyone can objectively and fairly recount what you've just witnessed. Lin Shuer remained unfazed and retorted more sarcastically, you a man without any branding on your suit really think you're wealthy. If you want to send me a lawyer's letter, I'll be waiting. Remember my name, Lin Shuer. Tang Yue chuckled softly. She had to admit that Lin Shuer was far bolder than Wang Ruiqi. Without knowing anything, she boldly revealed her identity, truly believing that their family's meager assets would allow her to act with impunity. Whether Qin genuinely had the ability to deal with Lin Shuer, or was merely saying it to save face for her, confronting Lin Shuer had become inevitable. Tang Yue would not allow Qin to suffer losses. In the face of Lin Shuer's arrogance, Qin remained unfazed and coldly replied, very well, tomorrow you will receive a lawyer's letter along with a call from the police. Lin Shuer, upon hearing this, was not at all flustered. Instead, she became even more disdainful, arrogantly stating, fine, I'll just wait. This handsome guy, you look so dashing, don't let that vixen Tang Yue deceive you, she'll dump you before long. Qin completely ignored Lin Shuer's deliberate provocation and gazed affectionately at Tang Yue, gently saying, as long as it's Yue, I would be willing to be deceived. The underlying message was clear: stop wasting your time. Meanwhile, the onlookers, having witnessed the unfolding drama, began to murmur among themselves. I see now this man and that beautiful young girl are clearly a couple, while this suddenly appearing girl is... It's not difficult to understand. After all, beautiful things always attract jealousy. At such a young age, to have such a malicious heart, tarnishing the reputation of the young girl, truly wicked. The crowd continued to discuss, their words directly causing Lin Shuer to turn crimson with embarrassment. She glared at Tang Yue, threatening, Tang Yue, don't get too smug, you will regret this. With that, Lin Shuer left in a huff. Watching Lin Shuer flee in anger, Tang Yue smiled sweetly and thanked the crowd who had spoken up for her. Thank you all for standing up for me, I really appreciate it. Beauty is innocent. The crowd, having received thanks from the beautiful girl, felt elated and encouraged the couple to continue their stroll, while they themselves tactfully dispersed. Soon only Qin and Tang Yue remained. Tang Yue looked earnestly at Qin and softly said, "Qin, thank you for standing up for me. Just now I'll treat you to a meal later." Qin did not reply immediately. His deep gaze remained fixated on Tang Yue. As he murmured, "You will rest assured I will protect you, and will not let anyone bully you." Tang Yue nodded, yet a strange feeling brushed through her heart. Throughout her life, many had claimed they would protect her, but this was the first time she felt so deeply moved. In truth, she was strong enough and no longer needed protection from others. Yet for some reason, when Qin said he would protect her, she did not want to refute him. Thus Tang Yue nodded in agreement. She felt compelled to accept, especially since Qin's family had gone bankrupt, and he was still quite vulnerable emotionally. Allowing Qin to protect her also served as a way to divert his attention. Tang Yue thought kindly, and after strolling with Qin for a while longer, they returned to the apartment. The next morning, Tang Yue was jolted awake by a relentless barrage of calls. Waking up too early, she stared resentfully at the name displayed on her phone. Mu Zichuan. After a while, she reluctantly answered the call. Mu Zichuan, you'd better have something very important to say, otherwise I. Before Tang Yue could finish, Mu Zichuan exclaimed urgently from the other end, "Yue, it's bad, you've become famous." Tang Yue closed her eyes, pouted, and replied nonchalantly, "Haven't I always been famous? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Do you know what time it is now?" Hearing Tang Yue's tone, Mu Zichuan knew that she wasn't fully awake yet, and directly wielded her trump card. "You can keep sleeping, I'm already on my way to find you. This time it's different, you've been exposed." Exposed. Tang Yue instinctively thought that her hidden identity might have been uncovered. But that shouldn't be the case, if she had concealed her identities well and hadn't made any moves recently. How could she have been discovered? After carefully recalling her recent actions, Tang Yue felt reassured and slowly said, "Just remember to bring me breakfast. I want to eat from Yunlai's place. They'll be waiting for you, sis." With that, Tang Yue hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end, Mu Zichuan wore a helpless smile. What could she do with a friend like Tang Yue? She could only pamper her. However, she was very curious about why Tang Yue had been photographed with a man. Who was that man whose face had been blurred? She needed to find out more. Half an hour later, Mu Zichuan arrived at Tang Yue's apartment with the breakfast that Tang Yue had been longing for. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yue got out of bed. Now with Mu Zichuan's breakfast, she ate while asking Zichuan, "What was so urgent during your call?" Mu Zichuan explained, "You've been exposed on the forum of the Imperial Capital University. The post has gone viral and many are spreading it. Plus you're beautiful, which has landed you on the trending topics, ranking 3rd on Weibo. But that's not the main issue. The key point is that Imperial Capital University has a little-known regulation. If a student encounters severe negative news during their time at school, they will face serious penalties, and in severe cases they can be expelled. This is also linked to internships at Zhongjue Group. If a senior student from Imperial Capital University has any severe negative news during their internship at Zhongjue Group, their achievements will be nullified, and they will receive a failing evaluation." What? Tang Yue was so shocked that the steamed bun in her hand fell onto the table. "That's why I'm worried," Mu Zichuan replied, slightly furrowing her brow. Tang Yue abandoned her breakfast, wiped her hands, and picked up the phone from the sofa. With her delicate fingers, she operated on the screen and saw the most popular post on the Imperial Capital University forum. Shocking. Proof. The campus beauty of Imperial Capital University is being supported by an unknown wealthy benefactor with pictures to prove it. Below the post, the comments overwhelmingly leaned toward one side. Tang Yue is indeed the campus beauty. Even in such a cute pajamas, she looks so sweet. How envious of the man next to her. But did the campus beauty really get taken care of by someone? Her convertible car is a BMW, at least 7 figures. I find that hard to believe. To the one above, stop trying to whitewash Tang Yue. She's already tarnished and should get ready to be expelled from Imperial Capital University. Seeing the comments urging her to leave Imperial Capital University, Tang Yue's expression darkened. Scrolling down, she saw a beautiful image of herself in a bunny pajamas, turning her head towards the man. The photos on the forum focus on her, making her appear very close to the so-called financial backer. At first glance, they are quite pleasing to the eye. Upon seeing these photos, Tang Yue immediately had her suspicions. These pictures were taken secretly while she was out for a walk with Qin last night. However, it was strange that Qin's face was heavily pixelated, completely unrecognizable. Tang Yue didn't mind. Aside from Lin Shuer, no one else would have taken these photos. Tang Yue's fingers danced across her phone, a flurry of code flashing by, ultimately landing on the coordinates of a dormitory at the Imperial Capital University. Tang Yue smirked. It was indeed Lin Shuer. Mu Zichuan, seeing Tang Yue still smiling, grew even more worried. "Yue, it's a dire situation now. How can you still laugh? This matter is crucial. If it's not handled properly, you won't be able to obtain your graduation certificate from Imperial Capital University. How can you then be a slacker?" Hearing this, Tang Yue smiled even more enchantingly and retorted, "Tell me, when have I ever fought a battle without confidence? Mu Zichuan looked at Tang Yu with delight and asked excitedly, where do you already have a plan to deal with this? The mountain man has his own clever schemes, we just have to wait and see. Tang Yu set her phone aside and continued eating breakfast, then shifted the topic. Zichuan, let's go for hot pot at noon. I know a newly opened hot pot place that tastes amazing and my brother took me there before. Upon hearing about food, Mu Zichuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Sounds great. Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan were best friends, sharing similar tastes, and both being foodies. For the hot pot at noon, Tang Yu simply wore a casual black t-shirt and black athletic shorts paired with black dad shoes and tied her hair in a bun. She looked youthful and full of vitality. Both Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan were stunning beauties walking leisurely down the street and attracting the attention of numerous passersby. Wow, those two beauties over there are gorgeous. My heart is being drawn to them. The beauty in the black t-shirt has legs that I could admire for a lifetime. You wish. Just look at your bear-like appearance, dreaming of a toad, wanting to eat swan meat. Some of the comments made by the onlookers reached Mu Zichuan's ears, and she leaned closer to Tang Yu, teasing, whenever Yu appears it's extraordinary. You've already captured many hearts. Tang Yu shrugged, are you talking about me? Aren't you the same? Both were stunning beauties now close together. Their camaraderie made them even more eye-catching. Neither of them paid any mind to the comments. After all, being noticed wherever they went was a privilege of being beautiful. They had long grown accustomed to the attention. Mu Zichuan linked her arm with Tang Yu's, following her lead towards the hot pot restaurant. But before they could walk a few steps, they were surrounded. The group surrounding them consisted of a bunch of scruffy-looking men emanating an unsavory aura reminiscent of the thugs that Qin Zhan had dealt with last time. With their backs to each other, Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan vigilantly watched the 8 thugs approaching. Hey girls, as long as you play with us, we'll treat you kindly. But if you don't cooperate, we have ways to make you listen. You women look young, but very flirtatious, being kept by a financial backer at such a young age. We have money too. How much do you charge for a night? Big brother, this beauty is the campus flower of Imperial Capital University. Her figure, her aura, those legs are simply captivating you. I could drool just looking at her. The comments from these thugs grew increasingly disgusting, and their words were very suggestive. Because of this, Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan found themselves isolated. Tang Yu squinted her beautiful apricot eyes, coldly assessing the group of thugs before her, knowing that they were not just ordinary troublemakers, they were definitely sent to target them. However, Tang Yu was not someone these thugs could handle. With a slight smile that captivated the heart, she softly asked Mu Zichuan, Zichuan, it seems we have to punish the wicked and promote the good today. How many can you handle? 3 is no problem. Good, let's take action. Before the 8 thugs surrounding them could react, Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan were already in motion. Tang Yu leaped up, delivering a kick that knocked down the 2 thugs in front of her. The 2 thugs struggled to get up, and Tang Yu followed up with another kick, swiftly taking down another thug. 5 seconds later, Tang Yu effortlessly knocked down 6 thugs. The remaining 2 were also dealt with by Mu Zichuan, leaving them completely subdued. The onlookers watched in shock as these 2 beautiful girls earned their admiration, giving them a thumbs up. Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan exchanged smiles, holding hands as they slightly bowed to those praising them, expressing their gratitude. In the next moment, before the crowd could react, Tang Yu stepped on the chest of the thug who had spoken first, smiling sweetly as she asked, who sent you here? The thug leader grimaced in pain, but still stubbornly retorted, you little girl, don't think just because you have some looks that the whole world revolves around you. I can't stand you. Who told you to be a kept woman at such a young age? I'm just teaching you a lesson. Not much, just that I hate liars the most. Tang Yu's smile grew even sweeter, while the thug leader turned pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, still gritting his teeth and refusing to speak. Tang Yu increased her force, casually stating, if you don't talk, I already know who it is, but your luck isn't that. With that, Tang Yu released her foot, and in the next instant delivered a kick, causing the thug leader to immediately give in and plead for mercy. Beauty, spare me. It was my fault for not recognizing greatness. We were indeed paid to cause you trouble. I have evidence. The thug leader, perhaps genuinely afraid of Tang Yu, directly pulled out his phone, finding evidence to show her. Tang Yu clicked to play it. Upon hearing the voice, both Tang Yu and Mu Zichuan recognized who it was. Lin Schwerer, truly fearless. Since you have evidence, obediently go to the police station and turn yourself in otherwise. Tang Yu didn't say it explicitly, but the thug leader was already smart enough to call the police. Meanwhile, at Zhongjue Group, after Qin Zhan heard Chun Dong report on Tang Yu's situation, an icy aura emanated from him, as if it had come from hell. Qin Dong, standing behind Qin Zhan, couldn't help but shiver. Have someone check the girl's location, or I want to see. Upon hearing this, Qin Dong exhaled in quiet relief. As Qin Zhan's personal assistant, his professional competence was naturally exceptional. The moment he learned that Tang Yu's negative news had trended online, he had already prepared every contingency. Thus, facing Qin Zhan's inquiry, Chen Dong replied with calm composure, President Qin, this is Miss Tang's current location. 5 minutes ago, she engaged in a physical altercation. A fight. Qin Zhan's heart leapt into his throat. Yet recalling how Tang Yue had once hurled darts to puncture the tires of a speeding Rolls-Royce, he knew the young woman possessed formidable martial prowess, and not merely rudimentary skill. Her artistry was refined, leaving little doubt she had emerged unscathed. Still, even certain of the outcome, Qin Zhan could not suppress his deepening concern for her. Prepare the car. I'm going to her immediately. Chen Dong hurriedly intercepted him. President Miss Tang is currently with Miss Mu Zichuan. Your presence risks exposing your identity. I recommend resolving the negative publicity first. Mu Zichuan, Mu Xiaobai's younger sister. Qin Zhan had met her on several occasions. If he appeared before Tang Yue, while feigning poverty, his ruse would surely unravel. Now truly was not the time. Qin Zhan therefore abandoned his plan to seek her out and issued a direct order: handle this matter discreetly. As for Lin Shuer, ensure her expulsion from the university and prohibit any institution in Huadu from ever employing her. Yes, President. Chen Dong bowed and departed. Alone in his office, Qin Zhan sent Tang Yue a cascade of tender, reassuring messages. Meanwhile, Tang Yue and Mu Zichuan had already settled into a hot pot restaurant. As they browsed the menu, Tang Yue's phone chimed incessantly. She picked it up. Qin Zhan's messages filled the screen. Yue, I've seen the online reports. Don't worry, I've assigned someone to resolve them. I've informed our president. He's acquainted with President Qin Zhan of Zhongjue Group. I've asked him to clarify matters on your behalf. Rest assured you'll receive your diploma without hindrance. Don't let your spirits sink. Shall I treat you to dinner tonight? Qin Zhan sent 4 or 5 such messages in rapid succession. Reading them, Tang Yue's lips curved upward involuntarily. This subtle shift did not escape Mu Zichuan, who had just finished ordering. Leaning close, as she whispered teasingly into Tang Yue's ear, voice rising just enough, You're hiding something. Spill it. Who are you texting? Faced with Mu Zichuan's knowing gaze, Tang Yue's cheeks flushed crimson. She forced calm. Just a recently met friend, someone intriguing. He saw the online rumors and reached out to check on me. So he's male and handsome. Mu Zichuan studied her with gleeful curiosity. Tang Yue sighed, nodded, and dropped a bombshell. You've actually met him. He's the man at the center of those false. Who is he? Is he stunningly handsome? When did he charm away my little cabbage? Mu Zichuan gasped. Tang Yue rolled her eyes, replying wryly, yes, he's undeniably handsome. But he means nothing to me. Let me see his photo. To claim my Yue, he must first pass inspection by her best friend. In response, Tang Yue plucked a perfectly seared slice of fatty beef from the pot and placed it squarely in Mu Zichuan's bowl. He's just a friend. Please don't jump to conclusions. Oh, I won't jump, but I'll watch closely. Mu Zichuan chewed the beef, tapping her temple with 2 fingers. Fine, fine. Tang Yue replied indulgently, their attention now wholly absorbed by the feast before them, hunger sated and contentment complete. Emerging from the hot pot restaurant, Tang Yue beamed at Mu Zichuan. It's time we reclaimed our dignity. Let's go. They hailed a taxi and sped toward Daidu University. Just as they arrived at the campus gate, Lin Shueter stepped out, coincidentally crossing their path. Seeing Tang Yue dare appear at the school entrance, Lin Shueter sneered, some people possess astonishing audacity, committing disgraceful acts yet still parading themselves on campus. You've shamed Daidu University to its core. And you, the so-called campus beauty. You're more suited to the title social butterfly. My character requires no commentary from you. Rather, Lin Shueter, you're in grave trouble. Didn't my boyfriend warn you last night that defamation constitutes a criminal offense? Yesterday's slander might have earned you a brief police reprimand, but some insist on courting catastrophe, preferring prison cells to peace. As Tang Yue finished speaking, Mu Zichuan burst into peals of laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Who is he? Such utter foolishness. She's practically indistinguishable from a pig. Oh dear Chuan. How can one compare such a person to an adorable little piglet? She's unworthy. Mu Zichuan instantly concurred, precisely. She's not even fit to be called a pig. Their seamless banter drew glances from numerous fellow students, drawn not by scandal, but by wit. Their exchange amused many onlookers. Amidst the crowd's mirth, Lin Shueter's face paled with fury. Tang Yue, you shameless kept woman. How dare you call me a pig? Look in the mirror first, you're revolting. And you, Mu Zichuan, birds of a feather flock together. That new Chanel dress you're wearing must be courtesy of your own patron, I presume. Her venomous words dripped with malice, as if she longed to slash their faces with her nails. Yet Tang Yue ignored Lin Shuer's rage, entirely, replying coolly, 1 minute remains, Lin Shuer, before your name becomes legend across Daidu University. 1 minute later, Lin Shuer was escorted away by police officers at the very gates of Daidu University, charged with criminal defamation. With law enforcement now involved, the malicious rumors surrounding Tang Yue collapsed instantly. At that precise moment, Qin Zhan instructed Qin Dong to quell the fallout. Understanding his employer's intentions intimately, Qin Dong directed the tech team to pin a new post atop Daidu University's official forum thread. The post clarified unequivocally Tang Yue and the man in the photograph, whose face remained deliberately obscured, were devoted romantic partners, not Mr. Sandpatron. If one insisted on framing their relationship as patronage, then Tang Yue was the patron, and the man willingly accepted her lifelong devotion. Tang Yue's meticulous orchestration, leading Lin Schweder straight into legal consequence, paired perfectly with Qin Zhan's authoritative public statement. Together they extinguished the scandal entirely. Tang Yue considered Qin Zhan's declaration somewhat superfluous, yet undeniable. Once published, all lingering damage dissolved completely. Qin Zhan and Tang Yue even became Daidu University's model couple, a status that conveniently shielded her from unwanted romantic advances. Yet inwardly Tang Yue felt uneasy, wanting to address the situation with Qin Zhan yet unable to find the right words. After all, he'd acted solely to protect her. After long reflection, she sent him a message. Qin Zhan, dinner at my place tonight. I'll cook myself, to thank you for stepping in. Zhongjue Group. Qin Zhan immediately replied to Tang Yue's message, all right. Upon seeing the reply, Tang Yue began contemplating what dish to prepare that evening, and soon headed to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Recalling past meals with Qin Zhan, Tang Yue realized he preferred light, delicate flavors. After careful deliberation, she decided on a yuanyang hot pot, allowing both of them to savor their preferred tastes. At precisely 5:30 p.m., Qin Zhan hurried out of his office. Qin Dong, clutching a stack of documents, managed only a single word, president, before Qin Zhan calmly instructed, urgent matters, send them to my apartment. Everything else, you may handle after hours. Without waiting for Qin Dong's response, Qin Zhan stepped into the private executive elevator. Meanwhile, Tang Yue washed vegetables to the gentle flow of soothing music brimming with vitality. Qin Zhan pressed the doorbell repeatedly, but Tang Yue did not answer. Worry flickered across his face. Then he recalled she had once shared her apartment passcode with him. He entered it tentatively, and the door clicked open. As it swung inward, Tang Yue spotted him standing there and frowned. Qin Zhan, how did you get in? Seeing her expression, Qin Zhan instantly knew she'd misunderstood. He explained swiftly, last time you asked me to fetch your spare clothes for the hospital, I remembered the code. I knocked repeatedly, but you didn't respond. I was worried. Tang Yue inwardly chided herself. She'd misjudged him again. She glanced at Qin Zhan, and indeed his eyes held a quiet, wounded resignation. She brightened, instantly offering a warm apology. I'm sorry, Qin Zhan. We're friends. I shouldn't have doubted you. Tonight we'll enjoy hot pot at home. Come help me wash the vegetables. Agreed. He shrugged off his expensive suit jacket, revealing a fitted white shirt that traced the lean contours of his waist. 3 parts austerity, 4 parts untamed charisma, and 3 parts an enigmatic, dangerously charming allure. Tang Yue, a confessed admirer of handsome men, couldn't help stealing another glance. Qin Zhan curved his lips, faintly well aware of her silent appreciation. With man and woman working side by side, labor felt effortless. After rinsing the vegetables, Tang Yue turned to find Qin Zhan's sleeves still neatly buttoned, making washing awkward. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and gently unfastened his cufflinks, murmuring, young Master Qin, next time you wash vegetables in a shirt, remember to roll up your sleeves. Understood. His voice dropped low, brushing softly against her ear, sending a delicate shiver down her spine and stirring something unfamiliar deep within her. Her ears tingled, as if they'd just fallen in love. Qin Zhan was far too skilled at this. Tang Yue took several slow, steadying breaths before regaining composure, and buoyed by good spirits, suggested wine with dinner. Wine. An image flashed in Qin Zhan's mind. The last time she'd drunk too much, her intoxicating languid grace, tightening his throat. He restrained himself. You are perhaps no wine tonight. You don't hold your liquor well. Who says? I drink quite well, and since I'm not working tomorrow, if you won't join me, I'll drink alone. Qin Zhan sighed, smiling faintly, then I'll drink with you. 1 bottle emptied, and Tang Yue was thoroughly intoxicated, her cherry lips still fluttering with words. Qin Zhan, you're actually rather handsome. It's just a pity. He furrowed his brow, coaxing gently. A pity about what? A pity it wasn't you who stayed with me till the end, to let me. As she answered his question, moments later she clung to him, nestling against his arm with playful insistence. Qin Zhan, I want more wine, sweet, sweet wine. That voice, no man could resist it. And Qin Zhan, already captivated by Tang Yue, stood utterly defenseless. The wild thing inside him roared, wrestling fiercely, until desire claimed victory. With tender reverence, he sealed his lips over hers. They tasted exactly as he remembered, honey sweet. The next morning, still groggy from last night's indulgence, Tang Yue staggered, upright eyes closed, heading instinctively toward the bathroom. Something firm and warm lay beneath her bare foot. Her mind, sluggish with hangover fog, hadn't yet registered what it was, until she opened her eyes and saw Qin Zhan sleeping on the floor. Fragments of memory surged back, her clinging to him, begging for more wine. And then, had she kissed him? She covered her face, head pounding anew. So, her first kiss was gone, just like that. Lost in drunken oblivion, she had given it away. Blushing fiercely, she tiptoed over, draped a blanket over Qin Zhan, then slipped away to freshen up, leaving the bedroom quietly. Inside the moment she disappeared, Qin Zhan's eyes snapped open, clear, alert, utterly awake. Her blanket smelled divine. Half an hour later, Qin Zhan emerged from her room, only to find Tang Yue seated on the sofa, lost in thought. Yue, Yue. He called her name several times, and waved his hand slowly before her eyes. She blinked back to awareness, then sprang up from the sofa, feigning nonchalance. Qin Zhan, last night never happened. I won't blame you, and I hope you won't blame me. What? I cared for you while you were drunk, and now you deny it upon waking. His tone carried an unconscious weight, pressing down like gravity. Still hazy-headed, Tang Yue failed to notice the shift, and hastily added, I'm truly grateful, but I didn't mean to kiss you. If you expect me to take responsibility, I won't. Qin Zhan rarely smiled, but hearing those words his brow twitched. He assumed she'd discovered his kiss, and was preparing to confess, only to realize her memory had fractured. This was a perfect opportunity. He seized it, lowering his gaze to hide the warmth in his eyes, voice soft and vulnerable. I've gone bankrupt. I know I'm unworthy of you, unable to offer you the life you deserve. But if you'll have me, I swear I'll rebuild everything for you. Yue, do you look down on me? His candor left her speechless. Recalling how they'd met, and all he'd done for her, she shook her head, whispering, No, I don't look down on you. You're extraordinary. Even now I know you'll rise again. Yue, you're truly kind. I will make it happen. He pulled her into his arms, close, fierce, tender, and his warm breath brushed her nape. She heard her own heartbeat, quick, insistent, unmistakable. Was she beginning to fall for Qin Zhan? She couldn't be certain, but she felt no resistance to his closeness. So, Qin Zhan held the little girl he had longed for, feeling an exceptional sense of satisfaction in his heart. At this moment, a plan began to take shape in his mind. With the little girl's memories in disarray, he decided to use this to his advantage, allowing her to take charge and break their friendship. Qin Zhan embraced Tang Yue, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth in a manner unseen by her, resembling a charming rogue. Tang Yue, held in Qin Zhan's arms, felt her heart racing wildly due to his intimate gesture. After a while, her heartbeat only grew faster. To prevent Qin Zhan from noticing her unusual reaction, she abruptly pushed him away and awkwardly tidied her loose hair softly, saying, Qin Zhan, you can't just hug me like that. Qin Zhan pursed his lips, feigning a pitiful expression, and said, I'm sorry, Yue, I was just too excited. Since you didn't mind me earlier, does that mean you're willing to take responsibility for me? Take responsibility? Tang Yue looked at Qin Zhan in shock. This couldn't be real, could it? But seeing the serious expression on Qin Zhan's face, she realized he was indeed serious. She was only 20 years old and had no intention of dating. With her big sparkling eyes blinking, Tang Yue grinned mischievously at Qin Zhan, saying, we're all adults now. I got drunk last night too, so why don't we just forget it? So does that mean Yue plans to kiss me without wanting to take responsibility? Qin Zhan replied coldly, then added self-deprecatingly, although that was my first kiss, since Yue isn't interested in me and doesn't want to take responsibility, I'll just follow your lead. I'll be leaving now. With that, Qin Zhan ceased his pursuit and turned to leave. However, as Tang Yue watched his departing figure, a sense of loneliness and sadness welled up in her heart. Before she could react, she had already reached out and grabbed his arm. Qin Zhan turned back to glance at Tang Yue, but said nothing. Tang Yue gritted her teeth, reassuring herself that Qin Zhan was now bankrupt, burdened with massive debts, and was already pitiful enough. Having been bullied by her as a new-age woman raised under the red flag, she knew she had to be responsible and uphold her ideals. Since she had already kissed Qin Zhan, and he demanded responsibility, she reluctantly agreed. But she had her conditions. Tang Yue grasped Qin Zhan's hand, and he looked at the little girl. For a moment, neither spoke. The atmosphere grew increasingly quiet. After preparing herself mentally, Tang Yue looked at Qin Zhan, and slowly said, Qin Zhan, I agree to take responsibility, but I have a condition. Qin Zhan was overjoyed, suppressing the smile that threatened to break free, and asked in a low voice what condition. As long as the little girl agreed to take responsibility, he would be willing to accept 100 conditions. Since I've agreed to take responsibility, that means we are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but we'll be in a trial period for 6 months. If you meet a girl you like within this period, we will part ways amicably. I want, Qin Zhan stubbornly replied. Tang Yue, feeling quite flustered, didn't pay much attention to his words, and asked, if you agree to this condition, I'll take responsibility. Though this wasn't what Qin Zhan had expected, at least the little girl was willing to take responsibility. Thus suppressing his dissatisfaction, he coldly nodded, I agree. Please take care of me from now on, girlfriend. With that, Xinjiang gently exerted a little force, pulling Tang Yue into his embrace and leaning down to plant a brief kiss on her lips before pulling away. Xinjiang said hoarsely, Yue, I have to go to work now. He left. Tang Yue stared at the closed apartment door, stunned for a while before coming to her senses. She had forgotten to mention that he shouldn't kiss her without her permission. After feeling annoyed for a moment, Tang Yue hugged a sofa cushion and fell asleep on the couch. She slept deeply and soundly. When Tang Yue woke up, she saw that Mu Zichuan had sent her many messages. Yue Lin Shuer has been expelled from school. I heard their family business has also been targeted and is on the verge of bankruptcy. She brought this upon herself. Lin Shuer has really offended someone powerful this time. By the way, you still haven't told me who the man in the photo is. Tang Yue responded one by one. She brought it on herself, but she can't blame others. I'll introduce you to him another day. My relationship with him is a bit complicated right now. Mu Zichuan was Tang Yue's close friend. Now Tang Yue was practically forced into a relationship, so she shared the timeline of events between her and Qin Zhan with Mu Zichuan. As a result, Mu Zichuan was so excited that she directly called Tang Yue. Yue, it's so romantic. It feels like a romance novel I've read. Mu Zichuan exclaimed excitedly. Tang Yue rubbed her forehead, realizing she had indeed been too careless. There's very little time for you to be normal, Chuan Chuan. Tang Yue said softly, romantic. Then your future boyfriends should be romantic too. I won't say more, let's talk another day. With that, she ruthlessly hung up the phone. It had been a few days since she last streamed. Taking advantage of the time, Tang Yue decided to go live tonight. She acted quickly, and while waiting for her takeout, Tang Yue put on some makeup. Meanwhile, her phone had already rung numerous times. She generally didn't answer unknown calls. But this caller was persistent, dialing again and again. Tang Yue called back. As soon as the call connected, it was picked up on the other end. Soon a familiar female voice came through. Lin Shuer. Tang Yue, I'm sorry. Can I apologize to you? Please let our family go. On the phone, Lin Shuer pleaded with Tang Yue in a low and submissive tone. Tang Yue scratched her ear, held the phone away, turned on the speaker, and said nonchalantly, Lin Shuer, if an apology were useful, why would we need the police? Moreover, I wouldn't even bother with your family. Tang Yue's words made Lin Shuer grit her teeth and anger you. But who else could it be but Tang Yue? Was it Tang Yue's benefactor? That pitiful man who couldn't even afford a designer suit. How could he possibly have this kind of ability? Hearing Lin Shuer's tone on the phone, Tang Yue realized she wasn't genuinely apologizing, so she leisurely said, Lin Shuer, you're being used by someone. Your family is going bankrupt. Where is the person you helped? Think about it yourself and don't bother me again. With that, Tang Yue hung up the phone and swiftly blocked the number. It was all done in one breath. After finishing her takeout, Tang Yue rested briefly before opening her computer, logging into her account, and entering the Tang Yi livestream room. As soon as the livestream started, the number of viewers online was 5. After a minute, it surged to 5 digits. Tang Yue played music and adjusted her equipment without speaking, but every move she made was incredibly cute in the eyes of her viewers. The viewers in the live streaming room were frantically spamming the bullet screen. Mama loves you, you finally came online. Wow, baby started streaming so early tonight, let's send rockets. Rose X100. Is the most beautiful, I love it, I like you so much. Are you going to sing? The bullet screen kept flowing and Tang Yu looked at her adorable fans in the live room, smiling sweetly. Even though she was heavily made up, her smile was still very charming. Her audience was once again going crazy. The girl is so beautiful, so beautiful. It's another beautiful day. Today's live streaming theme, Tang Yu wanted to sing for her fans for a while and interact with games. She didn't want to connect with other streamers. So the beautiful and sweet-voiced Tang Yu said to her live camera, Dear Tang Tang, I am Tang Yi. Welcome to my live room. Today I will sing a few songs and hold a lottery game, and I will end the stream at 11 o'clock. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yu's live room erupted in a frenzy of flattery. Tang Yu had already debugged her equipment, and the first song was Meeting. This sad little love song with Tang Yu's unique voice and singing technique quickly captivated the audience. They were frantically sending gifts. During the musical interlude, Tang Yu straightened her face and said seriously, Everyone, there is no need to send gifts, just listen to me sing. If you have extra money, you can donate it to the mountainous areas, as many children need this money for their education. After she said this, the crowd in Tang Yu's live room went crazy again. Goddess, forever a goddess. I really like you, your kindness and beauty make me addicted. Mama loves you. Tang Yu looked at the rapidly flashing bullet screen in the live room and saw a familiar ID, Tang Mama, who was frantically cheering for her. Tang Yu knew this was Su Shumi. She hadn't visited Aunt Sue in the hospital for several days and didn't know if she and her husband had reconciled. Tomorrow I'll bring fried chicken and beer to visit Aunt Sue. On the other side, at the People's Hospital of the Imperial Capital, Qin Lian was staring at his phone, only seeing his wife Su Shumi, who was the streamer Tang Yi, and felt a sense of hopelessness. People say that one is worse than a dog. But here he was a distinguished, handsome guy who was even inferior to a virtual internet celebrity. Meanwhile, Su Shumi, who was immersed in the joy brought by Tang Yi, didn't notice her husband's resentment and kept praising Tang Yi to Qin Lian. Honey, Yi is really too beautiful. It's just a pity that our son likes Yi. Oh, I don't know if it's because I miss Yi too much, but I somehow feel that Yi and Yi look a bit alike. I want to recognize Yi as my goddaughter, so we can meet often in the future. Su Shumi thought beautifully, while Qin Lian was already filled with irritation. On Tang Yi's side, after singing 6 songs for her fans, she decided to stop singing and directly start the lottery. The so-called lottery, other streamers either give away phones or laptops. Some streamers even give away televisions and refrigerators. But for Tang Yi, her live rooms lottery gives away specialty products from mountainous areas. Those specialties are things that money can't buy. Moreover, they contain the gratitude from the mountainous areas for these kind-hearted people. The gifts may be small, but the sentiment is profound. And the audience fans in Tang Yi's live room were very receptive. Because the donation details from Tang Yi's live room were transparently posted on her personal homepage. With her individual strength, she motivated millions online to do good deeds. And she kept her word. If she didn't become popular, it would be against the natural order. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Tang Yi ended the stream on time and said to the audience fans in the live room, "Happy times always pass quickly. Good night, everyone, rest early, and I look forward to our next meeting." After bidding farewell to many fans, Tang Yi logged off briskly. As soon as she logged off, she received a private message notification from the platform. Tang Yi clicked in to see it was the streamer Wang Zai who had helped her last time. "Wang Zai, girl, I have a job here. I don't know if I should take it. I want to discuss it with you." Tang Yi, brother Wang Zai, what job? Do you still need to ask me? Wang Zai, since you call me brother, I must discuss this job with you. Tang Yi became interested and quickly replied, "Okay, brother, go ahead." Wang Zai, in turn, Wang Ruoqi from Zhongjue Group, asked me to help her sell Zhongjue Group's appliances. I looked at the photos she sent, and they are all the ones you sold last time. Hearing this, Tang Yi chuckled. Wang Ruoqi is good at mimicking, but can't grasp the essence. Wang Zai, a gaming streamer selling appliances, will anyone really buy it? But since Wang Ruoqi could think of this, it seems she was pushed to desperation by that 800,000. Tang Yi smiled, feeling good, and quickly replied to Wang Zai. "Tang Yi, brother, how much is she offering you for the activity fee? I want to use it as a reference." Wang Zai, 1 million. 1 million. Tang Yi calculated the profit in the middle. If Wang Ruoqi found Wang Zai and sold 3,000 appliances according to the minimum amount given by the company selling online, could yield a rebate. Previously, Tang Yi didn't do this because she was worried the company would find out her identity as Tang Yi and accuse her of pocketing money. But since Wang Ruoqi promised Wang Zai 1 million for selling, she probably wanted to get a kickback. Since someone wants to take the risk, she is very curious. So Tang Yi replied to Wang Zai with a smile, "It can be agreed, but I suggest you get the money first." Wang Zai, "Okay, thank you, Yi girl. Feel free to say if you need me in the future." Tang Yi, "Sure." Receiving such good news from Wang Zai, Tang Yi was in a great mood. If Wang Ruoqi was found to have pocketed funds, that would directly make her unqualified. With a 60% probability, she would exceed her performance, and it was almost guaranteed. Tang Yi seemed to see her graduation certificate beckoning to her. Feeling pleased, she washed up and went to bed, ready to be the most dazzling star on this street again. Tang Yi slept soundly, while Qin Zhan, who was working overtime, stared at his phone that had been quiet all day in a daze. Little girl, is this regret for being responsible to him? It's been a long time, and she hasn't sent him a single message. Qin Zhan felt irritable and directly instructed Chen Dong, "Get me the tracking record of the little girl's movements today." "President, please wait a moment." Qin Zhan carefully reviewed Tang Yi's tracking record for today and furrowed his brows slightly. Staying at home the whole time. Could it be that she was unwell from drinking? Thinking this, Qin Zhan became anxious and said sternly, "Keep an eye on the company here and call me for any unsolvable problems." Chen Dong gazed at the back of the departing president, a bitter smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The iron tree, which had never bloomed for millennia once it finally did the operation, was simply a leg-breaking affair. On the other side, Qin Zhan, familiar with the routine, entered the password to Tang Yi's house and headed straight. Upon reaching the bedroom and seeing the sweetly sleeping little girl, Qin Zhan finally felt a heavy stone lift from his heart after a tense journey. The little girl was truly carefree. As a form of punishment, Qin Zhan fixed his gaze on Tang Yi's tempting red lips and gently kissed her. Tang Yi was in deep sleep, and upon being kissed by Qin Zhan, she slightly frowned and let out a soft murmur, startling Qin Zhan into immediately releasing her and holding his breath as he embraced her. Perhaps Tang Yi had already grown accustomed to Qin Zhan's presence. Therefore, instead of showing any rejection, she found a more comfortable position in his arms and continued to sleep. Xinjiang couldn't help but smile wryly. Oh, like a lovesick fool, he watched Tang Yu for a full hour before reluctantly leaving her apartment. The next morning, after thoroughly studying the 24 filial piety guidelines for good boyfriends the night before, Xinjiang rang the doorbell of Tang Yu's house, holding the carefully prepared breakfast. Outside, the doorbell rang incessantly. Tang Yu frowned, closed her eyes, and leaped directly from the second floor to the first, swinging the door open with a bang. As the door swung open, Tang Yu was embraced by Xinjiang. Confused, she wondered what's going on. With her sleepy eyes barely open, she slightly lifted her head and caught sight of Xinjiang's extraordinarily handsome face. She felt like she was going to die. This was definitely a critical blow to her heart. Tang Yu, faced with the stunning Xinjiang, felt her morning grumpiness evaporate, completely lacking any principles in her affection. "I brought you breakfast," Xinjiang said, holding Tang Yu as he directly placed her on a chair at the dining table in the living room. The man sat beside Tang Yu, patiently arranging the breakfast. His graceful movements made every scene a feast for the eyes. As Tang Yu watched, her face involuntarily flushed. Ever since she met Xinjiang yesterday morning, she had been feeling a sense of anxious excitement. As a descendant of a divine physician, she was well aware of her own health. However, love is a product of dopamine secretion. While she might feel a little flutter, she couldn't take it too seriously. She had to keep herself in check. "I'm going to freshen up, wait for me," Tang Yu said before rushing to wash up, ready to enjoy the delicious breakfast afterward. The breakfast was indeed exquisite, limited supply from a well-known morning tea restaurant in the capital. Tang Yu looked at Xinjiang suspiciously. Catching Tang Yu's gaze, Xinjiang smiled indulgently and casually picked up a shrimp dumpling for her, saying, "Eat more, this breakfast place is quite good." It really is good. After all, this was breakfast from a famous morning tea restaurant in the capital, but it was limited supply, available only to the privileged. Wasn't Xinjiang's family bankrupt? Tang Yu wanted to ask, but remembering how much Xinjiang cared about his current bankrupt situation, she thought it unwise to inquire abruptly. Xinjiang had been observing his little girl and noticed her contemplating breakfast. He recalled the restaurant's rules and naturally offered her another shrimp dumpling, saying with a hint of regret, "Hey, this place has delicious breakfasts. I'll buy them for you every week. I used to have a membership card there which I can still use once a week. Once I make a comeback, I'll definitely buy you breakfast every day." Hearing this, Tang Yu nodded, smiling sweetly. "Okay, I believe you." At that moment, she didn't suspect Xinjiang was deceiving her. Instead, she felt deeply touched by everything he had done for her. Her mother once said that a man who truly cares about you will think of you and want to give you the best, even when he has no money, and that is enough to show his sincerity. It seemed that Xinjiang was also exhibiting such sincerity towards her. Should she? Tang Yu squinted her beautiful almond eyes, finishing her breakfast and urging Xinjiang to go to work. "Xinjiang, hurry up and go to work. Treat me to hot pot later." "All right, I'll take you to eat hot pot tonight." Xinjiang's lips curled up as he felt in high spirits. Such a daily routine was truly wonderful. Xinjiang was initially reluctant to leave at this moment, but given his current status as a bankrupt individual, failing to make progress might lead his little girlfriend to develop unfavorable associations. Xinjiang still diligently prepared to go to work. Tang Yu, it bounced along, pulling him to the elevator, her smile radiant as she waved goodbye. "All right, I won't send you off. I'm going back to take a nap. You work hard and treat me to hot pot." Xinjiang smiled helplessly and repeatedly agreed. Looking at her smiling face, his lips involuntarily curled upwards. But as soon as the elevator doors closed, Xinjiang's expression immediately darkened. Why did he feel a bit reluctant to part ways so soon? Xinjiang frowned, contemplating how she would feel if he went back to find her now. After pondering for a second, he reluctantly went to work with a heavy heart. Upon arriving at the company, he was startled to suddenly see his boss, Chendong. "Boss." Chendong instinctively began to reflect on whether anything had gone wrong recently. Little did he know that Xinjiang ignored him entirely, instead sitting in the boss chair, lazily leaning back with his narrow eyes slightly squinted. Seeing the boss like this, Chendong felt a surge of fear. "You said." Xinjiang spoke in a low voice. Chendong hurriedly leaned in, awaiting the boss instructions. Xinjiang's handsome face was filled with seriousness. "Do you think the little girl is thinking of me? I've been gone for..." Chendong silently raised his wrist to check his watch. If the boss hadn't arrived at the company too early, it had only been a little over 10 minutes since work began. This was truly a rare occurrence. Chendong trembled in fear, but dared not remind the boss of this situation. Who would have thought that in the next second Xinjiang's icy gaze swept over? "What are you doing? Daydreaming during work hours?" "Chendong." The diligent worker forced a smile, explaining, "No, boss, I wanted to ask about the situation with this year's interns." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Xinjiang instantly sat up straight. Chendong thought to himself, just as I suspected. Though his face showed no sign of it, he respectfully said, "Although the criteria for interns have changed, they remain rather singular. I would like to propose holding an intern competition. selecting the best among the interns and rewarding the first place. Xinjiang didn't absorb much else, only one thought lingered. His little girl was so lazy that after meeting her goals, she didn't even want to come to the office. How boring would it be with only him working? This way he could still see the little girl. Moreover, he could find ways to benefit her. A smile flickered in Xinjiang's deep dark eyes. All right, then you go prepare a detailed plan for me to review. Dong's smile instantly faltered. But what could he do? In the afternoon, Dong still brought the detailed plan to the top-floor office for Xinjiang to review. Soon a new piece of news circulated within the company. A week-long intern competition will be held comparing through various means. The winner will receive. Even Tang Yue, who wasn't in the office, heard about it. What? Tang Yue, lying on her bed like a lazy fish, immediately sat up with a start, shouting in disbelief. She had just reached her target and could skip clocking in, and now this came up. Whose ridiculous idea was this? Tang Yu's face was filled with displeasure, but feeling frustrated as she was, she couldn't say anything and just turned over in bed, silently pondering how to muddle through without drawing attention. After all, she had already stolen the spotlight once. This was a forced measure taken to achieve her freedom to sleep without early mornings. But this intern competition was completely optional for her. There was no need to join the fun. If it weren't for the company's mandatory requirement for all interns to participate, she would have skipped it altogether. Suddenly her phone beeped. Tang Yue glanced and saw it was a small group chat for the interns. Zhu Feng, does anyone have any thoughts on this competition? Regarding this competition, Zhang Yue, are there so many things this year? Tang Yue quickly got in position, typing furiously. Tang Yue, so how exactly is this supposed to work? I don't quite understand. Zhu Feng immediately replied to the message. Zhu Feng, it's simple, it's a creativity competition. The usual sales methods are traditional, so you can collaborate with new media like Douyin or Xiaohongshu for sales like you did before. Zhang Yu also quickly sent a meme slap. JPG. Tang Yue quickly replied, can I not participate? The lazy fish. JPG. Zhang Yu, seems like you can't stunt. JPG. The memes started flooding the chat. While chatting, Tang Yue suddenly received a phone call. Caller Xinjiang. Tang Yue immediately glanced at the time, 6:25. Oh, it was almost time to get off work. Tang Yue quickly sat up straight and answered the call. Hello. Why did it take you so long to answer? What were you busy with? Xinjiang's deep voice sounded in her ear. That voice was simply against the rules. She couldn't help but grin foolishly, and when she suddenly heard him murmur, she hurriedly responded with a few yes. Why are you daydreaming? Not at all. Tang Yue wouldn't admit she had been captivated. Otherwise, he would definitely make fun of her. Upon hearing her voice, Xinjiang's mood improved significantly, and he didn't hold it against her. Instead, in a good mood, he leaned back and lazily asked, so girlfriend, where do you want to eat? How about we have dinner together? Chen Dong, who was by Xinjiang's side, looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and before the boss' cold gaze swept over him, he wisely took a step back, resolutely ignoring the details of the boss flirting with his girlfriend. He wasn't a single dog and didn't want to be fed this dog food. However, witnessing the transformation in the boss before and after the call was quite shocking. Chen Dong thought that anyone in the company would have their worldview shattered if they saw this. All right, you can clock out now. Xinjiang's voice sounded beside him, causing Chen Dong to step back in fright and quickly raise his head, only to find that Xinjiang had finished his call without him realizing. With a hint of a smile on his lips, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Dong to leave looking like an angel. Chen Dong was ecstatic, quickly responding and heading out. Finally, he could clock out. Thanks to the boss. Thanks to the boss girlfriend. Xinjiang chuckled and ignored Chen Dong's little thoughts, instead starting to check nearby restaurants before picking up his keys and heading downstairs to drive, preparing to pick up his girlfriend. Okay, I got it. When Xinjiang arrived downstairs at Tang Yu's building, he saw her on the phone, seemingly deep in conversation, so serious that she didn't even notice he had arrived. Xinjiang's expression darkened in an instant. Who is this person? Why are they chatting so animatedly with his girlfriend? Ah, you're here. All right, wait a moment. Tang Yue then noticed him, waved him to hold on, stepped aside a few paces, and continued. Xinjiang's complexion went completely ashen. By the time Tang Yue finished the call and returned, he sat sullenly beside her, saying nothing. Tang Yue belatedly widened her eyes. She had never seen him like this and was curious. She leaned in and offered an ingratiating smile. What's the matter? My boyfriend's sitting there all alone and not saying a word. Xinjiang had meant to ignore her, but at the sound of her saccharine voice, he couldn't help replying sourly, done talking. She could not hold back a laugh. She wore a white blouse pinned with a bow, the hem tucked into a pleated skirt, and a pair of dainty snow boots on her feet. Hands on her hips, she laughed without restraint, her bell-like laughter spilling forth. You're so adorable, getting jealous over this. Tang Yue said with pursed lips. No wonder I could smell a strong scent of jealousy while I was on the phone, she teased. Xinjiang's expression shifted unpredictably. He remained silent and solemn. Unfazed, Tang Yue pinched and tugged at his face. All right. Your girlfriend is hungry. Take me to eat now. At those words, Qin Zhan could only stand up resignedly, pull her hand away from his face, briefly clench it in his palm, and slip it into his pocket. Hey! Tang Yue stumbled as he guided her and hastily tugged at his sleeve. Qin Zhan drew her into his arms, walking with her half embraced. Hey! Hey! Getting angry already. So petty. Tang Yue tilted her head and acted coy. Qin Zhan could not contain himself. After only half the walk, his dark eyes grew deep as he asked softly. Who were you on the phone with for so long? Hiding from me? Or just colleagues? You have no idea how awful our company is. They even held some intern competition and forced us to join. It's infuriating. Tang Yue pouted, her face full of indignant reproach. The more Qin Zhan listened, the stranger his expression grew. You don't want to participate, he interrupted eagerly. He had been planning ways to look out for his girlfriend. Why did it sound as if she were reluctant? And wouldn't that give his rival more opportunities with his girlfriend? Qin Zhan froze. Was he not perhaps lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot? His gaze darkened further. Shandong would certainly be in trouble tomorrow. Tang Yue rolled her eyes. Oh, I just earned the perk that lets me skip clocking in at work. And now they're pulling these stunts again. She sniffed, complaining all the way about the boss and scrupulousness, until Qin Zhan brought her to their destination, and she fell silent. She turned and regarded the surroundings with curiosity. Where is this? How have I never been here? Tang Yue blinked inquisitively. She had been busy grumbling to her boyfriend and had not paid attention to the route, yet they arrived quickly. It did not seem far. She could not imagine she had never seen it before. The restaurant's decor was distinctive, not the plainness of a street stall nor the trappings of a European hotel, but suffused with a classical flavor. Though nothing was overtly antique, it possessed a special evocative charm. Tang Yue scratched her head as she could not pinpoint why, but the overall feeling was very pleasant. Qin Zhan led her into a small private room and nudged the little sign on the table toward her. It's near your home. I found it online and thought we'd try it, he said. Tang Yue sat with a smile, picked up the little sign, and seeing a QR code reached to scan it to view the menu. Her gaze froze on a line of text affixed to the sign: private room, minimum, spend 1,888 yuan. Tang Yu's smile began to waver. Where in her neighborhood demanded such an expensive minimum? Most meals cost only a few dozen yuan. Even dining at a restaurant usually cost a few hundred. For just two people, nearly 2,000. Qin Zhan, seeing her motionless, leaned over in puzzlement. What's wrong? Tang Yue hurriedly waved him off. Nothing, I just have trouble deciding what to order. Inwardly, she told herself that on their first meal together, she must not be stingy. She had already handed over 600,000. 2,000 for dinner was nothing. Before her boyfriend's family fell on hard times, they surely indulged in lavish meals costing thousands, even for one or two people. She could not afford to be the one to hold him back. She pinched the sign and pushed it back, forcing a proper smile. Order, boyfriend. But she immediately regretted he was short on money, and to let him order a meal that would consume half his monthly salary felt unkind. Yet she could not think of a way to retrieve the sign. She resigned herself to studying the room's decoration and, grasping for conversation, said, the decor here is quite lovely. Yes, I heard the ambience is very nice, he replied as he ordered swiftly. Qin Zhan answered with a smile, while quickly placing the order. When he finished, he did not ask if she wanted anything else. He simply set the device aside. Before Tang Yue could speak, he explained, I couldn't decide what to eat, so I ordered all the signature dishes. We'll try them and see. Tang Yue was speechless. Her only thought was that he was being ruinously extravagant. When the dishes arrived, each exquisitely presented, her heart seemed to bleed. Every bite felt like consuming her own flesh. It pained her. She forced an awkward smile and asked, how much will this meal cost? Why ask that? Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow and leisurely peeled a shrimp for her. Do you like it, eh? Tang Yue half smiled, and when her eyes flicked to the little sign, an idea sparked. I'll take another look at what else there is, she said, picking up her phone and scanning the QR code on the sign. She skimmed the menu, matched the dishes he had ordered to their prices, and did the mental arithmetic. When the total registered, she went numb. Oblivious, Qin Zhan kept his head bowed as he diligently peeled a shrimp. If you like it, well, come again. But don't eat too much now. Finish this, and we'll go later. We'll stroll by the lake to walk it off. Tang Yue gave him a stunned look and then coldly withdrew her gaze. Qin Zhan, bewildered by her expression, was about to ask when her phone rang. She wiped her hands and answered immediately. After a few words, she responded and hung up. Qin Zhan asked, what was that about? No, just a colleague discussing some trivial matters. We're trying to come up with a plan so that everyone's differences won't be too glaring. Just a casual way to appease the company. As for that Wang Ruoqi, she is simply foolish. There's no need to pay her any mind. She won't have the chance to secure any big deals anyway. Tang Yue realized that since she had already spent the money, it couldn't go to waste. He went straight in, chewing on a duck neck, speaking incomprehensibly. Qin Zhan, the true boss of the company, said. If this person wasn't his girlfriend, he would certainly know how dire the consequences would be. Xinjiang thought to himself, don't get angry. But since his girlfriend couldn't be angry, he could only vent his frustrations on the planner. The next day, Qin, who arrived at work in high spirits, suddenly faced the biggest challenge of his job. After successfully helping his boss pursue his girlfriend, he should have been able to face his boss' gentle demeanor with ease every day, just enjoying the dog food. Who knew that as soon as he arrived today, he was thrown a few folders and berated harshly. Qin dared not move, only managing to endure the scolding before hurriedly apologizing. I'm sorry. Boss, I'll go redo it right away. Qin lifted his deep gaze, glancing at him briefly, his expression inscrutable. Go ahead. Upon hearing those two words, Qin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, gratefully clutching a pile of documents, as he hurriedly bowed and retreated. Just as Qin reached the door, he ran into someone from another department coming to submit documents. Wait. Before he could say anything to keep them, the other party had already knocked on the door. What's wrong? The person asked in confusion while knocking. Qin immediately smiled and waved his hand. Nothing. Please go ahead. Then he quickly slipped away with the documents. This wasn't that he didn't want to help, it was just that his teammate was simply impossible to save. After returning to his seat, while holding a cup to go to the break room for coffee, he encountered a colleague coming out of the boss office looking dejected. The colleague glanced at him full of resentment. Qin raised his cup to shield his gaze and walked away slowly. Soon everyone in the company knew that the boss was in a bad mood today, and it was best not to provoke him. Internship department. Zhu Feng leaned out from his seat, lowering his voice to ask, so should we still follow the plan? He was a bit worried that being too lax would result in criticism, especially now when the atmosphere in the company was quite tense. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, knocked on Tang Yu's desk and asked gently, Xiao Yue, what do you think? What else can we do? Let's just forget it then. Tang Yu sighed, helplessly pouting as she took a sip of cold tea, feeling utterly chilled. It's fine, let's proceed for now and reassess the situation later. Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing, chuckling softly as he comforted her. Tang Yue directly laid her head on the desk, listlessly acknowledging him, completely unaware of his. Only Zhu Feng, who was observing from the side, scratched his head, wondering if this was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. Before he could think it through, he caught Jiang Yu's warning gaze and quickly retracted his sight. He then realized that while he was dazed, his gaze had landed on Tang Yue. Jiang Yu was surprisingly petty. Zhu Feng shook his head helplessly, promptly retracting his neck to avoid being a third wheel. TSK. Sneaking around during work hours, how come this busy person is also at work? A sarcastic voice came from the side. Tang Yue didn't even need to look up to know it was Wang Ruoqi. Just as she was in a bad mood, Tang Yue slammed her hand on the table and pointed angrily at her nose. Why are you so gossipy? You keep blabbering every day. Are you here to play the old lady while interning? You go on and on about nonsense, and if I didn't know better, I'd think you were going through menopause. Wang Ruoqi was left stunned, her face pale with fright. After a long time, she stammered back, Why are you so rude? I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so anxious? Tang Yue scoffed, hands on her hips. You didn't say it, but I'm tired of hearing it. It's like there's a broken trumpet blaring in my ear. I'm talking about you. You. Wang Ruoqi didn't expect that even after taking a step back, the other party would still be so aggressive. She had also been spoiled since childhood, so she was not willing to be criticized. With a sudden burst of courage, she reached out and slapped Tang Yue's hand away. Don't point your filthy finger at me, you rude country bumpkin. Wang Ruoqi huffed a few times through her nostrils, then raised her chin and swayed her slender waist as she walked away. After venting her anger, Tang Yue felt much better, and only then did she begin to focus on the upcoming internship competition. In fact, this plan was quite good. It was an event organized to focus on the interns' learning and absorption, facing off against interns from various companies. They would represent their company in the competition. If they won first prize, the company would reward them with generous supplies and performance bonuses. Moreover, the interns who won in this event would receive excellent evaluations during their internship. This was very appealing to many interns. If they wanted to secure a good ranking, they would need to put in some effort. Tang Yue's eyes sparkled. If she were to participate seriously, she would definitely aim for first place. After returning home, she was still pondering this matter, to the extent that Xinjiang made several phone calls with no answer, ultimately coming to find her in person. Who knew that when he arrived at her door and entered with the password, he would find the lights brightly lit? Xinjiang pressed his lips together, frowning. Why wasn't she replying to his messages at home? A man in love is sensitive. He immediately started to think of many things. His first thought was of the intern named Jiang Yu he saw on the surveillance earlier. Could it be that they were chatting at home? Xinjiang instinctively glanced at the living room window, and through the reflection in the green glass, he seemed to see a hint of color in his hair. Instantly his veins throbbed. Xinjiang strode in a wave of frustration surging within him. He couldn't quite articulate what he would do if he really saw it, but it was hard to control his actions at the moment. He quickly walked to the door of Tang Yue's room only to find the door closed. He could vaguely hear Tang Yue's voice along with a male voice from inside. Damn, had it really turned green? Xinjiang widened his eyes, subconsciously reaching up to touch his own hand. At this moment Xinjiang found himself trapped in a dilemma. Should he knock on the door? In the past, a friend had once asked him, what would you do if your girlfriend betrayed you? He had replied without hesitation, first drain the water from your brain. If it weren't flooded, how could you possibly choose such a partner? Second, end the relationship immediately, to cut losses before others brand you a fool. Could they merely be chatting? Casual, harmless conversation. The thought barely surfaced before he dismissed it outright. Impossible. It's the dead of night. Xinjiang's face darkened, bitterness welled up inside him. How cruel to confront such a question so early in love. Yet after prolonged hesitation, he resolved to push the door open. Their relationship was still new. Pretending ignorance wouldn't alter reality. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead, then reached for the door. Just as his hand lifted, it swung inward from within. Oh, Xinjiang, you're back. Why are you standing at the door like a ghost? You startled me. Tang Yue stood there in her bear-patterned pajamas, holding a porcelain cup, her wide, glistening eyes seeming to accuse him silently. Xinjiang opened his mouth, only to discover his throat parched, his voice unnervingly reluctant to emerge. Instinctively, he peered past her into the room. How could she stand so calmly, unfazed, unashamed? One glance left him utterly stunned. He'd expected to catch sight of some stranger, yet the room stood completely empty. What are you looking at? Tang Yue rose onto her tiptoes behind him, playfully blinking. Seeing his flustered, adorable girlfriend, Xinjiang faltered. Who were you talking to just now? Oh, that. It just ended, a video conference. Tang Yue assumed he was admiring her room's decor. After all, she'd spent days arranging every glittering detail. She'd even left the door ajar, eager for his curiosity and his praise. Instead, this wooden-head man had fixated on something oceans away. Tang Yue pouted and strode straight into the living room to boil water. Xinjiang remained frozen at the threshold, then hurried after her. So, no one came over. It's the middle of the night, and freezing. Who'd wander out at this hour? Even white-collar workers have limits. As Xinjiang entered, Tang Yue began washing teacups, preparing tea. Hearing his question, she rolled her eyes sharply, but kept moving, opening the tea caddy, selecting leaves, heating water, pouring, while Xinjiang dazedly sank onto the sofa beside her. Wasn't going out at night, perfectly normal. After all, nightlife had only just begun. Lost in thought, he murmured it aloud, unintentionally. Tang Yue instantly turned fierce, gripping his shoulders. Oh, so my boyfriend is quite the veteran. Shall we discuss that further? Once past her initial shyness, Tang Yue had grown increasingly at ease with him. Yet she realized with a pang that she'd never asked about his romantic history. How unfair. Her delicate features scrunched into a soft, doughy knot. Before Xinjiang could craft a dignified reply, he saw her expression and instinctively abandoned all pretense. The words tumbled out, I have no experience. You're my first girlfriend. Oh. Meeting her astonished gaze, Xinjiang instantly regretted it. For a man to admit inexperience felt humiliating, as if his charm were utterly lacking. Yet the words were spoken, retracting them seemed impossible. Refusing to backtrack, he stiffened his expression and added, I simply hold myself to higher standards. Otherwise I'd have dated 10 or more. Suitors flocked to me endlessly. Well, how proud you sound. Tang Yue curled her legs on the sofa, scrutinizing him critically. You must rely on that face alone to dazzle young girls, don't you? Still so arrogant. Do you actually regret not dating 10 or more first? Instantly, Xinjiang's internal alarm blared. That sounded far from complimentary. Abandoning pride, he offered an awkward smile and sat beside her on the sofa, reaching out to pull her close. She pushed his hand away. Talk, don't grope. She's my girlfriend. Why shouldn't I hold her? Xinjiang muttered under his breath, lips curling sullenly. Tang Yue's eyebrows shot upward. What? Her voice leaping several octaves. Xinjiang fell silent. How should he answer? For over 20 years, others had always accommodated him. Never had he needed to read the room or adjust his words. Nor had he ever learned the art of timely retraction. Yet instinct whispered, don't oppose her now. Why? He couldn't say. Only knew it was imperative. His intuition had guided him through countless business perils, so he trusted it now without question. But silence itself felt like betrayal. Tang Yue huffed, hurling a cushion from the sofa. What? Xinjiang caught it reflexively and scathed. Tang Yue's eyes widened. Dare he retaliate? What began as playful banter now ignited into full-blown conflagration. Tang Yue decided she'd agreed too hastily. With a brittle, humorless smile, she rose, towering over him. We're adults. No need to invoke responsibility over a single kiss. Xinjiang sensed disaster. No. She cut him off. You've yet to experience the dazzling allure of the world. No need to let me ruin you prematurely. Think it over. Her smile turned cool, detached. 3 crisp sentences, and she was already guiding him toward the door. Qin hadn't even registered it. With a sharp slam, the door shut. Qin stood outside, staring blankly at its cold, unyielding surface. Had he just been ejected by his own girlfriend? Only after leaving Tang Yue did his long-dormant mind finally stir. Oh, not just reconsideration, she might withdraw entirely. That realization sent a jolt of anxiety through Qin. He hurriedly patted the door and pleaded in a pitiable voice, "Little one, don't be angry, please let me explain." Tang Yue, who had not yet left, snorted coldly and briskly began changing the door password. While doing so, she answered, "Don't just tell me you'll explain, then start explaining." Qin was momentarily at a loss, his mind stuck. Outside, everything felt quiet. Tang Yue rolled her eyes and thought to herself that this was exactly as she suspected. When watching dramas, she always wanted to mock this cliché, the man beseeching wildly, "Let me explain," while the woman clapped her hands over her ears. I want listen. She had long found the trope exasperating. If someone really did not want to listen, they would have left. So she simply asked the question directly. Who would have thought Qin that fool would be flummoxed and fall silent? Tang Yue smirked, finished changing the password, and returned to her room. Yet she frowned slightly and pressed a hand to her chest. Why did it feel clogged inside, as if a small ache of sadness had taken root? She quickly shook her head, casting those messy thoughts aside. Back in her room, she finally began her live stream. She had not streamed for days. Tang Yue chastised herself for being so distracted by a man. With practiced ease, she logged onto the platform, set up her filters and adjustments, and greeted her viewers as usual. "Hello sweets, good evening. Long time no see. Am your adorable streamer Tang E. So glad to be back." The rehearsed lines were ingrained. She chatted smoothly with her fans. Why haven't you streamed for so long? I finally caught you. Live spotted. Front row reporting. You stood us up for days. How will you make it up to us? The viewer count leapt from single digits to 5 figures in an instant and kept climbing. The chat flooded the Tang Yue smiled at the scrolling messages, warmed to the core. Her fans missed her. No matter how late she streamed, a group of devoted little ones would be waiting. That feeling clung to her, hard to forget. She smiled mischievously. I'm really sorry. Real-world matters kept me away these past few days. To make it up to you, I'll sing a song for everyone tonight. She blinked and began to sing a cappella. Although she was slightly off her best form, the fans were generous with praise and began showering gifts. In less than half an hour, her stream rose into the top 3 for real-time popularity. Meanwhile, Chun Dong, who should have left work, was abruptly summoned by his boss call and forced to stay late. Analyze this situation. Qin decided to seek outside help. It was a little humiliating, but he trusted Chun Dong wouldn't blab. The nearly 180 man stood at the door in his suit, looking pitiably at a loss. He glanced at the firmly closed door, and then at the keypad, hesitated, and still reached out to press the numbers. After all, it is easier to soothe someone in person, not to a cold, lifeless door. That possibility had not occurred to him. The offsite advisor offered a tactful suggestion. Boss, find a way in first. Girls soften easily, and they care a great deal about a boyfriend's past relationships. Chun Dong nearly wanted to accuse the man of having no social sense, but fearing for his own position, he racked his brains for some polite phrasing. He hoped his boss would show leniency, given that he was working late. For anything else, he would never dare be so presumptuous. Qin thought it made sense, and keeping the call open, entered the password. Then, beep, password incorrect. 3 attempts remaining. Please try again. Qin stared in disbelief. She actually changed the password. Chun Dong sighed helplessly, with his boss looking wounded. Did that not make the situation all the more urgent? What kind of rift would lead a girlfriend to change the password? That was a classic sign she did not want to listen. Chun Dong abandoned tact and shouted, President, you mustn't let this conflict linger through the night. Call Miss Tang and explain. No matter what, admit fault and apologize first. Don't try to reason with her now. What? Admit fault? Qin felt awkward at the thought of that other man's voice he had not yet questioned. Chun Dong almost dropped to his knees, tears welling. My president. This is no time for scruples. Just indulge Miss Tang. Girls need to be coddled. Tisk, you slipper. Qin snorted in disdain. Chun Dong froze. If this were not his boss, he would have called him a narrow-minded straight man and cursed his solitary fate. Alas, the other man was his employer, and Chun Dong needed his job, so he kept silent. Qin scoffed twice, glanced at the closed door, and hesitantly asked, will that actually work? Chun Dong nodded fervently. Really? When would I lie to you, boss? After repeated assurances, Qin reluctantly agreed and hung up. Qin stood erect, tugged at his tie, rolled his sleeves, slightly slipped his phone into his pocket. Then he began to knock and plead. An hour passed before Tang Yue, having finished her stream, heard the noise. She checked the monitor, frowned, looked at the time, and feeling a twinge of pity, opened the door. She kept a cold face and leaned against the doorframe. What now? Don't disturb the neighbors. Qin's throat was hoarse from shouting. Luckily few people were around, and the curious onlookers were driven off by his fierce stare. At last the door opened. He let out the breath he had been holding and nearly collapsed. Tang Yu's reflexes were sharp. She steadied him, then let go and regarded him with contempt. What stunt are you pulling now? Disturb the neighbors again, and he'll call the police. Qin reached out and hugged her tightly. Tang Yu struggled a few times, but could not get him to release her. She thumped his shoulder and muttered, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." Having already plunged into the embrace, Qin refused to let go. He pouted like a child. "I want. No matter what you say, I won't let go. You ignored me earlier." His accusatory voice carried a touch of wounded grievance. Tang Yu felt a touch of helplessness. She longed to scowl and shoo him away, yet he held her tightly in his arms. Recalling how he had knelt without hesitation just moments before, her resolve softened ever so slightly. Yet her words remained unyielding. "You refused to explain when I asked. Then why did you stay when I told you to leave?" She tossed her head aside with a huff. "Lucky there are no neighbors who sleep early. Otherwise you'd have drawn complaints one after another." Qin sensed the subtle shift in her tone and grew bolder still. Tightening his embrace, he declared with defiant pride, "I don't care. I'm pursuing my future wife, and nothing will stop me." Tang Yu's cheeks flared crimson. Stammering, she protested, "Don't speak nonsense. You're tarnishing my reputation. Who on earth is your wife? Stop this foolishness at once." "No nonsense at all. It's you and only you." Having resolved to abandon all pretense of dignity, Qin leaned in without warning and pressed a kiss upon her lips. Watching her eyes widen in stunned disbelief, still wide open unblinking, he stifled a chuckle, then kissed her again, and again, his voice low and triumphant. "I'll kiss my wife as often as I please." His shameless declaration sent waves of heat flooding across her face, refusing to subside. She tried to steady herself, but found she couldn't push him away. Qin brushed gentle lingering kisses against her skin, while murmuring softly, "Please stop being angry. Truly, I'm sorry. I simply didn't know how to begin explaining. It's true. I felt embarrassed because I've never dated before. I feared you'd think me utterly uncharming. Little one, don't be angry. I wasn't withholding answers, I just didn't know how to articulate them." His voice, deep and velvety, unfurled slowly beside her ear. Each syllable tender, each breath deliberate, as though weaving a spell meant to drown her in its warmth. Tang Yu felt her ears grow feverish, the heat spreading from her cheeks down to her neck, inch by slow, intoxicating inch, claiming every part of her. In that dazed, half-lucid moment, she found herself nodding, before she knew it. Instantly, Qin's voice erupted beside her, brimming with unrestrained elation. "You'll forgive me then." "Wonderful." Tang Yu sighed inwardly, exasperated yet oddly charmed. How had she fallen for this act? And wasn't this the same Qin whose commanding presence could silence a room, yet now stood before her humble and contrite? Wasn't that enough? She silently questioned her own heart. Yet before she could untangle her feelings, his quiet, teasing gestures unsettled her completely. With a swift, flustered slap, she smacked his face. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin, caught mid-advance toward the woman he adored, blinked in stunned confusion. "Cough, cough." Tang Yu faltered under his guileless gaze and instinctively averted her eyes. Only belatedly did Qin register the injustice, and nuzzled her cheek with wounded tenderness. "Why did you hit me? And right on the face? I've done nothing wrong. Why strike me?" Before Tang Yu could utter a word, he'd already devised his verdict. "I don't care. You struck me without cause. That makes you the one in the wrong. I'm staying here tonight, to watch over my girlfriend and soothe my wounded heart." Tang Yu's last trace of guilt evaporated instantly. Wasn't he climbing that metaphorical pole with alarming agility? "Fine," she relented at last. "The sofa is yours." Just as Qin raised an eyebrow in protest, she darted forward, pressed him down, delivered a fleeting butterfly-like kiss, then scrambled backward in her slippers, racing straight to her bedroom door. With a mischievous grin, she declared, "That settles it. No objections allowed." Then, snap, she slammed the door shut. Qin, still reeling from the sudden intimacy, stood frozen. His expression darkened into a single exasperated line. Qin was certain he'd heard the distinct, decisive click of the deadbolt engaging. This little one certainly kept her guard up well. He laughed, a sharp, rueful sound, then strode to her door and rapped lightly. "Little one, I have no blanket. How am I supposed to sleep?" He glanced down at his formal suit. "And I have no spare clothes either. Do you happen to have something I might wear?" Leaning against her doorframe, he waited patiently for several seconds. Sure enough, the door cracked open just a sliver, sliding out folded garments accompanied by a pair of wary, watchful eyes. "Here, take this oversized t-shirt. See if it fits." Qin gazed at her feigning grievance and the blanket. "I'll bring it shortly." "Very well," he conceded, recognizing her firm reluctance to let him inside, and accepted the shirt to go shower. After all, haste would only spoil everything. He decided then and there to award Chendong a 2-month. Later he'd explore other avenues. But Tang Yue remained blissfully unaware of his scheming, instead berating herself for surrendering so swiftly. She'd sworn to remain unmoved. So why had she opened the door, as if bewitched? After hours of silent self-reproach, she tiptoed out with a quilt, laid it neatly on the sofa, and placed a cushion beside it for a makeshift pillow. Once she'd arranged this modest sleeping space, she stepped back to assess it, only to wince at the sight of Qin Zhan's tall frame crammed onto the small sofa. It felt almost unfair. She hesitated, yet recalling his earlier boldness, she dismissed the idea of letting him into her room. Never trust a man too easily. They're all pigs in sheep's clothing. Especially after she'd been so furious moments ago, she needed solitude time to regain composure. Otherwise, one charming glance from him would melt her resolve anew. Lost in thought, Tang Yue drifted off, only to awaken the next morning startled to find herself still wrapped in the quilt. She bolted upright, flung open her door, and rushed barefoot into the living room, only to freeze bewildered. Where was he? Her gaze swept across the room and settled on the neatly folded quilt nearby. Relief washed over her. Then, click, the front door swung open. He wore simple attire, far more youthful than his formal suit, a white hooded sweatshirt, black trousers accentuating his long legs, his hair tousled strands falling casually across his forehead. In another setting, he could easily pass for a university student, effortlessly natural, effortlessly handsome. Tang Yue stared momentarily entranced. What are you daydreaming about? Breakfast is ready. His warm, smiling voice snapped her back to reality. As his handsome face loomed close, she shoved him playfully and shot him a mock-fierce glare. Speak normally. Why must you lean in so close? Her fierce scowl failed utterly to intimidate Qin. He'd already noticed her dazed admiration, but chose not to tease her further, merely smiling. I'm calling you to breakfast, before it grows cold. He lifted the assortment of takeout bags in his hand. I wasn't sure what you preferred, so I brought a bit of everything. A cascade of boxes, large and small, rustled in his grip. Tang Yue stiffened, asking awkwardly, how much food did you actually buy? Despite her reluctance, Tang Yue dutifully went to work as a competent employee. After all, besides herself, there was also a bankrupt boyfriend who needed her support. If she didn't work hard to earn some money, she couldn't imagine how extravagant her boyfriend's spending habits would become. Tang Yue shivered at the thought that she conjured in her mind. What's wrong? Qin Zhan, dressed in a black silk pajamas, yawned lazily, his eyes still hazy with sleep. Did you catch a cold, eh? Saying that he was about to find some clothes for Tang Yue. Tang Yue quickly waved her hand. No, I'm going to work. She shifted her gaze and tried to persuade him gently. You should hurry up and go to work too. I'm not urging you to work, but staying home for too long can be quite dull. She tried to express her words more Qin Zhan almost couldn't hold back, seriously stating, not at all. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Tang Yue. I can pick you up and drop you off from work on time. Tang Yue's smile was about to falter. Okay. She nearly fled in panic, afraid that if she said too much, Qin Zhan would think she despised him for not working, yet she felt uneasy about his current situation if she didn't say anything. He had gotten up early in the morning to buy breakfast from a distant place, and not just any breakfast, but a pile of famous meals from various trendy spots, obviously costing nearly 1,000. This was far too extravagant for an ordinary breakfast. Tang Yue went to the company filled with worries. Who would have thought that the moment she stepped into the elevator she would encounter the one person she least wanted to see? Ugh, the smell of the subway is overwhelming. Tisk tisk. Wang Ruoqi clicked her heels deliberately, waving her hand in front of her nose, raising her eyebrows high. Her disdain was evident. Looking around, Tang Yue realized it was just the two of them in the elevator, and her smile vanished instantly. How come your sour remarks didn't drown you? Always talking nonsense. Tang Yue replied sarcastically, lifting her lips. Wang Ruoqi exaggeratedly exclaimed, Oh, I didn't mention anyone, so don't take it personally. She slightly raised her finger, examining her newly manicured nails. Look, aren't my nails pretty? Wang Ruoqi, unusually cheerful, leaned in with a smile. Tang Yue almost revealed an expression of surprise, thinking to herself, this is simply absurd. Oh dear. Don't look at me with that suspicious expression. Yue, I haven't said anything, don't be so petty. Wang Ruoqi smiled, leaning in again. With a ding, the elevator arrived. The moment the doors opened, Tang Yue swiftly slipped out. Wang Ruoqi was strange, not causing a ruckus, yet acting all friendly, which terrified her. She was quite straightforward. If others were rude to her, she could retort back. But when others pretended to be friendly with her, it gave her goosebumps. She knew the other party had ill intentions, yet she couldn't feign politeness. Little did she know, behind her panicked departure, Wang Ruoqi smirked lazily, rubbing her nails, her eyes gleaming with determination. She had already heard from her cousin that this girl was actually involved with a wealthy man. She intended to expose it, and let that girl suffer some humiliation. Tang Yue had no idea how since that day they met in the elevator, Wang Ruoqi had been chatting with her every few days. With others smiling courteously, she felt it inappropriate to keep a cold demeanor. What are you doing? What are you up to? Is this Such questions annoyed Tang Yu to know, and not answering was impolite, yet answering felt unwilling, always resulting in trivial matters. After struggling through the workday, Tang Yu hurriedly grabbed her bag to leave. Suddenly her phone rang. Caller Qin. She couldn't help but smile slightly. Hello? Oh. Okay, I'm coming. Tang Yu quickly responded, a few times her steps becoming lighter. Qin said he was waiting for her at the parking lot to take her on a date. Although she thought it was somewhat wasteful, she still felt quite delighted. Who would have thought that while waiting for the elevator, Wang Ruoqi would catch up again? Tang Yu was on the verge of losing her composure, her veins throbbing, and she said patiently, What do you want now? I'm going downstairs. What's wrong? Wang Ruoqi looked at her with an innocent expression. Tang Yu recited a few calming phrases in her mind, forcing a business smile. The next moment, Oh dear, do you have something to do? Why don't we go together? How about I treat you to a meal? It would be an honor. Wang Ruoqi blinked her eyes, acting coy. Tang Yu felt her fists clenching. Not really convenient. I have an appointment, maybe next time. She politely declined. Wang Ruoqi responded with an, oh, and fell silent. The two sat quietly in the elevator as it descended to the parking lot. As soon as Tang Yu exited the elevator, she spotted Qin black car and quickened her pace. Suddenly a slender hand reached out, linking arms with her. Tang Yu nearly jumped in surprise. Little girl. At that moment a tall man emerged from the black. He was dressed entirely in all black with a few sparkles glimmering by his ears, looking both cool and youthful. Wang Ruoqi was extremely surprised. Her gaze wandered between the Audi and the man, wondering how this could possibly resemble a wealthy person. As she pondered, she felt a bit disgusted and wanted to release her hold on Tang Yu's arm. However, after trying for several days, she still didn't want to give up, so easily forcing herself to suppress her displeasure. Oh dear, Tang Yu, this must be your friend. He looks really handsome. Why not introduce us? Wang Ruoqi smiled sweetly, pulling Tang Yu's hand as she walked closer. Then she cheerfully extended her hand. Hello, I'm Tang Yu's colleague, also an intern at this company. Let's get to... Qin glanced at her, remained silent, and soon turned his gaze back to Tang Yu. Little girl. He didn't even acknowledge the other person. Seeing this, Tang Yu finally revealed a smile and forcefully withdrew her hand from Wang Ruoqi's grasp. Lazily she said, a bit tired. Shall I carry you? Qin suggested with a glimmer in his eyes. Tang Yu, Wang Ruoqi. Both were speechless. It's just a few steps away. Nevertheless, Tang Yu was overall satisfied, as he didn't glance at any other girls nor pay any attention to Wang Ruoqi. This clear-cut attitude was very pleasing to her. Yet Wang Ruoqi's outstretched hand felt extremely awkward. The smile on her face was barely holding on. Wang Ruoqi maintained a stiff smile and sweetly remarked, Yu, why is your friend so rude? She pouted slightly and then wrapped her arm around his. Qin looked at her in surprise. Wang Ruoqi felt a surge of delight and sighed. Tang Yu certainly wouldn't start talking about her flaws in front of her friends, right? Especially not in front of male friends. She was determined to let Tang Yu suffer a silent loss. It wouldn't be worth her recent efforts otherwise. Tang Yu smiled with a hint of mockery. I think it's quite good, where's the rudeness? Haha, just joking. Wang Ruoqi quickly responded. Oh, where are you two planning to eat? Mind if I join? Not really convenient, it's a reservation for two. Tang Yu smiled. Qin hadn't. Seeing this, Wang Ruoqi's eyes twinkled, and she cheerfully said, Haha, so it's a date, I won't be your third. After saying this, she leaned closer with a radiant smile towards Qin, acting cute. Hello, even though we aren't very familiar, yet since you are Yu's friend, that makes you my friend too, don't be shy. Tang Yu looked at her in confusion. How about we exchange contact information? If you need anything, I have a good relationship with Yu, so don't be so distant. After saying that, Wang Ruoqi playfully winked at Qin. Tang Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed. What does this person mean? Trying to dig a hole in front of her. Does she think she's invisible? Just as she was about to lash out, Qin, who had been ignoring Wang Ruoqi, suddenly spoke up. A good relationship? How come I've never heard the little girl mention you? Qin said calmly. Wang Ruoqi pouted in displeasure. Yu, how can you be like this? Sometimes bantering and getting angry is just for a moment, yet you didn't even mention me to your boyfriend. That's really not very loyal. Tang Yu. She genuinely admired Wang Ruoqi's acting skills. Her thick skin was impressive. I don't have WeChat, and there's nothing I need to ask you about. Qin was plainly dismissive. Under Wang Ruoqi's pale expression, he impassively remarked, and that cheap perfume of yours is suffocating me. Can you stay away from my girlfriend? I'm allergic to trash. Tang Yu instantly burst into laughter. At the same time, Wang Ruoqi's expression soured immensely. She coldly threw out a few words. Indeed, people flock together. You can see someone like Tang Yu who is so undisciplined means you are not a good person either. I even wanted to give. Now that I think about it, it's better to forget it. Life is so hard, how can you afford to have less green on your head? Wang Ruoqi chattered on like a fighter jet, and after her sarcastic remarks, she strutted away in her high heels. Speechless, Tang Yue rolled her eyes. She had to sow discord even while leaving. After saying that, she nervously glanced at Qin Zhan, worried he might misunderstand. However, Qin Zhan directly wrapped his arm around her and walked towards the car. Casually he said, "Don't worry, I've seen many women like that, you can trust me." From the moment he heard that woman's green tea remarks, he knew she could not possibly be the little girl's friend. Not to mention her taste was still decent. Tang Yue breathed a sigh of relief, but felt something was off, and for a moment, she couldn't put her finger on it. As they were about to get in the car, suddenly a horn honked. Looking over, they found a silver sports car slowly approaching and stopping beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome face. It was Jiang Yu. "Why haven't you gone back yet? How about I give you a ride?" he asked with a warm smile. Tang Yue waved her hand, pointing at the person beside her. "No need, someone is here to pick me up, thanks." After saying that, she was about to leave. But Qin Zhan's heart alarm bells went off. That voice sounded strikingly similar to what he had heard that night. He calmly asked, "Little girl, who is that person? Is he also your colleague?" Tang Yue got into the car, fastening her seatbelt while casually replying, "Yes, the girl in front is Wang Ruoqi. Her cousin is a senior executive in the company, so she acts all high and mighty. The guy just now is Jiang Yu, seems like a rich kid here to experience life. They are all interns from this batch, so I guess they are colleagues. Oh, how is your relationship with them?" Qin Zhan skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, stealing glances at her expression. "Just so-so." Tang Yue felt a bit sleepy and yawned. Qin Zhan responded lightly, and the car drove even more smoothly. However, the depth of his gaze became increasingly inscrutable. Once they arrived at the restaurant, Qin Zhan told Tang Yue to go ahead and wait at the table while he went to the restroom. Tang Yue thought nothing of it. After Qin Zhan walked to an unoccupied corner, his expression suddenly turned cold. His long fingers gently tapped a few times. Shindong arranged for a few people to go to the new site in Nanhai for development. His gaze darkened, suddenly receiving instructions from the boss Shindong. Could it be that someone has been underperforming lately? Is the boss planning to let someone go? No, it shouldn't be so indirect. With the boss methods, he could just throw the faulty documents and termination letters directly at HR. He cautiously inquired, "Boss, are you referring to?" Qin Zhan sneered, "Just in the form of old leading new, pick an experienced old employee, and then choose an intern who can travel and adapt to night shifts to go together." He pondered for a moment and added, "It's best if they are somewhat presentable since they represent the face of the headquarters. Someone too simple won't do." Shindong understood everything upon hearing this. "Understood, I will prepare a detailed plan right away." Shindong quickly acknowledged. If Jiang Yu were here, he would definitely say it would be more straightforward to just report my ID number. How many interns are there in total? This precision in identifying people is quite remarkable. But at this moment he was still unaware of his internship crisis, instead feeling somewhat wary about the identity of the man with Tang Yue. Little did he know. The next morning he received a notice from HR. Jiang Yu couldn't believe his ears. "What? I'm being sent to Hainan. How could an intern get sent on a business trip? This is too absurd." The HR manager, evidently experienced, spoke in a formal tone, politely stating, "Yes, this is a sign of the leadership's regard for you and trust in your abilities to assign you such an important task. Little Jiang, you must not disappoint the leader's expectations." Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Oh, what the hell is regard? He hadn't even seen the leader's face, yet where is this regard coming from? In a dream? The manager smiled amiably, hands folded neatly atop the desk, his expression unchanged as he asked, "We still need to consult others on this matter. Do you know who they are?" He glanced through some documents, preparing to hand the list to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu offered a faint smile, adjusting his glasses with a slight push against the bridge of his nose, a polite hollow gesture, as he waved dismissively, "No need. I already know." How could he not know? Since dawn it had been the talk of the entire company. The seismic event everyone watched with bated breath, which unfortunates had been selected for the remote assignment. At that thought, Jiang Yu's expression darkened slightly. Were it not for this internship placement, he would have left long ago. A subtle flicker passed through his eyes. He knew abandoning the internship outright would be difficult to justify at home. And without this internship, his connection with Tang Yue would inevitably fade. He lowered his head slightly, thumb and forefinger of his right hand rubbing together in quiet contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he lifted his gaze and said calmly, "Manager, if there's nothing else to discuss, I'll step out now to pack my things." The manager blinked in mild surprise. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to compose himself so swiftly. He'd even prepared a full repertoire of persuasive rhetoric, all rendered unnecessary. With a trace of regret, the manager nodded. "Very well. Go ahead and pack. If anything comes up, feel free to..." Jiang Yu responded with a cool, understated smile. No words spoken. Who hadn't been sabotaged here? Or perhaps simply cursed by ill fortune? Jiang Yu found it deeply puzzling. Yet he couldn't recall having offended anyone. After prolonged indecision, he reluctantly attributed it all to sheer bad luck. Returning to the internship division, Zhu Feng and Tang Yue hurried forward to meet him. Zhu Feng asked anxiously. How did it go? How did it go? Right. Surely there's been a mistake. Tang Yue added, perplexed. As mere interns, how could they possibly be assigned to such a remote deployment? That's utter chaos. Jiang Yu swept his gaze across the room before withdrawing it, shaking his head with quiet resignation. I'll pack now. I leave this afternoon. So soon. So soon. Zhu Feng and Tang Yue exclaimed in unison. Yet corporate decisions were immutable. Their farewell was reduced to a simple shared lunch. That evening, Tang Yue heard another piece of news. Tian Kaibin, the senior executive, and quite possibly a relative of Wang Ruoqi, had also been dispatched to the remote assignment. She learned of it only later because Tian Kaibin, being high-ranking, had initially concealed the matter, frantically lobbying behind the scenes to avoid reassignment. Only when departure became unavoidable in the afternoon did the truth surface. Tang Yue, rarely attentive to such internal affairs, didn't hear until evening, when Zhu Feng quietly told her. Do you think someone's targeting Wang Ruoqi? Zhu Feng whispered, lowering his voice with earnest naivety. Tang Yue looked genuinely startled. She arched a brow. Why ask that all of a sudden? Zhu Feng scratched his head. I'm not sure, though it's more likely one of Manager Tian's rivals orchestrated it. Still, for some reason Wang Ruoqi came to mind first. A faint flush colored his sun-darkened cheeks, embarrassment tinging his words. Ever since we started our internship, Wang Ruoqi's boasted endlessly about her connections. Other possibilities felt too distant, so naturally I focused on what was closest. He offered a few more sheepish explanations, increasingly aware that speaking ill of a woman behind her back wasn't quite proper, his voice dwindling to a near whisper. Tang Yue fell into thoughtful silence. Never mind. It's only one more month, then it'll be over. She rubbed her shoulder. Office work, after all, was exhausting. In the penthouse office, Chen Dong knocked softly before entering with a file to deliver his report. Sir, the plan to deploy personnel to support branch departments has been implemented. Manager Tian Kaibin and intern Jiang Yu, among others, are en route to Hainan with dedicated transportation arranged. Chen Dong recited each point meticulously. Meanwhile, the man reclining lazily in his chair kept his eyes half-lidded, appearing almost asleep. Yet Chen Dong dared not relax an iota. He reported with meticulous caution, never daring to gloss over a single detail. Those who'd ever dared to treat the boss casually remained stranded in Africa to this day. Assigning newcomers to domestic outposts was already considered an exceptionally lenient measure. Chen Dong dared not speculate further. Upon finishing, he bowed respectfully. Sir, please review the documents. Do you have any feedback? Only then did the man stir. He lifted his gaze, fixing Chen Dong with a calm, appraising look, then gave a soft, indifferent hum. His chair swiveled smoothly as he reached for a pen from the desktop holder and flicked off its cap. His eyes skimmed the document with practiced speed, scanning line after line, before signing decisively at the bottom. Reviewed. Approved for implementation. He slid the file back across the desk. Done. Take it to the secretarial department. Qin Zhan rubbed his temple, his voice utterly neutral. Chen Dong's breathing grew nearly imperceptible. With a hushed yes, sir, he withdrew silently, leaving Qin Zhan alone in the vast, hushed expanse of the office. Each measured inhalation and exhalation echoed clearly in the stillness. Qin Zhan opened his laptop, displaying live surveillance footage from the internship division. He watched silently for a while, then pulled up the clip of Jiang Yu boarding the vehicle, letting out a quiet, derisive chuckle. You dare try to poach my territory, he murmured to himself, then closed the feed. Next, he picked up another stack of pending documents, less critical yet awaiting his review, and proceeded patiently page by page. To where the crown one must bear its weight. His responsibilities were far more demanding than outsiders imagined, yet he refused to disclose his burdens so easily. Such revelations wouldn't inspire empathy, they'd only invite condescension. By the time he finished, it was nearly time for work to resume. Qin Zhan checked the clock, then pulled up Tang Yue's live feed once more, before picking up his phone and sending a deliberately casual message. Little one, almost done for the day. Tonight I'll cook. Name your dish. Dispatching a potential rival truly warranted celebration. He issued the invitation with absolute confidence, not because he regularly cooked, but because he'd mastered every essential survival skill, honing them to perfection. It was simply that circumstance had never demanded it. Still, successfully eliminating an unwelcome romantic contender did merit a toast. At the thought, the sharp lines of his face softened just slightly. His phone vibrated gently in his palm, and he unlocked it instantly with a fingerprint. On screen, the contact labeled Little One flooded his chat with emoji after emoji, even voicing skepticism. Seriously, can you actually cook? Please tell me it won't be culinary sabotage. I haven't wronged you. Reading it, Qin Zhan finally allowed himself a genuine smile. Truly, the audacity of receiving favor yet questioning it. How many people yearned, even begged, for a single taste of his cooking only to be denied. Year after year he prepared just one dish during the family banquet, to honor filial duty. Even for himself, he rarely bothered. And this little one dared question his competence. A sardonic lift of his brows, then his long fingers tapped decisively. Still doubt me? Order freely. Tonight will astound you. Just don't fall too hard for me. Almost instantly she replied with a mischievous rabbit emoji and began listing dishes unabashedly. Her menu was bold, unreserved, and delightfully demanding. Tang Yu chuckled to herself while holding her phone, finally adding, "Make sure the portions are just right. Choose what you're best at." Qin Zhan didn't hesitate and directly forwarded it to Qindong. Qindong promptly replied with a questioning expression. "You buy a portion of the ingredients for these dishes. A ruthless capitalist would never personally go to the supermarket to buy the materials. They would maximize resource utilization." As for Tang Yu's last remark, he glanced at it with a sneer before replying, "Don't worry." He was confident that his culinary skills would win her over completely. After work, Qindong had already purchased all the necessary ingredients. They were all urgently airlifted specifically for this purpose. As a mature assistant, one must be adept at handling various unexpected emergencies. All the ingredients were vacuum-packed and categorized neatly in the trunk of Qin Zhan's car. Finally, he reported the situation. Qin Zhan had no doubts about Qindong's ability to get things done. After a quick check to ensure nothing was missing, he left work early. Only Qindong remained behind, shaking his head helplessly. How times have changed. The boss used to be a workaholic. Now he actually left early. However, with the boss off work, the assistant could also leave quickly. At such moments, Qindong felt an infinite gratitude towards Tang Yu. Qin Zhan purposely returned first to handle the ingredients. He drove back to the apartment, not going to Tang Yu's place, as the items he bought across the street were probably gathering dust. First, Qin Zhan tidied up the apartment before starting on the ingredients. The first dish he prepared was black pepper beef strips, using fresh beef airlifted that very day. Qindong had also prepared all the accompanying ingredients, such as pepper powder, light soy sauce, vegetable oil, and the essentials like rice, oil, and salt that any kitchen would have. If someone were to walk in now, they would never guess that this was a place where no one lived long-term. Qin Zhan stood in the kitchen classifying the ingredients before slowly unbuttoning his suit jacket. He hung up the suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and put on an apron, looking serious. A large piece of fresh beef still had blood on it. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Zhan washed it and placed it on the cutting board, his left hand resting lightly on the beef, his slightly arched hand resembling a dancer poised to spring into action on a piano's black and white keys. With his right hand gripping the knife, he didn't even pause to think. In a flash of shimmering steel, he sliced the beef into evenly thick pieces. If someone were to measure, they would find that each slice was nearly 0.5 centimeters thick, which was the standard. Qin Zhan was a person who was exceedingly strict both with others and himself. Moreover, his slicing wasn't random. He chose the direction based on the grain of the meat. Then, with his beautifully long fingers and a thin knife, he gathered the beef and placed it in a clean bowl, adding various seasonings for marination. This was just the preliminary step. While marinating, Qin Zhan started preparing the sauce. He mixed black pepper powder, crushed black pepper, dark soy sauce, white sugar, light soy sauce, and oyster sauce in a small bowl, stirring them together to make the sauce. Once the marinating time was sufficient, he could then proceed to cook the marinated beef. First, he heated the wok, adding cold oil to the hot pan. Next, he stir-fried on high heat until the beef changed color, then poured in the sauce. Finally, he added bell peppers and Thai peppers before plating it. Qin Zhan reached for a plate, and after plating, placed it in the warming box. He then began preparing the second dish. In fact, given his culinary skills, he could cook multiple dishes simultaneously. He had that capability. However, he was concerned about flavors mixing, so he chose to do them one at a time, which was relatively more time-consuming and labor-intensive. But when Qin Zhan wanted to do something nice for someone, he pursued perfection in pampering them. By the time Tang Yu got off work, Qin Zhan had finished everything, even finding time to arrange the plate, carving flowers and little animals out of a few carrots to decorate the plate. The waiting time felt a bit anxious. Qin Zhan couldn't help but make a call to inquire, "Where are you?" Tang Yu chuckled. Although Qin Zhan tried his best to conceal it, she could still hear the urgency in his voice. She reassured him, "I'm almost there. I just had to work overtime for a bit, and I ran into peak traffic on the way back." "Why do you still have to work overtime?" Qin Zhan frowned. He completely forgot that he was the terrible boss who loved to make employees work overtime. At that moment, he genuinely despised Tang Yu's supervisor. He silently resolved to have Qindong give the intern department manager a word of advice later. Jiangyu was transferred to Hainan, so he has to help out with the tasks that he hasn't finished yet. Tang Yu sighed helplessly as she looked at the long line of cars outside. At that moment, Qin Zhan experienced the feeling of lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. He hadn't expected that driving Jiangyu away would lead to Tang Yu working overtime. He stood there for a moment silent. "All right, I'm almost there, just wait for me." Tang Yu saw the green light and quickly told him before hanging up. John could only continue wandering around the room out of boredom before going to fix his hairstyle. Standing in front of the mirror and looking around, he felt something was still missing. Unfortunately, this apartment had no decorative items to complement the ambience. John had no choice but to fiddle with the lighting, music, and other elements. After a busy spell, he suddenly heard some commotion outside. He immediately ran over to open the door. It must be Tang Yu returning. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door, he saw Tang Yu standing right at the entrance preparing to open the door. "Little girl, over here." John waved his hand. Tang Yu wrinkled her little nose and complained, "Your posture looks like you're calling a puppy. Come." John ignored her nonsense and enthusiastically pulled her inside. The cozy round table was filled with exquisite dishes steaming and looking quite delightful. Tang Yu immediately obediently sat down. John handed her the prepared utensils. Pretending to be humble, he said, "I haven't cooked in a long time, so you should try it and see if it suits your taste." After tasting it, Tang Yu was already certain he was just being modest. Such delicious dishes, how could he be humble about it? She looked at John with sparkling eyes. He was simply a treasure of a boyfriend. On the contrary, John felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. "Your cooking skills, not cooking, would really be a waste." John widened his eyes, pointing at himself in confusion. Cooking? His hands, which cost millions in care and insurance fees, cooking would truly be a waste. John wanted her, but when he saw her innocent eyes, he choked. Right. He had also deceived her, saying his family went bankrupt. This. John felt frantic inside. Truly, a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Tang Yu didn't notice his expression and began to wolf down the food, giving a thumbs up as she ate. "Your cooking skills are the best I've ever seen." The fair thumb wiggled. John couldn't help but laugh. He casually asked, "Do you still have to go to work now?" Tang Yu sighed. "Yes, I have to. I wasn't supposed to, but I don't know what got into the company. They started an intern competition." She was full of resentment. "It would have been fine if they just finished it, my colleagues, and I had already discussed it. Everyone just needed to have similar performance, so no one would end up looking too bad. Who knew the company suddenly transferred a colleague to Hainan for a business trip, so we have to take over his work and deal with this competition." John's gaze flickered slightly, not daring to say much. He quickly changed the subject. "So after the competition, will you go back to not having to clock in?" Who knew that his thought at that time would make her so tired? But he dared not say much about it now. Tang Yu bit into the beef, mumbling, "This is really delicious, but the salt and pepper shrimp you made is a bit too—" Then she remembered John's question and thought for a moment, tilting her head. It should be, but I don't know if the company will behave for a few days. But I still have to attend the weekly meeting. Other times I don't have to." She added, "Then I'll wish you good luck in advance." John felt guilty and hurriedly said a few nice words to cheer up his girlfriend. Indeed, Tang Yu smiled brightly while enjoying the delicious food. Soon the intern competition began. It lasted about a week. The preliminary preparations were almost done. This time the competition was focused on a new oven released by Zhongjue Group. Zhongjue Group is a very large leading enterprise, not monopolizing, but with a quite good reputation. Their home appliances and other products are quite successful. This time the newly launched oven is not just one model. They have made it finely divided according to needs. Truly a segmentation of demand. This competition requires each intern to choose an oven to sell. This tests the intern's understanding of the company's products and their own sales ability. It can be considered a very comprehensive assessment. Therefore, this time it is an individual competition format. The specific details have not been very thoroughly disclosed. Tang Yu spent 3 days thoroughly researching all types of ovens previously released by Zhongjue Group and the newly launched ovens. She even bought a few ovens out of her own pocket for trial use. In the end, she was torn between 2 ovens. One was a more intelligent and comprehensive steam oven, while the other was a basic popular oven. Both had their pros and cons. The more intelligent and comprehensive steam oven was more expensive, and the public might not accept it, as well as the basic popular model. Many people only needed basic functions to meet daily needs. So after John reminded her several times, Tang Yu was still buried in her work. And after John disturbed her multiple times, she kicked him out to avoid disrupting her thoughts. When John saw his soft and adorable girlfriend again, it was already the 4th day. "You've lost so much weight. Do you keep forgetting to eat?" John pinched her face, accusing her with a bit of heartache. "You should at least let me accompany you. I could help you think things through and make some snacks for you." "No need. I want to see how capable I am." Tang Yu laughed, her tone indifferent, but her expression was her beautiful eyes were filled with seriousness. She was also a very serious person. If she did something, she would. John understood, so he could only helplessly ruffle her hair. "All right. Finish your work quickly, and I'll make you something nutritious to eat." Tang Yu wanted to laugh at how exaggerated he was, but seeing the concern in his eyes, she opened her mouth, but couldn't bring herself to reject him. Forget it. She hurriedly said goodbye to him and went to the company. It felt like what initially was just a faint flutter had become increasingly uncontrollable. When she arrived at the company, it was evident that everyone was very busy. Zhu Feng took a moment to ask, It needs to be reported today, otherwise this competition will be considered a failure. His eyes were dark. Clearly he had stayed up several nights. This counts towards the intern assessment. Zhu Feng lowered his voice. Don't underestimate it. This was a friendly reminder, and Tang Yu quickly acknowledged. Why didn't I hear about this before? Especially for such an important matter. Tang Yu was a bit puzzled. Zhu Feng cautiously glanced at the empty seat nearby. That was Wang Ruoqi's position. He licked his dry lips. I arrived quite early and happened to overhear Wang Ruoqi on the phone. It seemed she was talking to some high-level executive in the company. I didn't hear the other party's voice. He said cautiously. In short, it's better to err on the side of caution. I'm afraid she might do something underhanded. Tang Yu nodded. Actually, everyone knew about Wang Ruoqi's background and that she was against her. If anything happened, many people would suspect Wang Ruoqi first. It seemed to look quite brainless. Upon closer reflection, Tang Yu realized that Wang Ruoqi conducted herself impeccably in every affair. There was no evidence to prove it was her doing. Only Tang Yu's subjective suspicion. Tang Yu felt her heart race. Before long, they had submitted the projects they had chosen and then set about crafting their promotional strategies and plans. The company kept prices transparent for everyone. There were no insider rates, though commissions were paid on any sales. Tang Yu decided to try offline promotion. She prepared promotional visuals and side-by-side product photos, even compiling tables of data and observations from her own film trials. After comparing quotes from several agencies and entering negotiations, she ultimately chose one with a moderate price whose style and philosophy matched theirs, intending to run an initial warm-up promotion. She paid a deposit first, planning to sign the contract once the warm-up results came in and to settle the balance when the promotion concluded. This concession was extended by the agency out of trust in Zhongjue Group. Finally done, Tang Yu murmured as she stretched lazily and rolled her neck at her desk. She glanced at the clock. It was not yet time to leave. Only 10 minutes remained. In high spirits, she shut down her computer, packed her things, and planned to call her boyfriend to coquettishly coax him into making her something delicious. Something's wrong. The usually composed Zhu Feng suddenly looked ashen and shouted. Startled, Tang Yu's hand trembled, and she hastily sent Qin Zhan an image implying infidelity. A flurry of question marks appeared from the other side, but Tang Yu had no time to reply. Zhu Feng turned his monitor toward her and pointed. Tang Yu, the product you selected is invalid. It clashes with another intern's choice. The news struck her like a thunderbolt. Her lips trembled. She quickly gathered herself, clenching her hand on the desk. Her voice was dry. But they never said we couldn't choose the same product. Couldn't we sell them separately? Zhu Feng knitted his brows, found the message in the work group, and handed his phone to her. See, they say no. There are many different models. Having each person pick one is to test our discernment. Tang Yu snatched the phone and read the message, her face drained of color. Her work group notifications had been muted. It was her careless oversight. Tang Yu was instantly filled with remorse. Then Zhu Feng suddenly raised his voice. It's her. This is outrageous. What? Tang Yu had not yet recovered. Look, Wang Ruoqi chose it. She must have peeked at your plan. Zhu Feng spoke rapidly. We only submitted our proposal today, and by afternoon this appears. They've certainly plagiarized. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. They'll go to the manager. She said it and bolted from her seat. Standing at the manager's door, Tang Yu paused, drew a deep breath. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, the manager called. Tang Yu pushed the door open. The middle-aged man at his desk looked up surprised. What's the matter? Biting her lip, Tang Yu said, Manager, I request a comparison between my proposal and Wang Ruoqi's. Our chosen product categories collided, yet I am being asked to change mine. I've worked on this plan for many days. I want a fair competition. If your plan is inferior, that's one thing. If it's not, are you refusing to accept the arrangement? The manager interjected. Tang Yu felt something was off, but nodded in silence. She did not know whether she had been plagiarized, but she would not submit to such unjust treatment. Even if the proposals overlapped, why should she be the one to change hers? The manager's expression hardened. Do you think company policy is child's play? You can't just do as you please. I said. We go by the order of submission. He slammed the desk and stood. This competition did not permit prior model selection, so the submission time shall govern. Tang Yu stood stunned. The manager unleashed a harsh rebuke. If everyone acted like you, refusing to accept a reassignment and demanding comparisons, how much extra work would that impose on others? Have you considered that? She asked. Tang Yu bowed her head in silence. Rather than complain, think, with so much preparation time, why did you not prepare a backup? Why didn't you work faster? Why were you slower than others? Slowness equals inefficiency. The manager's gaze was cold. His words left no room for appeal. He gave her a curt once-over. Understand. Since this is your first offense, I'll grant you one more chance. Extend the deadline to tomorrow, otherwise you will be marked as failing. Tang Yue panicked. This competition counted toward assessments. If she failed, she might very well be denied her graduation certificate. The manager watched her without expression, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Feeling that impatience, Tang Yue quickly lowered her head, clenched her fists, and nodded meekly. Back at the office, Zhu Feng hurriedly asked what she would do. She only shook her head in dejection and bowed her head to continue revising the proposal. Changing the product meant starting from scratch. Suddenly, she thought of the ad company she had contracted and hurriedly opened her computer to explain the situation and request a product change. To her dismay, the normally accommodating agency refused. They presented two options: either forfeit the deposit and abandon the original plan, or pay additional advertising fees for the new product so that both campaigns would run together, thereby saving one deposit. Tang Yue had no intention of promoting Wang Ruoqi's product. Yet the agency's stance was strange. Either they wanted both campaigns, or they would keep the deposit and refuse to proceed. After long hesitation, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Then cancel it. The deposit would be a charitable loss." She refused to bankroll Wang Ruoqi's exposure for nothing. Especially since she suspected Wang Ruoqi had deliberately sabotaged her. She burned with the desire to confront her. Why on earth would she help someone who might have set her up? But the proposal still had to be completed. Tang Yue, dispirited, worked late at the office until Qin Zhan urged her to go home, and she left reluctantly. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhan ruffled her hair. "Nothing," she replied, unwilling to speak, too embarrassed. After a hurried dinner, she retreated to the study to bury herself in the proposal. When she opened her laptop and her gaze fell on the live stream icon, it felt like a sudden spark. Her eyes brightened at once. She had been so busy that she had forgotten the live stream that had once helped her meet performance targets and secure the privilege of skipping daily clock-ins. A smile involuntarily tugged at Tang Yue's lips as she reopened the app. Tang Yue smoothly launched the live streaming app and began broadcasting after a brief setup. The stream room remained eerily silent at first. Perhaps it had been too long since her last broadcast. After several minutes, fans gradually trickled in. Tang Yue watched astonished as the viewer count surged from a dozen to hundreds, and then skyrocketed further. She blinked in mild surprise and quipped, "Are you all living inside this app? How did you get here so fast?" The moment she spoke, a torrent of chat messages flooded the screen. "Huh. Yes, we live right here in the app. Yue, why haven't you gone live for so long? Frog Spicy Hot Pot found a little cutie. Why did you wait so long to go live? Seriously, we waited until our flowers wilted." A cascade of rapid-fire comments scrolled past in quick succession. Tang Yue could barely keep up. She quickly replied, "I've been swamped with real-world commitments lately, so I haven't been able to stream. My sincere apologies and heartfelt thanks to all my supporters." The chat erupted again with "You're welcome," interspersed with scattered exclamations like "She's absolutely adorable," and "Yue, how will you make it up to us?" She tactfully ignored those teasing remarks, delivered a few warm-up lines, and then launched into song. By the time she finished, her viewership had soared into the top 10 of the real-time popularity rankings. For a streamer who rarely went live, this was already an exceptional achievement. Once the final note faded, Tang Yue shifted focus and revealed her purpose. "By the way, I'd like to ask if you'd be interested in purchasing the new Zhongjue Group all-in-one steam convection oven. It's packed with features and offers outstanding value for money." Having gained experience from her previous livestream sale, Tang Yue now handled the pitch with practiced ease. The comment feed flowed without pause, a dense, unbroken stream. She paused thoughtfully, since pricing is standardized across all platforms, and offering discounts would disrupt market integrity. "I can't adjust the price. But if you purchase through me," she made her pledge. "Every unit is guaranteed authentic. If counterfeit, will compensate tenfold. Quality and craftsmanship are assured. Should any issue arise, reach out to me directly. Absolutely, we'll support you. Zhongjue Group. That settles it. We're buying blind." Yue only promotes Zhongjue products. Their prestige speaks for itself. A flurry of miscellaneous comments once again filled the screen. Tang Yue clenched her hands lightly and offered a gentle, careful smile. "Tomorrow at 10 o'clock sharp, I'll post the link, and I'll personally oversee every order's packaging and shipment. Please rest assured. We trust you completely. My family's been looking for an oven. No need to think twice. We're buying now." Reading such messages warmed her heart. She smiled again. "Every fan who places an order tomorrow will receive a small gift, a token of my gratitude for your unwavering support." Seeing such enthusiastic response eased half her anxiety. Yet the true test would come tomorrow, with sales figures still uncertain. Her new proposal remained unwritten, but she couldn't end the stream abruptly after announcing it. That would deeply disappoint her fans. So today Tang Yue indulged them especially, taking song requests, engaging warmly, and fostering genuine connection. She streamed for a full 2 hours before signing off, only to be met with waves of pleading messages begging her to stay. Yet her proposal simply couldn't wait any longer. With resolve, she declined their entreaties. After going offline, she brewed herself a strong cup of tea, preparing for an all-night work session. Initially, she'd selected the entry-level model, affordable, practical, and perfectly suited for everyday use, based on broad consumer demand. But due to a scheduling conflict, she now needed to draft an entirely new proposal. This time, she proceeded cautiously, first verifying no one else had claimed the model, then formally notifying her manager to prevent a repeat of the earlier mishap, only then beginning her preparations. Fortunately, she'd already purchased several units of this very model for testing, so it had long been within her consideration. Drafting the new proposal would therefore take little time. The core strategy centered on shifting promotional efforts from physical storefronts to digital channels, leveraging livestream commerce not only to sidestep Wang Ruoqi's trap, but also to boost performance significantly. In fact, livestream sales often yielded superior results, yet she'd somehow overlooked this advantage amid her overwhelming workload. Tang Yue refreshed her knowledge with thorough research, double-checked technical specifications to avoid inaccuracies, and then baked egg tarts and mini buns using the oven, meticulously recording performance metrics and capturing high-quality visual documentation. These materials enriched her proposal substantially. With the groundwork complete, drafting flowed effortlessly, especially given her recent experience crafting a similar plan. She reviewed the document 3 times, refined phrasing where needed, and submitted it directly to her manager. To her surprise, he responded almost instantly. "Manager, done." Tang Yue hurriedly typed back, "Yes, manager. Please review." He didn't reply further. 10 minutes later, however, he sent several exclamation marks. Tang Yue, still seated and waiting, immediately opened the message. "Manager, did you accidentally add 2 extra zeros? Are you certain the requested inventory isn't 5,000, but 500,000 units? Selling 5,000 units within a week would already constitute outstanding performance." He attached a screenshot highlighting, in bold red, the inventory figure she'd proposed in her submission. Tang Yue recalled the previous appliance launch and the flood of fan complaints about missed purchases. She took a firm breath and replied, "Correct. No typo." She knew her answer would draw criticism, perhaps accusations of overambition. Yet she was determined to stake her claim, to deliver a resounding rebuke to those who schemed behind closed doors. Let them know even petty sabotage ultimately proves futile. She'd entered this competition solely to safeguard her graduation, never imagining anyone would resort to such underhanded tactics. That revelation had ignited her competitive fire. Her manager seemed momentarily speechless, pausing before replying with a single terse "okay," then falling silent again. Tang Yue could practically feel the weight of consequence. If sales fell short, her year-end bonus would likely be docked, as punishment for her audacious projection. Still, having committed, she refused to dwell on doubt. She placed her phone aside to charge, completed her evening skincare routine, and slipped into bed, falling into an unexpectedly deep, restful sleep. She woke early the next morning, sent a brief message to Qin Zhan, and headed straight to the office, confirming sufficient inventory and coordinating with all departments to finalize presale logistics. Colleagues regarded her efforts skeptically, but complied nonetheless. Only then did she return with breakfast. One portion hung on her neighbor's door, the other devoured swiftly before makeup application and going live. For the first time in her streaming career, her pulse raced with exhilaration. She took several slow, steadying breaths, then gently tapped open the livestream app. Since an announcement was made yesterday, her popularity surged rapidly after she started the broadcast today. The barrage of comments began to scroll up. "Wasn't it supposed to start at 10? Why is he up so early? Yes, sleep a little longer. Waking up early is too tiring. You guys are silly. 10 o'clock is when the pre-sale starts. Of course, she has to start the broadcast earlier. Awesome, today is another day to see E." Tang Yue glanced at the screen, as she could still respond at first, but soon she couldn't keep up. "All right, a unified thank you for everyone's support." "Thank you." Tang Yue smiled sweetly. "Why are you all watching the live broadcast so early?" The barrage filled with for almost moved Tang Yue to tears. She quickly lowered her gaze, took a moment, and said, "Okay, today is the day for selling goods, so I will change the title of the stream." Tang Yue didn't want to deceive her fans, as she made it clear that it was a sales stream, and those who liked it could join while those who didn't could come back later. After changing the title of the live stream, the number of viewers didn't decrease at all. Tang Yue decided not to worry too much. She first sang a song to warm up the atmosphere, then started introducing the oven. She showcased the materials she had prepared earlier and brought the fans in the live stream to take a close look at her home oven. "I guarantee that EE's products are all very easy to use, so I've bought them back to test for a while, and there are absolutely no quality issues." After switching to mobile streaming, Tang Yue took the fans to visit the kitchen. But the fans suddenly shifted their focus. Wow, did EE make these delicious dishes with the oven? So incredibly capable. Tang Yue smiled helplessly, saying, "Yes, I will also give a small dessert personally made by EE to each fan who places an order. The specifics will be random." If you need recipes and tutorials, you can leave a message and I will include them, as well. Soon the live stream began to receive wave after wave of gifts. Her popularity was climbing steadily. Even the moderators were dispatched to maintain order in the live stream and enhance supervision. Fortunately, Tang Yu's live stream didn't involve any sensitive topics. After finishing the introductions, she chatted a bit, even live cooking bread and egg tarts. New fans who entered the stream almost entered the wrong channel. Perhaps they had accidentally switched to the food channel. For a moment, Tang Yue was very happy interacting with the fans. She rarely interacted with fans for this long. As time ticked away, nearing 10 o'clock, she returned to her room to switch to computer streaming. She then contacted her colleagues to prepare the pre-sale purchase links and other matters. Time quickly arrived at 59 minutes. Tang Yue glanced at the clock and immediately smiled, saying, "All right. Back to business. I'm about to release the link. Fans who need it can support a bit. If you don't need it, please help spread the word. I applied for a larger stock this time. It must not look too bad. All right. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Tang Yue timely posted the shopping link in the live stream. Since she had informed the platform staff in advance, the moderators didn't say anything. Once the shopping link came out, the barrage evidently decreased significantly. Now Tang Yue could see the comments clearly, but she didn't have the mood to chat because she was extremely nervous. Sweat began to seep from her palms without her realizing it. She gently licked her dry lips, slightly trembling, and picked up a cup of water to moisten her lips. Then she clicked to check the back-end situation. Snap! The cup slipped from her grip and fell to the ground. Tang Yue hurriedly crouched down to clean up. The barrage quickly offered comfort. "Be careful, E. How could you be so careless? Is the data looking bad? Even though I don't need it, I'm planning to buy 2 to give to my relatives. Support E. He'll buy 1 tube. It's time to upgrade. Let's go. If we don't clear out the stock today, we'll be letting down the popularity of EE's live stream." After cleaning up the broken pieces of the cup, Tang Yue looked up to see those few comments. Instantly, she felt both amused and exasperated. The fans certainly didn't know how much stock she had. However, because of this little incident, the stock was flying off the shelves. Originally, there was a stock of 500,000, and just after starting the sale, orders for about 20,000 had already come in. Moreover, this was sold at the original price with no discounts whatsoever. The speed was comparable to that of major e-commerce platforms during peak sales events. Even more terrifying was the plunge after Tang Yue accidentally shattered the cup. In just a minute or two, the stock dropped by several thousand. Then the momentum continued, and the stock kept plummeting. The colleagues responsible for the back-end were shocked and quickly messaged Tang Yue, "Did I set the price wrong? Why is it so fierce?" Tang Yue simply replied, "That's right, have someone help with the orders. I want to be there to see when it's being packed." If Tang Yue had made such a request before, her colleagues would have ignored her. But now, whoever has the orders is the boss. Those with performance don't need to complain too much. Her colleagues were ecstatic. After all, those who cooperated could count their efforts towards their own performance and earn a share of the commission. Originally, she was somewhat disgruntled for not being assigned to Wang Ruoqi's side, but she didn't expect that after contacting the colleague responsible for Wang Ruoqi, that side was still quiet. She was overjoyed, almost floating as she walked without touching the ground. "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's support, but please consume rationally." Tang Yue noticed the stock dropping too dramatically and reminded with some concern. "Don't worry. We all know. Exactly. It's not our first day watching EE's live stream." Immediately, some old fans responded. Tang Yue smiled helplessly. However, this sales event only lasted half a day before it ended. The performance was outstanding. Such results were enough to surpass all the interns. Tang Yue had prepared for the urgent stock situation and immediately took down the products and issued an announcement. "Thank you very much for the support of the fans. Now E has to go work hard. I will personally follow up on packing and shipping." Tang Yue said goodbye with a smile. For a moment, she didn't know whether to retain her or not. "I want to see E. E will go make us desserts." Seeing this barrage, Tang Yue suddenly remembered. She opened her eyes wide in panic. Does that mean she has to make 500,000 desserts? In an instant, she felt dizzy. But since the words had been spoken, she wouldn't go back on her word. So when her colleagues came to congratulate her after hearing the good news, she was busy making desserts. While the whole company was discussing her performance, she was still making desserts. When Qin Zhan came to find her, she was still making desserts. She spent the entire day and had only made a small fraction. In the end, it was Qin Zhan who decisively changed the gifts to something else for her, and only then did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the already prepared desserts, she randomly selected a few hundred lucky recipients to give them away. This truly freed her from the task of making desserts. Then she began to diligently follow up on the packaging and shipping, ensuring every step was checked thoroughly. The shipments gradually started going out. And by the time the internship competition concluded, this event also came to a close. By a twist of fate, Tang Yue unexpectedly secured first place. Not only did the organizers offer generous rewards, but the company also praised and publicized her accomplishments. When Tang Yue arrived at the company the next day, she was greeted by a chorus of envious congratulations from those around her. Even Wang Ruoqi, upon seeing her, merely huffed a few dissatisfied sounds before strutting off in her high heels, saying nothing sarcastic. Just as she sat down, a colleague approached her and said, "Tang Yue, the manager is calling for you." Tang Yue had no choice but to put down her bag and head to the manager's office. Upon arriving at the manager's office, she had barely knocked when the manager opened the door. Such a warm gesture had never happened before. Tang Yue was startled, feeling extremely uneasy. The manager smiled and invited her to sit down, bringing over 2 cups of tea. "Yue, you did a great job in this competition. Very impressive." The manager sat across from her, leaning forward with a courteous demeanor. Tang Yue held the cup of hot tea to warm her hands before carefully replying, "It's all thanks to the manager's guidance." "Oh, you really know how to flatter. I can't claim this credit." The manager laughed like a wrinkled orange, his crow's feet becoming apparent. He said cheerfully, "Not only did you complete it the fastest this time, but your performance was also the best. You were the only one who used live streaming to sell products so beautifully, and those who innovated and utilized new media for sales received extra points." Tang Yue's eyes brightened. She thought to herself that this praise might be a serendipitous coincidence. After understanding the reason, Tang Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. The manager continued to praise her extensively until she felt uneasy before finally mentioning the rewards. "In recognition of your outstanding performance, the company is offering a unique reward in addition to a slight increase in your commission." The manager teased her, deliberately speaking slowly. "You will also receive 3 days of paid vacation. It's at a beautiful little island owned by the company, super comfortable. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to go." The envy in the manager's eyes was palpable. Tang Yue's expression gradually stiffened. "Can I not go?" Tang Yue cautiously raised her hand to ask. The manager instantly changed his demeanor. "How can you say you don't want the company's reward?" It seemed he had a lot more to lecture her about, and Tang Yue quickly understood, promptly changing her tune. "Not at all. I was just joking with you." "That's good to hear." The manager's expression softened instantly. After returning to the apartment, Qin Zhan had prepared various supplements for her. However, he noticed she looked listless, as if she were not very happy. "What's wrong?" He rubbed Tang Yue's head, a gesture that was becoming increasingly familiar. Tang Yue lazily swatted his hand away and slumped down on the sofa, staring blankly into space. "The company rewarded me with a 3-day paid vacation to a little island." "I'm speechless." Tang Yue scratched her head in frustration. 3 days is too short. The time spent traveling back and forth is already too much. It's so exasperating. She complained without noticing that the male lead's gaze was gradually brightening. "If it's a real reward, shouldn't it be for 7 days and nights? 3 days is pointless." "That's right." Qin Zhan leaned closer and asked, "Can you bring a guest? Besides, you haven't even asked where it is or how far away it is. What if it's nearby? You shouldn't pass up a paid vacation opportunity." Tang Yue was somewhat swayed by his persuasion. "I'll ask about it later." Qin Zhan immediately found an excuse to leave and promptly gave Qindong orders. Just as Qindong finished work and was about to leave the company, he received a message from the boss, who had been absent for several days. Boss increased the reward for the intern competition's first place to include a guest and cover round-trip airfare. Qindong sighed silently, quickly replying, and then communicated the message to the internship department manager. After all, it was the boss' own pocket paying for it, money going out of one pocket and into the other. Qindong just didn't know when this absence of the boss would end. Meanwhile, Tang Yue soon received a notification from the manager, jumping up in excitement. She turned around and bumped into Qin Zhan, who had just emerged from the restroom. Tang Yue blurted out, "Why do you keep running to the restroom? Are you constipated or have diarrhea?" Qin Zhan's face instantly darkened. After Tang Yue finished speaking, she realized that such remarks were rather uncouth before her boyfriend and hurriedly tried to make amends. "You know, the manager just told me that we'll be flying. The round-trip tickets are covered by the company. Plus, you can bring one guest." Tang Yue looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Do you want to come? If not, I'll just take my brother with me." Qin Zhan was immediately puzzled. It seemed inappropriate to say that in front of him without waiting for his response. Tang Yue noticed the disapproving look in his eyes and quickly smiled. She sweetly asked, "Do you want it?" "Of course." Qin Zhan gritted his teeth. After Tang Yue submitted her application and information, she received notifications about the travel dates and flight details. Tang Yue and Qin Zhan packed their bags and got ready to set off. With someone accompanying her on the way and the flight being quick, it wouldn't be too tiring. However, upon arriving at their destination, they were dumbfounded. They hadn't prepared anything for them except for the plane tickets. Were they expecting them to sleep on the streets? Qin Zhan immediately took charge of the task. "Little girl, you wait here and have some milk tea while I find a hotel." Tang Yue nodded obediently. not long after she saw Qin returning. She quickly stood up and approached him asking, "How did it go? Did you find a hotel?" "Yes, it's just ahead. I was worried you'd wait too long, so I came back to find you first." Qin wiped the sweat off his brow, rolled up his sleeves, and pulled her along with one hand, while dragging the suitcase with the other. "Let's check in first. There are quite a few people lest we miss out on a room," he warned. Little did they know that his words turned out to be true. There were indeed no rooms available. The two of them stared at each other in disbelief at the front desk for quite a while. Tang Yue, unwilling to give up, leaned over and asked, "Miss, are you really out of rooms?" The receptionist frowned. "Actually, there are still some available, but they are reserved by guests who haven't arrived yet." Tang Yue, upon hearing this, immediately asked, "Could you please check with them? If they're not coming, can we have the room?" The receptionist hesitated for a long time before agreeing to ask, making a phone call to check with the guest. Qin was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting this situation, hesitating for a moment. The front desk girl immediately said, "You should consider quickly. There won't be any rooms available during the peak season. If you want to check other hotels to see if they have rooms, that's fine, but I can't help you reserve this one." Qin frowned, looking at Tang Yu. Tang Yu was also a bit at a loss, biting her lip. The front desk girl smiled. "Aren't you two a couple? Sharing a room would be fine. It's quite difficult to find 2 rooms during this peak season. I thought you two looked quite compatible. Since you're here traveling and have nowhere to stay, I just wanted to ask on your behalf. So do you want to book it or not?" Seeing the front desk girl's actions, Qin's pupils narrowed as he quickly pulled Tang Yu closer. Tang Yu had not reacted yet. "What's wrong?" Qin sighed in relief, pretending to discuss. "Well, how about we take this one? Otherwise we'll end up searching for a while and find nothing. Don't you trust me?" He looked at Tang Yu with a hint of hurt. Tang Yu's eyes flickered, hesitantly nodding all right. Seeing this, Qin immediately turned around and took out his ID card. "Great. Book 1 room, thank you." The front desk girl put down the phone to register for them and handed them the room card. "Your room number is on the card. Do you need 2 cards?" "Yes," Qin nodded. He paid the money, grabbed the suitcase, and held Tang Yu's hand as they headed to the elevator. Their room was on the 5th floor. Qin walked in front, opened the elevator, and held the door for Tang Yu to enter first, displaying great chivalry. After she entered, Qin gave the front desk girl an okay sign. Front desk girl okay. After the two went up, the front desk girl smiled and gossiped with her colleague. I saw you trying to interject earlier. Luckily you didn't interrupt." The front desk girl laughed, helplessly covering her mouth as she chuckled for a long time. "Actually, that guy came to talk to me first. He said he was out with his girlfriend, but she didn't want to share a room, hoping I could help. He had me say there were no rooms left, only one luxurious double bedroom available that had to be fought over, hoping to persuade his girlfriend to agree to share. So it could be done like this." Upon reaching the 5th floor, Qin, with a strong sense of security, checked the surroundings for hidden cameras or other dangers. Seeing this, Tang Yu felt reassured. After he finished checking, she looked at him thoughtfully. "Come, let's establish 3 rules." Qin was somewhat taken aback. "What 3 rules? In an unfamiliar environment, shouldn't girls be more worried? Should she rely on him more?" Qin thought this was his chance to show off, but little did he know there was this twist. Tang Yu noticed he was still standing there in a daze and felt a bit annoyed. "What are you doing? If you don't come in soon, I'm closing the door." "Coming. I'm coming right now." Qin, not daring to hesitate, quickly walked over and sat next to Tang Yu, waiting for her to speak. Tang Yu thought for a moment. "Since we can only stay in one room, let's establish 3 rules as basic guidelines." Qin opened his mouth, finding it very difficult. He wanted to disagree, but didn't dare to, so he could only silently nod. Tang Yu didn't think too much and proceeded with the 3 agreements. "First, we need to keep our distance. You sleep on the sofa, and I sleep on the bed." Qin nodded. "Second, when I change clothes or shower, you need to go outside." Tang Yu pointed ruthlessly at the door. Qin looked in the direction of her hand in shock, unable to speak. "Is there a problem?" Tang Yu's tone lifted slightly, carrying a hint of threat. Qin could only hastily shake his head. "No objections. Third, you can't stray too far from me. In fact, these rules weren't too strict." Qin nodded in agreement without hesitation, as she wasn't being unreasonable. It was merely to ensure her safety. The biggest dilemma was that even when it came to changing clothes or showering, he still had to go out, which felt a bit too much like she was guarding against him. Although it's good for a girlfriend to be cautious when the object of caution is oneself, Qin felt a bit helpless, his emotions quite complicated. After they established the rules, Tang Yu wanted a shower, so she opened her suitcase to find some clothes. Qin was even preparing to help her pick out clothes. Little did he know, after Tang Yu took her clothes, she looked up at him again. "Why aren't you going out yet?" Tang Yu sincerely asked. "A lethal blow." Qin held his chest, feigning a very hurt expression, but under Tang Yu's persistent gaze, he silently stood up and walked outside. Bang! The door slammed shut. Feeling utterly helpless, Qin could only play on his phone at the door. The passing cleaning lady had looked at him several times. This man looked decent. Why was he squatting at someone else's door so lewdly? Qin could only pretend not to. Pretending to be engrossed in his phone, ignoring the gaze of others, he waited outside for nearly half an hour before Tang Yu finally came to open the door. Tang Yu hadn't washed her hair, and she had already changed into clothes, dressed very modestly with not a hint of exposure. Qin felt slightly disappointed only to find out that Tang Yu was ready to sleep. Qin was astonished and quickly suggested, "Do you want to watch a movie together?" Tang Yu yawned lazily and declined. "What's so interesting about a movie? I'm a bit tired from flying today and want to rest early. I heard the night view here is very beautiful." Tang Yu hesitated. It wasn't impossible to go. The evening breeze was gentle and the night was romantic. Tang Yu and Qin walked together on the street, feeling the breeze without saying a word. After walking past a stretch of road without streetlights, their hands intertwined, they did not let go. It was like a silent understanding. Tang Yu gently curled her finger. Qin immediately looked over, letting out a slight sound. Nothing. Tang Yu glanced away, but her lips unconsciously curled up. A commotion came from ahead. Tang Yu instantly forgot her previous emotions, and the ambiguous atmosphere faded considerably. A group of people ahead was having a team-building event. They were gathered around barbecuing, singing, and dancing. A young man ran in front of the two, panting slightly. His eyes gleamed as he stared at Tang Yu. "Hello, miss. Can you give me your WeChat?" Tang Yu glanced in the direction he had come from, where a group of people, they were all looking at them. They must be playing a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu understood, but Qin, he stepped forward to block the young man from reaching Tang Yu. The boy looked a bit awkwardly at Qin and quickly waved his hands, whispering, "I just want a WeChat. I mean no harm. Please don't be angry." "All right, it's just a WeChat ID, merely part of the game." "Exactly. We lost the game and had to ask the first person we met for their WeChat ID." "How could that be so simple?" Tang Yu laughed, then immediately seized Qin's hand and pulled out his phone. "Quick, unlock the screen and let him add you." The young man. "Qin, see, problem solved," Tang Yu declared triumphantly. The young man returned, clutching Qin's WeChat ID with quiet solemnity. Moments later, the group erupted into thunderous laughter. They'd just obtained a man's WeChat ID. Ha ha ha. After walking on a while, silence settled once more around them. Qin frowned. I didn't approve his friend request. Tang Yu was utterly taken aback. How could someone as effortlessly stylish as Qin possess such childlike innocence? If he wasn't approved, then he wasn't. How utterly childish of you. Qin. Suddenly Tang Yu let out a soft gasp and found herself landing squarely upon Qin's broad, steady back. Tang Yu dared not stir, terrified of tumbling to the ground. She allowed Qin to carry her all the way back to the hotel. True to their 3-article agreement, he gently placed her on the bed and retired to the sofa to sleep. She slept soundly through the night. At dawn, golden sunlight streamed through the pristine white curtains into the room. Only 3 days remained. Time was slipping away, and they must make every moment count before departure. Qin had meticulously planned their itinerary. Their first destination was a famed local landmark. Though thronged with crowds, it demanded a visit and a photo to mark the occasion. Upon arriving at the scenic spot, Qin soon noticed Tang Yu speaking with a young man inside a boutique. He felt bewildered, and a flicker of impatience stirred within him. Hadn't these 3 days been meant to deepen their bond? Why did strangers keep intruding again and again? Qin approached Tang Yu, casually slipped an arm around her waist, and claimed her silently, yet unmistakably. Startled by the sudden embrace, Tang Yu nearly struck him, then halted just in time upon recognizing Qin. In a hushed voice she asked, "What are you doing? You frightened me." Qin looked slightly wounded. "I didn't see you. I got anxious." "What were you up to?" "This young lady wanted to commission these," the shopkeeper interjected. He held out 2 clay figurines, one male, one female, adorably stylized in charming chibi aesthetics. "I thought they were lovely and wanted to buy them, but the shop owner said they're not for sale, or one must either commission a custom pair or craft them oneself." Tang Yu whispered the explanation to Qin. "So, shall we commission them, or try making them? Custom-made ones won't be ready until next week. DIY risks uneven quality." Yet here was something his girlfriend cherished, and a keepsake brimming with sweet memories. Why hesitate? Qin found the idea splendid. He reassured Tang Yu with unwavering confidence. "Handcrafting isn't difficult. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Let's make them together." Tang Yu's gaze lingered over the delicate chibi figurines as she bit her lip and nodded decisively. It looked deceptively simple. The shop owner, having seen countless such couples, fetched the materials and placed them neatly on a small side table, then turned away to attend to other matters. Tang Yu held the pliant clay deep in thought. What should she sculpt? Her mind went blank, utterly empty. Beside her, Qin had already begun. His long, elegant fingers glided over the yielding clay, kneading, shaping, coaxing form from formlessness until a tiny head emerged perfectly proportioned. Tang Yue stretched her neck and asked, "What are you making?" "A turtle." "Qinjian." He swallowed the words, "That's you," with visible effort. "Let's sculpt each other instead. A memento of our 3-day island retreat." Qinjian pressed his thin lips together, eyes shimmering with quiet delight. Tang Yue's smile froze mid-expression. What if her clumsy hands ruined his impression of her? Enough. A man must confront even his ugliest self. Hurry up. Once we're done, we'll go. Tang Yue dove in first, pinching, rolling, squishing the clay, yet it stubbornly remained shapeless, smearing her palms. Meanwhile, Qinjian's gentle, deliberate motions brought forth a lifelike clay figure with astonishing ease. Did he possess some uncanny talent? Racing against time, Tang Yue began assembling limbs and torso directly on the tabletop, arms, legs, head, slapped together in haste. Done. Qinjian. Is this me? Why were the arms wildly uneven in length? Tang Yue beamed proudly, presenting her creation like a prize. It may look rather fierce, but I did model it after you. Don't get too excited. Qinjian. Well, yes. He was delighted. Qinjian half suspected she'd secretly stashed away some grotesque caricature. This bore no resemblance. Once both sculptures were complete, the shop owner placed them into a specialized kiln for hardening, then carefully packaged them and handed them over. Qinjian paid quietly and accepted his own absurd, four-limbed, misshapen likeness without protest. Tang Yue skipped merrily ahead. A gentle breeze swept across the island, carrying the salt-kissed breath of the sea and the sweet, nutty fragrance of coconut palms. Invigorating, serene, utterly refreshing. When Tang Yue glanced back, Qinjian lagged far behind. "Why have you stopped?" She turned and tugged him. They paused precisely in the center of the road. Tang Yue, gripping his hand with one, accepting a gift with the other. She forgave him. Surely he was simply overjoyed by her handmade token. Ahead lay the shore. Sunlit waves crashed and foamed their white crests, stretching toward a horizon where sea and sky melted into seamless azure. Tang Yue stood at the water's edge, waving playfully at a distant, unidentifiable boat. Qinjian seized the moment. "Do you love the ocean?" She turned, wind lifting strands of hair, her bright, luminous eyes meeting his. "I do." Qinjian quietly committed it to memory. Someday he would gift her a private island. Unaware of his silent vow, Tang Yue gazed upward at the sapphire expanse, then downward, where scattered seashells gleamed against the sand. Bending low, she picked one up beside her bare feet. A low, sly voice drifted from behind. "Young lady, this island belongs to Zhongjue Group. So do these shells. If you wish to keep that one, it'll cost you 10 yuan. Tang Yue frowned and turned. There sat the coconut vendor perched nearby, chin lifted, eyes shrewdly calculating, the very portrait of a cunning merchant. She worked for Zhongjue Group, yet he demanded 10 yuan for a single shell. Was he robbing her outright? She dropped the shell and tugged Qinjian away. "Let's go somewhere else." What nonsense. They'd been promised a reward, a vacation on a company-owned island, and now a shell cost 10 yuan. Had the CEO grown this miserly? Qinjian tightened his grip on her hand and strode, long, elegant legs carrying him straight to the vendor's stall. His voice brooked no dissent. "Does Zhongjue Group have such a regulation? Who authorized it?" The street vendor knew all too well how young couples on honeymoon behaved. Spending an extra 10 yuan to collect seashells was hardly a hardship. "Who set this price?" 10 yuan. Pick any shell you like off the beach. Refuse to pay and step aside, or don't hinder my business." Couples penny pinching to the last cent. What business do they have traveling at all? Mei Mei's mood shattered instantly. Tang Yue's chest rose and fell rapidly, fury blazing in her eyes. Typical corporate conduct, oppressing employees like this. Truly the face of capital. Better go eat something. And tomorrow back at the office, she'd vent this whole incident to her manager. "Let's go, ignore her. We'll have coconut chicken." Tang Yue blinked her large luminous eyes at Qinjian. His gaze cold as a mountain lake fixed upon the vendor, so chilling it raised goose flesh. Emboldened by his local roots, the vendor straightened his spine to meet Qinjian's icy stare. "Listen here. I'm the one who lives here, and you're only passing through once. Pay up, or get lost. Want money? Call him." Qinjian brushed his fingertips over the seashell Tang Yue had picked up earlier, then drew a business card from his pocket and handed it over. With that, he walked away holding the shell. The vendor turned the card over in his hand, scrutinizing it for a long while. Nothing special about it. Was he being mocked for lacking a card? An elderly foot care master nearby adjusted his reading glasses and peered closer. "Let me see what's written here. Zhongjue Group." The vendor hastily tucked the card away, tiptoed forward, and strained to glimpse their retreating figures, already swallowed by the sea of people. His heart raced. Disaster. "I've just crossed paths with someone from Zhongjue Group." Tang Yue, intrigued by his mysterious gesture, asked curiously, "What did you just hand him?" Why isn't he answering? Someone opened his eyes wide and lied outright. "Oh, That's a psychiatrist's card. Lets him know we're mentally unsound. Killing won't land us in jail. Tang Yue. Truly you never cease to amaze. Coconut palms ringed the island, the sun blazed directly overhead. Tang Yue scanned her surroundings, and there it was, coconut chicken. During past live streams, fans had raved that coconut chicken tasted most authentic by the seaside. With their return home scheduled for tomorrow, she decided a proper feast would be her well-earned reward. The moment they stepped inside, a refreshing aroma of coconut enveloped them. They chose a table, and the server approached with a menu launching into an enthusiastic introduction of local specialties. No need for introductions. We'll just have the coconut chicken. The server retrieved the menu. Very well. Please wait a moment. We're hosting a special event tonight. If you have time, feel free to join. Tang Yue's enthusiasm waned. She simply wanted to eat her fill and collapse into bed. She prepared to decline, then caught Qin Zhan's unmistakably eager expression and faltered mid-sentence. How absurd. Though he was younger, he acted like a boy experiencing love for the very first time. This defied all logic. Fine. We'll take a look later. Tang Yue stifled a yawn. She swore she'd never leave home again. Lying on her couch was infinitely more comfortable than this. Having shared several meals together, she no longer worried about appearances. She shrugged off her coat and waited for the food. Qin Zhan rested his chin on one hand, gazing at her. This sight never grew old. Feeling his intense gaze, Tang Yue turned and met his eyes directly. Is there something you'd like to say? Nothing in particular. Just watching you is enough. Oh, then watch me eat. But don't dare compete for bites. Qin Zhan. Bzzz. His phone rang. He glanced at the screen, an unknown number, and hung up without hesitation. Anyone with sense knew he never handled unrelated matters while on business trips. Daring to call again. Moments later, the phone rang once more. He silenced it unmoved. It rang again. Maybe you should answer it. Tang Yue held her chopsticks earnestly. Qin Zhan's darkening expression betrayed profound impatience. Letting it ring only invited greater annoyance. So he rose and stepped aside to take the call. A woman's voice answered on the other end. Who are you? His voice turned glacial. A tremor ran through the voice on the line, then shifted honeyed and coy. How could you forget me? Just now I saw you, Brother Qin. He ended the call, blocked the number, and ejected the SIM card, all in one fluid motion. Whoever she was, it made no difference. When Qin Zhan returned to the table, the coconut chicken had already arrived. Though Tang Yue was eager to dig in, she waited for him, and performed a small playful ritual before eating. Qin Zhan watched puzzled as Tang Yue swept her hands through the steam rising from the pot, its mist coalescing fleetingly into the shape of a heart above her palms. Pretty, isn't it? That ephemeral heart dissolved into the bubbling broth. Warmth bloomed deep within Qin Zhan's chest. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. So beautiful, truly breathtaking. No wonder she was his woman. She knew exactly how to lift his spirits. Tang Yue, he giggled softly and ventured delicately. You seemed troubled earlier. Was that a debt collector calling? Debt collector? In a manner of speaking, romantic debts count too. Don't take it too hard. You look exhausted. Your heart must ache terribly. Tang Yue studied his slightly pallid, handsome face with tender concern. Qin Zhan instinctively touched his cheek. Had his fleeting irritation truly frightened her? Since she'd noticed, he might as well continue the charade. Thank you. I'm genuinely delighted. Tang Yue placed a generous piece of meat in his bowl. Along with vegetables, she disliked chicken skin, head, and feet. Qin Zhan. Well, these were all tokens of his girlfriend's affection. As the evening event drew nearer, more and more guests filled the cozy restaurant. Tang Yue dug in unreservedly, while Qin Zhan quietly gnawed on a chicken foot. From across the room, a server began addressing the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight our coconut chicken restaurant hosts a special event. Play games, win grand prizes. We've prepared local island specialties as rewards. Everyone is warmly encouraged to participate. Here's a little secret. The specialty prize is worth 100,000 yuan on the open market. The crowd erupted in cheers. Tang Yue craned her neck, curious to see the prize. Worth 100,000 yuan. Yet recalling how even picking a single seashell cost 10 yuan here, she wondered, could it possibly be a coconut palm tree? After all, capitalists thrive on extraction. Miss, please tell us quickly, what's the game? How do we begin? Definitely a plant, Tang Yue muttered inwardly. Before she could catch the game's details, Qin Zhan snapped his fingers, drawing her attention back. He smiled faintly, lips curving upward. Is there anything you wish for? Look over there. You can make a wish for your prize. Tang Yue followed his gaze to an empty signboard, blank and bare. How could that possibly be a wishing board? I'd wish for 10 billion yuan. Would that come true? Qin Zhan lowered his eyes quietly. Marry me, and I'll be worth 10 billion. Besides 10 billion yuan, what else do you desire? Qin Zhan coaxed gently. He refused to believe creating a cherished memory could be so difficult. Tang Yue pondered for a long time. Then she tilted her head and tentatively said, I hope that after the internship ends I can just laze around at home, living the happy dream of being a rice weevil. Tang Yue suddenly exclaimed, oh, there's more. I hope your family can quickly get through this tough time and recover. Please don't go bankrupt again. The man's deep gaze darkened. How could his little girl be so endearing? Xinjiang's throat moved slightly. He leaned down a bit, slowly approaching Tang Yue. Tang Yue stood there obediently, her cheeks slightly chubby with a few strands of hair falling down, framing her face and making her appear very adorable. Just as he was about to kiss her, Tang Yue suddenly looked over. Their eyes met. Xinjiang softened his gaze. In the next moment, a sharp wind surged towards him. With a loud slap, it landed directly on Xinjiang's handsome face. He was completely stunned. Before he could ask Tang Yue what she was doing, she had already taken the initiative. What are you doing? Tang Yue exclaimed, staring at him in disbelief, pouting in anger, as if she had been. Xinjiang covered his face, a bit dazed. He licked the back of his teeth, ground his teeth, and fell silent. Let's play a bit before heading back, he said helplessly. After all, neither of Tang Yue's wishes could be fulfilled right now, and he still wanted to give her a little surprise. Who knew he wouldn't be able to fulfill a single one? He struggled for a long time before coming up with an idea. Wait for me here. Xinjiang pulled Tang Yue to the side and found a quieter spot for her to sit down. What's going on? Where are you going? Just as Xinjiang was about to turn around, Tang Yue grabbed the hem of his shirt. The girl looked obedient, yet somewhat anxious, and despite her efforts to hide it, a hint of unease still showed. Seeing this, Xinjiang's heart softened immensely. His little girl truly had a hold on his heart. If he could, he wanted to be completely honest with her and give her everything. He only wished to see her happy. However, at that moment, Xinjiang resolutely let go of her hand and reassured her, I'll be back soon, just wait for me. Then he left. What the heck? Tang Yue pouted slightly in dissatisfaction, drawing circles on the ground with her toes and mumbling a few complaints. What's so urgent that it has to be done now? Who knew not long after the sky suddenly erupted with increasingly magnificent fireworks. People around stopped to watch, some even took out their phones to take pictures and record videos. Tang Yue looked up in surprise. Wow, what beautiful fireworks. Do you like them? Suddenly Xinjiang's voice sounded in her ear. She turned her head as expected to see Xinjiang standing beside her. His usually cool face was adorned with a gentle smile, his sharp brows raised, his gaze focused on her. In that moment, she felt as if she could see herself in his eyes. She saw a heart full of tenderness. Let me take a photo for you. Fireworks blooming just for you shouldn't be wasted on others, Xinjiang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue didn't resist as much as she usually did. It was as if she had been possessed. She stepped forward a few paces and turned to glance back. Even Tang Yue herself didn't realize how gentle her expression was at that moment. Filled with affection, her eyes shimmered like water. Xinjiang's heart was captured. He almost missed a breath. He held his breath nervously and quickly pressed the shutter. He hurriedly took several shots, almost instinctively wanting to capture this moment of beauty. Even capturing it with his eyes wasn't enough to satisfy him. The fireworks blooming in the sky were beautiful, but his little girl was even more beautiful. 3 days of vacation passed in the blink of an eye. Soon Xinjiang and Tang Yue boarded the plane back. Xinjiang mixing business with pleasure booked first-class tickets. Tang Yue didn't notice. She was only surprised at how good the service was this time. By the time the plane landed and they took a taxi back to the apartment, it was already past 9 in the evening. Tang Yue didn't chat much with Xinjiang. After washing up, she went to bed. The next day, when she arrived at the company, Zhu Feng and the others immediately teased, back from vacation. I'm so envious, 3 days of paid leave. Tang Yue smiled slightly, especially sweetened by the time spent with Xinjiang during the vacation. She wasn't as resistant to traveling as before. She just smiled at the teasing from others. Wang Ruoqi intentionally interjected. What's this? Not planning to treat us? How stingy. Others treat their colleagues after winning an award to celebrate together. Implied in her words was the notion that Tang Yue had won an award, yet only thought of her own enjoyment without treating anyone. Upon hearing this, even though it was Wang Ruoqi speaking, Tang Yue had to admit that there was some truth to it. She hadn't thought of it, and actually forgot to bring back gifts. Tang Yue hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, all right, better late than never. I apologize for forgetting. Where do you all want to eat? You all decide, I'll treat. Zhu Feng noticed the atmosphere wasn't right and wanted to smooth things over. He immediately led the applause and cheers. Great. Generous. Ha ha, then we won't hold back. A nearby female colleague chimed in, everyone gets a Tang Yue smiled gently. All right, I'll treat. Everyone willing to come is invited, so you all discuss where you want to go. The colleagues began to discuss among themselves. A few of them exchanged mischievous smiles and whispered, how about we pick one from downtown? Sure, let's pull a fast one on her. Some joked while others had a mindset of watching the fun. Tang Yue remained unaware until they dragged her there that day. The company people took 2 cars and got stuck in traffic for a long time, feeling so hungry that they had no energy left when they finally reached their destination. As soon as Tang Yue got out of the car and saw the hotel sign, she froze. This hotel was the most famous in downtown, reservation only, and the minimum spending was at least 10,000. The environment was beautiful and the service was attentive. The only unfriendly aspect was the exorbitant price. Tang Yue never dreamed she would one day dine here, and it was on her treat. She felt as if she were floating. When Tang Yue walked in, she felt a sense of unreality. Confused and dazed, she walked in under the crowd's urging. The waiter politely greeted them and led the way, taking them to a lavishly decorated private room. Then everyone started ordering dishes, with Wang Ruoqi ordering the fastest, almost getting everything. She recited the names of the dishes without blinking while the waiter jotted them down quickly. Are these people doing this on purpose? She fell silent for a moment, watching her familiar and unfamiliar colleagues shout about some meaningless topics. In truth, she did not want to attend such a gathering. A real gathering should consist of a few close friends sitting down to chat and savor delicious food. Not this kind of meaningless backstabbing each other. Tang Yue looked at those colleagues she had barely spoken to since joining the company, not even familiar enough to recognize their names and faces accurately. With a complicated mood, a hint of contemplation flashed across her beautiful eyes. The people nearby had begun to cheer and drink, laughing in groups. After all, the bill was on someone else, and they had just won an award. With a willing scapegoat around who wouldn't be eager to order dishes. There was a girl from the Human Resources Department, Yang Chenxi, who had just graduated not long ago. She was quite cute and had a sweet tongue. Since entering the department, she had been the center of attention. For this internship competition, she had also coaxed the department manager into letting her participate. However, the results were not optimistic, as she was far outshone by Tang Yue's sales. When the results came out, her face had turned pale. Her cute little face had turned ashen, quite frightening. Seeing this, Yang Chenxi quickly smiled, trying to ease the awkwardness. Why are all the dishes so expensive? If Yue gets scared later, it's not fair to her. Consider her feelings. Tang Yue was taken aback for a moment, only realizing that she was being called. Such a delicate voice calling her made her feel startled. She didn't even catch that it was her name being called. A colleague who had been planning to open 2 bottles of wine was displeased. He had always been constrained by his salary and had no opportunity to drink. Now that such a good chance had come up and he didn't have to pay someone was ruining his fun. This colleague glanced at Tang Yue, who was silent, and quickly waved his hand to tell Yang Chenxi not to shout. What kind of mentality is that? Little Tang is not such a stingy person. Come on, hurry up and order. If you don't order, it will seem like you're not giving little Tang face. Damn it, not giving her face. Tang Yue could still bear it, but upon hearing this, she nearly cursed. Tang Yue slowly lowered her head, her loose hair hiding her expression. She looked down and quietly took out her phone to send a message to Qin Zhan. I'm a bit tired. The department gathering is incredibly dull. Does my boyfriend have time? Come pick me up. She was actually just looking for a reason to have him come pick her up and escape. Soon her phone vibrated. It should be a reply from Qin Zhan. Just as Tang Yue was about to check the message, she was called by her colleagues in the department. What are you playing with, Yue? You've been so quiet. Don't. Everyone is here to celebrate you. Exactly. Just look at this order. They pushed the menu towards her. Clearly they wanted her to be mentally prepared to pay up. Tang Yue glanced down quickly and mentally calculated. Over 80,000. She felt numb all over, doubting whether she had counted an extra 0. She quickly recalculated. Yes, that's right. It's over 80,000. Tang Yue was shocked, exclaiming, did we order some elixir of immortality? Or are we having ginseng and deer antler? Everyone else was chatting among themselves, not paying attention to her. The waiter had already begun to bring out the dishes one after another. They even brought various appetizers, clearly showcasing the VIP treatment for substantial spending. Tang Yue pondered silently whether returning a few bottles of wine was feasible. She took the opportunity to excuse herself to go to the restroom and headed to the front desk. Miss, I'd like to ask, if we ordered too many, can we return the wine if it hasn't been opened? The receptionist, dressed in formal attire, replied with a beautiful smile and very standard Mandarin. I'm sorry, but once an order is placed, we do not accept returns. If it hasn't been opened, you can choose to take it to go. We provide. Tang Yue had no interest in continuing to listen, waving her hand and leaving. Although it was quite impolite, her heart was already bleeding. After a moment's hesitation, she turned back. Miss, is there anything else I can help with, eh? The receptionist was very polite, bowing slightly and continuing to ask. Tang Yue remained silent, rummaging through her pockets until she pulled out all her cash, counted it, and placed it on the table. Meeting the receptionist's puzzled gaze, she smiled. This is to cover the bill for room 250. The receptionist hesitated for a moment, took it, and then operated on the computer. Hello, this isn't quite enough. She seemed to have never encountered such a situation and was a bit hesitant. Tang Yue continued to smile. It's okay, I'll cover part of it first, the rest they will pay. I have to leave first, so consider this my treat to them. She wasn't short on money and was willing to treat, but it wasn't a reason for them to casually take advantage of her. Since they wanted to exploit her then. Tang Yue curled her lips and left gracefully. Inside the private room, everyone was still laughing and chatting loudly, completely unaware of the departure of the main character. To them, Tang Yue was merely a scapegoat for treating. Many people had hardly exchanged a few words with her. Some came to take advantage while others were drawn in by Wang Ruoqi's strong promotion. But upon arriving, they realized Wang Ruoqi and Tang Yue did not get along, leading to an awkward situation where they tried hard to become invisible. Gradually, the atmosphere picked up, and the colleagues began to engage in drinking games, playing rock, paper, scissors for drinks, and various entertainment methods arose. Wang Ruoqi, with the intention of milking Tang Yue dry, ordered a lot, taking just a bite of each dish, thinking it would be a way to annoy Tang Yue. Wang Ruoqi thought with a wicked smile. Soon Wang Ruoqi and Yang Chenxi sat together and started chatting. The men had all gathered together to drink, opening several bottles at once and boasting. "This wine isn't as good as the ones at my place. When I was in Europe, I had a glass at a winery. The taste. Yeah, it's too ordinary. It's not as good as the bottle I snagged before, which was said to be the last one made by a master. There are only 5 in the world. I thought they were just pulling my leg, but once I compared." "Ha ha ha, you really love wine, huh? I didn't see that coming. Does your wife approve?" After a few rounds of drinks, the crowd was getting drunk. When they turned around, they realized Tang Yue was actually gone. He was startled, half sober, and hurriedly asked someone beside him, "Where's little Tang from the marketing department?" The person was half convinced and began to panic when she hadn't returned after a while, prompting him to send other girls to look for her. The others were startled by the commotion and inquired about the reasons, soon joining the search. "What is this?" She slipped away. "Exactly. If you can't afford it, just say so. It feels like People started to grumble, even beginning to curse her, especially after they returned from looking for Tang Yue in the bathroom and found she was still missing, which made everyone panic. At this moment, a waiter approached with a polite smile, saying, "Hello, a lady just left a deposit of 2,000, and the rest needs to be covered by everyone. Here is the bill for you to review, and you can settle it at the front desk." Everyone was speechless. The joy of ordering had turned into deep pain. Wang Ruoqi and the others exchanged glances in silence. Seeing that no one else spoke, and even the manager pretended to be unaware, she had to step forward and extend her hand, saying, "Please hand over the bill. We will settle it at the front desk later." "All right." The waiters, seemingly oblivious to their predicament, respectfully handed over the bill and left, also thoughtfully closing the door behind them. As soon as the door closed, everyone erupted into a heated discussion. "No way. Is it really this expensive? Over 80,000, and she only gave 2,000. Who ordered so much alcohol? This is outrageous." Yet no one had that much money on them. Even if they did, they were reluctant to take it out, fearing they might end up losing out. With everyone in disagreement, they pushed back and forth until they finally agreed to pool their money together. They decided to split the bill evenly per person. However, many, especially the girls, continued to grumble. After all, the majority of the bill was for the alcohol, and they hadn't drunk for long. As soon as interests were involved, chaos ensued. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan had already picked up Tang Yue and was taking her for a drive along the seaside highway. The cool breeze felt so comfortable. However, not long after, Tang Yue, already a bit tired, fell asleep in the pleasant environment after drinking. Her serene little face was flushed with a hint of intoxication. Qin Zhan couldn't help but slow down, driving at a leisurely pace. Soon he arrived at the apartment building, gently carrying Tang Yue home. Qin Zhan was very careful, fearing to wake her. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Tang Yue's phone began ringing incessantly. She frowned slightly in her sleep, seemingly disturbed by the noise. Qin Zhan quickly held his breath, placing her on the bed before taking out her phone. Her password was his birthday. After unlocking it successfully, he silenced it and checked the messages. He scanned through them quickly. It turned out to be a group chat with colleagues playfully bantering. How annoying. Qin Zhan coldly took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Dong. Soon Tang Yue's phone received a new notification. It read, "The company strictly prohibits luxury and extravagance, requiring all departments to refrain from high-cost gatherings. Anyone found violating this will be immediately terminated." The noisy work group suddenly fell silent. Tang Yue was sleeping soundly, and by the time she groggily woke up, it was already bright outside. She was startled to see the bright sky outside and hurriedly got up, still a bit dazed. After washing up, she prepared. At that moment, Qin Zhan was coming in from outside with breakfast. Seeing her about to leave, he quickly called out to her, "We'll talk later, I'm going to be late." Tang Yue replied, while putting on her shoes. "Are you silly? It's Sunday, no work today. What are you late for?" Qin Zhan was both amused and exasperated. "Huh?" Tang Yue was stunned, blinking as she checked the calendar before relaxing. This was the happiest thing, getting up and not going to work. Going back to sleep. Then I'll sleep a bit more. You eat first. They'll get up after I've had enough sleep. After saying that, she dreamily returned to her room. But before sleeping, she opened her phone. She noticed there were new messages, but she seemed not to have heard the notification. Upon checking, she realized it had been on silent mode. Tang Yu scratched her head, puzzled about when she had accidentally silenced it, then adjusted it back, and went to check the group messages. When she saw the leader's notice prohibiting high spending, she couldn't help but want to give the leader 100 likes, as she completely agreed. The people in the company were utterly unreasonable. This was a total scam. After putting down her phone, Tang Yu finally drifted off to sleep, feeling satisfied. Unbeknownst to her, a conspiracy targeting her was quietly brewing. Wang Ruoqi posted a photo in the company group, instantly causing an uproar, because the photo showed Tang Yu drinking while a previous group message was the company's prohibition order. Moreover, the place where Tang Yu was located had very obvious signage, though everyone recognized it as the most famous hotel in the city center, known for its high spending. Soon the situation escalated, with both informed and uninformed individuals attacking Tang Yu for her misconduct and disregard for company regulations. Shundong saw that it had already escalated for half a day and quickly stepped in to stop it, feeling like crying inside. This was a sign of overtime. Who would have thought? When Shundong tried to stop the attack on Tang Yu, others couldn't comprehend, and even competitors seized the opportunity to slander her. They began to speculate that Shundong was covering for Tang Yu, possibly because of the mysterious man behind her. Upon hearing this, Shundong felt like crying without tears. Did the boss hear this? Was he still alive? The department manager of the internship department was already unhappy with Tang Yu's behavior of casually ordering. He wanted to use this to strike at her, deliberately ignoring her and letting others discuss her, even saying in the department, "Make sure Tang Yu finds me the moment she comes to work." He looked as if he was going to reprimand her. The discussions among the crowd grew even louder. The next day, when Tang Yu arrived at work, she hadn't checked her phone and felt uneasy under the strange gazes of her colleagues. She ignored them, and upon returning to her position was called to the manager's office. Zhu Feng glanced at her with concern. However, Tang Yu confidently walked over, as she hadn't done anything wrong and had no reason to be afraid. Unexpectedly, as soon as she knocked and entered, the manager began to scold her furiously. "Look at you, a little girl, always so lazy and doing such things." Tang Yu frowned instantly and said without reservation, "Manager, I don't know what I've done to make you so angry. Please be clear. I don't understand." "You still don't understand?" The manager banged the table. Tang Yu's beautiful eyes were cold and indifferent, showing no sign of retreat. "Yes, I don't understand. You dare to confront your superior? You should resign. Doing such things only tarnishes the company's reputation." The manager sneered and pointed towards the door. Tang Yu instantly felt profoundly perplexed. "Manager, I cannot comply with such a demand." She stood before him with serene composure, utterly unmoved. Had it been another fresh graduate summoned to the manager's office, she would likely have flinched at the torrent of scolding that greeted her upon entry, perhaps even doubted herself, convinced she had truly erred, and begun earnest self-reflection. Tang Yu, however, was different. Firstly, she possessed unwavering confidence. She did not need this position at Zhongjue Group. She was interning merely for experience. Secondly, she was certain he held no legitimate evidence against her. His accusations were hollow platitudes. Had there been concrete wrongdoing, it would have been hurled directly in her face without delay. Thus, the manager's theatrics could only mean one thing: someone had slandered her, and he, having believed the lie, sought to shame her into resignation. Tang Yu let out a derisive snort and raised 3 fingers, speaking with crystalline clarity. "First, you insist I've committed a transgression, then name it precisely. What exactly did I do wrong? Second, absent verifiable evidence, your claim is defamation. I demand redress for my rightful dignity. Without proof, you owe me an apology. Third, I am innocent, so dismissal is categorically impossible." The manager seethed. In all his years as department head, no one, not a single subordinate, had ever dared enumerate demands before him in such numbered, unassailable logic. Had this young woman truly lost all sense of propriety? "Do you imagine every situation bows to the principle of innocent until proven guilty?" he bellowed, nostrils flaring. Tang Yu remained calm. So calm she even pulled up a chair beside him and sat down. "Yet surely you ought to tell me what precisely has led you to misunderstand me." She offered a faint wry smile and spread her hands, palms up. The manager paused, then retorted, "Just check the company group chat. You'll find photos of you drinking with other men, frequenting luxury venues. And this despite our strict prohibition. Is that not egregious?" Tang Yu frowned. "Wait a moment," she said, then opened her phone and scrolled rapidly upward through the chat history. When she finally saw the photograph, she fell silent. She was absolutely certain she had never done such a thing. Yet why did this image exist? Why did she retain not a single memory of it? Seeing her silence, the manager sneered, "Well, convinced yet? I've been slandered. That image is utterly fabricated." Tang Yu retorted, incensed. "Then produce evidence to refute it." "Without proof, what good are your words? Others have pictures, proof beyond dispute." He deliberately invoked an old internet idiom from years past. Tang Yu She clenched her fists and fell into thoughtful silence. Manager, may I borrow your computer? Gritting her teeth, she strode to his desk and sat down before he could reply. I will uncover the truth. I will never accept blame for something I did not do. As the manager began to protest, she was already seated. His raised hand slowly lowered. With resigned curiosity, he sank into the chair beside her to watch what she would do. To his astonishment, Tang Yue worked with astonishing speed and soon reconstructed the photograph's origin. Its digital manipulation was glaringly evident. The photograph was counterfeit. Having vindicated herself, Tang Yue refused to stop there. She dug deeper. Recalling the approximate positions of everyone present, she meticulously reconstructed the seating arrangement. Finally, tracing the camera angle backward, she pinpointed the exact seat, that of Wang Ruoqi and Yang. Tang Yue slammed her palm on the desk and shot upright. Manager, please summon Wang Ruoqi immediately. We shall confront her face-to-face, she demanded, voice sharp with authority. The manager recoiled instinctively. He clearly wished to avoid summoning anyone. Wouldn't this public exposure only underscore his incompetence? Yet fate intervened. Knock knock. A soft rap sounded at the door. Manager, this is Wang Ruoqi from the internship department. May I come in? Hearing that familiar voice, the manager hesitated, then waved helplessly. Tang Yue seized the moment. Please come in, she called out brightly. Wang Ruoqi entered, her expression oddly strained. What are you doing here? Ah, what a coincidence. Do come in. Let's clear things up together, Tang Yue replied with cheerful irony. Grinning, she guided Wang Ruoqi to the computer and firmly seated her before the screen, demanding an explanation. Wang Ruoqi glanced at the image, and her face paled. I don't know anything. Let go of me, she shrieked, furious. Oh, I just remembered I have urgent business elsewhere. I must leave now. And with that she fled in disarray. Tang Yue gave a cold, dismissive huff and folded her arms, fixing the manager with a pointed gaze. Well, manager, how shall we settle this account of slander? Any clear-eyed observer can see something is deeply amiss with Wang Ruoqi's behavior, wouldn't you agree? How peculiar. Tang Yue added, her tone laced with subtle barb. In truth, the real enigma was the manager himself. She'd never crossed swords with him. So why this targeted hostility? Though Tang Yue lacked the answer, it didn't hinder her from striking back. Enough. Enough. The manager groaned, massaging his temples. His youthful features suddenly seemed weathered, etched with exhaustion. If nothing further is amiss, return to your duties. Don't disturb me any longer. That phrasing was telling. Tang Yue had no intention of letting it drop so easily. Not even an apology. I refuse. Without an apology, I will file a formal complaint. Collusion, malicious defamation. Her gaze chilled as she delivered the threat with icy precision. Don't push too far. Just settle this quietly. Escalate further, and no one gains anything. He glared warningly. Tang Yue shrugged. At least it won't be me taking the abuse. She stood defiant, unfazed, unyielding. By now a dense crowd had gathered outside the manager's office, drawn by the commotion. All were watching, rapt. But the internship department's clamor had drawn ire from neighboring departments. An irate colleague strode over, face stern. Stop shouting. It's barely morning, and you're deafening us. The onlookers scattered like startled birds. The manager, hearing the rebuke, hastily urged, Did you hear that? Cease this noise. Just complete your internship quietly and depart. Oomph. Tang Yue remained unsatisfied. The manager bristled with fury. He'd tried reason, cajolery, threats. Yet this young woman remained immovably stubborn. He warned, push further, and you'll be reassigned to rural poverty alleviation work. Fine, poverty alleviation it is. I'll serve my country with pride. Tang Yue declared, utterly unflinching. So long as the company sends me, I'll go anywhere. The manager, stunned to encounter someone utterly undeterred by such a threat, met only resistance, and withdrew disgruntled. Yet Tang Yue felt no triumph, only simmering resentment. She returned to her post, suppressing her fury to resume work. Colleagues, aware of the morning's upheaval, kept silent. An eerie stillness settled, until lunchtime, when Tang Yue channeled her frustration into appetite, feasting heartily to restore her equilibrium. At the cafeteria counter, she ordered 6 dishes, each one her favorite. Who knew that after finishing dinner, while filling water in the pantry and waiting too long for the elevator, one would choose to take the stairs? As a result, she overheard several unfamiliar voices gossiping in the stairwell. Do you know? That woman from the marketing department was called to the manager's office this morning for a reprimand. Well, so it's true then. What else could it be? Photos have already been circulated. Tang Yu's face turned cold. Apparently the rumors were still rampant. She had no intention of avoiding them and walked directly over. As her footsteps echoed, the gossipers fell silent. Unexpectedly, Tang Yue walked very quickly, striding towards them, appearing right in front of them. Oh, I thought some gossip monger was here blabbering away. She crossed her arms and sarcastically remarked. The few who felt somewhat guilty immediately turned dark in expression. You have the audacity to do this, and yet you fear what others say. No wonder it got exposed. Narrow-minded. It's not just us talking why be so fierce. Perhaps due to their numbers, they seemed completely unafraid of Tang Yue, the one in question. Tang Yue smiled and gently raised her hand. Her movement was incredibly swift. With agile speed, she splashed the water from her cup. The girl in the middle was drenched right on target. The warm water splashed onto her face. Ah! The girl immediately screamed. Her companions hurried to help her wipe her face, and someone called security. No one knew what this crazy woman would do next. Soon, security arrived and took them all to the mediation room and immediately reported the incident to the company. Since the situation was somewhat complicated and they were all girls, he didn't dare to handle it on his own. After reporting, the secretarial department also didn't dare to process it and couldn't report it to the boss, so it was sent to Qin Dong. Donga, what do you think about this matter? How should it be handled? A close associate quietly came to inquire. As soon as Qin Dong saw Tang Yu's name, he could no longer contain his irritation. How long were these people going to force him to work overtime? He said coldly, "No need, I will handle it myself." Those who sought his opinion breathed a sigh of relief, but were also a bit surprised. No one expected Qin Dong would directly address such a trivial matter. What was even more surprising was, Qin Dong's solution was to personally reprimand the gossiping girls and harshly dock a portion of their salaries, even deducting from their department's wages. This was a rare occurrence of collective punishment in the company. Everyone dared to be angry, but not speak. Yet this seemed to indirectly confirm the unusual rumor about Qin Dong and Tang Yu's relationship. Qin Dong had never considered that others would misinterpret his actions, thinking he was merely trying to please his boss. Little did he know. The next day, Qin Zhan happened to come to the company and overheard people speculating about the relationship between Qin Dong and Tang Yue. He quietly stood there listening for a long time. His expression remained calm. After returning to the top-floor office, he called Qin Dong over on the intercom. Qin Dong hurried over saying, "Boss, these are the documents that need your attention recently." Oh, Qin Zhan's expression was indifferent, his eyes deep. "There's a merger case recently, and a new branch was added. You should go supervise it." Although Qin Zhan spoke politely, it was clear this was a result of angering his superior. Qin Dong was shocked. Is there a problem?" Qin Zhan glanced at him lightly, raising an eyebrow slightly. Seeing this, Qin Dong dared not raise any objections and could only nod sorrowfully. "Boss, can I finish my current work before going?" "No, it's urgent over there. You need to go tomorrow." Qin Zhan lowered his head and began to review the documents. "Someone will come to hand over your work this afternoon." All right. Qin Dong had no choice but to leave. It seemed he had flattered the horse's leg instead of the horse. But Tang Yue was unaware of all these changes. She was in high spirits, cheerful all day long. Seeing others getting penalized while she was not, she felt delighted. She thought to herself, tonight, she must treat herself. It's simply wonderful. So after work, Tang Yue went to buy groceries, preparing to cook dinner. The ingredients she prepared were abundant, and there were even a few new dishes she had learned. As she was quite talented in cooking, she was confident that she could make anything she learned quite well. Thus she planned to treat herself while also rewarding her boyfriend. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan was spending his workdays like years, constantly thinking about whether his little girlfriend was feeling wronged at the company, and if she might cry. So as soon as work was over, he hurried to find her, fearing she might be unhappy. To his surprise, Tang Yue was very happy, cheerfully declaring, "I sold a lot of ovens. The performance is fantastic, and I even received a bonus today. So I'm going to cook for you personally. You're in for a treat." Her proud demeanor made Qin Zhan reluctant to bring up her sadness. He followed the topic and said, "Really? Then I'll look forward to it." Tang Yue was multitasking, preparing the ingredients while chatting with him. "Although your cooking skills are good, mine aren't bad either. You'll find out when you try it later." Tang Yue made sweet and sour ribs, sweet and sour pork, and pepper salt shrimp. The vegetable dishes were shredded cabbage and spicy sour green beans. There was also a nutritious soup, fish gelatin rib soup. Finally, rice cooked with carefully selected fragrant rice. 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and 1 soup. For 2 people, it was already quite lavish. During the process, when Qin Zhan wanted to help, Tang Yue chased him out. In the end, the two of them ate until their bellies were round. Tang Yue couldn't help but ask him, "Whose cooking is better, yours or mine?" Qin Zhan, who had begun to grasp the essence of love, replied instantly, "Of course my girlfriend's cooking is better." Tang Yue paused, not expecting that this could lead him to agree with her. She then stretched out her foot and playfully kicked his rear. "Hurry up and wash the dishes. I made the food, so don't be lazy." Qin Zhan thought for a moment, "How about we get a dishwasher?" "Wow." Tang Yue rolled her eyes. "I cook, and the dishwasher washes the dishes." Qin Zhan had never felt such a strong urge to survive. He instantly sat up straight and picked up the bowls and chopsticks. "A dishwasher can't clean as well as I can, so don't worry. Just leave it to me." Tang Yue then smiled in satisfaction. After Qin Zhan finished washing the dishes, she took out several stacks of red bills and handed them to him. "Here, this is your pocket money. She smiled as she handed it over. The gesture resembled a rich woman pampering her partner. Qin Zhan's face immediately darkened, and he muttered, "I don't eat soft rice." Tang Yue immediately took it back. "Oh, then forget it. I was originally going to ask you to help me buy some black stockings." She murmured as if to herself, but her words were clear. Qin Zhan's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next second he realized she was joking. Tang Yue laughed, put the money away, and although she had quite a bit of money now, she still wanted to keep a low profile. After dinner, Qin Zhan lingered a while, hoping to spend more time with her, even just chatting on the sofa. Tang Yue, however, utterly absorbed in her live stream, failed to sense her boyfriend's lingering affection. She coldly declared, "Go back and sleep. Staying up late will make you bald." Qin Zhan fell silent, and reluctantly took each step away, glancing back 3 times. Yet all he saw was her indifferent back. Back in his own apartment, Qin Zhan discovered a flood of messages from, "Boss, I'm sorry. Let me explain. I have absolutely no connection with Miss Tang. It's only because of you that I handled things this way. Wallah. Boss, can I come back?" A barrage of meaningless chatter. Qin Zhan skimmed it once, and dismissed it as worthless. He swiped left, deleted, effortlessly. Meanwhile, Tang Yue, finally undisturbed, immediately launched her live stream. After all, her fans had just helped her immensely. She owed them something in return. Moreover, this sudden incident had crystallized for her just how vital live streaming truly was to her. It could even become her ultimate trump card. Having streamed only 2 days prior, Tang Yue's reappearance on the platform swiftly drew fans who'd been alerted. Subscribers received automatic notifications upon her going live, and diehard fans routinely logged in just to wait for her. Thank you all for your support. Previously, due to limited manpower, I couldn't possibly handcraft every single dessert myself, but I did personally prepare and gift every one of them. Why didn't I receive one? So unlucky. I bought several units, yet not a single oven came with a dessert handmade by Yi. That's perfectly normal. Remember, the odds were literally 1 in a million. No sooner had Tang Yue spoken than a torrent of comments flooded the screen. Her gaze lingered on that statistic, and she smiled wryly. Those claiming 1 in a million are exaggerating. There's no such thing. She covered her mouth with a soft laugh. I diligently crafted hundreds. I simply couldn't finish them all. Otherwise, I'd have gifted one to every single fan. The live stream instantly erupted with virtual gifts. Fans showered her with heartfelt messages of gratitude. Tang Yue felt deeply warmed. Not at all tiring. Since earlier gifts were distributed randomly over the next few days, I'll run a special fan gifting event. Still random draws, of course. She chatted warmly with fans and engaged them thoroughly before ending the stream. Immediately afterward, Tang Yue unexpectedly received a private message. A fan, nicknamed Fei Fei who eats fish, had written in distress. He was a high school student whose girlfriend had recently betrayed him. They'd grown up together, childhood sweethearts, inseparable since youth. Then his younger sister fell gravely ill, requiring an enormous sum for treatment. And just like that, his girlfriend left him for his archrival. He never imagined someone he'd known so long would act so callously. Even if she refused to share hardship, honesty would have sufficed. Yet she chose betrayal instead. And worse still, the man she chose was his bitterest enemy. Rivals overnight became mortal foes. He felt life had lost all meaning, plunged into profound despair. Tang Yue sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead. Was this truly adolescent melodrama? Yet he was her fan, so after a moment's hesitation she replied. To her surprise, he was online, and they began conversing. Through their exchange, Tang Yue learned more. Fei Fei cherished his girlfriend deeply. They'd grown up side by side. She hated fish, terrified of bones, so he always meticulously deboned every fillet before serving it to her, pristine and perfect. Even outings revolved around her preferences, and academically, he tutored her relentlessly. When she forgot assignments, he completed them for her. He'd done everything a high schooler possibly could, devoting himself wholly to her well-being. Tang Yue ached for his sorrow. This boy had become little more than a devoted lapdog, pathetically self-effacing, yet ultimately abandoned. She also learned how this ordeal had shattered his studies, provoked bullying, and intensified unbearable family pressure, leaving him utterly exhausted body and soul. After careful thought, Tang Yue decided to send him 100,000 yuan to help alleviate his family's crisis. Here's my proposal, she typed hesitantly. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Immediately use it to admit your sister to the hospital for treatment. She paused, cautious, mindful of the anonymity and uncertainty inherent in online interactions. Fei Fei instantly refused. No. How could I accept your money? It's already hard enough that I can't even send you gifts. I certainly won't take your cash. Tang Yue smiled faintly and replied, do you think I'm handing you cash? Not at all. Listen carefully. First, register your sister at the hospital. Then tell me. Once confirmed, I'll deposit 10,000 yuan directly onto her medical insurance card. The remaining 90,000 will be preloaded into the hospital's account, automatically deducted during her treatment. This method ensured safeguards against fraud, while guaranteeing aid reached those truly in need. Tang Yue believed compassion must never enable deception, and thus devised this precise responsible solution. Fei Fei persuaded finally accepted, his resistance softened by her sincerity and practicality. Thank you, Yi. Consider this a loan. I swear I'll repay every cent. This summer I'll work full-time. From now on I'll save relentlessly, until every last yuan is returned. Tang Yue smiled gently. I believe in you. No rush. After all, if this debt drove a teenager down a dark path, her kindness would become complicity. She whispered further words of comfort, then turned to baking, determined to fulfill her promise to her fans. Only after completing everything did she finally glance at her phone. It was nearly midnight. She drank a glass of water and climbed into bed ready to rest. She checked her company's WeChat group. Utter silence. Only then did she breathe deeply, truly at ease, and drift into peaceful sleep. She woke at 7, rushed upright, and opened her phone just as a notification flashed in the group chat. Her finger moved faster than her thoughts. She tapped in. HR department, Xiao Yu official notice, due to the marketing department manager's failure to exercise authority appropriately or fulfill core responsibilities, the executive committee has unanimously resolved to terminate his position effective immediately. A successor will assume duties forthwith. Kindly acknowledge. Tang Yue was a bit stunned when she saw this message. Her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat dazed. She stared at her phone for a long time before letting out a soft sigh. She suddenly didn't want to go to the company anymore. Just thinking of the manager's face made her feel uneasy. Besides, she no longer had to clock in every day. She wanted to be a little willful. Although it seemed too ostentatious not to go to the company right after clearing the rumors, she truly didn't want to see that person anymore. The thought of the department manager's unpleasant demeanor made her unhappy. Just as this thought arose when Tang Yu's gaze landed on the screen, it felt as if she had been scalded. It was actually a call from the department manager. Was he calling specifically to scold her? Tang Yue hesitated for half the time, and when the ringing finally stopped, it automatically hung up. She breathed a sigh of relief. This way she wouldn't have to be conflicted. Who knew that the next second the ringing started again? Tang Yue let out a helpless sigh and resigned herself to answering the call. Hello, manager. To her surprise, the other party was silent for a moment before speaking. Xiao Tang, it's me. I'm calling to apologize. It was my fault for making a wrong judgment without verifying the facts first. His voice was slightly hoarse, and although his words were sincere, he spoke with a hint of reluctance. It seemed he was forced to apologize. When Tang Yue was at a loss for words, she heard him say to someone beside him, I apologized. Is that enough? Then he hung up the phone angrily with a snap. Soon Tang Yue heard that the manager had indeed been dismissed, and the company had arranged for a new manager, a beautiful and capable woman. Beautiful referred to the new manager's striking features and three-dimensional facial structure. Capable referred to her demeanor and methods of handling matters. The manager did not dwell on the previous issues. Instead, she introduced herself to the team in the work group and encouraged everyone to work well. She didn't say much. It appeared she was a person of action and not one to flaunt authority. However, Wang Ruoqi was not pleased. Her cousin had been transferred to Hainan, which had already surprised her, but fortunately, she had introduced the department manager to help take care of this relative. Who knew that in the blink of an eye she lost her support again instantly, making her grind her teeth in anger at Tang Yue. According to reliable sources, Wang Ruoqi had thrown a few items in the office out of frustration that day, and later felt heartbroken. Tang Yue happily surfed the internal company forum. After seeing what others were discussing, she pondered for a moment, and decided to continue going to work, curious to see the new manager. If the new manager turned out to be nice, she could still go to the company. Who knew that on the day Tang Yue arrived at the company, she received a notification. There would be a department meeting at 10 o'clock today. I thought you weren't coming in today. Zhu Feng smiled, handing her a cup of milk tea. Do you like this? Tang Yue glanced at it. It was Yangji Ganlu, which she quite liked. So she accepted it with a smile. She took it, shook the milk tea, and smiled. Okay, thanks. By the way, do you know what the meeting is about? Was there any prior mention? Tang Yue asked casually. Zhu Feng was slightly taken aback. No, it should be that the manager just took office and wants to get to know the colleagues. Oh, is that so? Tang Yue found it unlikely. Why would a leader need to understand their colleagues in such a manner? It should be the new official's enthusiasm, right? However, she said nothing, smiling as she stroked her chin, following everyone to the conference room. People quickly gathered. As soon as it struck 10, the conference room door opened from the outside. Immediately after, the sound of high heels clicking echoed. Appearing before everyone were a pair of long legs with slender ankles. Even wrapped in a suit jacket, her good figure was still discernible. She wore light makeup, but had on a super powerful queen-like lipstick. It was simply a fiery red lip. Although such a color was quite picky, it somehow suited her well. Tang Yue secretly assessed her, and she certainly lived up to the discussions on the forum. Hello everyone, I am the newly appointed manager of the marketing department. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Yuling. Now we'll briefly analyze the situation of our department. Qin Yuling introduced the department's circumstances very concisely. It was evident that she had put in considerable effort. Her analysis was particularly on point, and after finishing, Qin Yuling shifted the topic to the situation of the interns. Today I want to emphasize the situation of the interns. Our company has interns from various universities this year, and I will provide a brief evaluation of the current sales performance of the interns. She raised her hand and presented a PPT. It showcased the work completion levels of each intern since joining the company. You can clearly see that among them Tang Yue performed exceptionally well, with her results consistently leading among the interns, even ranking among the top in the entire company. Qin Yuling smiled. I hope everyone can learn from her. Then she switched topics. On the other hand, another intern, Wang Ruoqi's performance has been extremely poor. She is merely muddling through. Day after day, I don't even know what you are doing. She said this bluntly, her gaze coldly sweeping over Wang Ruoqi. That gaze felt almost tangible, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Ruoqi was also taken aback. Subsequently, a strong sense of dissatisfaction arose in her heart. She didn't lack that little bit of money, but why should Tang Yue be praised? In fact, she didn't care much about It was just that after Qin Yuling praised Tang Yue and then criticized her, it made her feel a burning sensation on her face, uncomfortable. She thought for a moment, snorted, and muttered sourly, some people only see money. I'm not short of that little bit of... Who knew that Qin Yuling had keen ears, and immediately glanced over. Don't pull any tricks under my nose. I advise you all to behave yourselves. She looked at Wang Ruoqi with a half smile, then swept her gaze over a few others who were fidgeting. After warning them, she stood up coldly. All right, the meeting is dismissed. After appearing cold and indifferent, Qin Yuling actually took the elevator to the top floor. She arrived at the boss office door and gently knocked. Come in, a young male voice responded. After Qin Yuling entered, she immediately reported to Qin Zhan. Boss, I have completed the tasks you assigned. The chair turned around, and there sat Qin Zhan, his gaze deep, nodding slightly. Initially, he felt a twinge of jealousy when he heard the rumors about Tang Yue and Chen Dong, which led him to send Chen Dong away to a remote area in a fit of anger. However, he soon regretted his decision. No matter what, Chen Dong could always help keep an eye on Tang Yue. Now that Chen Dong was gone, he worried about what would happen if he wasn't paying attention and Tang Yue got bullied. Thus, he had no choice but to summon someone from his family to help him overnight. The person needed to have enough capability to handle the work, as the company's normal operations could not be affected at any time. Business is business and personal matters are personal. He would never neglect the company's interests for his own desires. He was only worried that Tang Yue would be bullied, so he requested someone he had briefed beforehand. So now he was here to report to him. All right, pay extra attention from now on, especially to those troublemakers, and ensure she doesn't suffer any losses. Qin Zhan replied with composure. Qin Yuling nodded, assuring him, okay, I will take good care of Tang Yue. Meanwhile, at noon, Tang Yue greeted Zhu Feng and the others before heading off to lunch. Little did she know, as she walked along a path lined with lush trees, someone suddenly emerged from behind a thick trunk. Tang Yue was startled. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Wang Ruoqi. She crossed her arms, took a step back to create distance, and only then scoffed. What are you doing? Can't handle losing, huh? How childish. Wang Ruoqi's face showed signs of anger. Tang Yue immediately retorted, don't make a scene. If this continues, no one will be able to complete their internship, and if we can't get our graduation certificates, it would be utterly embarrassing. She coldly reminded her several times, causing Wang Ruoqi to feel both frustrated and hesitant to act recklessly. After all, she had truly been holding back during the morning meeting. That's why she had secretly waited here, hoping to confront Tang Yue, whether it be to mock or deride her. Ideally, it would alleviate her own dissatisfaction. To her surprise, the tables had turned on her. Wang Ruoqi recalled her father's stern warning that if she failed to obtain her graduation certificate, she shouldn't come back and embarrass herself, which left her feeling awkward. She could only suppress her feelings of frustration, yet her clenched fists were digging into her palms with her nails. By the time she wanted to regain control, she realized Tang Yue had already walked far away. You got lucky. Next time I catch you, I'll make you pay. Wang Ruoqi's eyes were filled with resentment as she cursed maliciously. On the other hand, Tang Yue felt quite pleased after annoying someone else. She leisurely went to eat, ordered several snacks, and after trying a new dish, her belly was round and full before she reluctantly stopped eating. Having heard that there was a milk tea shop nearby that was exceptionally good and often had long queues, Tang Yue ended up being the last one to arrive after walking back to digest her food. Zhu Feng, with his keen eyes, spotted Tang Yue as soon as she entered and called out to her. Come, hurry over, the manager bought some snacks. Everyone get some. Zhu Feng waved a pack of crispy snacks, and since he hadn't had enough to eat, he eagerly started munching away. The office was filled with the aroma of various snacks. Some even indulged in spicy strips. Despite being grown up, now no one restricted them from eating spicy strips. However, everyone knew that spicy strips were made rather casually and were unhygienic. Yet they were all fond of them as the taste was quite addictive. Tang Yue grabbed a bag of potato chips, but the scent of the spicy strips was simply too enticing. She couldn't help but reach out for them. In the end, only empty bags of spicy strips remained. Everyone chatted and laughed, creating a much better atmosphere than when the former department manager was around. Everyone's smiles were wider. It seems everyone is enjoying it, Qin Yuling remarked as she walked over. She had changed into a different outfit, not wearing professional attire, appearing much more relaxed. Qin Yuling's hair was loosely gathered with a feather clip, giving off a casual vibe. She wore a black form-fitting skirt and a white wool sweater accessorized with a pearl bracelet. Elegant and appropriate, she presented a completely different image. Upon seeing the manager arrive, everyone began to compliment her. A few veteran employees eager to seize the opportunity to show off started to flatter her excessively. An employee with a receding hairline and a beer belly oily praised manager Qin is truly intelligent, beautiful, generous, and such a capable and gentle woman is hard to come by. A young man wearing heavy black-framed glasses with a sallow complexion nodded in agreement. Yes, the manager must have many admirers from the company to the highway entrance. If only I had met someone as outstanding as the manager back then, I would have remembered her forever. He thought he was being suave, unaware that his words brought silence among the others. Was he disgusting the manager or them? As expected, the elegantly dressed Qin Yuling remained the decisive and capable Qin Yuling. She snorted disdainfully and scolded sharply, "Stop flattering all day. I can't stand people like that who do nothing but loiter around and waste time." The veteran employees instantly shrank back, obediently remaining silent. Tang Yue successfully saved her meal. Otherwise, after hearing those greasy words, she might have really thrown up. She chuckled to herself and returned to her seat to prepare for work. Little did she know Qin Yuling suddenly approached her and tapped on the table. Tang Yue let out a soft sound, looking at Qin Yuling with a hint of confusion. Qin Yuling leaned slightly closer and lowered her voice. "There's an upcoming citywide Internet Plus competition. I perform well. Familiarize yourself with the details and prepare a preliminary after-sales plan. We might need it later. Any questions?" Tang Yue thought that the tasks assigned to an intern should be trivial, so she nodded in agreement. "Okay." Qin Yuling smiled faintly. In the blink of an eye, the sound of her high heels clicked away into the distance. After finishing her tasks, Tang Yue began to check for any errors in her work. Once she was sure everything was correct, she started looking up information about the competition Qin Yuling had just mentioned. A search revealed many prominent figures. Many were local celebrities, and some even held various honors and titles from different provinces. The dense and intimidating list of titles left Tang Yue feeling both impressed and overwhelmed. This looks quite high-end. Thankfully, Tang Yue already had some understanding of this, so after looking up the materials, she began her work. After all, this was a task assigned by the leadership. Little did she know the more she worked, the more invested she became. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan had already left work early. Smoothly taking the lead and slacking off, he drove his small car to the supermarket to pick out a few fresh live fish to prepare a spicy dish, and he also bought tofu fish to make a sweet and sour tofu fish. The sweet and sour tofu fish is a dish that Tang Yue once praised for its deliciousness, but it is rather troublesome to prepare. He had inquired with others and consulted many chefs, but the method he ultimately confirmed is the one that closely resembles Tang Yue's description. First, select fresh large tofu fish, then fillet the fish. Next, wash it thoroughly and coat it with a layer of cornstarch. Finally, fry it in hot oil until golden brown. The sweet and sour sauce must also be homemade to be authentic. Qin Zhan purchased some very expensive specialty vegetables from an international supermarket based on other suggestions. These included cucumber, pineapple, and tomato. After cutting them into small pieces, add white sugar and cook them down. Finally, drizzle this over the freshly fried crispy tofu fish. Qin Zhan was worried that the tofu fish would not remain crispy, so he deliberately saved it for last and first prepared several hearty dishes. After a busy half a day, he rushed to finish in time for Tang Yue's off-duty hour. Then he sent a message to Tang Yue. "Little girl, I've made dinner. Come back and eat. He'll wait for you." He even borrowed a cute image from the company group chat, sending a heart gesture with a rabbit character. Qin Zhan thought about how his little girl had suffered such injustice, yet he couldn't support her or seek justice for her. He could only use this indirect way to vent her grievances. It was truly too unjust. Thus, he wanted to find a shortcut to comfort her. Little did he know, after sending the message, it sank like a stone into the sea. No response. After a while, unable to wait any longer, Qin Zhan messaged Qin Yuling. The reply was, "Boss, I just finished work. I'm not at the office." Qin Zhan instantly became agitated. After nurturing his subordinates for 1,000 days, he needed to use them for just a moment. And now he had no idea about the situation when he needed to inquire. Shen Dong was even less competent. Getting off work so early, Qin Zhan paced angrily, unable to restrain himself, and was about to go to the company to check the situation. Suddenly, his phone's dedicated ringtone rang twice. Qin Zhan quickly opened his phone to check the message. The message sender's nickname was Heart Little Girl Heart. The message read, "No, I'm working overtime." Qin Zhan was instantly stunned. What? Overtime? He immediately called Qin Yuling. Qin Yuling quickly answered, but he couldn't wait for her to speak directly, coldly questioning her. Qin Yuling, good job. I asked you to take care of my girlfriend, and this is how you take care of her. If you don't explain to me why she's working overtime, it'll make you go back to Africa to mine. Qin Zhan roared. Qin Yuling fell silent for a moment, speechless. She didn't know that Qin Zhan could be so love-struck when it came to relationships. Where was the domineering CEO he promised to be? Cold and heartless. She thought he was more career-focused. Even if he liked a girl, he would prefer her to be accomplished. That's why she specifically pointed out Tang Yue to him, leaving her with such a great promotion opportunity. Boss, I'm sorry, I'll let her go back right now. Qin Yuling was speechless. Who knew that such a small matter would require Tang Yue to work overtime? She wiped the sweat from her brow, and as soon as Qin Zhan hung up, she immediately called Tang Yue. Beep, beep, beep. During the waiting period, Qin Yuling felt utterly helpless. Please don't be so focused that you missed the call. Otherwise, she would have to run to the company to notify her. What kind of boss was this? She didn't have to doubt. If she didn't immediately let Qin Zhan's little girlfriend go back today, she would definitely have to pack her things and leave tomorrow. Thinking this, Qin Yuling couldn't help but shed tears of a working person. Hello? Manager, what's wrong? Tang Yu's lively voice rang out. Qin Yuling quickly regained her focus and hurriedly said, Are you still at the office? Don't work overtime, hurry back. After working for so long, she had never proactively advised an employee to go home and rest instead of working overtime. Thinking about this made her heart ache a bit. Tang Yue responded with a soft, Manager, how did you know I was working overtime? Her voice grew quieter. But I'm almost done, don't worry about it, manager. Tang Yue quickly added. She never expected to encounter such a considerate leader. It was truly amazing. What? Almost done? Qin Yuling exclaimed in surprise. That's half a month's work. How can you finish it quickly by working overtime? Are you silly? On the other end, Qin Yuling's voice was shocked while she on this end maintained a straight face and spoke in bad faith. Tang Yue, what? Half a month? She widened her eyes, staring incredulously at the table for a while before letting out a faint sigh. Okay, manager. Tang Yue rubbed her eyes. I'll be right back, thank you for your concern, manager. Only then did Qin Yuling feel relieved and hang up the phone to report back to Qin Zhan. However, after hanging up, Tang Yue felt her heart sink. How could such a situation arise? Had she known it was half a month's work, she shouldn't have rejected Qin Zhan's meal. Thinking of Qin Zhan's cooking skills, her mouth watered. Thus Tang Yue quickly packed her things to prepare to go home. Unfortunately, by the time she returned home, it was almost 10 o'clock and the food had already gone cold. Seeing such a meal, Tang Yue had no interest at all and was too lazy to find something to eat. After the meal time, she felt somewhat unable to eat. She weakly said, I'm going back to my room to sleep for a bit. Then like a ghost, she quietly floated inside. Her face was somewhat pale, looking dispirited. Qin Zhan was extremely worried, and disregarding his anger, he quickly heated up the food, choosing a portion to place in a small dish, and took it up to Tang Yue. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Zhan stood at Tang Yu's door knocking. For the first time, no one answered. He patiently knocked until the third time. Just as he was thinking that if no one responded, he would barge in, a muffled voice came from inside. What is it? I'm so sleepy. Even if you're sleepy, you need to eat before you can sleep. Hurry and open the door, my hands are getting sore from carrying this. Qin Zhan replied irritably. Tang Yue remained silent for a moment, realizing her fault, and hurriedly got out of bed, running barefoot to open the door. Upon opening the door and seeing Qin Zhan, she awkwardly said in a low voice, Why aren't you going to sleep quickly? It's so late already. Qin Zhan lowered his head, his voice heavy. It's all my fault, I'm so useless. If my family hadn't gone bankrupt, you wouldn't need to work so hard overtime. Tang Yue was taken aback and deliberately said, You know that's good. Qin Zhan. All the words he had prepared to say were suddenly rendered useless. Tang Yue then burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tiny stars shining brightly. The two chatted and laughed, fooling around for half the day before being urged by Qin Zhan to go to bed. Tang Yue was somewhat reluctant, but obediently returned to her room to sleep. Qin Zhan gazed gently at Tang Yu's back, only closing the door softly after she entered her room. He walked to his apartment, closed the door, and ensured the soundproofing was effective before sending a message to Qin Yuling. As he sent the message, Qin Zhan's expression was cold, silently staring at the screen. His narrow eyes held a hint of chill. Meanwhile, Qin Yuling, living in a high-end apartment in the city center, was just stepping out of the bathroom. After enjoying a beautiful rose bath, she came out to do her skincare. Who would have thought that her work phone would suddenly beep with a message? Qin Yuling hurriedly put down her towel, casually wrapped her hair, and walked out barefoot in her bathrobe. Her delicate jade-like feet stepping on the wooden floor added a visual delight. She unlocked her screen with facial recognition and saw a new message. From Boss Qin Yuling paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, her slender fingers tapped open the short message that appeared before her, sending chills down her spine. Do not assign her any overtime tasks in the future. Give her a few days off immediately. Right away. Although it didn't specify a name, Qin Yuling knew exactly who was being referred to. This her could only mean Qin Zhan's little girlfriend Tang Yue. Qin Yuling fell silent for a moment. Out of the humility of a worker, she held back countless complaints and replied unenthusiastically, understood, immediately arranged. Yet internally she was actually resisting. How could a boss not appreciate diligent employees working overtime? And to actively let her give Tang Yue time off. She couldn't let his little girlfriend think she had a tendency for bending the rules. That would be ridiculous. Despite Qin Yuling's wild thoughts, only a moment had passed. However, she still hadn't figured out how to appropriately arrange time off for Tang Yue. In her eyes, Tang Yue was not someone who loved to play or slacked off. It wouldn't be easy to just give her time off for no reason. Without a reasonable explanation, Qin Yuling thought the other party would surely not understand. Although Qin Zhan hadn't insisted on perfection, doing it well was naturally better. Thus, the next day, when warm sunlight poured into Tang Yue's room, a figure was curled up in a duvet carrying a faint jasmine fragrance. That person didn't move at all from the bed, but reached out to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock. Who would have guessed it wouldn't turn off no matter how she tried? Only when Tang Yue rubbed her eyes and half sat up did she realize that her phone was upside down. She had immediately wanted to swipe the screen to turn off the alarm, but couldn't. Oh my, I'm so sleepy. Tang Yue yawned while rubbing her eyes. Suddenly a message caught her attention. Manager Qin Yuling, little Tang, you don't need to come to the company tomorrow, just take a good rest. Tang Yue was immediately startled awake. Being told out of nowhere that she didn't have to go to the company was akin to being fired. She had a pretty good impression of Qin Yuling, so she didn't think she would deliberately make things difficult for her. She quickly mustered her courage to send a message asking, Manager, why? Did I do something wrong? Why am I suddenly not needed at the company? Forget about feeling sleepy, all drowsiness vanished. Tang Yue thought for a moment, unplugged her charging cable, picked up her phone, and lay on the bed waiting for Qin Yuling's reply. It was also because Qin Yuling had given her a pretty good impression that she dared to ask. Soon her phone buzzed. Don't overthink it, this has been a reward from before. Those who complete their performance can take a day off from work. Qin Yuling's message quickly followed, reassuring her. I know people at the company tend to slack off, some just don't like working and prefer to fish for compliments, so I specially gave you a day off. Tang Yue nodded in understanding, then remembered the other party couldn't see her action, so she hurriedly replied with text. Okay. Then I'll just stay home. If there's anything, just call me anytime. Tang Yue replied with great professionalism. Although she was confused, she was still very happy not to go to work. Days off like this were quite rare, and Tang Yue felt like a wild horse that had broken free, ready to run around in joy. Her exuberance infected those around her. Tang Yue quickly messaged Qin Zhan to share her excitement before getting busy. It had been so long since she had a holiday that she had forgotten what tasks she needed to do. Tang Yue hurriedly began planning her itinerary. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan hadn't replied, and she had long since tossed that thought aside. On the other side, having satisfied her curiosity and eagerness, Qin Yuling quickly reported the situation to Qin Zhan to avoid a barrage of calls later. Yet before this, Qin Yuling always thought of Qin Zhan as a very cold and taciturn person. Since she started working here, he had constantly refreshed her impressions. Boss, the task you assigned before has been completed, and today we are giving vacation to employees with outstanding performance as a reward. Qin Yuling was clever, not only allowing Tang Yue to take time off. Instead, she specifically chose a few excellent employees to notify for vacation as a reward to encourage better work in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan immediately put down the document in his hands and nodded, well done. As he spoke, he began to prepare to pack up. Since Tang Yue didn't have to go to work, why did he need to go in? Qin Zhan decided he wouldn't go to work today either and hurried back to accompany Tang Yue, intending to give her a little surprise. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Qin Zhan felt a bit impatient. Hey, what is it, Mom? He disliked these lengthy conversations. Every time she called, it was to introduce him to some girls. Previously, he had never encountered someone he liked, so he didn't care either way. Now that he had a girlfriend, he certainly wanted to make a good impression. Hey, Jean, remember to come home for dinner tonight. There are things at home. Don't forget and don't be late. A gentle voice came from the other end of the line, filled with soft laughter. Qin Zhan frowned. This was what he disliked most. Every time he went home, it was various matchmaking or family banquets, and nothing interesting happened. It was dull and hard to escape. So now, whenever he heard his mom ask him to come home for dinner, he felt a bit scared, as if she were calling him to face some dreadful fate. I have something today, and can't go back. You all just eat by yourselves. Qin Zhan lazily replied, while fiddling with the small ornament on the table. No way. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat annoyed, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. You must come back, do you understand? Qin felt helpless, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally agreed. However, he did not intend to play both sides. Instead, he wanted to take Tang Yue back to meet his parents and to explain the things he had concealed from her earlier. After all, their feelings for each other had deepened significantly. Qin felt it was time to clarify things. He believed that if he explained clearly now, Tang Yue wouldn't be angry. Even if she were, it would only last for a short while. The longer he hid things, the worse it would be. If something really went wrong in the end and upset Tang Yue, that would be troublesome. Considering this, Qin hesitated, nodded slightly, and let out a faint sigh. Alright, I can go back, but I need to bring someone with me, Qin stated honestly. As soon as Qin's mother heard this, she sensed something but remained nonchalant. Sure, bring as many friends as you want. It's rare to see you bring friends home. Qin fell silent for a moment, knowing the other party was hinting at something. He didn't say much, simply summarized the situation before hanging up the phone. Then he went out the door to knock on Tang Yue's door next door. To his surprise, no one answered the door after knocking. Haven't they already gone on holiday? Where could everyone be? Qin immediately became alert, quickly checking the surroundings and the environment. After finding no other signs, he finally sighed in relief. He took out his phone and sent a message to Tang Yue. Little girl, didn't you say you were on holiday? Why aren't you home? He glanced around and added a couple of cute emojis before sending it. It quickly showed that the message had been sent. However, the response from the other party took a few minutes to arrive, accompanied by a short video. I'm at a nearby mall. I went out to buy daily necessities. Do you need anything? I can help you buy it. There are discounts today. The video showcased the area with the biggest discounts. Tang Yue carefully recorded a few glimpses of the products for him to see. Qin remained silent for a while, then clicked on the video to watch, finally seeing Tang Yue's reflection in a full-length mirror. She looked adorably silly. Alright, I'm working today. I originally wanted to take you out with me. So be careful at home by yourself. He thought for a moment and decided that was the best arrangement. Yet he still felt uneasy. By the way, don't go out alone too late. If you need anything, just let me buy it for you, okay? Qin racked his brain, fearing he might overlook something. To his surprise, the response from her was just 4 words. Too nagging. Instantly, Qin's heart, as a young man in love, felt shattered. After sending that message, Tang Yue continued to line up, smiling to herself. She could already envision Qin's reaction when he received this message. She chuckled, pushing her shopping cart. Due to the ongoing event, everyone bought a lot, and she found it somewhat overwhelming. It wasn't until she finished checking out and had to carry the shopping bags out that she realized she had underestimated the weight. If she had known, she should have asked Qin to help carry them. Tang Yue felt the weight of 2 large bags pressing down on her palms, causing them to ache. She frowned tightly. Gritting her teeth, she persevered. Each step felt incredibly heavy, as if half the world was weighing down on her. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her hands as someone lifted the bags. Tang Yue realized someone had come to help her and reached out to take the items back. She hurriedly thanked him, but when she looked up, she found it was a stranger. Surprised and on guard, Tang Yue quickly expressed her gratitude again and reached to reclaim her belongings. The man continued to follow her, still holding onto her items, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, Tang Yue immediately frowned, set down her things, and coldly said, "Please let go of my things immediately and leave my side. I do not need your help, thank you." The man stammered for a moment, but still refused to leave, closely following behind her. With every step she took, he matched her pace, as if there was treasure to be found behind her. In the mall, people came and went, and Tang Yue glared angrily at the man, drawing the attention of those around them. Her anger was boiling over. That dog of a man. If it weren't so crowded here, he wouldn't even know how he would die. And he dared to tail her. Perhaps due to the crowd, the man finally halted his steps. Tang Yue carried her things back to the apartment. Her once good mood for the day completely vanished. She was furious. After placing the items in the storage locker, the fridge was already stuffed to the brim. After categorizing all sorts of ingredients, Tang Yue muttered to herself, "These items are what Qin likes to eat, and these are what I like." Looking at the fully stocked fridge, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Lying lazily on the sofa, it was nice to just be a couch potato. She opened her phone and saw there were only a few messages in the company group, nothing else. She couldn't help but grumble. Why hasn't he messaged me yet? Oh my mind. I'm not working, he must be at work. Since it was a rare day off, she decided to chat and play with her fans in the live stream. Returning to her bedroom, she skillfully logged into her live streaming account. As the screen lit up, the little girl in front of the camera appeared. Huh, why is Tang live streaming? Tang Yue quickly typed on the keyboard, "I'm off today, so I came to check in on the live stream." Oh, not working is so great. Why not go out and play? Tang Yue's face instantly fell as she recalled the man who had followed her in the mall, her expression darkening. "Little Tang, why do you look unhappy?" Tang Yue pondered. She had never felt this way after being here for so long. Could it be that the man had intentions? If he truly had ulterior motives, she definitely couldn't let him go. Tang Yu's fingers flew across the keyboard. Sorry, I need to check who that man was. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. Someone actually had ill intentions near little Tang Tang. This was unforgivable. They all urged Tang Yue to describe the man's appearance and promised they could use big data to find him. Tang Yu's eyes lit up. The man was indeed up to no good, but it wasn't at the level of needing to teach him a lesson. However, knowing who he was would be helpful for her to stay vigilant. Tang Yue briefly described the man's appearance. In the end, she drew a sketch of him using the live streams "Guess what I draw" feature. Did you draw a turtle? Nonsense. That's a monkey. Damn, how did you end up drawing an alien? Tang Yue. Forget it, it'll just rely. Just as she was about to search for clues, a message flashed through the company group. Colleague, hey look. We have a new guy in the company. And he's a handsome guy. Colleague, I'm in love. Just one glance, and I'm smitten. Tang Yue fell silent for a moment, unable to articulate a reason, and subconsciously started to browse the records. After climbing stairs for half a day, she finally found the so-called handsome guy that her colleagues had been talking about in the group chat. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes with deep-set features, and his hair dyed, with a few streaks of color, making him look quite trendy. No wonder her colleagues called him handsome. In a company where most of the men are ordinary homebodies, a guy with decent looks and a good sense of style is indeed very popular. However, Tang Yue couldn't help but feel that he resembled the man who had just been called a turtle monkey by fans. Her expression turned somewhat serious. After a while, her perceptive female colleagues sent several photos from different angles, deducing from various details that he was currently single. It's a pity he didn't become a detective. Tang Yue rubbed her forehead. However, as her colleagues shared more photos, she became more certain of his identity. That's right, he was the strange man who had followed her in the supermarket and even tried to help her carry things. Tang Yue felt a chill run down her spine. The person she had barely managed to shake off had actually appeared in her company. Tang Yue instinctively asked Qin Yuling, "Manager, who was that everyone was talking about in the group just now? Is he one of our new colleagues?" But Qin Yuling seemed very busy and took a long time to reply. Tang Yue waited anxiously, constantly scrolling through the chat history, feeling a bit restless. Ding ding. Finally, Qin Yuling replied. Tang Yue quickly exited the company group chat and opened her chat with Qin Yuling. "He's just a manager from the branch office here to learn, not a newcomer." The brief message hit Tang Yue like a bolt from the blue. He's actually in management. Oh no. Management has perverts. It's worse than if he were just a newcomer. Tang Yue was filled with resentment. Even if he is in management, it doesn't change the fact that he has done perverted things before. Tang Yue still disliked him very much. So she decided to stop checking the messages in the group. Unexpectedly, the manager sent another message. "Do you know him?" Tang Yue shook her head, vigorously answering without a second thought. "No, I don't know him." Qin Yuling stared at the message in silence. Did this look like someone who didn't know him? After hesitating for a moment, fearing that Qin Zhan might come looking for trouble, she diligently asked, "If you don't know him, why are you asking about him?" After all of this stemmed from curiosity. Doesn't the boss' little girlfriend worry about making the boss jealous? Or does she think it doesn't matter since the boss isn't around? Tang Yue thought for a moment and decided to just be honest. So she recounted how she had encountered this man in the supermarket and what had transpired. Qin Yuling immediately became serious. "All right, I understand. This is a matter of conduct. I will verify this." Qin Yuling quickly reassured her. "If there are any other situations, remember to let me know." After calming the young lady down, Qin Yuling hurried off to summon that manager. The manager's name was Yin Xingyu, and he looked quite attractive, fitting the current popular fresh meat type. As a star, he might not stand out much, but among ordinary people he was extremely eye-catching. The moment he appeared in a crowd, he was the most striking one, capable of capturing attention in an instant. Yin Xingyu was quickly called over by a little employee. As soon as he entered, he smiled, but was immediately met with a barrage of reprimands. "You've learned some skills, huh? You still dare to touch the young lady?" "Yin Xingyu." Qin Yuling scoffed, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall. Yin Xingyu fell silent for a moment, looking quite troubled. "When did I ever? What evidence do you have for this?" Qin Yuling sneered. "Didn't you follow a young lady in the supermarket today? Did you not forcibly take her things to help her carry?" "Huh." Yin Xingyu showed a thoughtful expression. Seeing this, Qin Yuling knew he most likely had done it. She coldly laughed. "Why were you so enthusiastic with a stranger? Isn't that suspicious? Who would believe you?" Yin Xingyu thought for a long time and finally said, completely ignoring Qin Yuling's cold face. He explained to himself, "I remember this, I was just helping a girl carry things in the supermarket. Oh, her period came and her clothes got stained, so I was helping her cover it up." He said this while thinking, smiling amicably. His behavior was quite gentlemanly. Qin Yuling quickly expressed her apologies. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you." After sending Yin Xingyu off, Qin Yuling hurriedly called Tang Yue. After 2 beeps, the call connected. Qin Yuling quickly informed her, "You should check if your period has come." I asked that colleague, and he said it was because you got your period and stained your pants, so he deliberately helped you carry something to cover it up. You should check if your clothes got stained. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue quickly stood up and looked back. Oh no, there were faint bloodstains on the sofa. Tang Yue felt a bit frantic, screaming in frustration for a few moments before rushing to the bathroom to shower and change. After a quick cleanup, she changed her clothes and lay down on the bed. She felt that her earlier actions were very petty, as if she had judged someone with a villain's heart. She even misunderstood someone. So embarrassing, so unhappy. Tang Yue covered her face, grumbling her dissatisfaction. However, as she lay there, she instinctively reached for her phone to check if there were any messages from Qin Zhan. To her surprise, there wasn't a single message. Angered, Tang Yue tossed her phone aside, using her pillow to cover her head, and whimpered a few times, truly missing him. She quietly reached out to send a message to Qin Zhan. To her dismay, she sent several messages without receiving any replies. Tang Yue, already feeling sensitive and vulnerable, instantly became displeased. She thought to herself, not even replying to your girlfriend's messages, how insincere. Go ahead and be single. Time to sleep. With that, she covered herself with a blanket and sulked herself to sleep. Meanwhile, after Qin Zhan had exhausted himself dealing with his family's nagging and declined several invitations from young ladies, he finally had the chance to step out alone for some fresh air. At this moment, Qin Zhan suddenly recalled the assistant he had employed, Qin Yuling. He hurriedly sent a message to inquire, what's wrong with my little girl? Do you know what's going on? Although he was aware that Tang Yue had taken a day off today, Qin Yuling, being at the company, probably wouldn't know about Tang Yu's situation. But this was not something he should be concerned about. There would always be someone who would find a way to accomplish the tasks he assigned. Moreover, Qin Zhan felt somewhat dissatisfied that Qin Yuling was not at all perceptive and didn't think to report the situation. Every time he had to urge her, remind her, only then would she take action. Sitting in the office, utterly engrossed in her work, Qin Yuling only lifted her head to glance at her phone after hearing the notification. Upon seeing Qin Zhan's message, she felt a wave of helplessness. What was up with this boss? If she hadn't known which girl he liked, she would have thought he had a crush on her. He often sent her messages. Qin Yuling was extremely frustrated. How could that girl not know to check in or check her phone? It was so unperceptive. While quietly grumbling about her boss, Qin Yuling quickly grabbed her phone to respond. But upon reading the message, she felt even more like complaining. What do you mean by asking if I know about Tang Yu's situation? How could I possibly know? Qin Yuling snapped in frustration. Although she actually did know, quite coincidentally. But Qin Yuling let out a deep sigh. What had she done wrong to be enslaved by a boss like this in this lifetime? With a troubled expression on her beautiful face, Qin Yuling lightly pressed her meticulously cared for fingers against the screen. I know. Little Tang must have gotten her period. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yuling added a tweet to share. Qin Yuling chuckled. Since little Tang was so oblivious about checking in, she would help cultivate her boyfriend's knowledge about being a good man. On the other side, upon seeing Qin Yuling's message, Qin Zhan immediately understood and was preparing to head back to check on her, when he suddenly noticed that Qin Yuling had shared another tweet. He initially thought she had shared it by mistake. Then he saw the title, What to Do When Your Girlfriend Gets Her Period. Essential Skills for the Top Boyfriend. Qin Zhan fell silent for a moment, staring at the title with disdain in his heart. He knew it was just a clickbait title, yet his body honestly clicked to open it. After quickly reading through it, he silently noted the necessary items and precautions before putting his phone away. Following that, Qin Zhan stood up, adjusted his clothes, and smiled slightly. He slowly walked over to Qin's mother. At this moment, there were many friends sitting around her. With one hand in his pocket, he gently nodded to greet the others, and said, Mom, I have something to attend to at the company. They'll head over first. He certainly couldn't mention Tang Yu's existence here. He wanted to avoid a barrage of questions later. He would find a suitable opportunity to introduce her to his family privately. Qin Zhan had made arrangements well. He nodded and was about to turn to leave. Stop. However, he was called back by Qin's mother. Originally, Qin's mother was sitting in the center, graciously smiling, sometimes sharing her views or listening attentively. Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, she immediately stood up. We still have dinner together tonight, Zhan. Qin's mother reminded him nonchalantly. She gave birth to this child, and she knew him well. Usually leaving early was just an excuse. Once he left, he wouldn't be coming back. But she still had plans. If he left now, how would she arrange things later? I have some work to handle now. I will come over once I'm done. Qin Zhan's warm and elegant demeanor was quite misleading. Others listened and began to persuade him as well. Yes, work is important. I'll let them handle their work first. Exactly, these matters are quite urgent, especially for decision makers. Oh, we have nothing pressing here. Let the child go and handle their business. Some even began to inquire. Mrs. Qin, this must be your precious son, right? He truly is a handsome talent. I wonder if he is already matched. With such an outstanding appearance, he must have a lot of admirers at work. This was the concern of the more senior relatives, albeit a bit late. Qin Zhan almost lost his smile, quickly nodded, greeted the others, and hurriedly left this difficult situation. As Qin Zhan walked out the door, discussions about his lifelong matters continued enthusiastically behind him. Qin Zhan, although he was speechless, he still had to thank these ladies for drawing his mother's attention. He no longer hesitated. As he exited, a security guard helped him get his car, then opened the iron gate outside the courtyard. Qin Zhan took the keys, got in the car, and sped away. On the way, he stopped at a 24-hour convenience store to buy some things before heading back. When he arrived in front of Tang Yiyu's apartment, he discovered that all the parking spaces were full. Worried about Tang Yiyu's health, he didn't care about the possibility of being fined and parked outside. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Zhan raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. No one answered the door. What was going on? Qin Zhan felt a bit anxious and continued knocking, increasing the force a little. Little girl, are you there? Open the door for me. Qin Zhan's gaze was filled with concern. He hurriedly knocked and called out. Before he could get Tang Yiyu to answer, a neighbor peeked out, saw it was a resident of the building, and quickly retreated. However, Qin Zhan was solely focused on that door, staring longingly, and didn't notice someone peeking out from a window. Thankfully, after Qin Zhan's relentless efforts, Tang Yiyu finally came to open the door. She was wearing an adorable brown bear pajama set, her hair messy, and her eyes still hazy with sleep. Slipping on a pair of slippers, she opened the door while yawning. Why are you here? I just fell asleep not long ago. Tang Yiyu complained a bit. You must know when the pain from her period hits, it is extremely uncomfortable. She had finally managed to fall asleep and felt fine. And yet her sweet, comfortable dream was interrupted. If it had been anyone else, Tang Yiyu would have surely given them a proper lecture. But Qin Zhan surprisingly was not at all taken aback. Instead, he patiently allowed her to complain. I'm sorry, I overlooked it and didn't realize you were uncomfortable. He apologized gently. This apology left Tang Yiyu stunned. What? She stared at him blankly, her big eyes blinking in confusion. Qin Zhan carefully wrapped his arm around her. Come on, let's go inside first, don't catch a chill. Tang Yiyu was half pushed, half led inside. As she turned, Qin Zhan had already carefully closed the door. When Tang Yiyu was settled on the sofa, she finally noticed that the somewhat strange Qin Zhan was holding a plastic bag. Tang Yiyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She used to think that such a young master would only frequent high-end places, but unexpectedly, he also goes to small shops to buy things. It seems he has really fallen on hard times and has started to be frugal. However, Tang Yiyu inexplicably felt a pang of sympathy. Are you okay? Qin Zhan turned to boil water and then began taking things out one by one. This is a hot water bag. It can warm your hands, stomach, and feet. Qin Zhan introduced as he handed it over. And this is a warm pack. It's also very useful. From the moment he brought out the first item, Tang Yiyu's expression had already turned into a 0. Moreover, she seemed to understand what was unusual about him today. This is brown sugar. The water is boiling. And this is brown sugar ginger powder, but it's a bit spicy. I don't know which one you prefer. This is preserved plum. This one is dried tangerine peel. There's medicinal orange hawthorn. Buy 2 milk candy peppermint. He hesitated a bit. I wasn't sure which snacks you like, so I bought a little of everything. If you don't like any of them, I can buy more. I like them. Don't buy more. There's so much I can't finish it all. Tang Yiyu chuckled helplessly. All right, now you lie down properly. Qin Zhan began taking care of her without hesitation. He wrapped a scarf around her, applied the warm pack, and then went to plug in the hot water bag. He also prepared brown sugar water and brown sugar ginger water. The little snacks were neatly arranged on the coffee table, looking as if they were arranged by someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. However, with someone taking care of her so thoughtfully, it was indeed much more comfortable. Tang Yiyu soon fell asleep under Qin Zhan's coaxing. Looking at her obedient sleeping face, Qin Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been a bit flustered just now. Following the tips from the post, he did everything one by one, and surprisingly the results were quite good. Thus Qin Zhan took out a sticky note to leave a message for Tang Yiyu, explaining the situation before preparing to go out to buy some glutinous rice and other ingredients, planning to make a sweet porridge for her according to the tutorial video. The post mentioned that before leaving he must leave a message so that when his girlfriend wakes up she won't feel anxious and worried when she can't find him. Making a heartfelt bowl of sweet porridge is worth more than 100 bowls of brown sugar water. A bowl of brown sugar water made by hand is much more comforting than 100 phrases of drink more hot water. Qin Zhan wasn't emotionally inept, he just had never encountered anyone who required him to put in so much effort to be considerate and caring. So he was somewhat lacking in this area of knowledge. After leaving the note and taking his phone, he quietly went out. Who would have thought that suddenly his phone would ring? Qin Zhan was almost scared to death and quickly steadied the door, otherwise the security door would have slammed. That would definitely wake the just fallen asleep Tang Yiyu. After quietly closing the door, Qin Zhan took a few steps away before turning off his incessantly ringing phone. It was truly deafening. Without even looking, he knew it was definitely his mother calling, urging him to come home. He turned around, took out his spare phone, and seriously ran to the nearby market to buy ingredients to prepare a heartfelt meal. After making several calls with no answer, Chin's mother was furious. She complained to the surrounding ladies, "Look, see, this brat is getting harder and harder to manage. If he were younger, I could directly teach him a lesson, but now he's grown up, and with no discipline." Sigh. Chin's mother spoke with a frown. She shook her phone helplessly, saying, "This ungrateful child ran off when he felt like it, saying he would come back when called. Look. It's shut off. How can I call him?" Chin's mother was utterly helpless. The people around her chuckled a few times, but dared not agree. After all, the Chin family is a large and prosperous one, and they are all figures they need to please. Even the heirs of other large companies need to be careful when they approach the Chin family. So who would dare to casually criticize Chin John? Some might ask, isn't Chin's mother criticizing him? Isn't that agreeing? Of course not. Chin's mother is Chin John's mother. It's perfectly acceptable for a mother to speak ill of her own son. But if someone else said it, that's entirely different. Everyone present is astute and naturally wouldn't dare to speak ill of Chin John in front of Chin's mother. They all laughed and started to smooth things over, praising others instead. Meanwhile, after Tang Yue fell asleep in a daze, she had a few bizarre dreams that were entirely unrelated, yet somehow connected in her dream, leaving her feeling quite perplexed. When she woke up, she suddenly smelled a delicious aroma. In her daze, she thought she was still dreaming. After all, how could there be a fragrant meal in a single-person apartment? But she was still very curious. Could a corporate slave really be so leisurely as to cook? So she got out of bed barefoot to see who in the apartment was cooking. After all, she wasn't afraid of catching a cold in her dream. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped out, she would find the kitchen lights on in her apartment, and the sound of frying food was coming from there. The range hood was buzzing. Tang Yue couldn't even remember the last time she used the full set of kitchen tools. She was a bit puzzled and cautiously continued to walk over. She speculated wildly in her mind, could it be that a young man with a conch shell was helping to cook and tidy up? How could such a strange plot appear in her dream? It wasn't until she saw the familiar figure that she realized her ideal young man with a conch shell was actually Chin John. Hearing the footsteps, Chin John cleverly turned around. "You're awake." Tang Yue then discovered that his appearance was quite amusing. He was wearing a Hello Kitty apron, one she had bought with great enthusiasm, which had since been sitting idle for a long time. He held a spatula in his hand. It looked quite professional, as if he was wielding a world-renowned pen with a cheap spatula. The sleeves were rolled up a little, and next to him was a watch that could buy several luxury kitchen items. Tang Yue nodded appreciatively. "Since we are bankrupt, we should save and be frugal." However, Chin John did not respond as she expected. Instead, he frowned and looked her over, pushing his slippers toward her. Coldly, he said, "Put your shoes on quickly, the floor is cold." Tang Yue was taken aback. "Why are you worried about me catching a cold in a dream? That's so unromantic." At this moment, even the cook was stunned. What? Tang Yue belatedly realized that if it were a dream, it was a bit too real. Before she could fully process her embarrassment, Chin John blandly continued, "All right, you should sit down quickly. Aren't you feeling unwell?" This reminded Tang Yue of the awkward situation she had just faced. Plus, with her period having started, she felt a bit embarrassed. Hesitating for a moment, since this was no longer a dream, she firmly raised her head. "Chin John, you should go home first." Chin John did not stop, simply stating to wait a moment. She placed Tang Yue in the chair beside the table and said, "All right, take your time eating. I'll head back first." He knew that at this moment girls could be emotionally unpredictable, and the best way to handle it was to go along with her while also showing concern. "I've cooked for a long time. I heard this is nourishing for girls, so remember to eat. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll just go home and make instant noodles." When Tang Yue heard the last sentence, she briefly wanted him to stay and eat together. After all, he had cooked all the food, and it felt a bit awkward if she didn't keep him. If he stayed, it would be even more awkward for her. After considering it, Tang Yue decided to let him go home. Chin John was very understanding. Pretending not to know, he gently ruffled Tang Yue's hair and said, "All right, be good and eat, rest well, don't make me worry, okay?" Tang Yue softly replied with an affirmative sound and nodded. After receiving Chin John's careful attention today, her physical discomfort had indeed eased significantly. After finishing her meal, Tang Yue quickly took a hot shower and went to bed to rest. Perhaps it was really uncomfortable due to her period, so she fell asleep quickly. She had a night of sweet dreams, and when she woke up, the alarm clock rang just in time. Tang Yue quickly had a hand-grabbed pancake with a bottle of milk and hurried off to work. But just thinking about how she had been seen in such an embarrassing scene by the company manager, Yen Qingyu, even misunderstanding her and speaking harshly to him. Oh my god. Just thinking about it felt like a social death scene. The kind that made her want to curl her toes into the ground in embarrassment. Tang Yue helplessly rubbed her forehead, twitching her mouth. How was she supposed to go to work? What if the company was small and she ran into him? Just thinking of this possibility made Tang Yue not want to go to work anymore. Sigh. After much inner turmoil, she finally convinced herself after all she had to come to work sooner or later. So she hurried over, parked her car, and walked into the company. A familiar figure approached her. Tang Yue was startled and almost turned to avoid him. Upon focusing, she realized it was Manager Qin Yuling. She quickly raised a smile to greet, "Manager, good morning." However, when Qin Yuling's gaze swept over her, her expression gradually stiffened. Why are you at the company? Why didn't you rest a few more days?" Qin Yuling felt a bit overwhelmed. Was her boss going to criticize her again? "No, I have to come to work sooner or later," Tang Yue replied somewhat helplessly. The manager's expression didn't seem right. It was as if she was afraid of her coming to work. Tang Yue couldn't help but wonder if she had done something wrong. Wasn't this a subtle way of urging her to leave? After all, if attendance was below a certain amount, only the minimum salary would be paid. But then she remembered that she had already been granted the privilege of not clocking in and shook her head. No, it shouldn't be that. Tang Yue sighed in relief. It seemed that the manager was just being overly considerate of her. Once Tang Yue thought of this, she didn't dare to slack off, fearing she would disappoint the manager's expectations. She quickly returned to her workstation to get to work. However, it wasn't long before the workgroup started buzzing with discussions. The pinging messages came one after another. Tang Yue had set her phone to silent during work. The sounds were from other people's phones. Tang Yue glanced up. The office was quite large, and she couldn't tell whose phone it was at the moment, or perhaps it was more than one person's phone. At this moment, it seemed everyone was surfing the internet. Tang Yue felt a bit curious, noticed that the manager had walked away, and quietly took out her phone to surf the internet. "Did you guys know? The latest news. That handsome guy mentioned before is the manager of our company. His name is Yan Qingyu. Wow. Front row for the gossip." Who knew there would be such fresh gossip to catch up on? Suddenly a scary voice rang out. "What are you all doing staring at your phones?" The manager had appeared out of nowhere. She warned everyone with an unhappy tone. "Focus on your work, stop playing around. If I catch you doing this again, everyone will be penalized." Instantly, everyone behaved, not daring to speak, their eyes focused on their work. Once the manager left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they no longer dared to slack off. They worked until lunchtime before dispersing. After work, Yan Qingyu went to the cafeteria for a meal. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by people, as if they were watching a monkey? Yan Qingyu instantly felt displeased, especially with the stifling air, making him feel uncomfortable. He coldly glanced around, forcing the crowd to step back a bit before he arrogantly walked away with his hands in his pockets. To his surprise, he turned around and bumped into Tang Yue, whose face was filled with the expression of social death. Seeing her looking at him with a face full of terror, he paused, searched his memories, and finally remembered. It turned out this girl was the one he had met in the mall before, who thought of him as some sort of pervert. Yan Qingyu felt a mix of amusement and understanding, yet his wariness considerably lessened. He was just about to walk over and talk to her when he saw her suddenly stop, quickly retreating. Taking several steps back, she slipped away. Her speed was like a sprint of 100 meters, resembling someone fleeing from a pervert. Yan Qingyu stood frozen, feeling complicated. Did he have a face that looked like a pervert? Yan Qingyu remained silent for a moment, thinking about the enthusiastic gazes he had received when he was getting food in the cafeteria, feeling it shouldn't be the case. How strange it was. Meanwhile, after returning to her department, Tang Yue was still shaken, quickly patting her chest. Thank goodness. Thank goodness she ran fast. Otherwise, how awkward would it have been to run into him on the first day? Although, she felt her actions were too silly. It felt like trying to hide something that was obvious. But, as long as she didn't know and wasn't present, the awkwardness wasn't hers. Tang Yue nodded firmly, but her stomach growled. Tang Yue covered her stomach, quickly bent down, and pulled out a box of bread from under her workstation. She tore open the packaging with her bare hands, and skillfully took out a small bread to start munching on. After a few bites, it felt a bit dry, so she ran over to the tea table to pour some tea, eating a few more pieces in a straightforward manner until she felt half full. Only then did she think of Qin Zhan. She took out her phone and tapped a few times on the screen. "What are you doing?" Remembering the few eye-searing stickers Qin Zhan had sent before, she felt quite helpless. She decided to save her boyfriend's taste in stickers. So she selected several of her favorite stickers from her collection and sent them over. "Your sticker collection could use an update. Those aren't nice." At that moment, Qin Zhan sat in the 12th floor conference room with a dark expression on his face. "What's going on? Can none of you do your jobs? How could things turn out like this?" Qin Zhan slammed a stack of documents on the table, looking down at them from his elevated position in the boss. The conference room had a distinctive design, with the boss chair positioned higher than the others, which were set at a slant. It was a one-sided mode of instruction. The man's eyebrows rose sharply. Is it just because of Chen Dong? He was reassigned, so everyone else's work is a complete mess. His voice had a unique quality, especially when he was furious, which made it even more captivating. However, everyone present dared not utter a word. They all wore professional attire, sitting upright and cautious. Even their breathing was shallow, afraid of provoking their furious boss. Why didn't I know before? Was all this work done by Qin? Without him, are you all just useless? Don't you understand anything? Qin sneered, intertwining his long fingers. He leaned slightly forward, resting his weight on the conference table as he scanned each person one by one. Each person met his gaze before quickly lowering their eyes, avoiding his sight. No one dared to make eye contact with him. Qin laughed bitterly. I pride myself on being capable, yet I never realized that all the high-end talents I recruited are just useless without Qin. This statement insulted everyone present. They exchanged glances, unsure if it was a harsher insult directed at them or at Assistant Chun. His emotions were complex. Can't anyone answer me? Qin was exhausted and infuriated. What could be more disheartening than arriving at the company only to find that the elite had produced a horrendous proposal and plan? He scolded them for well over half an hour. Everyone in the company was keeping their heads low. The continuous sounds of scolding from the conference room indicated that the managers of each department were being reprimanded. If the managers were being reprimanded, what good could the junior employees expect? They all trembled in fear. Suddenly the sound of a phone notification, beep, 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 echoed through the room, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Who had the audacity to leave their phone unmuted during a meeting? Looking around, they finally spotted Qin picking up his phone. Everyone thought, of course, who else would dare but the boss? Just then the boss, with a frosty countenance, looked down and smiled slightly. The boss, still in a fit of rage, actually smiled. Everyone was incredulous and sneaked glances. They noticed the man sitting at the head of the table, slightly lowering his gaze, shadows cast under his eyes due to the lighting. His well-defined nose was particularly attractive. His thin lips curved into a mysterious smile. He lowered his head to take out his phone and pressed a few buttons. He was evidently replying to a message. Meanwhile, his work phone remained silent on the table. That must be a personal message. Everyone was like Sherlock Holmes, capturing every detail to speculate. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly put down his phone and glared at them. What are you looking at? Don't you know to reflect on yourselves properly? All you do is focus on these matters unrelated to work. Having said that, he lazily leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and clasped his fingers over his lap, smiling. Let's hear what each of you has to say. The department manager, sitting in the first seat, stood up, timidly picked up the departmental report, and began to report. This year He hadn't finished when he was interrupted. Qin's expression darkened. Someone tentatively suggested, Boss, why don't we bring Assistant Qin back? We really don't know about these things. Everyone nodded vigorously, their faces pleading. Who knew that even the usually reliable Assistant Chun could be deemed annoying and reassigned? But how could they know about these matters? Now they had to bear the brunt of the boss' unwarranted wrath. They really couldn't handle it. TCH. Qin crossed his arms and surveyed them. Then why am I supporting you all? Can't any of you measure up to Qin? No one dared to respond. Qin sneered. Since you all want to plead for him, if he comes back, you can all leave. Everyone was terrified, lowering their heads even further. Recently, the entire company has been slacking off, only knowing how to produce useless things. The atmosphere around the man grew heavier and heavier. If it weren't for his bottom line, it was hard to tell how much lower it would sink. He issued a final warning. No matter where Qin is, if you don't work properly, and just slack off, if I catch you again, you can all pack up and leave. Everyone fell silent, and as Qin strode out, sighs of relief filled the conference room. Who could withstand such a terrifying atmosphere from their boss? Forget about opportunities for promotion or raises. Even keeping their jobs felt precarious. After finally putting these careless individuals in check, Qin hurried back to his office. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and called Tang Yu. After a few rings, she picked up. Hey, have you? Qin promptly began to explain. I was just in a meeting, and it just ended, which is why I'm calling you. I received the emojis you sent. Tang Yu covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, remember to use the emojis. I'll be checking. After teasing him, she added, I've eaten. I had a small bread with tea, and I'm already full. Qin's expression immediately darkened. What? You're on your period? Oh, why are you eating a small bread? A typical remark from a straight man. If Tang Yu weren't in a good mood and aware of his personality, she would have already punched him. Tang Yu lazily lay on the office sofa, yawning. Oh, I just don't have an appetite, so I grabbed something to eat. Why are you so harsh? Qin was momentarily taken aback by the accusation, then awkwardly explained, No, I just thought you might not be feeling well during your period and didn't eat something warm. His messy explanation made Tang Yu laugh. Qin hesitantly asked, Is there anything you want? After all, if she didn't have an appetite, it couldn't be pregnancy, so it must be the food not being good. I don't know, if I had something in mind, I wouldn't have an appetite. Tang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation. Alright, I'll order something for you at random. Let's see if you have an appetite for it. Sometimes Qin was quite considerate. That's fine, just don't order too much, okay? Tang Yu tilted her head, holding her phone, slowly filing her nails, not intending to disappoint her boyfriend's kindness. After hanging up the phone, Xinjiang finally realized he had a place to put his skills to use. He quickly opened the food delivery app on his phone, meticulously selecting options. Fearing he would waste time, he ordered everything that seemed acceptable and had good reviews. Then he switched to another store and continued. After much picking and choosing, it took him a long time to select just a few places, unable to decide on one he ordered from them all. As for what Tang Yue said about not ordering too much, Xinjiang felt that it wasn't too much at all. As long as she liked it, it would be worth it. Soon 3 delivery workers arrived at the company, one after another. Xinjiang couldn't see them from the floor-to-ceiling windows, so he turned on the surveillance camera. Once he saw the delivery workers enter the company and take the elevator to the floor where Tang Yue was, he subtly nodded when they handed the food to her. However, Tang Yue was completely bewildered at that moment. "Hello, miss, your delivery has arrived," said the delivery worker, holding up several large bags of food, smiling and requesting, "Please leave a good review." After confirming her number and name, Tang Yue blankly accepted it, saying, "Okay." The delivery worker left immediately. As Tang Yue walked in with the food, someone knocked on the door again. It was the same familiar phrase, just a different "Hello, miss, your delivery has arrived." "Miss, your delivery has arrived." The 2 delivery workers arrived simultaneously. Tang Yue quickly put down the delivery and walked over to take a look, feeling a bit suffocated. It turned out to be all for her. What was Xinjiang thinking buying so much? Was she a pig? Tang Yue silently complied with the delivery worker's request for a good review and carried the food inside. Goodness, it was like a long dragon laid out on the table. When Tang Yue opened one of the bags, she found it was from a famous kanji shop in the city, always bustling with people eager to taste it. The packaging was exquisite, with a thermal device to prevent spills. There were even a few staples on the paper box, along with side dishes, disposable utensils, and an introduction to the restaurant's culinary culture. Tang Yue's gaze drifted to the receipt attached to the delivery bag, unintentionally lingering on the final amount. She gasped. After looking at several other similarly high-end packages, Tang Yue felt her heart bleed. She simply couldn't bear to look any longer. She picked out a few snacks to eat. There was even a whole fried chicken, fries, Trini milk tea, and fruit tea. Tang Yue rolled her eyes, wondering if anyone really bought these for their girlfriend during her period. This was practically a standard for department gatherings. However, it was indeed quite delicious. After venting her complaints, Tang Yue still picked out her favorites and started eating. By the end, half a fried chicken was left, the fries were nearly gone, and she had only taken a few sips of the fruit tea before realizing it was too cold to continue. She ended with the sweet dessert of tremella soup. Just like that, it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Feeling exhausted, Tang Yue threw away the trash after cleaning up and directly headed to the conference room, ensuring none would go to waste by sharing with her colleagues. On her way back from the conference room, Tang Yue ran into Qin Yuling and said to her, "Manager, I just put the food in the conference room. Everyone can go eat. My boyfriend ordered too much." Qin Yuling nodded with a smile, and when she entered the conference room, she was utterly dumbfounded. The long table in the conference room was filled with exquisite food boxes wafting with delicious aromas. No department meeting could finish this much food. Oh, does the boss even know how to date? Qin Yuling asked with a soul-searching question. Soon people from the company arrived one after another. After clocking in, they naturally noticed the food boxes in the conference room. Wang Ruoqi was slightly startled upon seeing the packaging logo on the food boxes. These were not from some roadside eateries, but well-known brands. Who ordered this? Such a generous treat, how lucky. A colleague from the next department rushed over in surprise, sensually sniffing the air, a bit tempted, and hurriedly asked. Wang Ruoqi casually scanned the room, and noticing no one answered, she made up a story. "It's for everyone's afternoon tea, come and eat." Upon hearing this, others who were initially hesitant rushed over. "Really? That's awesome. Thank you, Ruoqi. Wow, this is truly satisfying. I've been craving snacks from this place for a long time. I could never get a table. Tell me about it." This place's delivery is super expensive. Just the delivery fee is enough for a meal at the company. I was waiting for payday to go eat with friends, and I didn't expect to have my wish fulfilled so soon. Thank you, Xiaoqi. Chi-Chi is truly beautiful and kind. Everyone showered her with compliments, appreciating her generosity. Wang Ruoqi happily accepted the flattery and quickly invited everyone to eat. "Don't be shy, everyone has worked hard today, come and eat." Everyone hurried over and began chatting while eating. Tang Yue wanted to inform others about it to prevent anyone from hesitating to eat and letting the food go to waste when she overheard Wang Ruoqi's voice and the nonsense she was spouting. Tang Yue fell silent instantly. However, she couldn't be bothered to expose it. She simply stuffed her hands in her pockets and pretended to walk past. While everyone was enjoying their meal in the conference room, Tang Yue felt increasingly unappetized. She was too lazy to watch them act out their sisterly bonds and didn't want to continue correcting them, because it would definitely break the friendly atmosphere. At that time, other colleagues would feel very awkward. She didn't need to expose Wang Ruoqi for taking credit for the delivery and ruin the pleasant relationships within the office. Tang Yue went to the tea room to make a cup of tea. When she brought the steaming tea back to the office, she saw a girl smiling happily at her saying, "Ewa, there's delicious food in the conference room. Hurry up, or it will be gone." The girl playfully winked at her signaling. It seemed she wanted to ingratiate herself by borrowing someone else's snacks. Tang Yue was taken aback. Why was she trying to befriend her? Oh right, her performance was impressive. Aside from some envious people, there were others wanting to curry favor. Tang Yue smiled, and having found a reason felt relieved. "Thanks, but I just ate, and am not going." The girl, feeling rejected, turned to other colleagues, and said, "You all hurry over in the conference room." Shao Qi ordered its all-imported snacks, quite expensive. She raised her hand to show the snacks she held, boasting, "You can't buy this domestically." "Oh, when I saw it at the buying agency before it was sold at this price." She gestured, causing everyone to gasp. Tang Yue rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking these were clearly snacks Qin Zhan bought nearby, yet they were labeled as imported. So pretentious. Others rushed to grab snacks to eat, taking advantage of not officially starting work, yet everyone began chatting and laughing while eating. Who knew just as everyone was eating, someone suddenly had an upset stomach. Someone clutched their stomach, frowning, and hurried to the restroom. What's wrong with her? Did she eat too much?" a colleague asked. Others shook their heads. However, the person with the stomach ache soon returned, storming over to confront Wang. Upon seeing this, everyone fell silent, quietly watching the drama unfold. Coincidentally, Wang Ruoqi had just returned to the department after distributing snacks, only to be blocked by this colleague. "Shao Qi, did the things you bought expire? Why did my stomach hurt so badly after eating them? I've never experienced this before." The colleague wrinkled their nose in disgust. It was already strange enough that Wang Ruoqi had bought so many expensive snacks for no reason. Naturally, they suspected the snacks when their stomachs started acting up. Wang Ruoqi slightly opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. She hurried to check the packaging of the snacks. The date was recent, very fresh, with over 6 months until expiration. Wang Ruoqi immediately felt relieved, raising an eyebrow as she shot back. "Where is it expired? Point it out for me to see." The colleague, already a bit unhappy from being challenged, replied, "How would I know? I just got a stomachache after eating." "Zhou Qinqin, you must have eaten something else that upset your stomach. Just look at everyone else, no one else is having issues." Wang Ruoqi pouted her hand with the red nails, pointing at the others. The colleague with the stomach ache, Zhou Qinqin, who already disliked Wang Ruoqi, was even more unwilling to back. "It's because I ate your stuff that my stomach hurts. I said no one is so kind-hearted as to buy so many expensive snacks for everyone for no reason. If you didn't want to buy them, why get such low-quality ones?" Zhou Qinqin sarcastically smirked, throwing a jab back. Wang Ruoqi was not pleased, saying, "Don't play both sides. I never begged you to eat. You wanted to eat them yourself, and now you're blaming me. How do I know if it's your own stomach?" The two started bickering, getting more heated, neither willing to back down, their tempers flaring, nearly pushing each other. Luckily, others stepped in with frowns to separate them, preventing a fight. All right, no matter how you eat, you can't." Someone, unable to watch any longer, complained. Others hurriedly chimed in, "Quick, help mediate. It's working hours, this is bad for the atmosphere." Everyone knew full well that today every department's manager had been reprimanded, and it was crucial not to stir up any trouble. "You all know it's bad for the atmosphere." Yan Qingyu, who had appeared out of nowhere, suddenly interjected. She had just passed by and heard the commotion. A sharp reprimand successfully silenced the two who had been arguing, despite all attempts to calm them. Tang Yue, sitting at her workstation, had not intervened and was starting to feel a bit tired. She lazily yawned, waiting for the end of the workday. After Yan Qingjia's cold reprimand, she called the two quarreling individuals into her office. When Wang Ruoqi and Zhou Qinqin emerged, both had sour expressions. They had probably received. Tang Yue ignored them, finished her work, played Minesweeper for a while, and then switched to playing Tower Defense until it was time to leave. Tang Yue picked up her bag and got up to head home immediately. She couldn't be bothered with the trivial matters of the office. During the rush hour, traffic was a mess, and she had to wait through 3 cycles of a traffic light to get through. When she finally returned to her apartment, she saw the lights on inside. As she opened the door, Qin Zhan immediately poked his head out from the kitchen, still wearing the Hello Kitty apron she had bought him. Tang Yue couldn't help but chuckle. "How about I buy you a different apron next time?" It looked quite awkward seeing a tall young man, over 180 centimeters tall, wearing a cartoon character apron, which was somewhat amusing. "No need, I just use it when cooking," Qin Zhan casually replied while plating the dishes. After setting the table, he finally asked her, "How are you feeling today?" He meant to ask if she was comfortable during her period. Tang Yue understood, but felt a bit shy discussing it. After saying a few casual words, she changed the subject to complain about the company's management. "Did you know? Our company has a new manager. I think her name is Yan Qingyu." Qin Zhan immediately raised an alarm. The name Yan Qingyu sounded somewhat masculine. While peeling shrimp for Tang Yue, he casually asked, "Oh, what's with her? She really loves meddling in everything. I don't know if she lives by the sea, but she is so intrusive. Today when someone in our department argued, she came to reprimand us." Tang Yue pouted, dipping the shrimp Qin Zhan had peeled into sauce while eating rice, and complaining, honestly it feels like she has her hands in more things than the boss. Qin Zhan. Why does he have a name even when he isn't there? Is he getting hit by collateral damage? Unfortunately, he couldn't defend himself now. Qin Zhan could only mumble a few half-hearted replies, starting to pick out fish bones for her. Alright, hurry up and eat, don't let the rice get cold. Tang Yue obediently started eating, even complimenting his cooking skills. The feeling of having food ready as soon as she got home was fantastic. Tang Yue felt that her laziness was being nurtured by Qin Zhan. After all, this kind of hand-in-hand service was so capitalistic. After finishing, when Tang Yue wanted to wash the dishes, she was stopped by Qin Zhan. Don't touch cold water at this time, or why are you so careless? Qin Zhan frowned and stopped her. He'll handle it now. Tang Yue was taken aback, then blurted out, there's hot water. You just sit and watch TV. Qin Zhan rolled his eyes, clearly mimicking her. Then without further ado, he took over washing the dishes. After washing the dishes, he came to sit on the sofa and took out some essential oils and other items. The way he set everything up looked very professional. Tang Yue looked at him in surprise. What are you doing? I'm going to massage your stomach. Oh, I've heard that it can help a lot. Qin Zhan explained earnestly. Tang Yue, no need for that. She helplessly refused the determined Qin Zhan, saying, I'm going to sleep now, no need to massage. Qin Zhan looked a bit displeased. He was doing it for her good, yet she refused. It felt like a disobedient child refusing to take medicine. Tang Yue quickly soothed him. If I'm not feeling well, I'll definitely tell you. Thanks, but right now I really don't need it. I'm a bit sleepy and want to sleep. Just as Qin Zhan opened his mouth to persuade her, his phone suddenly rang. Alright, you rest first, we'll take this call. After putting his phone on silent, Qin Zhan gently reminded her, if I come back and see you still on your phone. His unfinished sentence carried a hint of threat. Tang Yue kept pushing him to go take the call, mumbling, I'm not a child, you don't have to lecture me like that. Qin Zhan pretended not to hear, smiled, and went to change her cotton slippers before stepping out to answer the phone. By the time he answered, the phone was almost done ringing and was about to hang up automatically. Hello. Qin Zhan looked at the unfamiliar number. After connecting, he spoke in a faint tone. The other party immediately greeted, hello boss. My name is Yen Qingyu, and I just started managing recently. Oh, what's up? Qin Zhan felt a bit familiar upon hearing this. Wasn't this the person Tang Yue just mentioned? A manager busier than the boss. Qin Zhan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest in his dark eyes. He wanted to see who could possibly be busier than him. Hello boss. I would like to offer some suggestions. After joining the company these past few days, I've noticed some issues with the company's system that need improvement. Qin Zhan rolled his eyes, saying, what do you know? Did he really think he was someone important coming here to offer suggestions? Yen Qingyu was taken aback, having prepared many corresponding plans and measures, but he never expected the other party to respond this way. He thought that anyone talented would surely be recognized. Moreover, his attitude was quite humble. Why couldn't the boss be more open-minded and listen to others' suggestions? Yen Qingyu muttered to himself. But he still wanted to push for a moment. Boss, let me explain. I'm not trying to overstep my bounds. I just genuinely found some shortcomings. Words that don't resonate are often wasted. Qin Zhan simply pulled at the corners of his mouth and retorted, you've only been here a few days, but what do you understand? Newcomers should focus on their own responsibilities and not overreach. The boss detests employees who overestimate themselves and don't listen to directives. Does the boss need you to teach him? Who is the leader here? It made him, the boss, lose all face. After coldly retorting, Qin Zhan hung up the phone, but felt a bit gloomy afterward. Is Tang Yue's constitution a bit off, attracting all these troublesome suitors? Why are there so many? Having heard about Yen Qingyu from Tang Yue, Qin Zhan already held a negative impression of him. Furthermore, Yen Qingyi's attitude was rather mediocre, lacking any sense of conversational art. After pointing out several flaws in Yen Qingyu and demeaning him thoroughly, Qin Zhan finally sighed in relief. Upon entering, he found Tang Yue already asleep. Unable to ask her anything, he quietly closed the door and went back. Back at his apartment, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he decided to vent in the company group chat. Recently, I've noticed employees with high aspirations but low abilities neglecting their duties. After subtly calling out Yen Qingyu in the group chat, he felt refreshed and went to sleep. Meanwhile, the night owls, still awake, were all terrified upon seeing this message, fearing the flames of war would spread to them the next day. However, Tang Yue had a pleasant dream and woke up early. In a good mood, she got ready and went to work. Upon arriving at the company, she unexpectedly found the atmosphere somewhat strange. Everyone's expressions were serious, and they weren't gossiping together. Everyone was cautiously at their own workstations. Tang Yue quietly asked Zhu Feng upon returning to the office. Zhu Feng then told her, don't you know? Last night the boss lost his temper in the group chat. Zhu Feng quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled through the company's group chat history to show her. Look, you must have gone to bed early, right? Everyone was scared last night. Zhu Feng lowered his voice and quickly returned to his workstation, fearing that the boss would target him the next day. I see. Tang Yue nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask further, directly starting her work. Suddenly the department group chat beeped, seemingly sending several messages at once. Tang Yue frowned. Who would dare to chat so blatantly in the work group now? With a mindset of watching a brave person, she opened her phone and saw. Company notice. Dear interns, please arrive at the conference room by 10 o'clock for a meeting. The meeting will evaluate the interns' performance and ranking, and those at the bottom will be eliminated. Interns, please do not be late or absent. Please reply upon receipt. After quickly reading the notice, Tang Yue immediately replied received. Who would have thought that watching the show would involve herself? Tang Yue felt quite helpless. But this was a major event. She straightened up and quickly wrapped up her current tasks, preparing to head over. Zhu Feng was also quick, rushing to finish his work. The two of them almost arrived the fastest. Upon reaching the conference room, several managers of the company were already gathered, with two secretaries busily moving about. The HR representatives were also present, indicating that a batch of people would indeed be eliminated. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, and despite the comings and goings, actions were unconsciously softened. After the secretary arranged the materials, they tidied up the relevant items in the venue, and then quietly left. Meanwhile, the managers and HR representatives sat in their seats with serious expressions, not smiling. Soon everyone was present, and the last person to enter closed the door, thus the meeting began. Good morning. Department manager Qin Yuling sat at the front, and the one who began speaking was another department manager, likely with more experience, who made an opening statement. Halfway through the internship, we will comprehensively assess the recent performances of all interns. The following individuals will be criticized: who have not studied diligently, arrived late, left early, and have been disrespectful, failing to meet performance metrics on multiple occasions. The department manager listed a number of names, and those called turned pale. Some couldn't control their emotions and stood up, trembling lips, trying to explain, Manager, I didn't do anything wrong. Their expressions were extremely flustered, stuttering, without delivering a complete reason. The manager waved impatiently. Don't tell me nonsense. If you have anything to say, discuss it with your department manager. The person sat down, flustered and pale. Regarding these interns, the company has decided to terminate their employment. This remark shocked everyone. But it wasn't over yet. The manager soon began to announce the interns' ranking. Based on the above rankings, the last 3 interns will be eliminated from this internship and will be leaving our big family. Someone cried. A young girl broke down, covering her face and softly sobbing. She never expected that poor performance would lead to elimination. Additionally, everyone felt anxious. The company's harsh measures today had shocked everyone, as so many were suddenly fired. Not a soul dared to breathe. Everyone sat quietly, fearing that the manager would notice any poor performance and scold them in front of everyone. Although it was said that performance no longer mattered, there was still a psychological hope among them. What if I perform well now and the manager lets it slide? In short, there were all sorts of fantastical thoughts. The manager, after glancing around without a change in expression, continued. Among them, Wang Ruoqi and others have improper thoughts, lackadaisical attitudes, and are being reprimanded here. If such behavior is found again in the future, they will be fired. Wang Ruoqi immediately became indignant. Manager. She boldly raised her hand. Why? I am working just like Tang Yue. Why am I being criticized and not her? Sitting quietly beside her, Tang Yue thought. What a brainless statement. Why drag her into this without any reason? Tang Yue lowered her head and rolled her eyes silently where no one could see. The manager glanced over. The best performer Xiao Tang sat quietly, while the average performer Xiao Wang indignantly complained about the unfairness. Was there even a need to say this? The manager's face darkened immediately. This is a warning. We are currently in a meeting. If you throw a tantrum here, you will be fired along with her. He looked displeased, clearly frustrated with these interns. Generally, regular employees wouldn't be easily fired. Oh, at most they would be gently encouraged to resign. Only interns could be treated so directly by the manager and HR. Seeing this, Wang Ruoqi pouted. She secretly thought, this group of low-ed people, just wait until I ascend to management, then I'll deal with them. After the manager's announcement, HR began grading the employees on the evaluation form. As they graded, they read out names. It was akin to public execution. Everyone shrunk their necks in fear at the sound of such a method. Is there anything more terrifying than receiving a public score from a teacher after performing poorly? The interns murmured that would be the internship evaluation right before graduation. HR executed their tasks with utmost seriousness. Tang Yue good. Everyone gasped. Who would have thought that the best performer Tang Yue only received a good, without even an excellent? If she only got a good, wouldn't it be hard for the rest of them to pass? Thinking about it, they were relieved that this year had sublevels. Otherwise, according to past years' grading of only fail and excellent, they would definitely have failed. Tang Yue was somewhat surprised, but said nothing, going up to collect her evaluation form and then returning. Wang Ruoqi good. After a few more passing grades, suddenly another good appeared. Everyone turned to look. The manager was also puzzled. Hadn't he just criticized this girl? After pondering for a moment, he understood. Wang Ruoqi must have bribed someone in HR to receive a good. He saw through it, but kept silent, continuing with the process. Soon, aside from the fired interns, the rest received their evaluation forms. The meeting came to an end. Everyone left with various expressions, some happy, some dejected. Some began to prepare to pack their bags. Tang Yue didn't care about the grades, she was just glad it was over. After all, counting the days her internship was coming to an end. She returned to her workstation carefree and began to slack off. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoqi suddenly changed her earlier arrogance, pretending to be humble as she started speaking in the internship group from school. How's everyone doing in the internship lately? Oh my, I was so scared today when they suddenly announced the internship evaluation situation. Wang Ruoqi seized the opportunity to begin. In the school's internship group, it was all fresh graduates. Upon hearing this topic, they began to complain. Some even asked with concern, Ruoqi, how did the evaluation go? We haven't said anything yet. It's so torturous. Finally, seeing the comment she wanted, Wang Ruoqi replied leisurely, not bad, I got a good, just barely. Wow. Goddess is expected of you, so excellent. That's amazing, we should learn from Ruoqi. Woo, I envy you so much. I'm still hovering around the passing line. A flurry of flattery poured in. Seeing this, Wang Ruoqi reveled in her delight, her expression full of pride. Her hands never stopped moving. Oh, I thought I could get an excellent, but unexpectedly no one in the entire company received an excellent, and with so many being fired, thinking about it, a good is actually quite good. Such a green tea behavior. Some people weren't buying her act and began to complain. Is she really that dramatic? Even the tiniest matter needs to be flaunted for half a day. Who knows if she's showing off on purpose? I'm really done with this, and yet a bunch of people are fawning over her. A crowd began to mock her, their words a bit hard. Wang Ruoqi naturally felt displeased. She didn't want to go down to her level. That would be too embarrassing and lacking in style. So she casually mentioned it in her small group with a few close friends. Immediately someone took notice. After her friends entered, things began to get chaotic. Tang Yue had been in a state of muting the group messages, completely unaware of what was happening. When someone with whom she had a relatively good relationship, but rarely contacted, suddenly sent her a private message, Tang Yue realized what had occurred. Did Wang Ruoqi manage to cozy up to some big boss? The vague comment left Tang Yue bewildered. What do you mean? Tang Yue scratched her head, glancing at the drama while replying on her phone, multitasking to the extreme. After all, she had finished her tasks, and it wasn't yet time to leave work, so she quietly slacked off. The other side immediately showed they were typing. Wang Ruoqi is boasting about her good internship score in the school internship group. She also said no one got excellent. The other party clearly had quick fingers, immediately sending a long message. I was thinking you're in the same internship company as her, right? Since she dares to brag, it must not be false. There must be some insider information. Just her. How could she possibly get a good? Just barely passing is already a stretch. That's why I hurried. If you check the internship group, you'll see what she is bragging about all day, and a bunch of people fawning over her. It's nauseating. Tang Yue read message after message without joining in. Instead, she simply replied, I don't know, there's indeed no one excellent in our company, not quite sure about it. The other party quickly replied with an okay, and then went to ask someone else. Tang Yue didn't care. After leisurely finishing an episode of television, she began to pack her things in preparation to leave work. The company was noisy all afternoon. Some were joyfully celebrating, while others were sorrowful, pleading with the manager for another chance. But none of this concerned Tang Yue. So when the time came, she immediately grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Surprisingly, there was no traffic on the way. Tang Yue's mood improved even further. Her good mood lasted until she reached her doorstep, where she saw the house shrouded in darkness, slowly causing her smile to fade. This was the first time in a long time that she found Qin Zhan absent. Tang Yue forced herself to gather her emotions, reassuring herself. It was unexpected this time. This was the normality. She needed to maintain a calm mindset. How could she always rely on others? After unlocking the door with her key, she turned on the lights, changed her shoes, and then began to tidy up. She first went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Chopped green onions and a sprinkle of chili adorned the dish. Thinly sliced beef like paper was laid on top. Shrimp, which looked incredibly tender and delicious, were peeled, leaving only the tails with a bit of shell. Even if she was alone, she couldn't neglect herself. Tang Yue clenched her fist, just about to eat, when, ding ding ding. She looked down and saw her phone screen lighting up with a name. Qin Zhan. It was a message from him. The screen displayed only a few words. Qin Zhan, I'm working overtime today, won't be back. After seeing the message, Tang Yue's expression softened a bit. Hastily putting down her chopsticks, she typed with both hands. Okay. Be careful. Don't work too late. After sending, she resumed preparing to eat. However, her mind was somewhat distracted. After eating for a while, she kept glancing at her phone for messages. But her usually ringing phone was unusually quiet today. Tang Yue felt somewhat tasteless while eating. After finally finishing the noodles, she lay lazily on the sofa with a cushion too lazy to even wash her bowl and chopsticks. But having not played games for too long, she felt rusty. Before long the character she was controlling died. After a while the screen went dark again. Originally intended to pass the time, she ended up feeling very unhappy while playing. Tang Yue angrily tossed her phone aside and went to wash the dishes. After that she went to mop the floor, clean the house, and only after sweating profusely did she run to take a shower. After a busy half day, she had completed all her tasks. Tang Yue laid back down on the sofa in boredom. Her eyes were dull. My goodness. For the first time she felt time dragging on so long. Tang Yue, feeling utterly bored, propped her eyes open with her hands, deciding to get up and watch a movie or catch up on a show. Who knew that after searching everywhere she couldn't find any new series, so she boldly decided to watch a horror movie. She wasn't afraid of horror movies as she liked them, but lacked the courage, both timid and eager to watch. So she did it. Tang Yue immediately fetched the projector, pulled down the screen, and began to play the horror movie. At first it was just an atmospheric kill. The dim and dark background was so murky that one couldn't see their hand in front of them. There were even people singing strange songs. A phantasmal figure flashed by. A woman in red strolled along an empty beach barefoot, yet leaving no footprints. A bottle of wine inexplicably appeared at her doorstep. Scenes flashed by rapidly. Tang Yue bit her lip and hugged her pillow tightly, not daring to make a sound. She furrowed her brow slightly, watching intently. What ultimately defeated Tang Yue was a sudden face. The originally terrifying atmosphere had her heart racing. Who knew that with a turn of the camera a horror face burst forth, illogically magnified infinitely. The most frightening thing about watching horror movies is the sudden jump scares. Tang Yue was no exception, as she immediately shut her eyes and screamed. No. Tang Yue thought to herself that she needed to call Qinzhan back. It was too scary. This wasn't her relying too much on Qinzhan, it was just the horror movie being too terrifying. So Tang Yue quickly hit pause and began to type away on her phone to Qinzhan. When are you coming back? How long is the overtime going to last? Are you almost done? Tang Yue even sent a cute cat emoji. However, the message fell silent, as if sinking into the sea. Tang Yue. She glared resentfully at her phone, then turned her head to meet the paused horror face on the screen, her scalp prickling. Stupid Qinzhan. How could you let me down at a crucial moment? What use are you? Tang Yue was half embarrassed and half frightened. She angrily shut off the projector and retreated to her room. When living alone, the bedroom or study felt comparatively safer. Tang Yue lay in bed, but felt no inclination to sleep. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind began to replay scenes from the horror movie, especially some famous moments playing on loop. Tang Yue was so frightened that she had no choice but to sit up straight. After a while of dazing on the bed, she got out from under the covers with a gloomy face. She just couldn't fall asleep. Forget it. After thinking it over, Tang Yue decided to go live and chat with her fans. But now, being in her room, it seemed a bit difficult to walk to the study to turn on the computer, especially with how warm the blankets were. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yue decided to just watch the live stream on her phone in bed. As for the fans, she had already skipped so many times, what was one more? After making her decision, she began to browse through live streams. First she watched cute pets, then food, followed by fashion. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed. Tang Yue continued to scroll without precaution. Suddenly she stumbled upon a live stream that was telling a story. Tang Yue paused to listen. At that moment, Xiao Ling was alone in her bedroom, constantly hearing strange sounds. Covering her ears did no good. Who knew it would turn out to be a ghost story? Tang Yue's eyes widened in terror. She wanted to swipe away, but didn't dare, holding her ground for a moment. She then heard the host in the live stream speaking in a ghostly tone. Suddenly a hand reached out, grasping the doorknob, turning it several times. At the same time, it seemed the door outside was stirring. The voice in the live stream continued. Soon the footsteps grew closer and closer. Tang Yue listened intently, not noticing. Suddenly the bedroom door moved. Tang Yue felt as if a switch had been flipped. She's standing at the door. Qinzhan, ready to call her, thought to himself. He couldn't possibly be that scary, could he? Qinzhan began to doubt himself. In the next moment, hearing the voice coming from Tang Yue's phone, he understood the reason, feeling both amused and exasperated. Woo. So it was you scared me to death. Tang Yue looked up at Qinzhan, instantly sitting on the bed with a mournful face. She patted her chest, still a bit shaken. What's wrong? Qinzhan, not understanding why, wondered if listening to a ghost story could frighten her this much. Just as Tang Yue was about to explain, a shadow flashed by outside the door. Tang Yue was instantly frightened, nearly jumping on the spot. Without much thought, she pounced forward, directly wrapping her arms around Qinzhan in a daze. Qinzhan. He didn't even know where he was. Once he reacted, a wave of happiness washed over him. He quickly raised his hand to embrace Tang Yue, gently patting her. It's okay, I'm here. Qin Zhan held her using his arm to lift her up. He strode inside, kicking the door shut behind him. All right, the door is closed, it's fine now. Qin Zhan's tone was like that of coaxing a child. The pats he gave were incredibly gentle, one after another. There seemed to be a unique charm to it. Tang Yue quickly calmed down only to feel her face flush because she realized at this moment she was in Qin Zhan's embrace. They had never had such intimate physical contact before. It dawned on the still reacting Tang Yue that it was she who had thrown herself into his arms. She had pounced. Tang Yue. This was simply a large-scale social death scene. She didn't dare to look up, her head hanging lower and lower. If there had been a hole in the ground, she would have probably wanted to burrow into it like an ostrich. Tang Yue thought she should remain silent, waiting for him to put her down before distancing herself and calming down for 3 seconds. Who knew Qin Zhan didn't let go at all. He continued to hold her tightly. Tang Yue. She held back, but couldn't endure it any longer. Her face was flushed with embarrassment, her watery big eyes carrying a hint of shyness. What are you doing? Put me down. Tang Yue lightly patted his arm, speaking softly. Qin Zhan held his beloved, feeling overjoyed, pink bubbles of happiness popping up around him. How could he even listen? Instead, he tightened his embrace, a silly grin on his face. Tang Yue clenched her fists, finally mustering the courage to say, Qin Zhan, you should let me down. At this moment, the lateralized Qin Zhan leaned in closer, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he took in her nervous demeanor. He gentlemanly set her down, yet it felt as if he was reluctant to part. Tang Yue finally stood on solid ground, patting her chest and letting out a sigh of relief. Tu was just watching a horror movie and got a bit scared, Tang Yue explained shyly. She hadn't expected to. Before watching, she thought she wouldn't be afraid at all. She regarded it merely as a way to pass the time. Who knew it would scare her so much? Tang Yue felt a bit embarrassed, her small explanation feeling a tad awkward. What do you think? She's a very easygoing person. Qin Zhan, who hadn't had time to change clothes, wore a white shirt with his collar slightly raised, revealing a hint of wrinkling. It was the crease created when she had pounced on him earlier. With a gentle expression, he looked like the most popular boy in school, even his profile glowing softly. Unlike their initial encounter where his pride was laced with cold indifference, making him seem quite unapproachable. Tang Yue thought that if Qin Zhan had treated people with such a gentle attitude before his downfall, he would surely have been very well liked. Even she sometimes found herself lost in his charm. Qin Zhan's light chuckle pulled her scattered attention back. She saw him walk to the side and turn on the bedside lamp. The soft, warm yellow light was incredibly comforting. It carried a gentle warmth. Don't be afraid, I'm here, go to sleep. Qin Zhan took her hand, leading her to bed and tucking her in. Tang Yue instinctively looked at him. Qin Zhan misunderstood and assured her, rest easy, you'll wait until you fall asleep. After a moment's thought, he added, I want leave. He found a small blanket and cushion beside her bed, sitting on the cushion with the blanket draped over his legs, still holding her hand. Qin Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly. Does this make you feel at ease? Tang Yue's lips moved slightly. She initially wanted to refuse, but when it came time to speak, she felt a bit scared. After hesitating, she gently nodded. All right, then you go to sleep obediently, and when you fall asleep, you'll also sleep, okay? Be good. Qin Zhan seemed to understand her concerns, his voice low and husky, carrying a coaxing tone. He sat cross-legged, making a big man curled up by the bed seem a bit pitiful. But he showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, he began to hum softly. I'm thinking of you. It was like the best white noise. In his song, Tang Yue felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Gradually relaxing after the fright, her eyelids grew heavier. Tang Yue wanted to tell Qin Zhan that he didn't need to sleep here, he could go to the guest room. But in the end, she merely held his hand, saying nothing. A night of sweet dreams. When the sunlight streamed in, filling the whole room, the wooden floor glimmered with a faint golden hue. The little nest felt incredibly warm. Tang Yue wanted to change her position to continue sleeping, only to find her hand was still being held. Her consciousness slowly returned, her fuzzy mind beginning to work. Tang Yue gradually opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the person beside her. His long hand held hers, the man leaning against the side of the bed. He seemed to be sleeping uncomfortably, his brows slightly furrowed. His chiseled features remained vivid, but his expression had taken on a more gentle and quiet demeanor. In the next moment, the man's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened. His gaze was unfocused for a moment, then blinked before locking onto her. Their eyes met. Tang Yue's face instantly flushed bright red. She realized she had been leaning in closely beside his face, observing him intently. Although she thought it was just ordinary observation, but to others it looked like she was attempting to steal a kiss while he was a complete and utter scandal. No, let me explain. Tang Yue hurriedly raised her hands. Qin Zhan, smiling playfully, tapped her nose, deliberately responding, no, I only believe what my eyes see. Tang Yue couldn't help but laugh at his level of cooperation. At this moment, Qin Zhan hurriedly got up to stretch. Stuck in that position all night made him feel numb. Qin Zhan groaned softly, gritting his teeth before standing up to move around. As a result, Tang Yue forgot her anger with Qin Zhan. As day broke, she had to prepare to go to Tang Yue hurriedly tidied up her things and rushed to the office to clock in. However, since the internship results had already been released, her current work wasn't too heavy. Everyone was slacking off. Some were listening to music or binge-watching shows with headphones while others were surfing the internet. Almost no one was working. Tang Yue was now afraid to continue watching dramas, fearing that she would finish all the good ones. The thought of having nothing to do when she got home was terrifying, especially when she thought of the horror movie from last night. A chill ran through her heart. But now she was too bored. So Tang Yue rested her chin on one hand, pouting slightly. After thinking for a moment, she pulled out her phone and climbed the stairs to check the chat records in the group. It was then she realized the internship group from school was quite lively. Most of the interns had received their internship results by now. This also meant that everyone was about to graduate, and once graduated, parting would be forever, even though everyone said they would keep in touch and meet often. But once they graduated, they would be busy with their own jobs, each going their own way. Meeting again was indeed a difficult thing to discuss. Let's gather again. Let's have one last meal together, shall we? Does anyone have any suggestions? After someone brought up this topic in the group, everyone responded enthusiastically. When Tang Yue saw it, she didn't really want to participate. First, her relationship with the schoolmates was average, and the feelings weren't that deep. Secondly, with so many people, there would be more troublesome matters, and soon they would graduate, making classmates no longer as simple. Tang Yue was someone who greatly feared trouble, and those she was close to often kept in touch, so there was no need for her to participate. However, everyone was responding enthusiastically. Class leaders from various classes also chimed in. Great. Let's gather together. Everyone must attend. Exactly, don't forget us when you become rich in the future. Right, we must not forget our friends in wealth. Where should we eat? By the way, we still have class funds. Oh, why not use that first? The chatter was lively. Everyone was discussing the gathering. They were talking about what to do and where to go, making it quite lively. Tang Yue, having not looked at the group messages for a while, found that there were already 99 unread messages. Tang Yue didn't want to look at the group messages anymore, as she found it annoying as much of it was meaningless chatter. Some rich kids were even saying, "Well, cover all the costs." Their words carried a vibe of both showing off and flaunting wealth. She silently complained they even chose the most expensive hotel in the city center, inviting all their classmates to go there. After glancing at the messages, Tang Yue felt a bit bored. If they really intended to cover all the costs, they could just act on it directly. There was no need to keep emphasizing it in the group. What was the point? Tang Yue felt quite helpless about this, as she didn't want to participate. However, due to the pressure of the situation, those who had spoken up in class had agreed, including their class leader. She thought it best not to stand out now and say she wouldn't participate. It would be too conspicuous to sing a different tune now. Although Tang Yue didn't like it, she didn't want to be the only one opposing. She thought when the final count was done, she could tell the class leader that she had something else to do and ask not to have her name included. Unexpectedly, everyone's efficiency was quick. After discussing all afternoon in the group, they had already decided on the time for the gathering. Originally, everyone wanted to go to a hotel in the city center for a big feast to properly bid farewell to their college life, and then go to a nearby karaoke to sing. However, the rich kid who decided to foot the bill found it lacking in style, and they ultimately settled on gathering at a high-end music restaurant. The meal at the music restaurant would cost much more than at a hotel. Perhaps they thought this would better showcase their style. If they were to invite others, they should invite the best, especially since they were about to graduate. There would only be this one occasion. Thus, several rich kids were particularly decisive. Coincidentally, while others in the group were consulting everyone's opinions, she just happened to miss it. Tang Yue had only glanced at the messages for a moment before getting busy with her own matters. When she checked again, she found her name had already appeared on the list of attendees for the gathering. Tang Yue was a bit stunned. She didn't expect to be recorded so soon. She quickly found the class leader and sent a private message. "Class leader, what's going on? Why is my name on the list? I might not be able to make it." Several class leaders were online discussing the gathering, so Tang Yue received a reply quickly. "What? You can't make it?" "Because I didn't see the message about not participating. I assumed everyone was attending, so I wasn't worried. Coming together for the gathering would be nice." After a few perfunctory reassurances, the class leader said, "Alright, I have a bit of work to do now. We'll get in touch later if there's anything." Understanding the implication, Tang Yue thought. She understood now. The class leader was not inclined. Tang Yue rubbed her nose in frustration and could only nod in silence, thinking fine, it'll go since the class leaders worked efficiently. Soon the time for the gathering was also posted in the internship group. They confirmed it would be at noon, 12 o'clock in 3 days at the music restaurant as a gathering for this cohort of students. Someone even made an invitation that was quite exquisite. Tang Yue remained silent. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a simple graduation gathering? She couldn't help but facepalm. She found it extremely boring, so she stopped checking the messages. However, the fright from last night's movie was too severe, and her head still felt a bit foggy. Now, even the only way to pass the time was gone. So Tang Yue sat at her workstation, unconsciously recalling the horror movie she had seen last night. In her mind, scenes flashed quickly like a rapid slideshow. Especially a few key scenes such as the face-splashing shots replayed in her mind. When there were tasks to do later, Tang Yue was still shaken, her mind not fully present. It wasn't until she made a few mistakes that she realized and revised them. This part of the work was previously asked by manager Qin Yuling, wanting to give her an opportunity to hone her ability. Unexpectedly, she took so long to finish a simple report. Manager Qin Yuling found it somewhat strange. Seeing that she seemed out of sorts, her eyes weren't as bright as before. Qin Yuling walked over and asked, "What's wrong? You don't seem quite right today." Tang Yue was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and explained, "Last night was a bit boring. I watched a horror movie, and am still a bit frightened." Tang Yue had never been afraid of such things, but she did not expect the aftermath to be so severe this time. She rubbed her eyes groggily and yawned. After finishing her explanation, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave work. It was only when she arrived at the parking lot to drive that she realized she had forgotten her keys. Manager Qin Yuling merely offered a few simple words of comfort upon hearing this. After all, comforting a girlfriend was a job meant for her boyfriend. Thus, Manager Qin Yuling, being perceptive, did not intervene, but immediately edited the situation into a message to report to the boss. Qin Zhan, who was handling matters in the top-floor office, pondered upon receiving the message from Manager Qin Yuling. He thought that after yesterday it would have passed, and she would no longer be afraid. Unexpectedly, Tang Yue was still a little scared now. Unsure of how to comfort her, Qin Zhan hesitated before asking, "Do you know how to comfort a girl properly? In such situations, what should a guy do when a girl is scared?" Qin Zhan immediately thought of assistant Chen Dong, who was almost omnipotent and often advised him. With Chen Dong not around, Qin Yuling was similarly useful. Qin Zhan, adept at utilizing his subordinates, promptly posed the question to her. Qin Yuling fell silent for a moment. How would she know? However, she could not answer the boss question that way. She scratched her head, quickly searched for a few highly rated responses on Baidu, and hurriedly forwarded them to Qin Zhan. Although Qin Zhan was not very satisfied, there was one response he could reference which was somewhat acceptable. Thus, he took out his scholarly attitude and seriously read the answers on Baidu. Firstly, you should give your girlfriend enough sense of security, allowing her to feel at ease. Secondly, sweet milk tea can provide a girl with an immense sense of happiness. When Qin Zhan saw the second point, he was stunned. Giving his girlfriend a sense of happiness through milk tea. What about him? What was he? Yet he did not know how to comfort her. He had thought that spending last night with her would resolve everything, but who knew her fear would last so long? Feeling helpless, Qin Zhan could only grit his teeth and continue reading. Meanwhile, Tang Yue, walking down the street, suddenly felt like having milk tea. Passing by a trendy milk tea shop, she was just about to buy some. However, seeing the long line made her hesitate. Just then, Qin Zhan unexpectedly appeared from the side, striding over with a cup of milk tea in hand, the flavor she liked. Tang Yue was a bit surprised. "How did you end up here? Did you buy the milk tea for me? Or is it for me?" Qin Zhan chuckled and retorted. Caught off guard, Tang Yue reluctantly accepted the milk tea. However, when she tried to insert the straw, it bent and did not insert smoothly, instead puncturing a small hole. The milk cap overflowed from the small hole. Tang Yue felt a bit distressed and carefully pulled out the straw. Holding her breath, she cautiously picked up the straw again, preparing to take a deep breath, and thrust it in hard. The worst part about drinking milk tea was when the straw was not inserted properly and leaked. At that moment, a large hand reached out from the side and took her milk tea. Tang Yue was slightly stunned and instinctively looked over. She saw Qin Zhan with his head slightly lowered, gazing down. He held his milk tea in one hand, while deftly inserting a straw into her milk tea with the other. Tang Yue widened her eyes in disbelief. Qin Zhan smiled gently as he handed the milk tea back to her and ruffled her hair. It seemed that after spending last night together, the feelings between the two had become sweeter and their interactions more harmonious. "Do you want to buy anything else? Otherwise, I can accompany you for a little more shopping," Qin Zhan asked softly. Tang Yue gently shook her head. Had it not been for the heavy traffic, she would have been home by now. "Let's head back first, it's getting late." Qin Zhan had no objections following her lead. However, the two did not drive, but instead held hands and strolled slowly. Because Tang Yue had just turned into a trendy milk tea shop to buy milk tea, the route was different from usual. To reach home sooner, she took a deep alley. The alley looked somewhat like a scene from the horror movie she had watched yesterday, causing Tang Yue's expression to change and her hands to sweat slightly. Before she could truly feel afraid, a few young men suddenly rushed out. All three wore ripped jeans and had dangling silver chains. They had long hair with a few different colored streaks, some dyed a subtle golden color, others silver gray, and some a faint green. They appeared very unique. Tang Yue's gaze couldn't help but linger on their hair for a moment. until one of them shot her a somewhat annoyed glare. She quickly averted her eyes. You two better hand over anything valuable on you. This is protection money. The young man with silver-gray hair pulled out a brick from somewhere, brandishing it in front of them in a kidnapping manner. Qin Zhan immediately stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Tang Yue like a protector. Haven't you heard who runs this place? Who dares to demand so-called protection money here? Qin Zhan could hardly believe that such brazen acts were happening here, and his expression turned cold. He thought I should call the local police station later to discuss the security situation here. Unfortunately, those young thugs did not know his identity and could not perceive his aura to retreat, instead bursting into laughter. There's no need to inquire around here. I am the boss and my words are law. He slightly raised his chin to remind them, if you don't hand over the money, you won't be able to buy anything later. I'll just give you a concussion. Normally, an average person would already be scared at this point. But how could Qin Zhan be frightened? He had encountered far more sophisticated kidnappings and extortions than this, only now he found himself without a bodyguard for the first time. Tang Yue couldn't help but smirk at this kind of mountain king-like tone. It was her first time encountering such a thing. Oh, then let me make a call. Let's see if you can still give me a concussion. As Tang Yue was about to take out her phone to dial 110, the thugs became a bit intimidated. The three exchanged glances, looking at each other. They whispered to each other, didn't you say girls are usually timid? How was I to know she was an oddball? I don't understand. Did she really call 110? They hesitated, unsure whether to flee or not. Tang Yue was not afraid at all. Having learned some self-defense, she had a certain ability to protect herself. With Qin Zhan by her side, she felt even less worried. Tang Yue also recognized the bravado of the thugs. She sneered, do you know why I'm calling the police? You'll find out when they arrive. If you have the guts, wait here for a while. Tang Yue slightly crossed her arms, leaning against Qin Zhan. She bore an expression of I have powerful connections, looking at them. That posture in an instant made the young thugs believe her. They thought this is bad. They realized they had hit a wall. The three exchanged glances and almost simultaneously turned and fled. To his utter surprise, the escape of these little rascals was so adept. Before Qin Zhan could react, they had already dashed off, disappearing around the corner of the alley ahead. Qin Zhan, Tang Yue couldn't help but laugh when she saw the slightly dazed expression on Qin Zhan. Initially, Tang Yue felt a bit scared when she saw the little rascals, but now seeing Qin Zhan's expression, she found it immensely amusing. She certainly hadn't expected them to flee so swiftly. After a moment's thought, Tang Yue understood. After all, the people Qin Zhan usually interacted with were certainly not like these little rascals. They had no image to uphold. They ran without a care for appearances. It was normal for Qin Zhan not to react immediately. He might even have been startled. Meanwhile, Tang Yue was used to such sights, having encountered all sorts of people in the bustling streets. After seeing Tang Yue laugh, Qin Zhan's face turned a bit awkward. He cleared his throat lightly, pretending as if nothing had happened, and took Tang Yue's hand. All right, let's hurry home now. It's getting late. Tang Yue didn't expose him and obediently followed him back, the two of them strolling hand in hand on their way. The journey was quite pleasant and romantic. However, the price was quite evident, and by the time they got home it was already dark and their stomachs were growling. Yet no rice was cooked, no dishes were stir-fried, nothing was prepared. They exchanged glances. So what should we cook now? Tang Yue felt a bit conflicted as she looked at him. Qin Zhan decisively stated, from the takeout we ordered earlier. Do you have anything you like? We can just order takeout. It was indeed convenient to order takeout, but as soon as Tang Yue thought of the price of the last takeout order, she felt a pang of pain. Isn't that price a bit too expensive? After some internal struggle, Tang Yue still nodded in agreement. After all, she was too exhausted to cook and didn't want to force Qin Zhan to do it either, so the fairest option was still to order takeout. The two of them once again became entangled in choosing takeout, scrolling back and forth on the small phone screen for quite a while before finally deciding what to order. Qin Zhan wanted to order something nutritious, a luxurious feast series, while Tang Yue craved some fried foods, crispy and fragrant, yet unhealthy. In the end, both compromised, each ordering half, so they could eat together. Tang Yue ordered 2 pieces of fried chicken, fried dough sticks, handheld pancakes, and 2 cups of milk tea. Qin Zhan ordered nourishing porridge and sweet snacks. The items they ordered were a stark contrast, yet the delivery speed was about the same. After the doorbell rang repeatedly, Tang Yue went to open the door and couldn't help but laugh when she saw the 2 delivery workers holding the takeout. She neatly placed the takeout on the table and took a meaningful comparison photo with her phone to post on her social. Although Tang Yue ordered a lot of takeout, most of it ended up in Qin Zhan's stomach. He wouldn't allow her to eat so much fried food, especially during her period. Tang Yue didn't mind, as she still had a feast on the way. Soon it was time for the agreed gathering. Since their scheduled time was quite close, their internship was about to end, making it difficult to keep in touch afterward. Although Tang Yue wasn't eager to attend, the decision was made, and she had to face it. She certainly wouldn't take a negative attitude towards what was to come. Tang Yue was used to not engaging in unprepared battles. Thus, she carefully prepared her outfit for the class reunion and even went to a beauty salon a day in advance for a simple treatment. That evening, she put on a sleep mask early and lay in bed ready to rest. Because no matter how expensive the eye cream was, it couldn't compare to getting some early sleep. She understood this principle well, so she lay in bed early, cultivating her drowsiness. The next day, she woke up very early to tidy up her hair to getting some early sleep. She understood this principle. Breakfast was essential, but she couldn't eat too much. She took a few slices of toast for a simple and light breakfast, and fried a couple of sausages, sprinkling pepper and adding spinach and egg to create a delicious breakfast. Eating too much for breakfast would make her belly bulge when wearing fitted clothes. As for her outfit, Tang Yue chose a fitted light blue mermaid dress. This dress was extremely flattering, paired with a white cover-up. On her feet, she wore a pair of light blue stilettos. This accentuated her curves, making her look taller and slimmer, complemented by other small accessories. Once everything was done, she styled her hair and applied lipstick, completing the look. Even though Tang Yue was quick in her movements, it still took her over an hour to barely finish. Qin Zhan, watching from the side, felt a bit jealous. He asked, "Why do you make it so complicated? You never dressed up like this when we went on dates." Tang Yue fell silent for a moment, ignoring him as she continued to tidy her things. She stood in front of the mirror to check her outfit again, changed her accessories, swapping her earrings for ear chains for a more eye-catching look. However, Qin Zhan was not pleased. He walked over and stood between Tang Yue and the mirror, blocking her view. "Hey, Tang Yue." She simply pushed him aside. Seeing this, Qin Zhan realized he had no chance and stopped causing trouble, though he was still somewhat reluctant. After sulking and tidying up his things, he went to work. He had a sense of balance in his heart, knowing that some things were worth being jealous about while others were genuine matters that required understanding. So Qin Zhan quickly went to work. Before leaving, he asked Tang Yue, "Do you want me to drive you?" Tang Yue waved her hand and said, "No, I can go by myself." Tang Yue almost rolled her eyes. If Qin Zhan drove her, all her classmates would focus on her having a boyfriend, making it impossible to keep a low profile. Although her meticulous appearance wasn't exactly low-key, she wouldn't let anyone else outshine her in this regard. When Tang Yue drove quickly to her destination, she first found a parking spot and parked her car. Upon entering the hotel, a waiter greeted her. "Hello, miss, do you have a reservation?" The attitude was very friendly, as Tang Yue directly mentioned the name of the person in charge. The waiter had evidently been briefed in advance. Upon hearing the request, he immediately nodded, offered a slight bow, and gestured gracefully, "Certainly. This way, please." Room 302. Tang Yue followed the waiter down an exquisitely decorated corridor lined with rare and exquisite flowers and plants. As she approached room 302, a clamor of boisterous laughter and animated chatter spilled from within. Apparently, the drinking had already begun. "Oh my goodness, it's been ages. You've grown even more beautiful. Who would have thought we'd all changed so much after just a brief internship? We must gather more often in the future." Tang Yue frowned faintly upon hearing those voices, especially as she reached for the door handle, catching fragmented, slurred banter from inside, boastful, inebriated, utterly unguarded. At that moment, she felt a sudden reluctance to enter. Yet having already arrived at the threshold, turning back would feel awkward, even conspicuous. She glanced sideways, only to find the waiter watching her with a gentle, expectant smile. With a quiet nod, Tang Yue pushed open the door and stepped inside. The private room was already filled. Guests sat in a seamless circle along the plush sofa. Most faces were unfamiliar, names and features refused to align in her memory, leaving her momentarily disoriented. She feigned recognition, offering polite, reserved nods to those around her. Yet the instant she crossed the threshold, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Tang Yue had truly stunned them all. Hearing their hushed, breathless murmurs, she felt a subtle, satisfying equilibrium settle within her. No wonder she'd spent so long preparing. Every effort had borne fruit. Then suddenly a familiar figure materialized before her. A tall, slender young man radiating sharp vitality, his hair streaked with bold, contrasting highlights. He looked strikingly familiar, far more so than any of her other classmates with whom she'd shared little contact. Tang Yue's eyes widened in instant recognition. For this man was one of the 3 thugs she'd encountered only yesterday, and yet here he stood brazenly present. Her gaze hardened, fierce and unyielding, as she strode forward without hesitation. Slap! Her palm struck his cheek with crisp, shocking force. The raucous room fell into absolute silence. Not even the whisper of breath dared disturb the stillness. Stunned disbelief swept across every face. He clutched his stinging cheek, eyes wide with incredulity, utterly unprepared to confront Tang Yue here. His expression darkened, humiliation burned hot beneath his skin. Being struck by a woman in front of so many peers was deeply humiliating. Yet he dared not protest aloud. He feared she might expose his misdeeds. They stood locked in tense, silent confrontation. Gazes locked, neither yielding. while their commotion drew every eye in the room. Moments earlier the atmosphere had been warm and convivial, laughter flowing freely, conversation humming gently, until this abrupt, jarring eruption of violence, however one-sided. Some reveled in the spectacle, particularly the visceral drama of a woman delivering a resounding slap. Wow, it's like catching a cheating boyfriend red-handed. Who are those two? What on earth is happening between them? Why did they suddenly start fighting? I didn't even notice anything amiss. Murmurs erupted, instantly low and urgent, weaving through the room like whispered currents. Wang Ruoqi rushed forward, voice sharp with accusation. Tang Yue, what do you think you're doing striking a classmate? That's utterly unacceptable. Tang Yue cast her a cool, appraising glance. Playing righteous savior now. She dismissed Wang Ruoqi with a contemptuous roll of her eyes and retorted icily, why don't you go cool off somewhere else? Do you even know what happened? What gives you the right to step in and play the hero? Irritation flared across her face as she shoved Wang Ruoqi aside, then strode straight toward the thug, finger-pointed voice blazing with fury. You look respectable enough, yet you dare follow me here. Seeing him attempt to speak, she cut him off sharply. Recall what you did yesterday, and you call yourself our alumnus. You disgrace us all. If you truly are one of us, then I am profoundly ashamed for our school to produce someone like you. Reflect deeply on your conduct. In that instant she transformed, like a stern headmaster delivering a lecture, finger jabbing emphatically at his nose. Others, bewildered, drifted closer, curious to learn what had transpired. What's going on? Tang Yue ignored the question entirely. Only when the class president stepped forward to inquire did she recount the truth. Yesterday, I was ambushed and robbed. Imagine my surprise seeing him at today's reunion. She shot him a scathing glare. His face flushed crimson. He'd never imagined that the random stranger he'd targeted outside campus would turn out to be a fellow alumnus at this very gathering. The class president studied the thug, then turned to Tang Yue, pausing in thoughtful silence before flashing his trademark warm diplomatic smile. Well now, after all, it's said that conflict breeds familiarity. We're all classmates. Let's not dwell on this further. Their personal matter needn't disrupt our gathering. Shall we resume the celebration? Though the festivities resumed under his steady guidance, Tang Yue had lost all interest. She retreated to a corner seat, observing the scene with detached, icy reserve. The class president wore an impeccably tailored, expensive suit, his bearing polished, his presence commanding. Seated at the head of the table, he delivered polished, practiced remarks, evidence of hard-won experience navigating the complexities of adult life, each phrase measured and poised. Classmates, good day. It's truly heartwarming to reunite like this. Time flows swiftly. 4 years have passed, and soon we shall each embark upon our own paths. His opening speech resonated with perfect cadence, tone, and emotional sincerity. Everyone graciously honored his leadership. After all, no one had come with ill intent. All simply wished to reconnect warmly. Conversations soon blossomed effortlessly. Yet with internships concluded and careers imminent, academic topics faded naturally, replaced instead by earnest inquiries about professional trajectories. While some classmates pursued graduate studies or overseas education, most had entered the workforce, so it wasn't long before talk turned inevitably to employment. Someone asked, "Where are you interning now, class president?" He smiled modestly. "I'm still interning, but I've passed the evaluation phase. My supervisor mentioned I may soon be promoted to," and thus began his understated, masterful display of humble bragging. Gasps followed instantly. Someone exclaimed, "Isn't that firm ranked among the top 100? That company is truly formidable. Just clearing their internship program is an extraordinary feat. Ugh, I'm still anxiously awaiting mine." Everyone was exchanging words, as if educating each other on the greatness of this company. After a while the monitor smiled and explained to everyone. Soon after, others began to discuss their internship experiences, each showcasing their own excellence. Especially the other listeners, who cooperated very well, some subtly boasted, while others made side comments explaining the impressive nature of their internships, complimenting each other. Wang Ruoqi desperately showcased her strengths again, repeatedly mentioning the outcome of this internship, emphasizing, "I received a good rating, being among the most outstanding interns." Clearly Wang Ruoqi also wanted to show off a bit. However, there were some classmates who were quite oblivious, immediately asking Wang Ruoqi, "I remember you interned at the same company as Tang Yue. Did you both have the same work?" Wang Ruoqi's proud smile instantly froze, and she shot a cold glance at the person who asked. She thought to herself, why bring up such an unpleasant topic? So regarding the question, she merely replied indifferently, "Yes, but we didn't interact much, so I don't know her well." The questioner did not expect such a cold response, suddenly feeling awkward and forced a smile. A classmate nearby quickly chimed in, smoothly changing the subject. At this moment Tang Yue had remained silent, not wanting to get involved in their conversation. Soon others began discussing different topics. After some light banter as things settled down, the servers began to bring out the dishes one plate after another, each portion small, yet exquisitely presented, placed on the rotating platter in the center. The monitor immediately stood up, pouring himself a glass of champagne, saying, "First of all, on behalf of the school, I toast to everyone, may our future be bright and prosperous." Others didn't mind why he could represent the school. Instead, they started sharing blessings, standing up together to raise their glasses. However, at this moment, Tang Yue raised her glass with the others, but seemed somewhat distracted, casually pouring herself a drink and finishing it in a few gulps, as if it were plain water. After the toast, everyone began to compliment each other again. Most people were drinking and chatting without touching the food, except for a few girls who enjoyed desserts and some boys who were quite hungry. After chatting for a full hour, they finished their drinks and decided to change venues. Someone suggested, "Let's go to KTV to sing. I've already booked a private room." After all, a class reunion is a significant event, and organizing such things or covering the costs can be a way to stand out. Some wealthy second-generation students directly covered the costs of the reunion. Meanwhile, Qin found time to call Tang Yue, but no one picked up. Qin was very worried. He had thought someone would answer the call, but no news came. He had sent too many messages to Tang Yue without a reply, as if they had sunk into the sea. Only then did he think of calling, but now he couldn't get through. Qin suddenly felt a bit scared. Having just encountered trouble with a thug trying to intercept him, Qin was concerned that without him around, Tang Yue might have run into some dangerous situation, so he continued to call one after another. It was a pity that Qin did not know where Tang Yue was attending the reunion. At that time, Tang Yue did not mention it, nor did he ask further, and now he regretted it immensely. On this side, Qin was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. Meanwhile, Tang Yue wanted to leave, but no classmates had left yet, making it too conspicuous if she tried to go. The private room was extremely noisy. Although the KTV was well decorated, its soundproofing was poor. Tang Yue sat on a small sofa by the entrance of the private room, still able to hear the songs from other rooms outside, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was the wailing of wolves and ghosts. The singing in their private room was also quite average. Some were off-key, others cracked. After listening for quite some time, Tang Yue really couldn't take it anymore. Her head was starting to ache. Thus, Tang Yue thought she might not be able to endure until the end of the gathering. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to give up. Forget it, she should let herself off the hook. She couldn't take it anymore. So she picked up her bag and stood up, saying to the monitor, "You all stay here. I have something to attend to." So, before the monitor could respond, Wang Ruoqi immediately whispered, "Why are you being so unsociable? You're rushing to leave, must be trying to make money behind our backs, right? If there's a way to earn money, you should tell us, so we can all profit together." Tang Yue was instantly filled with a sense of confusion. This statement was quite contradictory. She couldn't be bothered to respond to Wang Ruoqi and simply wanted to leave. However, after Wang Ruoqi's comment, others quickly became alert and rushed to stop her. Some did it on purpose, while others genuinely thought she was leaving and politely tried to keep her. A few friendly girls even asked her, "Yue, why are you leaving so soon? Stay a bit longer. Chatter while singing is quite enjoyable too. It'll be hard to gather again in the future." Tang Yue felt a bit helpless, unsure how to explain to them. After all, they meant well. It would have been easier to deal with if it were malicious. Who would have thought? As if heaven heard her thoughts, someone immediately stood up and said boldly, "Since you want to leave early, you must follow the rules. Now you have to drink 3 bottles. A boy who was eager for trouble immediately slurred, yes, if you want to leave, you must drink 3 bottles of." Tang Yue crossed her arms and coldly huffed. This group must be looking for trouble. Her gaze held a hint of chill. Unfortunately, before Tang Yue could explode, the monitor regained his senses and hurriedly stood up to mediate. All right, we are all classmates, no need to make it so awkward. If you're really busy, you can leave, that's fine. After all, he was the one organizing this class reunion, and if anything went wrong, it wouldn't be easy to resolve with the school later, so the monitor was very polite in mediating. However, everyone had already heard what was said earlier. Tang Yue disdainfully glanced around and did not say anything further. Others also gently suggested, if there's nothing urgent, why not stay a little longer? It's also a way to give the monitor some face. Tang Yue thought to herself, I'm not close to the monitor, why should I give him face? But she also knew she couldn't say, so she casually came up with an excuse. Sorry, my boyfriend is still waiting for me, so I can't stay too late, he will worry. Wang Ruoqi didn't believe it at all. She rolled her eyes dramatically beside her and sarcastically said, "Oh, is that so? I've never seen your boyfriend, don't just make up excuses to leave." Tang Yue was not shy at all, instead she confidently glanced at everyone. Shoo. She raised her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. After making a phone call, Tang Yue heard a brief beep before the call was quickly picked up, indicating that the other party had been waiting for news. Thus, as soon as Tang Yue called, Qin answered. "Hey, what are you doing? I forgot to tell you the address of the gathering," Tang Yue said softly. After asking first, she then provided the address for their gathering, telling Qin, "If you have time now, you can come to pick me up." Qin Zhan snorted a few times. You still know? I thought you were having so much fun that you forgot everything. Hearing this, Tang Yue realized it was not good. Indeed, Qin Zhan was already angry. She quickly replied, that's not true. I just forgot for a moment. Qin Zhan glanced at the ground and said slowly, if you can forget something, it means it's not very important. It shows my position in your heart is quite ordinary, huh? Tang Yue immediately felt a headache. When she looked up, she saw her classmates around her gazing at her with curious eyes, listening to her conversation. Her face flushed instantly. It was too embarrassing to be in front of her classmates. Tang Yue directly lowered her head, treating other classmates as if they were air, and simply ignored them. That's not true. It's just that my memory isn't great, so don't hold it against me, okay? Tang Yue said. After saying a few comforting words, Qin Zhan's tone gradually softened. Okay, you wait for me there. Don't come out yet. I'll tell you when I'm close. Qin Zhan was somewhat worried. Tang Yue might catch a cold waiting outside. Tang Yue nodded, not saying much, just obediently replying, all right, I'll wait for you here. After hanging up, Tang Yue noticed everyone was still staring at her. She looked back unapologetically and smiled. Have you all listened enough? The crowd shyly averted their eyes. Someone finally reacted and teased, I really didn't expect you to have such a delicate side. I thought you were very aloof at school, often referred to as the flower on the high mountain, too distant to approach. Tang Yue's face darkened as she really didn't know whether it was a compliment or a dig. However, she was too lazy to argue with them and simply picked up her bag, saying, all right, I'll leave now. Is there anything else? So she wouldn't keep him waiting too long. This time, everyone had nothing more to say. Although they wanted to get a glimpse of Qin Zhan, it was clear from Tang Yue's attitude that she had no intention of introducing him, and they didn't dare say much. Tang Yue turned and pushed the door open, striding out with an impressive aura. Even the class leader was startled by her presence, momentarily forgetting to stop her. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from everyone's sight. The crowd exchanged glances and resumed their activities. After Tang Yue went downstairs, she walked a fair distance from the hotel. Although Qin Zhan told her not to leave the hotel and to wait until he arrived, Tang Yue didn't want to wait in the private room, otherwise she would inevitably escape their gossip. So after walking over 100 meters outside the hotel, she took out her phone to call Qin Zhan. Hey, where are you? As Tang Yue walked and talked on the phone, she instructed, I'm outside now. When you come to pick me up, park in a place where there are no people. They are too nosy. Qin Zhan received the call while waiting for a red light, thinking something had happened to Tang Yue, and was very anxious. After hearing her intentions, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly agreed. Okay, I'll be there soon. If you're too cold, go to a nearby convenience store to rest, or get some milk tea at a tea shop while you wait for me. Qin Zhan's careful reminders were very considerate, and Tang Yue felt quite appreciative. However, she still refused to lose, mumbling a few words. Okay, I know I'm not a child anymore. After waiting just a few minutes, she saw Qin Zhan's figure approaching. Tang Yue hurriedly went up to him and asked, where did you park your car? Qin Zhan pointed in the direction. Are you cold now? Are you tired? Do you want me to carry you? He looked eager to help. Tang Yue, however, dismissively waved her hand. I'm fine, let's hurry back. I'm a bit tired. The two of them walked hand in hand. Qin Zhan's parking spot wasn't too far away, located in a relatively secluded corner where not many people could see. As soon as Tang Yue got in the car, she immediately leaned back against the seat, looking somewhat wilted. Qin Zhan drove skillfully, all the while making sarcastic remarks. You had been so meticulously dressed up earlier, getting up early for this. Look, what's the use of that? Qin Zhan said sourly, but received no response. Turning his head, he realized that Tang Yue had already leaned back and closed her eyes, falling asleep. Her breathing was light. She was really exhausted. Qin Zhan was a bit stunned. For a moment, he didn't know whether to feel heartbroken or to be angry. He instinctively slowed down the car, driving more smoothly. It wasn't until they reached the front of her house that Tang Yue slowly woke up. Qin Zhan was still contemplating how to pick her up without waking her up. Who knew that the moment the car stopped, after opening her eyes and glancing outside, she rubbed her eyes and said, all right, we're home. Good night, bye. Her series of movements were very fluid. After saying that, she unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed the car door open, and prepared to get out. Qin Zhan was stunned. What was happening? She just left. Qin Zhan felt a bunch of question marks above his head. But his actions were quicker than his reactions. He immediately reached out and grabbed her. Tang Yue was puzzled when stopped, turning her head to look at Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, with a serious expression, said, tell me, did you meet someone you like at the class gathering? Outside, the night was dark with starlight twinkling. Qin Zhan's face was solemn, and Tang Yue detected a hint of childlike sulkiness in his demeanor, which she found somewhat cute. That's not true. Qin Zhan didn't believe it, looking at her with a gaze that seemed to accuse her. Tang Yue quickly explained, really? There's nothing to it. I swear. Qin Zhan said lightly, but when you went to dinner with me on our date, you didn't dress up like this. His words were filled with a tone of grievance. Tang Yue, it was just laziness. Tang Yue awkwardly scratched her head and thought for a moment. How about I accompany you to dinner again? This time I'll dress up nicely. To everyone's surprise, Qin Zhan readily agreed. When her boyfriend was upset, all she could do was comfort him. Tang Yu went home to redo her makeup and dress, and after finishing all of that she came back down. During the time she spent getting ready, Qin Zhan had already prepared a detailed plan, and he was very excited when he saw Tang Yu come down. I have found the perfect place. Let's have a date again right now. All right, I will follow your arrangements. Qin Zhan coughed a few times coldly. Once they arrived at the designated place, Tang Yu asked him what he wanted to eat. However, Qin Zhan coldly replied, I don't know. Just being stubborn. Tang Yu quickly reacted. Then I'll order some dishes, and you can see if there's anything you want to add. Qin Zhan glanced at her. Tang Yu thought to herself, forget it. I'll endure. Soon the dishes she ordered began to arrive one after another. The waiter was very polite, and even offered a free bottle of low-alcohol wine. Tang Yu chose a plate of shrimp, put on disposable gloves, and began to peel the shrimp. She dipped them in sauce herself, held the shrimp tail, and brought it to Qin Zhan's mouth. It was a way of reciprocating the actions Qin Zhan had done before. Although it was a rather clumsy method, Qin Zhan's expression visibly improved. His gaze was deeply engrossed in watching his girlfriend. It seemed that showing weakness could lead to extra rewards. Not bad. Soon, with Tang Yu's unrelenting efforts, Qin Zhan finally felt satisfied, experiencing the joy of being cared for by his girlfriend. After paying the bill, Qin Zhan picked up Tang Yu's long and slender legs and moved forward. Tang Yu decided not to hold it against him because of his anger. Getting home and sleeping was the priority. The night was calm as Tang Yu was gently placed into her blanket. Feeling a kiss on her forehead, she soon slipped into a dream. The morning alarm disturbed her sweet dreams, and Tang Yu groggily got up to go to work. After the internship ends, she promised herself to sleep for 3 days and nights. Because during the dinner gathering yesterday, Tang Yu mentioned that she already had a boyfriend. As soon as Wang Ruoqi arrived at the office, she began to inquire. Who exactly is Tang Yu's boyfriend? Why has she never heard of him before? By the way, I want to ask you something. Do you know who Tang Yu's boyfriend is in our department? The colleague being asked shook her head in confusion. Tang Yu has a boyfriend. Who is he? Wang Ruoqi rolled her eyes. If I knew who it was, would I need to ask you? Wang Ruoqi suspected that Tang Yu was lying. Otherwise, how could no one know about it? That was after all, the situation at that moment was quite awkward and random. It was understandable to boast. Wang Ruoqi busied herself in the office for a long time without finding a suitable person. Just then Qin Yuling walked in wearing high heels, carrying a pile of folders. The folders were solid colors labeled with everyone's names. After she entered, she distributed the folders to everyone, one for each person. Then she lightly clapped her hands to get everyone's attention before she began to speak. All right, everyone pay attention. The items you have in your hands are projects that each of us needs to complete assigned as part of our internship assessment. If anyone has any questions, come to me quickly. You must complete them well. This is crucial for our internship graduation. Tang Yu quickly took the folder and opened it. To her surprise, the first page of the project was a very familiar proposal. Tang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't this the document Qin Yuling had asked her to draft last time? Moreover, she had already finished and submitted it. No matter what, Tang Yu felt relieved. Great, she could finally take a break. Otherwise, if she had to work on this proposal, it would take her several more days. For these few days, she wouldn't have to rush to finish her work. Tang Yu beamed with joy and leisurely began to do her own things. However, it wasn't that easy for the other. Wang Ruoqi looked at the proposal she had received and suddenly felt overwhelmed. What on earth is this? They even have to conduct market research. Seriously. The other interns felt the same. Either they needed to conduct field surveys or provide grassroots services. Everyone began to complain. What kind of strange internship task is this? Why are there still tasks after the grading? I thought it was all over. After everyone vented their frustrations, they suddenly noticed that Tang Yu was very quiet, which raised their suspicions. They quickly approached her to ask, hey, what is your internship project about? Her question was quite blunt, and Tang Yu didn't want to respond at all. She glanced at the other person and then turned her gaze away. To her surprise, Wang Ruoqi directly snatched her folder without any hesitation. Opening it, she found dense text that seemed even more complex than her own. She pouted. Having a comparison made her feel more balanced. Instead, she comforted Tang Yu by patting her shoulder. Don't be discouraged. This shows that the company leaders value us and trust us with important responsibilities. I believe you can do it well. After saying a bunch of pretentious words, Wang Ruoqi put the folder back and left with a confident strut in her. She thought to herself that with such a challenging proposal, Tang Yu surely wouldn't be able to handle it. She was just waiting to see the joke unfold. Tang Yu looked at her with confusion, thinking that this person was really strange. But she didn't dwell on it. Because this proposal was assigned by Qin Yuling, the manager wouldn't deceive her. She had even stayed up all night to work on it. Truly, effort brings rewards. Tang Yu felt a bit fortunate knowing she had finished her tasks and began to relax. She pulled out the series she had been watching. After watching the beginning, she was a bit worried that there would be no episodes to watch when she got home, so she exited the video app, logged into her messaging tool, and sent a message to Qin Zhan. "What are you doing right now?" A rather useless question. Usually Tang Yu found it very annoying and would complain every time she saw him. She didn't even know when she became that kind of person so concerned about someone else's activities. Meanwhile, on the other side, although Qin Zhan was in a meeting, as soon as his phone rang, he immediately stopped the meeting to pull out his phone and reply to the message. Upon seeing that Qin Zhan had replied, Tang Yu instantly felt excited. Qin Zhan directly gave the others a 5-minute break. He lowered his head and began replying to messages. What a coincidence, isn't that great? It makes it easier to get accustomed. Recently, the upper management of the company has become accustomed to such occurrences. They have become numb to the sudden softening of the boss features. Everyone obediently left, leaving space for the boss to engage in romance. Tang Yu's messages kept coming in, revealing her current boredom. After seeing the messages, Qin Zhan couldn't help but smile. He instinctively took out his phone, opened the company's surveillance, and checked Tang Yu's current situation before replying. "Did you know? It's about that proposal I worked on during my overtime before. Truly you reap what you sow? I don't have to work now, I've already finished it." Tang Yu's words were filled with pride. The other interns in the company are still struggling with that proposal. Am I not amazing? By the way, you've been acting strangely lately. I haven't seen the boss assistant. I wonder. He must have been driven away by the cold-hearted boss, or else why haven't I seen him? When I first joined the company, I could still see him. Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan was taken aback upon hearing this message and instinctively deleted the chat content. He cautiously probed, "Isn't your boss supposed to be quite nice? Why am I hearing so many bad things? Did you hear them with your own ears?" Since they weren't chatting face-to-face, Tang Yu couldn't observe others' expressions and continued speaking unknowingly. "Not at all. Capitalists are all heartless." Qin Zhan felt somewhat helpless and hesitated for a moment. Not long after, manager Qin Yuling received a message. Qin Yuling called Qin Dong and have him come back this afternoon. Qin Zhan concluded shortly. Qin Yuling was first shocked, then understood, and soon became very happy. With the boss' irritable temperament, only Qin Dong could handle it. Quickly call the branch office and have Qin. On the other end of the line, Qin Dong was moved to tears upon hearing the news of his return. It's truly like accompanying a tiger. After a long day of idling, Tang Yu felt bored. Yesterday, she had been dragged out by Qin Zhan to eat hot pot until midnight, and now could barely keep her eyes open. Half asleep, she messaged Qin Zhan. "I'm so sleepy. You can't call me out at night anymore." Qin Zhan pursed his lips and quickly replied after a long pause, "Okay, then you can't go out with other men in the future." Tang Yu, is this guy a bit strange? So sensitive. Is he worried about me developing feelings for someone? Qin Zhan, not receiving a confirming reply, felt a bit dejected and continued to ask, "Why didn't you reply to me?" Tang Yu yawned. "That depends on whether you have the ability." Qin Zhan widened his eyes, then snorted coldly. Was this woman doubting his capabilities? Ridiculous. Just as he was preparing to draft a little essay to make her admire him, a knock came from outside the door. "President, 5 minutes are up. It's time for the meeting. Get lost." Tang Yu, who was waiting for the little essay, closed her eyes and fell asleep. It would have been better not to clock in. I could have slept at home. While everyone else was frantically searching for documents and downloading materials online, Tang Yu lay on her desk and snored loudly. Instantly, she stood out dramatically. What on earth is she doing? Isn't it true? We're all busy and she's actually... Where's the manager? Why isn't the manager taking care of her? Wang Ruoqi stealthily walked up behind Tang Yu, snapping pictures of her face, waiting to turn her in for slacking off. Tang Yu slowly opened her eyes, smiled coldly, and said, "What are you doing?" I didn't do anything. You just keep sleeping." Tang Yu raised her chin, snatched her phone, and stood up to walk out. "I now suspect that you intend to leak company secrets. As a member of the company, I have to take your phone to meet the manager." Wang Ruoqi immediately shrank back, clutching Tang Yu's clothes, her eyes brimming with tears as she cried, "I didn't." "You're speaking nonsense. Then open your album and let me see. Otherwise." Tang Yu snorted coldly. "This time I cannot let her off lightly. She treated me like that at the gathering. This score must be settled." Seeing that the two looked like they could fight at any moment, everyone hurried over to mediate. The task was already heavy. Who had time to waste? Tang Yu no longer hesitated and said directly, "If you open your album for me to see and ensure you haven't leaked company secrets, then we'll be done with it. Or you can let the manager come over to see, and I won't look." No company secrets were found, but there were plenty of Tang Yu's embarrassing photos. No matter who came to look, it would basically be a social death scene. "What are you all doing?" A voice came from outside. Tang Yu looked up and was surprised to see Qin Dong. Why did you say?" Qin Dong instinctively swallowed hard. He rushed back just to thank Tang Yu. He didn't expect to arrive and see such a scene. It seemed that during his absence the boss girlfriend had a hard time. What are you all doing? It's working hours and you are making such a fuss. Chen Dong assumed a commanding posture, and everyone dared not speak. Tang Yue pointed at Wang Ruoqi with displeasure, and said she took secret photos of me at work, and I suspect she's also taking other things leaking company secrets. Chen Dong gasped. This was serious. He had returned to find something big happening. He immediately snatched the phone and dragged Wang Ruoqi to the conference room for further discussion. Wang Ruoqi initially wanted to struggle, but resisting would only make her seem guilty. She had no choice but to follow Chen Dong out. Sure enough, there were plenty of Tang Yu's embarrassing photos along with those taken during the departmental gathering. Chen Dong directly confiscated the phone and told her to wait for further notice. Wang Ruoqi cautiously spoke Assistant Chen, how I'm punished doesn't matter. Please don't fire me, and my internship is ending soon and I don't want to lose this opportunity. You did such a thing and still want my forgiveness. Chen Dong snorted coldly, obviously recalling that someone had stirred up trouble the last time he left. It might have been her. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dong took the phone to the president's office to take credit. Qin Zhan hadn't seen Chen Dong for a long time. To be honest, he missed him a bit. President, I'm back. Chen Dong was nearly brought to tears. Well, you're back now. Doesn't he want to see me? Tang Yue was surprised to see him. Qin Zhan cast a cold glance at the other party and said coolly, why are you just standing there? Get to work. The last syllable slightly rose. Yet there was an indescribable threat in his tone. Chen Dong immediately shivered. Chen Dong. He never expected that the capitalist could be so ruthless, starting with enslaving him. Chen Dong could not help but shed tears, even beginning to wonder what he was truly working for, being so diligent for his boss. The man sitting in the boss chair slightly lowered his gaze, his long fingers gripping a pen. Behind him was a vast expanse of blue sky. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he could see the surrounding low buildings. After the man smoothly signed his name, he looked up. His expression revealed a hint of contemplation. He stared at Chen Dong for 2 seconds before speaking. Since you already have experience in grassroots management, your salary will be raised by 1 level starting this month. Chen Dong. Thank you, boss. Chen Dong's eyes widened in sheer joy, and all his previous grievances and complaints vanished. Only one thought remained in his mind. The boss is truly wonderful. He would dedicate his life to Qin Zhan lazily lifted his eyelids, saying, the moment you leave, those people become helpless. If you're well rested, hurry back to take over. Qin Zhan rubbed his temples with a slight headache, propped his head up with one hand, and waved his hand helplessly. Without Chen Dong's assistance, those fools would truly drive him mad. Chen Dong quickly acknowledged. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly took out Wang Ruoqi's phone. By the way, boss, I just found out that 2 interns in the marketing department had a quarrel. Chen Dong quickly reported everything in detail. Such trivial matters typically wouldn't reach the boss. However, due to the unique situation of one intern, the moment Chen Dong spoke, Qin Zhan understood. Chen Dong pulled out numerous photos from Wang Ruoqi's phone that shouldn't have been there. The album was filled with dense photos, all featuring Tang Yue. Different occasions, different backgrounds, yet the central figure remained Tang Yue. It seemed as if someone intentionally captured unflattering candid shots, all focusing on Tang Yue in various moments. If the subject weren't a girl, discovering such photos would be chilling. Chen Dong dared not think further, quickly handing the phone to Qin Zhan, asking, boss, how should we handle this situation? Such minor conflicts between employees typically wouldn't warrant intervention, let alone how to handle them. But Tang Yu's situation was different. Chen Dong did not dare to overstep. Qin Zhan directly reached out, taking the phone in silence, and began flipping through her pictures. The more he looked, the heavier his expression became. In the end, he slammed his hand heavily on the table, his tone dark. Chen Dong, fire this morally deficient intern. Zhongjue does not accept employees with low personal ethics. Chen Dong cautiously reminded, boss, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? After all, these were not company secrets. He had only fabricated this to smoothly acquire her phone. In his view, this handling seemed rather severe. Unexpectedly, the usually strict and just boss frowned, staring coldly at him. Is this not enough? After being swept by that emotionless gaze, Chen Dong shivered and quickly nodded. Yes. I will handle it at once. He was truly confused. He had just been transferred back from the branch office. Was he really going to upset the boss over a Wang Ruoqi? Chen Dong felt he had been acting foolishly lately. Qin Zhan replied coolly, his gaze revealing a hint of satisfaction. His fingers lightly tapped on the table. Qin Zhan murmured, handle it quickly, don't use this as an excuse. To avoid tarnishing the reputation of his young lady. He had yet to come clean with her. If this issue led to action, it would certainly provoke gossip. Chen Dong forced a smile as he accepted the order and left. In the corporate world, there are no human rights. Chen Dong stepped out of the top-floor office with unusually heavy steps, turning towards the marketing manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. A clear female voice came from the office. Come in. Only then did Chen Dong push the door open. Qin Yuling looked up, and upon casually scanning, she was surprised, and stood up. Assistant Qin, you're back. Qin Yuling knew he had been transferred away, and it was she who conveyed the boss' recent decision to bring Chen Dong back. She did not expect him back so soon. Chen Dong smiled, and waved for her to sit while he walked to the small sofa in the office, and sat down. Immediately feeling exhausted, he leaned back saying, "Hey, don't mention it, the boss, just assign me a task." "What task?" Qin Yuling asked, puzzled, wondering what could possibly challenge the capable assistant Chen. Chen Dong said gloomily, "Find a reason to make Wang Ruoqi pack up and leave." Qin Yuling was shocked. Why would such a trivial intern catch the boss' attention? A specific request to drive away an intern. It wasn't impossible, but it seemed rather strange. Seeing her surprised expression, Chen Dong could only smile helplessly. He spread his hands saying, "What can I do? Wang Ruoqi keeps targeting Tang Yue, and that little girl is the boss' favorite. Can we just ignore this?" Qin Yuling. This was truly a case of lust, overwhelming reason. Qin Yuling could only think of this phrase, her heavy breathing rising and falling. What excuse should we use? Qin Yuling's lips twitched, knowing she couldn't drag that little girl down with. After all, the previous intern evaluation had already given her a good score. Otherwise, they could have just failed her in this evaluation. Chen Dong had come back a bit late. Qin Yuling felt dizzy upon hearing this. It was truly without reason. She couldn't help but frown. Moreover, Wang Ruoqi had some connections. When she took over the marketing department, someone had come to greet her. They mentioned helping to take care of a relative, etc. With someone above, she didn't know the specifics. This would definitely offend someone, right? Qin Yuling was extremely reluctant. Why doesn't the boss just directly order her to be fired? Qin Yuling shouted, a bit frantic. Chen Dong. What a joke, how could the boss personally do such a villainous thing? He chuckled awkwardly, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. Alright, I'll leave this to you. I have a pile of work. He had just returned, yet his workload had not decreased. For the sake of his recently raised salary, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Qin Yuling could only resign herself to the task, and reluctantly accepted this thankless job. Let Wang Ruoqi come in to see me, Qin Yuling said directly, while dialing the internal phone. After all, it would be difficult to persuade her to leave, so it was better to just fire her. The boss would surely be willing to pay 3 times the salary for an opportunity to vent his frustrations regarding his little girl. It wasn't her money anyway. Qin Yuling naturally chose the simplest approach. There was no need to save costs for the wicked capitalist. In a moment, Wang Ruoqi arrived with light steps, a smile on her face peeking through the door. She greeted playfully, "Hello, manager, I heard from Xiao Phone that you were looking for me." Qin Yuling nodded. "Come in, I have something to discuss with you." "All right." Wang Ruoqi quickly trotted in and sat down obediently. Qin Yuling looked at the young girl sitting across from her. Her youthful face and innocent gaze made her feel somewhat reluctant. She was still just a girl fresh out of school. It was a bit difficult for her to say such hurtful words. However, given the harshness of the job, Qin Yuling had to speak up, albeit stiffly. "You can pack your things, and you won't need to come in tomorrow." To minimize the pain, it was best to be direct and say it all at once. Wang Ruoqi's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips trembling. "Why?" She quickly grabbed Qin Yuling's hand, pleading, "Manager, I didn't do anything wrong." "What? I?" Wang Ruoqi was so shocked, she struggled to find her words. Qin Yuling turned her head, pulling her hand away. "It's nothing, you passed your internship, it's just that we're not keeping you on." Qin Yuling feigned indifference as she said, "This job isn't really suitable for you." "That's not true. I think it's very suitable." Wang Ruoqi hurriedly interjected, "Can you give me another chance?" "To promise I'll work hard." "That's not something I can decide, just go now." Qin Yuling stood up and left. Wang Ruoqi's face turned ashen as she slumped down onto the floor. All her efforts went to waste. After more than half an hour, Wang Ruoqi finally walked out of the manager's office. Her steps were slow. When she reached the marketing department, her colleagues who were working all looked up. They were puzzled, wondering how she had spent so long in the manager's office. At that moment, Tang Yue was in a very good mood after dealing with matters concerning Wang Ruoqi. She was slowly leaning over her desk, playing the game 2048. The way Chen Dong had been biased was also witnessed by the others. Naturally, they understood that someone was backing Tang Yue, and they didn't dare to provoke her. Moreover, with Wang Ruoqi being called away at such a critical moment, everyone's curiosity multiplied. A girl who was close to Wang Ruoqi leaned out from her workstation and asked, "Chi-Chi, what took you so long? Come quickly and choose some afternoon tea." Wang Ruoqi glanced at her, expressionlessly ignoring her. Instead, she turned to glare at Tang Yue and said fiercely, "Tang Yue, are you satisfied now? I never thought you were such a malicious person." Still immersed in her nearly finished game, Tang Yue looked up in confusion, removing her earplugs. "Huh?" Wang Ruoqi, furious and embarrassed, clenched her fists and shouted, "Stop pretending. I swear I will never let you off." After saying this, her eyes reddened, she wiped them, and turned to run away. The girl who had spoken to Wang Ruoqi quickly followed her. Chi-Chi. Tang Yue scratched her head, and turned to Zhu Feng asking, "What's up with them? Why are they acting so strange?" Zhu Feng shrugged. "I don't understand either, girls' thoughts are too hard to guess." He thought for a moment, and added, "Luckily, I don't have a girlfriend, or it would be too painful to keep guessing all the time." Tang Yue couldn't help but laugh, and cry. This was typical straight man talk. Moreover, he was the type destined to be single. So Tang Yue didn't ask Zhu Feng anymore, and continued to play her game. Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Wait for me. Bai Yinlu hurriedly chased after her. She finally found Wang Ruoqi at the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. Wang Ruoqi was squatting at the corner of the stairs, curled up with her head buried in her knees. Only soft whimpering sounds could be heard. Bai Yinlu paused her steps and instinctively walked over quietly. She slowly squatted down beside her, wrapped her arms around her, and gently patted her back. There, Chi-Chi, Bai Yinlu said, biting her lip, feeling a bit sad. Don't cry, I'm here. What happened? Feeling Bai Yanla's touch, Wang Ruoqi's body stiffened for a moment, and a deeper sadness surged within. After comforting her for quite some time, Wang Ruoqi slowly lifted her head and choked out, I got fired. Huh? Bai Yinlu asked in surprise. Why? Although Wang Ruoqi's performance was average, it wasn't the worst. She had passed the internship evaluation, so why would they suddenly let her go at this time? Bai Yinlu immediately thought of someone. Just then Wang Ruoqi slightly curled her lips, revealing an ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, I suspect it was Tang Yue who did this. Her hand resting on her knees slowly tightened, the veins on the back of her hand becoming prominent. Bai Yinlu, squatting beside her, hesitated before asking. Then Wang Ruoqi seemed startled by her voice, suddenly grabbing her hand and eagerly asking, Lulu, you will help me, right? Bai Yinlu was startled, stammering, Well, what do you need me to do? She quickly grasped Wang Ruoqi's hand, feeling that it was extremely cold and devoid of color. Wang Ruoqi's curly hair fluttered slightly. Bai Yinlu showed a determined expression, her small face filled with seriousness. You? Help me block her after work. Wang Ruoqi's gaze drifted for a moment, revealing a hint of malice, her voice lowering as she leaned in close to Bai Yanla's ear. The two squatted at the stairs like little beasts seeking warmth from each other. Bai Yinlu wore a beige wool sweater and a black irregular short skirt, her chestnut curls spilling over her shoulders, making her appear even more petite and charming. She wore snow boots adorned with white pom-poms. Her gaze gradually became resolute. How could she stand by while her good friend was being bullied? Bai Yinlu nodded in agreement. All right, just tell me how I can assist you. However, when she said this, Bai Yinlu still felt a bit nervous, her body trembling slightly. After work, wait for Tang Yue to come out alone. Just block her. They'll teach her a lesson and vent some anger. Wang Ruoqi gazed coldly into the air, her eyes gleaming with venomous intent, yet her words betrayed none of it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinlu instantly relaxed. No problem. Consider it done. She had feared Wang Ruoqi might succumb to despair and do something reckless. Since someone else had already employed underhanded means to drive Wang Ruoqi away, letting her vent her pent-up fury seemed only fair. Bai Yinlu convinced herself of this rationale. The two whispered conspiratorially until their legs grew numb from crouching, then leaning on each other for support they rose, grimacing and wincing, and stepped out for a light snack. Meanwhile, Tang Yue, who had spent the entire afternoon playing mobile games, nearly draining her phone's battery, did not leave immediately after work hours ended. Instead, she stretched languidly, stifled a yawn, and made her way to the manager's office. When Tang Yue arrived, Qin Yuling sat before her computer wearing a pair of frameless white glasses, an appearance subtly different from her usual self. Her expression was intensely focused as she typed diligently, pausing occasionally to jot notes on paper with pen in hand. Witnessing this scene stirred a pang of guilt in Tang Yue. While others labored with unwavering dedication, she wallowed in indolence, utterly unmotivated. After inwardly scolding herself at length, Tang Yue finally entered the office and voiced her question to Qin Yuling. Manager, my internship evaluation is complete. May I stop clocking in every day? I'm truly exhausted from playing here all day. Tang Yue longed desperately for her soft, sumptuous bed at home. She yearned to sprawl lazily across the sofa, snacking and scrolling through her phone. Not hunched over a desk, frantically tapping away at silly games until her phone teetered on the brink of shutdown. Qin Yuling blinked in mild surprise, then nodded readily. Of course you may. Haven't I said so before? You've simply been too conscientious. That's wonderful. Tang Yue beamed, her smile radiant. I honestly thought it wasn't allowed. There's no need to push yourself so hard. You must remember to rest. Though Qin Yuling harbored quiet reluctance to dismiss Wang Ruoqi, she bore no ill will toward Tang Yue because of it, and thus treated her with continued warmth and kindness. Tang Yue chuckled softly, playfully stuck out her tongue, and exclaimed, Thank you, manager. I'll head back now. With a quick, earnest bow, she hurried out the door. Back at her workstation, Tang Yue swiftly packed her belongings, and distributed all the snacks from her desk among nearby colleagues. Zhu Feng suddenly handed a can of popcorn, stared at her in bewilderment. Tang Yue grinned cheerfully and explained, I won't be clocking in these next few days. No point letting these go to waste. Enjoy. Zhu Feng immediately shot her an envious glance. Haha, see you later. Having swiftly doled out her treats, Tang Yue waved goodbye and departed. Her brisk pace left the corridor outside nearly deserted. Yet as she waited for the elevator, no one else appeared. When the doors finally slid open, a petite young woman emerged from around the corner, stepped inside, and then pressed every single floor button in rapid succession. Tang Yue, what bizarre maneuver was this? Utterly baffled, her gaze locked onto the dozen glowing floor numbers, and her breath caught. How long would it take to reach the ground floor now? What are you doing? Tang Yue asked, exasperated, turning her head. Only then did she recognize the girl as a colleague from their office, though they barely exchanged words. Tang Yue's lips twitched faintly. Inwardly she bristled. I need to talk to you, Bai Yinlu declared, puffing up indignantly. Tang Yue instantly understood, her beautiful eyes flickering with quiet confirmation. Bai Yinlu, oblivious, planted her hands on her hips and retorted. Why did you drive Chi away? What wrong did she ever commit against you? Can't you just let it go? She glared at Tang Yue, mercy shown where mercy is due. Before Tang Yue could utter a word, she launched into a tirade. You're cruel. Karma will surely find you. Even if Chi sometimes acts rashly, that doesn't justify your ruthlessness, not seizing her position outright. Tang Yue stood stunned, reeling beneath the torrent of accusation. Though courteous by nature, she was no pushover, especially not when someone dared lecture her face-to-face. Without hesitation, Tang Yue's expression hardened. With a sharp slap, she knocked aside Bai Yinlu's. The pale back of Bai Yinlu's hand flushed crimson instantly. Unaccustomed to such treatment, her eyes welled with tears as she glared at Tang, but stammered speechlessly. That wounded, trembling look unsettled Tang Yue. What if she'd truly reduced this delicate young woman to tears? After all, within their department, whispers abounded. Bai Yinlu appeared dainty and fragile, but her family background was formidable. She was merely sampling corporate life. While Tang Yue hesitated, lost in thought, Bai Yinlu suddenly swung her hand in a slap. Petite though she was, Bai Yinlu possessed surprising strength. Fortunately, Tang Yue reacted with lightning speed, snatching Bai Yinlu's wrist mid-swing. Else she'd have taken the blow full force. Slapping me. Tang Yue's tone grew dangerously low. Just then the elevator halted again, thanks entirely to Bai Yinlu's eccentric all-floor button-mashing spree. Tang Yue's eyes narrowed slightly. Without warning, she seized Bai Yinlu's wrist and dragged her firmly, striding purposefully toward the women's restroom. Bai Yinlu stumbled helplessly, shrieking, What are you going to do? You. Her voice trembled with bravado. If you don't release me right now, you'll regret it dearly. My father won't let you get away with this. Tang Yue rolled her eyes. This threat sounded eerily familiar. Truly, what kind of friends were they? With a sardonic smile, Tang Yue yanked Bai Yinlu forward and shoved her hard, sending her sprawling onto the tiled floor. Off balance, Bai Yinlu collapsed face first, her skirt riding up perilously close to exposure. Though no one witnessed it, the humiliation of being manhandled and nearly exposed ignited her fury, and she glared fiercely at Tang Yue. You'll pay for this. I'll have people deal with you. You vile, malicious woman. Tears streamed down Bai Yinlu's cheeks, lending her an air of heartbreaking fragility. Had a third party been present, they would undoubtedly have deemed Tang Yue monstrous, cruelly bullying Bai Yinlu. Tang Yue knew this well, and grew all the more irritated. Stop blubbering. If you've got spine enough to hurl threats, you've got spine enough to stand up. Her contempt deepened. She mocked Bai Yinlu openly, cuttingly. Then deliberately she nudged Bai Yinlu's hip with her foot, crying at the drop of a hat, Are you 3 years old? Still nursing? The gesture held little physical sting, but immense, searing humiliation. Bai Yinlu's sobbing choked off mid-wail. She stammered, pointing a trembling finger, her face burning crimson. Yuri, perverted. After thoroughly suppressing the naive and innocent young lady, Tang Yue felt quite pleased. She couldn't believe there could be such foolish people. However, she quickly forgot about Bai Yinlu. After all, she was just another pampered young lady. With a sigh, Tang Yue slowly made her way back to the apartment. Who would have thought that today a few unexpected guests would arrive? Her senior brother. Tang Yue stood at the door, stammering with her keys, unsure whether to continue opening the door. Senior brother. In the end, she just murmured a soft greeting. The visitor was a young man in his 20s or 30s, not too old, looking quite handsome and youthful, yet exuding a composed aura. Unlike the typical young men in their 20s or 30s who often appeared restless, he carried a steady presence, standing tall and upright, resembling a straight bamboo. Gentle like a babbling brook, he bore no hint of aggression. His features were not particularly striking, merely decent. However, the aura surrounding him set him apart from the crowd. What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in? The young man smiled gently, his tone warm. Tang Yu's face flushed, but it was not from shyness, rather shame. She had actually left her senior brother waiting outside. Tang Yu hurriedly exclaimed, fumbling with her keys to unlock the door. At that moment she regretted not having one of those badges that allowed for direct entry. She always felt that using a key was safer. The hotel-style access methods were too convenient and felt somewhat unsafe. Now as she left him waiting at the door, she wished she could get inside faster. "Don't rush," the young man said, gently patting her shoulder to soothe her. Tang Yu responded, absent-mindedly rummaging for a while, before finding a few pairs of disposable shoe covers for him. She stood awkwardly to the side, looking as obedient as a primary school student. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" At that moment her mind was a tangled mess with various thoughts crossing her mind. Was her little nest too messy? She hadn't cleaned up in a long time. Oh no, Xinjiang's things were still not packed away. Tang Yu froze in place, completely immobilized. The young man chuckled. "I happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you, hope I'm not causing you any trouble." He walked to the sofa, and as he was about to sit down, he noticed a men's suit casually draped nearby. Bai Yutang's gaze momentarily froze, yet his smile remained as he sat down. Looking down, he saw a pair of men's slippers. Apart from the color, they were identical to the ones his junior sister wore, a pair of couple slippers. Bai Yutang. Tang Yu followed his gaze and immediately felt her breath catch, rushing to kick the slippers under the sofa. Tang Yu stood awkwardly with a silly smile. "Senior brother, would you like some tea or fruit?" "Either is fine." Bai Yutang initially wanted to decline, but seeing her awkward demeanor, he generously gave her time to collect herself. Tang Yu quickly smiled obediently. "I'll go cut some fruit, you sit first, senior brother." Then she turned on the TV and passed the remote to the young man. When she saw him take it, she quickly grabbed her phone and dashed into the kitchen. "SOS. My brother suddenly showed up and found my boyfriend's belongings. What should I do? Urgently waiting online." Soon a help post appeared on the forum. Tang Yu quickly sent a message to Xinjiang. "You must not come back. My senior brother is here, sitting right here." Then she hurried to deal with the fruit, fearing that if she took too long her senior brother would get anxious. Tang Yu carefully picked a few beautifully presented strawberries, cut up a plate of mangoes, washed, peeled, and plated them, and added transparent little forks. Done. Only after finishing did she have the time to check her phone. Xinjiang replied. First there was a series of question marks, clearly showing his confusion. Then he strongly insisted, "Then I must go back. Let me meet my future brother-in-law first." He even asked, "Am I really that unpresentable? Or?" His tone gradually grew dangerous. In an instant, he seemed to change personalities and began to inquire about her senior brother's preferences, even calling him senior brother. "What does senior brother like? He'll bring something over." Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. Xinjiang's enthusiasm was quite good. But the key point was that she hadn't even mentioned it to her master, and none of her 4 senior brothers knew. Although her third senior brother Bai Yutang lived nearby, and had even dined at the restaurant under his name with colleagues before, they rarely met. He occasionally came over to check, so they never had the chance to meet. Who would have thought it would happen so suddenly? Tang Yu covered her face, feeling like she was in a major social disaster. She hesitantly replied, "My senior brother doesn't have anything he particularly likes, maybe something that can express sentiment. Or something more precious." After all, what good thing hadn't Bai Yutang seen? Her 4 senior brothers were all prominent figures in various fields, not just someone from her humble civilian class. So, she couldn't bring expensive items, maybe some handmade goods, to avoid wasting money and failing to please him. However, Tang Yu was still a bit worried. After Xinjiang's family went bankrupt, where would they get all that spare money? With a deep sigh, Tang Yu turned to check the messages on the forum. The first post was her help message. "SOS. My brother suddenly showed up and found my boyfriend's belongings. What should I do? Urgently waiting online." Now several kind-hearted netizens had already replied. 2L. What was left behind? Underwear. Condoms. I can't think of anything that would worry the poster that much. 3L. May I ask what gender the poster is? 4L. Is the poster engaged? If not, what's there to worry about? Just admit it. Could it be a mismatch in social status? Tang Yu read through the responses in silence. Then she put her phone away and brought out the fruit plate from the kitchen. As expected, not a single response was reliable. She couldn't stay in the kitchen for too long. "Senior brother, here, have some fruit." Tang Yu handed over the fruit plate and fork. Sitting on the opposite sofa with a smile, she asked, "What brings you here today?" Bai Yutang casually accepted the fruit. "I just happened to come over to inspect the branch. Hope I didn't scare you." No. Not at all. Tang Yu quickly waved her hands. "How could that be?" "Oh, that's good." Bai Yutang smiled and looked around. "What does your boyfriend do?" "Do you have a picture?" he asked in a very casual tone. Tang Yu's mind instantly went. Seeing her reaction, Bai Yutang laughed. His ordinary features became very charming, with his smile sparkling with life. He leaned back against the sofa, tilting his head with a smile as he looked at her. "You don't think your senior brother is blind to that extent, do you?" Bai Yutang gently nodded towards the men's suit jacket beside the sofa, casting a glance at the paired daily necessities. Why didn't you say anything? Your senior brothers are definitely coming to help you out. Bai Yutong maintained a gentle tone. The gaze he directed at her made Tang Yue feel a bit guilty. She couldn't help but complain, fearing this very reason was why she kept silent. We just got together not long ago, and I'm still not sure. Tang Yue lowered her head shyly. Greetings, senior brother, I'm late. A male voice rang out. It was Qin Zhan, who had hurried over carrying a coat and 2 gift boxes while changing his shoes at the entrance. Tang Yue, indeed. The battlefield of love always arrives, albeit late. Tang Yue covered her face, unsure how much of her earlier words Qin Zhan had heard. However, Qin Zhan's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard anything. Once he finished changing his shoes, he stepped inside and humbly said, I apologize, senior brother, it's rare for you to visit, and I haven't entertained you properly. Bai Yutong quickly scanned Qin Zhan from head to toe, revealing a gentle smile as he stood up. It's fine, did you say anything about it? He spoke like an elder, saying, I was told not to specifically call you back, it would be a hassle to ask for leave. Qin Zhan was oblivious to the trap being laid, while Tang Yue felt anxious, unable to remind him, because Bai Yutong was present. It's not a hassle. If senior brother has time to visit, I must entertain you well. Qin Zhan shook hands with Bai Yutong and sat down beside him to boil water for tea. I don't know what to prepare on short notice. This tea was specially brought by a friend. Senior brother, please try it, and see if you like it. Qin Zhan casually placed a box of expensive tea on the coffee table and pushed it over. Very thoughtful of you. Bai Yutong glanced at it and said, this tea from Junshi village is quite rare, isn't it? Tang Yue, who was sitting beside them, fell silent. The two began chatting like old friends, even exchanging business cards. It wasn't until half an hour later that Bai Yutong stood up and said, all right, it's about time for me to leave. Tang Yue quickly came to her senses, standing up to urge, senior brother, why don't you stay for a meal? No, I have other matters to attend to. Bai Yutong waved his hand, adding as he was about to exit, remember to inform the master and a few senior. His gaze carried a hint of reminder. I see your relationship seems stable. If you wait too long to tell them, they might get upset. After speaking, he took out a small box and placed it on the table. I came suddenly and didn't prepare much. This is a small gift for you. You can make up for it later. Bai Yutong, with a gentle demeanor, said this before leaving. In reality, it was a subtle reminder for Tang Yue. The reason he hadn't prepared anything was that Tang Yue had been keeping it a secret. Tang Yue could naturally sense this, her expression full of guilt as she nodded repeatedly. Qin Zhan, who followed to see him off, noticed this, and his eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that this senior brother of his little girl had quite the skill. He had made her obedient and filled with guilt in an understated way, avoiding any rebellious feelings from the young. A clever tactic. If you forget anything, remember to make up for it quickly. Bai Yutong smiled meaningfully as he handed over a business card, saying, I hope we can collaborate in the future. Tang Yue was a bit distant and couldn't hear clearly. Bai Yutong waved goodbye to her and left, leaving her no time to inquire further. Once Bai Yutong's figure disappeared from sight, Tang Yue and Qin Zhan entered the house. As soon as they stepped inside, Tang Yue curiously asked, what kind of business card did senior brother give you? Didn't I see you exchange cards before? Qin Zhan smiled awkwardly, ruffling her hair. Why are you so curious? I haven't settled the score with you yet. What did you mean by not confirmed? Just when I came in. Tang Yue's expression changed instantly as she stuck out her tongue and slipped into the kitchen, leaving Qin Zhan alone in the living room. He took out the company business card, his gaze deep. It seemed he had recognized him. Originally, he had exchanged a personal card with Bai Yutong, with both of them testing each other. When Bai Yutong was about to leave, his insinuating words seemed to serve as a reminder not to hide his identity from Tang Yue. Qin Zhan was now tasting the bitterness of his actions. Initially, he had whimsically deceived Tang Yue about his family's bankruptcy to gain her sympathy, but now the consequences had arrived. If he didn't say anything, her senior brother would definitely not let her be deceived, and it would be even harder to explain when she learned the truth from someone else. But if he did speak up, he truly had no confidence in explaining to Tang Yue calmly the fact that her boyfriend had deceived her for so long. Initially, when they weren't familiar with each other, he made this unwise decision. Now that they had been in contact for a while, Qin Zhan realized that this approach was really hard to resolve. Although he had always wanted to clarify things with her, he hadn't found a suitable opportunity. As a result, it dragged on longer and longer. Do you want to eat some fried potato chips? The girl with a bun hairstyle peeked out from the kitchen. Qin Zhan was taken aback before turning back. I'll eat, but don't fry too many. After saying that, he hurried into the kitchen to help. The two were sticky and affectionate in the kitchen for a while before finishing the dishes and placing them on the coffee table. You still haven't answered me. While eating chicken nuggets, Tang Yue casually asked, what kind of tea leaves were those? Were they expensive? It seemed from senior brother's reaction that they were quite pricey. Qin Zhan pretended to be casual as he took a chicken nugget from her mouth, mumbling, why not dip it in ketchup? It's fine. I definitely can't let you embarrass me when entertaining your senior brother. Tang Yue blushed slightly from his action, taking a moment to process his response. She shot him a somewhat reproachful glance. I already said you didn't need to spend too much, you don't make much salary. Xinjiang suddenly found it hard to continue eating, as this was a bit difficult to respond to. He was inwardly lamenting, yet still wore a gentle expression. Shouldn't I leave a good impression on your senior brother? By the way, what background does your senior brother have? Hearing this, Tang Yue, not paying much attention, continued eating and casually mentioned, he owns that chain restaurant downtown. He's my third senior brother by Utah. She poked another chicken nugget into ketchup and fed it to Xinjiang. I have 4 senior brothers, and they are all much more capable than me. They take good care of me. My master is currently traveling in Yunnan. Tang Yue spoke freely, smiling as she scratched her head. It was just a coincidence that I ended up under my master's tutelage. I'm the youngest, so they all dote on me. Tang Yue started counting on her fingers. The master brother is currently abroad, so it's unlikely that we will see him for a while. The second brother is in the capital, but he doesn't come around much either since he is in the army, and I am not quite sure what exactly he does. His assignments change frequently, making it inconvenient to discuss. The third brother is the one you met today. He is the most recent among them. He is in business mainly in the restaurant industry. However, his enterprises are spread across the country, and this is just a branch. He only visits occasionally. The little brother is 3 years older than me and is a really nice person. He often took me out to play before. However, in recent years, he has also become busy. It seems he has been arranged to work in the provincial office. After counting, Tang Yue scratched her head awkwardly. I'm the least accomplished among us, but my master dotes on me the most. He originally wanted me to travel together, but I was too lazy to go far, so it didn't happen. After hearing this, Xinjiang felt an ominous premonition in his heart. He sensed that his disguise might not hold much longer. In my eyes, you are the best. Xinjiang praised her with a calm expression. Tang Yue raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you been taking any courses recently? You're so sweet-tongued. After teasing her a bit, Xinjiang casually asked, by the way, if someone were to deceive you, would you be angry? Are you deceiving me? Tang Yue immediately turned her head, staring intently at him. He had simply wanted to test the waters first. To his surprise, upon hearing this, she reacted as if an alarm had been triggered. Xinjiang looked somewhat flustered and said, where did that come from? I was just asking casually. Oh. Tang Yue did not believe him at all. This was a classic line from melodramatic dramas. If a girl is oblivious to such a thing, then all those dramas she watched would have been in vain. Tang Yue eyed Xinjiang suspiciously and wrinkled her small nose, saying, are you hiding something from me? If there is something, spill it quickly. Don't beat around the bush. Xinjiang was almost thrown off by her straightforwardness. Fortunately, he recalled the consequences and hesitated for a moment, but still did not dare to speak. He feared that if he spoke now, she would immediately turn against him, which would be too sudden, with no preparation whatsoever. Plus, he had just managed to get past the issue with her master. It was better to take it slow. Xinjiang pondered. Moi. Tang Yue noticed that he did not answer immediately, which made her even more. Xinjiang sighed helplessly. I was just asking casually. You really are overthinking this. I just wanted to understand what kind of concealment would make you angry, that's all, just getting to know you better. Alright, then I won't ask anymore so you don't keep doubting me. Xinjiang pretended to show some irritation and turned away with a cold expression. Tang Yue's gaze flickered a few times as she looked at Xinjiang's expression, feeling quite hesitant. Because the way he asked was almost a sure sign there was an issue. Otherwise, why would he randomly ask such a thing? But he also seemed to genuinely be upset. Tang Yue struggled for a moment before asking, are you hiding your romantic history from me? Did you date 10 or 8 people? Xinjiang's mouth twitched. I haven't. You're the first. Oh, where would 10 or 8 come from? Tang Yue thought for a moment. Then is there a childhood sweetheart or a fiancé that you need to take responsibility for? Or someone you need to take care of, someone who can't live without you? Watch fewer melodramatic dramas. Xinjiang's tension was completely disrupted by her random remarks. He retorted, I've only had a few male friends I grew up with. There's nothing romantic, you can rest easy. Oh, Tang Yue replied, then asked then. Are you seriously ill? Afraid I would worry. I'm in good health. I have routine checkups every year. I'll show you the medical report later. Xinjiang was already feeling numb. Oh, then what are you afraid of? I can't think of what I would hide that would make you angry. Tang Yue said cheerfully, anyway, I don't like being deceived. Even if it's a white lie, it's best not to conceal anything. Xinjiang thought to himself, it seems there's no turning back now. He had already concealed too much. What if? I'm very wealthy. Xinjiang pondered. Since she had listed nothing earlier, perhaps this was the moment to be honest. Tang Yue rolled her eyes. Wake up. Brother, you're bankrupt. Stop dreaming. It's better to be realistic. For a moment, Xinjiang didn't know whether to be upset that his girlfriend called him brother, or to be angry that she didn't want him to be wealthy. In short, his feelings were very complicated. He cast a deep glance at her. Tang Yue immediately put her hands on her hips and glared at him from the sofa. Are you trying to slack off and not do the dishes? It's been half a day since we finished eating, and you're still here talking nonsense. Even if you're wealthy, you still have to wash the dishes. Hurry up. Shinjan. When he followed her gaze to the dishes on the coffee table, he almost choked. Am I the kind of person who finds all sorts of excuses to avoid washing dishes? I said I would share the household chores, and I definitely won't make excuses. Am I so lazy in your eyes? Shinjan was furious and twisted her ear. Hey, isn't this domestic violence? Hurry up and go wash the dishes. Stop bothering me. Tang Yu unceremoniously kicked him with her foot, her little face pouting in protest. After staring at her for 3 seconds, Shinjan conceded. All right, I'll go wash the dishes. He reluctantly stood up, gathered the dishes and utensils, and headed for the kitchen. Tang Yu rolled over and lay on the sofa, swinging her feet in triumph, her face full of smut. Meanwhile, the man in the kitchen, resigned and rolling up his sleeves, was washing the dishes with his hands full of dish soap, bowing his head, concentrating on his task. As they say, one must gather their resolve like a tiger. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to clarify things. Who would have thought that the usually sharp-witted girl would suddenly become so foolish? After being interrupted by her, he didn't know how to continue. Shinjan stared at the pool of bubbles, a frown etched on his face. Bai Yutang had already warned him that if he didn't speak soon, the girl would probably learn from her master. He had only just recalled a deeply rooted sect when she mentioned her master, a sect he hadn't heard of in a long time, but whose influence spanned the globe. Shinjan didn't know whether to feel happy or worried. Logically speaking, with several powerful figures looking after her, she should feel more secure. But now he was still hiding things from her. If her sect found out, would they interfere or even oppose him? Furthermore, it seemed she listened quite well to her master. Just thinking of how obedient she looked when they met earlier made him uneasy. Shinjan was still anxiously washing the dishes slowly while Tang Yue had already played until she was tired and fell asleep on the sofa. When Shinjan finished washing the dishes and came out, he wanted to try again, but when he saw the young girl sleeping sweetly on the sofa, his heart softened a little. Forget it. He'll talk about it tomorrow. Shinjan took a blanket and covered her before softly closing the door and leaving. After returning to his apartment across the street, Shinjan directly called Shendong. Shendong quickly answered the phone, but the voice on the other end was a bit noisy. Shinjan frowned. Where are you now? Is it convenient to talk? It's nothing. I just came out from a blind date. Shendong lowered his voice as if he had moved to a quiet place to answer. Boss, is there something you need? Shinjan. Even the single dog Shendong had started going on blind dates. Shinjan hesitated for a moment. Do you want a few days off? Now I finally understand how difficult it is to date. Shendong quickly declined. No need. I just started going on blind dates, and a stable job is what makes girls willing to date you. Is it okay now? Or should I wait until your blind date ends? Shendong was almost frightened by Shinjan's thoughtfulness and no need. Accustomed to being oppressed, he felt like he might be laid off with his boss suddenly being so considerate. Shinjan was just momentarily compassionate. Hearing that it was not needed, he directly commanded, you note down these people, check them later, and give me the relevant information, focusing on clarifying their relationship with my little girl. By the way, if there are things you are hiding, how is it better to tell the girl, so she can accept it? Hearing this deadly topic, Shendong instantly understood that depends on what kind of thing is being hidden. Is this important? Shinjan frowned, somewhat displeased. Shendong carefully covered the phone, waved to a girl passing by, and lowered his voice, saying sorry. Then he quickly answered, yes, it depends on how it was said before to judge how serious it is. Shinjan listened and felt it made sense, hesitatingly repeating what he had said before. My family went bankrupt. The creditors took my car and house. The car I'm driving now is a friend's, and the house I live in is also a friend's. That house just happens to be across from your place, so I can conveniently drop you off at home. Just treat me to dinner tonight. The other end of the line fell silent for a while, before saying, so boss, the apartment you had me buy before was for this. Shendong felt somewhat helpless. Boss, haven't you told Miss Tang about this at all? Shinjan didn't say anything, only hearing shallow breaths. Shendong then came back to his senses, thinking to himself, I really have a lot of nerve daring to teach the boss how to do things. He really just got reassigned and is already getting ahead of himself. Shendong quickly straightened his attitude. Actually, this problem isn't too big. After all, it's not a principled mistake. It's just that after so long without saying anything, the girl will inevitably mind a bit. I think it's best to confess quickly. Boss, you can buy some gifts to appease Miss Tang. Only then did Shinjan say, what do you think I can buy to appease her? Shendong's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth opening and closing for a long time, and finally he resigned himself. Exhausting his brain, he said, boss, I think you can try actively admitting your mistakes and be sincerely apologetic. I know this you said to appease, how to appease. Shinjan's expression was very serious. He had never thought that confessing would become a difficult problem. How about boss plan a proposal confession? If it touches her heart, perhaps she won't be angry anymore, Shendong suggested. Shinjan stared blankly at the air, asking, what if she is still mad and rejects my proposal? Shendong, Isn't it quite normal to be rejected? Forget it, your single asking you is too difficult for you. Xinjiang suddenly said you should continue your blind date. Then he hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Shindong heard the busy tone from the phone and recalled how he had just let his blind date go home, recently falling silent. The next day, Tang Yue received a date invitation from Xinjiang. Can I schedule a date for the weekend? I want to ask you out to play. Xinjiang stayed up all night and early in the morning brought breakfast to wake Tang Yue along with the invitation. Huh. Tang Yue was a bit confused. But why the weekend? Xinjiang was caught off guard by the question and blurted out, isn't the weekend a break? Tang Yue scratched her head and rubbed her eyes as she got up, but I don't have to clock in at the company anymore, I'm free. After saying that, Tang Yue saw that Xinjiang's expression looked a bit bad, and she awkwardly added, oh, I forgot you still have to work. The sudden jab made Xinjiang even more silent. Tang Yue comfortingly patted his shoulder, all right, don't be late for work. I received your breakfast. The date invitation is agreed upon, so don't hesitate to go. Xinjiang inexplicably sensed a hint of schadenfreude from her words and became even more silent. If it weren't for not wanting to disrupt his own plan, he would definitely tell her right now. Okay, wait for me to come back. Xinjiang reluctantly left, taking steps that felt incredibly heavy. This led to an extremely oppressive atmosphere in today's meeting at the Zhongjue Group. Because the boss was in a bad mood, every proposal seemed unsatisfactory, and he rejected 7 proposals in the morning. The managers of various departments were almost in tears. After finally enduring until off-work time, just as Xinjiang was about to leave, someone came to submit a proposal. Xinjiang, with a sense of professionalism, had no choice but to patiently skim through the proposal and roughly approved it. The department manager was overjoyed, and he quickly left. As soon as he got off work, Xinjiang messaged his friends to prepare and then called Tang Yue. At this moment, Tang Yue happened to be live streaming, and when she saw the incoming call, she was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but smile. The bullet comments were very sharp, immediately flooding the screen. The anchor has a situation. Who called? Yu's smile is so sweet. What's going on? Has my goddess fallen in love? The new year is coming, and even Yue is going to date. Tang Yue caught a glimpse of the comments and hurriedly muted the sound before answering the phone. Hello, what's up? Tang Yue was afraid that saying too much would be noticed by the detectives in the bullet comments, so she kept it brief. Xinjiang was already a bit tense, and hearing Tang Yu's cold attitude made him even more worried. However, the plan has already been arranged. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Xinjiang gritted his teeth and continued. Are you at the apartment now? Yes. Tang Yue nodded in confusion. Then walk to the living room now and open the second drawer. Xinjiang said, his throat feeling a bit dry, speaking cautiously. Tang Yue found it strange and quickly informed her fans that she was leaving. Then, following his instructions, she walked to the living room and opened the middle drawer. She held her phone, letting out a puzzled sound. What is this? Tang Yue picked it up and saw that it was a business. Xinjiang, president of Zhongjue Group, contact number. Tang Yue had already gotten the answer from it and suddenly fell silent. Little girl, did you see it? Xinjiang couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He had already driven to the bottom of the apartment building, but he didn't dare to go up. Standing below, he looked up at the window, seemingly wanting to catch a glimpse of the girl he cherished through the curtains. Tang Yu's voice was a bit faint. She said hoarsely, what do you mean? Xinjiang also fell silent for a moment, realizing just how difficult it was to speak. He regretted it, not wanting to confess in this way. He couldn't see her expression or reaction, which left him feeling even more uncertain. So Xinjiang simply said, wait for me a moment, I'm downstairs. He'll explain everything to you in person. Tang Yue hung up the phone directly. With a stern face, she returned to her room, not saying a word, and ended the live stream. She really had no mood to continue streaming. What does this mean? Was she being played with? Heaven knows how confused she felt when she saw that business card. Each scene from the past seemed to leave a profound impression in her mind, flashing by like a rapid parade. Even closing her eyes, she couldn't escape the memories. Xinjiang, you big liar. Tang Yue squatted down on the floor, her eyes reddening. No wonder the third senior brother was whispering with him. No wonder afterwards the senior brother subtly reminded her. And no wonder Shindong treated her with such care at Zhongjue Group. She had just had a dispute with Wang Ruoqi that day, and afterwards Wang Ruoqi was fired. At that time she hadn't connected the dots, thinking she had done something wrong by coincidence. Now one by one the matters seemed to connect. The missing link was quickly tied together because of this business card. Tang Yue was not foolish, she had just trusted him too much. She never imagined that the president of Zhongjue Group would deliberately conceal his identity to deceive her. After all, there was nothing worth deceiving. This wasn't a principled major mistake, but what she couldn't accept the most was that Xinjiang said it so nonchalantly, without even a single apology. Tang Yue heard footsteps and quickly stood up, wiping her face. The next second the door was opened. Xinjiang's figure appeared at the doorway. Immediately after, an unidentified flying object was hurled at him. Fortunately, Qin Zhan reacted quickly and caught it, realizing it was a cushion. Qin Zhan dared not make a sound after catching it. He hurriedly changed shoes, closed the door, and came in. Tang Yue sat on the sofa, not looking up at him. He slowly moved in front of the sofa. You saw it, right? Tang Yue did not respond. Actually, I concealed my identity. Oh, I am Qin Zhan from Zhongjue Group. I previously lied to you that I wasn't because I was afraid you would reject this identity. Qin Zhan explained sincerely. Who knew he hadn't finished speaking when Tang Yue coldly chuckled. So it's still my fault, huh? Qin Zhan immediately sensed something was wrong and recalled what the netizens taught: if your girlfriend is angry, just admit you are wrong. You must apologize and admit your mistakes. The principle is, no matter how many mistakes, they are all my fault. Qin Zhan's expression was very serious as he directly shouted, no, it's my fault. I'm sorry. Tang Yue, who was still sarcastic, said. She was completely bewildered. What do you mean? Is it fun to prank? Tang Yue crossed her arms, curling slightly. Her petite figure appeared especially small on the brown. Her face was a bit pale, it was hard to tell if it was from anger or something else. She coldly laughed repeatedly, still concealing your identity, pretending to be bankrupt. Do you think I am particularly foolish believing whatever you say? It's quite funny, isn't it? Yet her mocking expression was quite forced, half smiling mixed with a hint of pain. If she were genuinely angry, she certainly wouldn't have such an expression. Qin Zhan saw this clearly and felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stood up, kneeling in front of her, holding her. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore. He lowered his head and gently kissed her hand with a sense of reverence, softly and solemnly. I never intended to deceive or toy with you. Please give me a chance to explain, all right? His voice was hoarse and his expression carried a lingering sadness. He never thought that the small joke he made to conveniently get close to Tang Yue would evolve into such an unmanageable situation. Qin Zhan remained half kneeling. Tang Yue felt a bit uncomfortable, wanting to withdraw her hand, but unable to. She turned her face away and refused to look at him. You get up. No, you need to listen to my explanation first. Qin Zhan stubbornly shook his head. Without waiting for Tang Yue to refute again, he began to explain. When we first met, it was on that big road outside. At that time, Qin Zhan never imagined that he would frequently pass by here and interact with this little girl. At that time, he was on his way to a meeting, rushing while looking at the meeting documents. Tang Yue happened to be on the roadside. The driver drove too fast and accidentally splashed water all over her. So she retaliated, and that led to their first interaction. I found it very novel. I had never seen such a bold girl. Qin Zhan narrated with nostalgia. Later, as I interacted with you more, I found that I began to like you. He hesitated to continue, because I knew that if you knew my identity, you would definitely look at me with disdain, so I lied and said I was bankrupt. After finishing, he quickly raised his hand to vow. But I promise I didn't intend to deceive you. I was just afraid you would reject me. Later, I wanted to find an opportunity to confess, but I never found the chance. His expression suddenly turned very dejected. After glancing at her, he noticed that her expression hadn't changed much. She lowered her head dejectedly. She looked like a husky being scolded, appearing both funny and pitiful. Tang Yue's anger hadn't subsided, and seeing Qin Zhan like this was truly a mix of emotions. Are you done speaking? She asked coldly. Qin Zhan felt a chill in his heart. Yes. I finished explaining. Reluctantly, Qin Zhan nodded. Seeing that she was still upset, he felt a headache coming on. Am I? He racked his brain and thought, although it's a bit inappropriate to say this now. Qin Zhan remembered what others had taught him: online girls are easily moved, and during a proposal they might forget to be angry. He wanted to initiate the BPLAN. Since you know it's not the right time, then don't say anything. Tang Yue ruthlessly interrupted him. Are you sure you're done speaking? Then please leave, get out of my sight. I don't want to see you right now. Oh. Qin Zhan felt like crying without. Why is she so unpredictable? He was reluctant and hesitated to leave. In the end, under Tang Yue's glaring gaze, he stood up with a sense of grievance. Then, under Tang Yue's increasingly astonished gaze, he walked behind her and slowly crouched down. Tang Yue stared in disbelief, holding her forehead. What are you doing? Aren't you leaving? Do you want me to call the property management to make you leave? She continued to throw harsh words. Who knew that the other party looked up, poking his head out from behind the sofa, and pitifully said, I've left your sight. I'm already crouching down. Why are you still trying to chase me away? His words seemed to suggest that she had done something unfaithful. Tang Yue immediately felt breathless. Moments later, Qin Zhan was half dragged out of the apartment by a pair of delicate hands gripping the back of his collar. Until he was out the door, the hand holding his collar finally released. Qin Zhan hurriedly tried to plead, but when he turned his head, the door slammed shut with a bang. Qin Zhan was met with a cold shoulder. He turned with a sense of disbelief, rubbing his nose, and when he looked back, he found someone quickly retracting their neck. It was probably a neighbor watching the commotion. Although Qin Zhan felt angry, he couldn't do anything about it. The urgent matter was still how to appease the young girl. Qin Zhan left the apartment, glancing back 3 times with a troubled expression. As soon as he left, Tang Yue immediately called her senior brother. As soon as the other party answered the phone, she asked senior brother, do you know about Qin Zhan hiding his identity? Bai Yutong was somewhat surprised. Did he tell you so soon? Senior brother, why didn't you tell me directly? Tang Yue didn't expect to be right and frowned in displeasure. Bai Yutong was taken aback and explained, I only realized when we met. I saw that you two were getting along well, so I reminded him to confess quickly. After all, outsiders saying things can always stir up trouble, and I was afraid you both would misunderstand. Bai Yutong sounded somewhat disheartened, as if he hadn't expected her to blame him. Tang Yue picked up on this and immediately felt regretful. After stammering for a while, she finally said in a dispirited voice, Senior brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way, don't take it to heart. It's fine. Bai Yutong comforted her gently. Are you having a tiff? Tang Yue held her phone, puffing her cheeks slightly, and muttered unhappily, he just confessed to me. Although it doesn't matter that I know, it just doesn't feel good in my heart. The other party chuckled softly, you're really childish. What do you mean? He lied to me for so long, and now he says he didn't find the opportunity to confess. I don't believe that. The young girl spoke indignantly. Bai Yutong didn't mind, and casually coaxed, if you don't like him, just break up. I can help introduce you to better ones. What kind do you like? Tang Yue, just a single sentence, and you're not going to persuade me anymore. She bit her handkerchief in frustration, unsure of how to respond. She was afraid that if she agreed, she would have to go on a blind date later. But if she let go now, it would feel embarrassing. For a moment she was caught in a dilemma. Bai Yutong seemed to sense her predicament, and cheerfully changed his tune, just think about it for now. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. No need, thank you. Tang Yue sighed helplessly, senior brother, don't tell master and the other senior brothers. I'll think about it. Okay, but if you have any problems, don't bear them alone, silly girl. At this moment, Bai Yutong revealed a hint of helpless concern. The little girl they had all taken care of while growing up was now grown up, and they didn't want to interfere, yet they had no choice. Bai Yutong felt somewhat sad. Among the brothers and sisters, he was closest to his junior sister. Now she didn't even tell him when she was dating. For the first time, Bai Yutong felt the worries and troubles of being a parent, and he could only strive to be an understanding senior brother to avoid upsetting his junior sister. Tang Yue, having requested leave from manager Qin Yuling, didn't have to clock in at the company for a while, coupled with her emotional setbacks. So she locked herself in her apartment. She ordered takeout at mealtimes and lived in a very fallen manner. Nestled in her little nest, gnawing on potato chips, she cursed fiercely, stupid man, if you say you won't come, you really won't come. While cursing, she occasionally checked her phone for messages and glanced at the door. However, Qin Zhan couldn't be like her, he still needed to work. With a day's worth of documents piling up waiting for him to review, and coincidentally, there was an important proposal negotiation. After Qin Zhan finished all his tasks in one go, he finally found some free time. While putting on his coat, he instructed Qin Dong, clear my schedule for the next 2 days. You handle the company matters for now, I'll take care of them in a few days. Qin Dong's mouth dropped open in fear. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Qin Zhan cast a faint glance over. Qin Dong immediately regained his composure and answered calmly, no, don't worry, boss. But deep down he felt bitter. He couldn't dare to say there was a problem. And Qin Zhan, with his free time, was definitely going to rush to chase after his wife. Qin Zhan drove to the flower shop, personally picked a large bouquet of vivid bright red roses to put in the back seat, and bought a 1-meter tall polar bear plushie, carefully tying a bow on it. After passing by the jewelry store, he also wrapped up several uniquely styled pieces of jewelry at the counter. These were all things he learned online, essential for winning over, apologizing, and chasing after a girlfriend. Qin Zhan thought he not only needed to win over Tang Yue, but also needed to apologize and win back his girlfriend, so he prepared everything. After sweeping through all the preparations according to the tutorial, he quickly returned loaded with gifts. After giving the property management a large red envelope, he set up candles in front of Tang Yue's apartment. Since he had already confessed, Qin Zhan naturally drove his beloved car, a Rolls-Royce. The car was decorated with balloons of all sizes and colors. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the neighbors. I want to do it myself to show my sincerity. Thanks anyway. Qin Zhan politely declined, then seriously arranged the props. Qin Zhan took more than half an hour to set up the props, and then he took out a sound system, an electric guitar, and a microphone from the Rolls-Royce. After plugging in the power, he held the guitar, gently strummed the strings, and checked the sound to ensure everything was fine. He then began to sing and play. Standing with the guitar in hand, Qin Zhan lightly strummed the strings, tilting his head slightly near the microphone to hum softly. In front of him was a circle of candles arranged in the shape of a heart, surrounded by vibrant rose petals. Colorful balloons floated in the wind around him. Each balloon had a romantic phrase written on it. The 2 largest balloons floated in the center, hanging a banner that read, Tang Yue, will you marry me? The noisy sounds outside were finally heard by Tang Yue at the end of the movie. She was somewhat puzzled. Why hadn't the property management stopped such a ruckus? Curiosity got the better of her, and she pulled back the curtain. A vivid array of colors greeted her eyes, revealing a large-scale proposal scene. If she listened closely, she could hear a male voice singing. Tang Yue quickly turned off the projector, preparing to go out and see the excitement. Little did she know the voice was becoming increasingly familiar as she was about to step out. She suddenly stopped. A bad premonition began to fill her heart. Tang Yue, I'm sorry. I swear I will never hide anything from you again. Please forgive me. The rap that included her name felt particularly discordant. Tang Yue instantly wanted to burrow back under the covers. Oh my, what should she do? She felt so embarrassed. That guy Qin Zhan actually pulled this off. Tang Yue was in a dilemma, not wanting to go out and become the center of attention. But she was also afraid that if she delayed any longer, there would be more and more people. After a moment of frustration, Tang Yue finally ran out in anger. You're here, Qin Zhan said with a smile when he saw her not flustered at all. The usually aloof young man was focused on playing and singing, but suddenly smiled gently, like a spring breeze blowing through, stunning everyone. Tang Yue was momentarily taken aback. He sang a cheerful love song, humming a few lines with his eyes downcast before lifting them to look at her. His gaze was profound as he slowly approached her. Flame Totham, I'll accompany you on a journey through the universe. He seamlessly blended into the song again, his unique voice slightly husky, making the love song particularly enchanting. With him, even if we sink into the sea together, it felt like a confession. Each word seemed to express his. Tang Yue felt her face heat up, her initial anger gradually dissipating into tenderness. The fierce crab lost its strength, leaving only helpless confusion. While singing, Qin Zhan picked up the microphone from the stand, casually setting the guitar down, and walked towards her step by step, holding the microphone. It seemed to reflect the lyrics of the song. I take 99 steps towards you, and you need only extend your hand to respond. The last step I will take. As Qin Zhan sang, he reached out his hand towards her, his eyes filled with tenderness. The expression in his gaze was impossible to deceive. If it could be, he would have hidden his heart. Tang Yue hesitated, biting her lip. Agree to him. Agree to him. The onlookers rhythmically shouted and cheered, creating a lively atmosphere. Some even started clapping along to the beat. Others recorded the moment. But the excitement of the onlookers did not affect the two in the center. Tang Yue stood quietly, and after what seemed like an eternity, she finally let go of her hesitation and took a step forward, placing her hand in his palm that had never been lowered. Tang Yue looked at him seriously. You won't lie to me, right? No, I won't anymore. Qin Zhan had not missed a single note in all that time he sang, but at this moment his voice trembled slightly. He held her hand, sincerely bowed his head, and placed a kiss on it. At that moment the sky erupted with a few loud bangs as brilliant fireworks burst forth, competing with the day. Tang Yue, like everyone else, looked up. In the dazzling display of fireworks, a beautiful cursive script began to emerge in the sky. Tang Yue, my girl, thank you. I love you. Tang Yue's eyes turned red, and she covered her mouth, too shy to speak. Others thought it was a message formed by the fireworks. When the continuous fireworks paused for a moment, everyone realized that it was lit up by many drones circling. Oh my, how happy. What a grand gesture. This proposal is too spectacular. Many exclaimed, pulling out their phones to record the moment. But Qin Zhan's gaze never left the person in front of him for a moment. Little girl, you've forgiven me, right? Qin Zhan still felt a bit apprehensive and wanted to confirm. Tang Yue rolled her eyes and huffed. After being so moved, how could he still ask such a question? Little did she know, when she shot him a glance, Qin Zhan misunderstood and leaned in to give her a quick kiss. The onlookers immediately screamed, chanting for them, kiss again, kiss again. How could Tang Yue have expected him to act so intimately in front of so many people, her face instantly turning bright red? What are you doing? She stomped her foot, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Just as she was about to leave, he grabbed her wrist. In a blink, a large bouquet of vibrant roses appeared in front of her. The bouquet lowered slightly, revealing the young man behind it, his handsome face showing a hint of tenderness, his starry black eyes gazing at her. For my little girl, the most beautiful flowers for the most beautiful you. Although it was a cheesy line, Tang Yue was still quite touched. She slightly pursed her lips, a shy smile emerging as she took the flowers, responding with a barely audible I thought you had torn off all the petals and scattered them on the ground, Tang Yue said, genuinely surprised. She had expected the ground outside to be covered with petals, but didn't realize there were still fresh flowers. The feeling of receiving flowers is different from that of other gifts for a girl. Only then did they finally resolve their misunderstanding. Behind the romantic confession was Chen Dong and the others diligently helping to clean up. Originally, Chen Dong wanted to hire a few people to clean up, but the property management said they couldn't let too many outsiders in. Chen Dong also wanted to ask the community cleaners for help, but they were busy with their own tasks and couldn't spare the time. And behind Qin Zhan's confession, apology, and proposal, many issues remained unresolved. Chen Dong had no choice but to stay and do it himself. While Qin Zhan was cuddling with his sweet and soft girlfriend on the sofa, Chen Dong was still cleaning the venue. One could only say that the spirit of the working class never fades. After the two reconciled, Tang Yue began to interrogate him. How could you keep this from me for so long? Tang Yue truly couldn't believe that she had not noticed a thing. If it weren't for senior brother's arrival, who knows how much longer I would have been kept in the dark. Qin Zhan awkwardly explained, it was just that I couldn't find the right moment. I have nothing other than this. Even if your senior brother hadn't come, I would have had to confess to you sooner or later. Sooner or later. Tang Yue gazed at him meaningfully. Qin Zhan chuckled awkwardly. Well, it will be soon. Tang Yue rolled her eyes, commanding him to peel oranges for her, while placing her slightly cold feet on his lap to warm them up. She tried to think, if your family hasn't gone bankrupt, what's the situation now? Shouldn't you tell me? Qin Zhan was quite busy wrapping her feet in a small blanket. With nimble fingers, he peeled the orange skin, removing the threads along the texture, and arranged a small segment to feed her. Currently, I am working at the top level of Zhongjue, and I will show you my assets later. My family is quite simple with not many members. Qin Zhan didn't mind these details. He began to peel the vest without waiting for Tang Yue to ask. I fabricated a bankruptcy story to get closer to you, so I went over from the underground parking lot of the neighboring company every day. Qin Zhan awkwardly laughed. But this was to cover up my previous lie, so it doesn't count. Tang Yue opened her mouth and fiercely bit into the orange, its juicy flesh immediately splattering juice everywhere. Before she could grab a tissue, the man across from her directly helped wipe it off. Tang Yue. All right then, considering how attentive he was. Tang Yue pouted. Continue. Qin Zhan cleared his throat. I rank fourth in my family. Chun-dong is my assistant, and he usually helps me handle many things. In the company, I also ask him to take care of you more. My cars are a bit numerous, however you have seen one of them, a black Rolls-Royce, and the Audi I am currently using. Qin Zhan racked his brains, afraid of missing something and being accused of hiding the truth. He even had to mention how many phones and computers he used. My mom is called Su Shumi and my dad is Qin Lianjing. They don't really manage me and often go traveling. Qin Zhan simply introduced. My elder brother is in research and often isn't home. My second brother is in medicine and is currently the chief surgeon at the central hospital. My third brother loves to play and is a non-marriage advocate. Generally speaking, they are rarely seen, so there's no need to worry about them, Qin Zhan summarized. Tang Yue, your family has quite a few people. Tang Yue smiled awkwardly. Do your family members know about us? Will they? Qin Zhan immediately understood her unspoken concern. He said emphatically, no. I am in charge of my own matters and I don't adhere to any family prejudices. You can rest assured about that. After speaking, Qin Zhan narrowed his eyes dangerously. Little girl, speaking of which, haven't you also hidden? Shouldn't you confess a little? I am in my 4th year at Dihu University, currently interning at your company. Tang Yue thought for a moment. My family is also quite simple. Just my parents and my younger brother whom you have met. Tang Yue couldn't think of anything else and scratched her head. Why don't you just ask? Tang Yue suggested in a small voice. After all, one must be stricter with others and lenient with oneself. Before he could respond, a throw pillow was hurled at him. Qin Zhan was hit directly by the pillow at close range, letting out a muffled grunt. With a beautiful hand, she grabbed the pillow and hugged it tightly, mercilessly tearing it apart. Her actions seemed to express a bit of pent-up frustration. Tang Yue knew it was not good, but she still straightened her neck, her gaze slightly drifting. What are you doing? Massaging the pillow while staring at me. Your gaze is not innocent. Qin Zhan forced a smile. I just think the pillow feels nice. Of course I look at you while talking to you. Though his reasoning was quite sound, Tang Yue still felt it was nonsense. She lazily lay on the sofa playing with her phone. Fine, you can say whatever you want. Recently, it was the shopping festival, and everything was available for purchase. She had to be at the forefront of the shopping wave. It felt like it wasn't her money being spent online. The payment was extremely satisfying. By the time Qin Zhan thought about it, Tang Yue had already placed orders for various cooking ingredients and snacks. Qin Zhan leaned closer and asked, what did you buy? Is there anything for me? A dignified CEO still needs to mooch for food and drink. Tang Yue pouted, her eyes turning mischievous as she quickly changed her tune. Actually, it's for you. There is. She elongated her tone, opened her shopping cart, and placed the phone screen in front of him. Here, crispy fried chicken coating, complete set of barbecue ingredients, essential milk, tea toppings, agar-agar, coconut jelly, and pearls. A series of ingredients for making food. As she moved her phone down, Tang Yue's obedient face appeared. She blinked and smiled. Are you satisfied with what you see? These are all for you. In the future, the spacious kitchen of over 10 square meters will be all yours. Qin Zhan. Enough of that, I really have something I want to ask you. Qin Zhan rubbed his forehead and returned to the main topic. What's the situation with your several senior brothers? I noticed that your financial sources were a bit mysterious. Was it provided by your master? Or do you have any other financial sources? Is it convenient for you to tell me? After all, he hadn't forgotten that this little girl had boldly claimed she would compensate for his Rolls-Royce, and even pulled out 600,000. This definitely wasn't something her family could come up with. Tang Yue paused slightly, but this was nothing. She thought for a moment and said cheerfully, I have varied interests. I usually have a side job. My main job is live streaming part-time. I draw comics, and occasionally I skateboard. I've made some money, so it has nothing to do with my senior brothers or master, although they are quite impressive. Live streaming. Qin Zhan's mind raced with thoughts. He almost blurted out, are you Tang Yi? After all, she had mentioned before that she had a friend doing live streaming, and she had completed her performance through her friend. Qin Zhan had a deep impression of this. Even his mother had once wanted her to be his daughter-in-law. Yes, that Tang Yi touched her nose, grinning with a hint of pride. However, I usually don't tell others about this identity. Qin Zhan frowned, but it doesn't seem quite right. What? Tang Yue was taken aback, and after a moment's delay, she burst into laughter. I maxed out the beauty filter, so of course you wouldn't recognize me. Qin Zhan, who had never witnessed the power of beauty enhancement, was half convinced. It wasn't until Tang Yue had demonstrated it once more before him that he was astonished into belief. Of course, that is a story for later. For now, the two of them had opened up their conversation, which could be considered a show. Although Qin Zhan had many more questions, he felt they were not important enough to waste time on, so he asked seriously, Little girl, although today is about seeking your forgiveness, my confession is genuine, and my desire to propose is real. His deep-set gaze fixed on her, carrying a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. What are your thoughts? This is my first proposal, and I have no experience. Tang Yue assessed him a few times, pondering thoughtfully. Her expression carried a hint of peculiarity. Only after Qin Zhan grew uncomfortable from her prolonged gaze did she speak, curiously asking, Are you just sitting there empty-handed proposing to me? That's too perfunctory. Oh. Qin Zhan was taken aback. No. He fumbled to extract a small box from his pocket. The red velvet box opened. Inside lay a silver-white ring radiating a faint glow. Intricate patterns adorned its surface, and the diamond set into the ring was beautifully cut and substantial. He knelt on one knee, holding the ring box in his palm, and earnestly said to her, Miss Tang Yue, may I ask if you would marry me? Without waiting for her response, he solemnly promised, If you agree, I will dedicate my life to fulfilling my promise, treating you well for a lifetime. Qin Zhan's eyes were filled with affection, his lips pressed together, gazing at her like a spring breeze. Tang Yue felt a slight sting in her nose, and hurriedly took the ring, putting it on herself. Is it really so fitting? Did you measure my fingers secretly? All right. Given that the engagement ring is quite beautiful, I accept your proposal. Tang Yue spoke playfully. Little did she know the moment she agreed, Qin Zhan jumped up and tightly embraced. Since they had already agreed to Qin Zhan's proposal, the meeting of both families naturally had to be scheduled. Qin Zhan had been urging it. He was truly anxious. 3 days later, he booked a private room at a hotel in the city center. Tang Yue asked him, why not visit them at home, but go to a hotel instead? Qin Zhan looked at her with an expression of helplessness. Silly girl, visiting at home takes so much time, and besides, how could I quietly trick you back home? Could your parents treat me kindly? He reasoned with her. No matter what, it would definitely be awkward. When I take you home to meet my parents, you'd be nervous too, right? Tang Yue nodded instinctively. Yes. So it's better for both sets of parents to meet at once, turning 2 instances of nervousness into one convenient and quick. After hearing his reasoning, Tang Yue had to admit there was some truth to it. But why did it feel like he was just asking? Tang Yue retorted, Isn't it better to be a bit more serious about such a major life event? Why are you making it so complicated? Qin Zhan looked wronged. I've been very serious, and isn't it because I want to marry you home sooner? Tang Yue, left with no choice by his blunt words, could only wave her hand helplessly. All right, I'll talk to my parents, and you handle your parents' matters yourself. I've already arranged it. Qin Zhan said proudly. The day you said yes to me, I told them to finish their current affairs and take a flight back. Tang Yue had lost her temper with him. Ever since he proposed, the moment she nodded, Qin Zhan had been like a person who had been injected with adrenaline, full of energy. He spent the entire day planning the details of the wedding, arranging everything meticulously. By the way, what size house do you like? I looked at a few options, all quite nice. Take a look. Qin Zhan turned around and pulled out a few documents, earnestly introducing them to her. If she hadn't known they were looking at wedding houses, she would have thought he was selling real estate. How about we just book them all, and if we get tired of living there, we can move somewhere else? Qin Zhan tapped the table, lost in thought. Oh, the wedding dress designers I can book now are these few. You can check out their works and see whose style you prefer. And the wedding venue, what style do you like? European, Chinese, or? His incessant chatter seemed never to cease. Tang Yue, unable to bear it any longer, covered his mouth, finally bringing a moment of peace. Soon, under Qin Zhan's active arrangements, both families met on a sunny day. The specifics were very harmonious. Generally, the girl's parents asked detailed questions, while the boy's parents directly presented a pile of documents and property proofs. They answered every question sincerely, leaving no stone unturned. Afterward, there was nothing left to ask. After a very friendly meal together, Both sets of parents tacitly approved of the young couple's engagement, marking a clear path forward. And Qin Zhan became even bolder. During the meal, Qin Zhan was constantly attending to Tang Yue, asking if she was cold, serving her small dishes, and being exceptionally considerate. Tang Yue thought that Qin Zhan's parents had quickly softened their stance, and were so proactive, likely because they were intimidated by their son's willingness to go all out. How could such an arrogant young master lower his head to serve his girlfriend? As parents, how could they dare to hold him? Thus, the aristocratic in-laws she had imagined with their lofty demeanor and critical gaze did not appear at all. Surprisingly, they all hoped she would not disdain their son. And so, with Qin Zhan's enthusiastic promotion, the wedding between Tang Yue and Qin Zhan was quickly confirmed, and a favorable date was chosen. They decided to get their marriage certificate and hold the wedding on October 1st during the national celebration. Tang Yue felt it was a bit fast. She wasn't mentally prepared yet. It felt like a dream, as she hadn't even been to the beauty salon that often. But after Qin Zhan made the decision, both sets of parents quickly agreed. Moreover, after confirming the engagement, Qin Zhan visited her parents' house more times than she the legitimate. Somehow, with his flowery words, he had her parents completely enamored, wishing they could marry her off immediately. Tang Yue felt quite helpless, especially since her younger brother, upon learning that his brother-in-law was the admired Qin Zhan, completely lost his composure, gazing at Qin Zhan with starry eyes like a devoted fan. Especially after Qin Zhan gave him a few autographs, their relationship grew by leaps and bounds. Thus, under Tang Yue's astonishment, the expectations of others, and Qin Zhan's eagerness, their wedding finally began. Qin Zhan was preparing to hold a very lively wedding. This was a lifelong memory for his little girl, and it could not be taken lightly. Qin Zhan invited all his relatives and friends, personally writing all the invitation letters, and meticulously prepared a gift for each guest. The gifts included limited edition lipsticks, lighters, eye creams, and beauty cards, which would surely surprise everyone who received them. The former great demon king was getting married, and surprisingly, there was a hint of cuteness. However, Tang Yue seemed a bit out of sorts, even feeling somewhat lost about the upcoming wedding. In the end, it was Qin Zhan who took time out of his busy schedule to have a heart-to-heart with her. "What's wrong? Do you feel pressured? Or have you changed your mind?" Qin Zhan's expression was very gentle. Even when busy to the point of distraction, he still felt quite happy. However, when he saw his fiancée looking a bit dazed because of the wedding, he did not feel displeased. Instead, he used all the patience he had to be her guide. Tang Yue felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head with a complicated expression. She had no intention of not marrying Qin Zhan, but she felt it was happening too fast for her to be mentally prepared. But she didn't know how to tell him. Every time she saw him excitedly busying himself, she was afraid of pouring cold. She was just a recent graduate, and in the blink of an eye she was going to become a wife. Anyone would feel lost in such a situation. Tang Yue instinctively forgot about that awful fiancé from her past. Indeed, he was not a person at all. But facing Qin Zhan, he was a real, genuine person. Although they had been together for a long time and were familiar with each other, the thought of all the past memories and the future of being with his entire family felt like a big change. After hesitating for a while, she carefully opened her beautiful eyes and said softly, I feel it's a bit too fast from agreeing to hold the wedding. After getting used to being idle, suddenly becoming a housewife felt like too much of a change. So annoying. Qin Zhan thought for a moment and replied without hesitation. If the wedding is causing you some pressure, then let's not hold the wedding for now. After all, you belong to me, you can't escape. Tang Yue was flustered and waved her hands repeatedly. You've been so busy for so many days and the guests have been invited. How can we not? Tang Yue was at a loss for words. It wasn't that she didn't want to marry, she was just a bit nervous. Halfway through her words, she quieted down under Qin Zhan's gentle gesture to shush her. Qin Zhan walked over to her, wrapped his arms around her, patted her shoulder, and spoke softly. But you need to understand, this wedding is for both of us, not just for me. You also have the right to decide. Tang Yue was still a bit hesitant. It's okay, I'll inform the guests, and I'll talk to my parents, don't worry. Qin Zhan seemed to sense all her anxieties and smiled sincerely. He appeared very relaxed. Is there anything else you're hesitating about? Just tell me, and let's see if I can resolve it. Tang Yue was somewhat startled, displaying a touch of cute shyness and pre-wedding awkwardness. But this is too much trouble for you. You've been busy for so many days, and because of me. Will you be a bit unhappy? Qin Zhan shook his head, gazing deeply into her eyes, as if he wanted to merge all his tenderness into the gaze he held on her. This isn't a hassle of being able to help you solve problems is my greatest achievement. If I can't help at all, and have to watch you frown, that would be my greatest failure. After saying this, he noticed that the girl still looked a bit uncertain and thought for a moment. How about we go on a world tour instead? A honeymoon trip, just the two of us, wouldn't that be more relaxing? Tang Yue was a bit tempted. Without the complicated wedding process, she would indeed feel happier. If they simply canceled the wedding, her parents would definitely worry. If they traveled first. Tang Yue couldn't help but smile, her eyes brightening. Really? Is it really possible? Of course. Xinjiang efficiently found various travel routes and attractions, laying them all out on the table. He leaned on the table smiling at her. All right, my little girl, this is all up to you now. Just put in a little effort. I still need to talk to the guests. Tang Yue, holding a large stack of travel brochures, smiled shyly and nodded in assurance. Leave it to me. Xinjiang ruffled her hair, truly leaving everything to her to handle. He thought that perhaps it was because he took care of everything that she felt a bit rushed. Every day when he opened his eyes, he was planning what to do, eagerly anticipating every moment, wishing time could pass a little faster, feeling anxious and restless. Xinjiang only considered that there were too many trivial matters, fearing that she would get too tired. Unexpectedly, overall, under Xinjiang's arrangements, the wedding was temporarily postponed, and they went on a world trip instead. How he managed to convince the others, Tang Yue did not know. She just knew that every day she was faced with a pile of travel guides, making her head spin. Fortunately, after several days of effort, they finally successfully booked their travel route. After Tang Yue showed it to Xinjiang, they made some adjustments and finalized it. They first went to the Maldives, then to Prague, spent a week enjoying themselves, visited a fashion exhibition in Paris, and finally returned home to ease the little girl's nervousness before holding a grand wedding. As Tang Yue and Xinjiang rushed around the world, they experienced the joy of wealth. Xinjiang sincerely lamented how hard it was to pretend to be bankrupt before. It was much happier to be himself. He was glad he took the little girl's advice to travel. If they had married directly, he would have surely been nagged. It wasn't just the little girl who was nervous, he would have been driven crazy too. The weather was fine, with a gentle breeze brushing against their cheeks. Tang Yue, wearing a cute little short skirt, held Xinjiang's hand, her lips curving into a smile as she turned to look at him. From now on we should be like we are now, never to be apart again. Xinjiang pulled her in, tightly embracing her and holding her firmly in his arms. Of course we will never be apart. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. If you are scared, I will stand in front of you. If you hesitate, I will wait for you. As long as you are by my side. Tang Yue looked at him with watery eyes, caught off guard by his sudden sweet talk, making her makeup run. Do I understand everything? Oh my, why haven't these two kids returned yet? Su Shumi, dressed in a fitted gown with eye-catching floral decorations on her chest, wondered why these two were taking so long. At this rate, when will she be able to hold her grandchild? In the distance, amidst the cheers of relatives and friends, Tang Yue, dressed in a wedding gown, linked arms with Xinjiang. The white veil highlighted her elegant makeup, and Xinjiang's eyes were warm as spring. The two walked slowly towards each other. Their eyes met with no one else in sight. The end.